This Su Qian was none other than Su Mao's eldest son Su Qian. After the Su family was destroyed and its members slaughtered, Su Qian escaped with Su Sanyi and a few others, only to run into this band of men halfway. Su Sanyi and the rest were all killed while he, thanks to his decent strength, was absorbed into the gang. Resentment churned in his heart, yet he did not dare reveal the slightest trace, even forcing a fawning smile upon his face and leaning in to take their blows. The sole reason was that the leader of this gang had reached the peak of the postnatal realm, and there were several first-rate martial artists under him. With hundreds of sturdy men gathered to their banner, they were capable of massacring any noble clan that lacked an innate expert to sit in town. Su Qian himself was a second-rate martial artist, and he had offered many shrewd ideas. Within this band of brigands, his status rose steadily until he ranked 6th among them. Earlier, Su Qian had gone hunting in the mountains with some of the men. Passing by Dongxi village, he saw the peaceful harmony of the Su household there, and could not help but recall the tragic fate of his own family, a bitter grievance rising in his heart. Yet he hated this band even more, for they had utterly buried the last hope of the Su family's rise. Thus he spoke to his companions about the Su family, stirring up the greed in their hearts, which led directly to the scene that had just unfolded. The plan he proposed was in fact entirely feasible. With the strength of this band of brigands, it was possible for them to annihilate an ordinary mortal clan. Yet he was well aware of the unfathomable depths of the Su family, and secretly hoped the two sides would perish together. Big brother, dealing with the Su family wasn't my idea alone. I merely offered suggestions in line with your intentions. Whether to act or not has always rested on your decision. Under cover of night, our visibility is already poor. As long as we are cautious and send the cannon fodder ahead to die, even if something goes wrong, you and the other brothers will still have a high chance of making it out alive. Putting on an innocent expression, Su Qian spread his hands. As for a foolproof method, I truly cannot think of one. After all, the Su family is no ordinary clan. They have an innate realm expert in residence. Another burly man spoke up. Big brother, I think old Six isn't wrong either. We make our living with blades licking blood. We've long been prepared for casualties. Besides, even if we hole up here and do nothing with hundreds of mouths to feed, once the arrows and provisions are used up, we won't survive either. If we attack the Su family and gain something, that would naturally be best. If not, we can at least wear down some of the cannon fodder. Otherwise, heaven alone knows how long we can hold out with so many people. If we fail, at worst, we leave Qingjiang County and go to another. Most sizable clans have already moved into the county seats. A family like the Su clan still staying out in the countryside is exceedingly rare. So, second brother, you agree that we should attack the Su family? The scar-faced, middle-aged leader pondered for a moment, his tiger-like eyes sweeping around them. What about the rest of you brothers? Those in favor, raise your hands. Nearly 90% of them raised their hands. Since that's the case, we'll go and plunder the Su family. To further allay the scar-faced man's concerns, Su Qian suggested, Big brother, we can wait a few days first, send a few commoners down in disguise to scout things out. Observe the Su family's allocation of personnel, their patrol arrangements, and the timing of their shifts. You're still the careful one, old Six. The scar-faced man was somewhat reassured. We'll do as you say. Old Second, you'll handle this matter together with him. Yes, big brother. Eldest young master, in recent days there have been ordinary commoners loitering around several of our properties, a patrol guard reported in the course of his routine briefing. Young master, there have been ordinary commoners loitering near several of our properties over the past few days, a patrol guard reported in his routine briefing. Are they the same people each time? Su Mingwei's brows drew together by half an inch, a shallow furrow forming across his forehead. No, they are not, the patrol guard replied with a shake of his head. Su Mingwei's brows eased. It seemed he thought to be merely a coincidence. Elder brother, unusual happenings must not go unguarded, Su Mingxian suddenly interjected. Hearing of this matter, an instinctive unease had risen sharply in his heart. True enough, but there's no need to make a great fuss over it, seeing enemies in every shadow. As long as we maintain rotating defenses day and night, and let outsiders witness our strength, I believe thieves won't have the guts to crash into the Su estate, Su Mingwei said. Su Mingxian gave a slight nod. He felt his elder brother's words were reasonable as well. It was not as if such incidents had never occurred before, yet the figures had always vanished swiftly, all with the heart of a thief, but without a thief's courage. Even so, he could not say why, but the worry within Su Mingxuan's heart never fully dissipated, like a cloud of gloom, hanging overhead like a bone lodged in his throat. Su Mingxian promptly went to find Su Chuan, told him of the matter, and sought his opinion. In his eyes, Su Chuan was the wisest of them all. Several commoners have appeared around the estate, and you feel a shadow hanging over your heart that will not disperse. Su Mingxian could not make sense of it, but Su Chuan clearly understood that this was the effect of the fate talent of tendency to seek benefit and avoid harm. Had Su Mingxian not spoken thus, Su Chuan would likely have dismissed it as coincidence, as well, perhaps at most assigning a few more men and increasing patrols. Tanta, your father believes in you. In the future, you must also trust your own intuition. It may save your life at a critical moment. Yes, father. Receiving such affirmation, a smile immediately bloomed upon Su Mingxuan's face. You need not worry about this matter any further. I will see to the arrangements. 2 days later, Su Chuan received a warning from the divination hexagrams. Today's hexagram ominous. At the hour of high, a peak postnatal expert will rally a large number of displaced commoners to assault the Su family's orchards, farmland, medicinal fields, and main residence. A large number of displaced commoners. That should be roughly several hundred people. A single peak postnatal expert won't suffice. There are likely several of them, along with quite a few first and second-rate martial artists. The hexagram gave no specific numbers, so Su Chuan could only make the broadest possible estimates. You wish to assail my Su family. I will see to it that none of you return. Not far from the main gate of the Su estate stood a watchtower several dozen meters tall. Su Chuan had specially built it for Su Mingwei. For more than 10 li around, the terrain was open and unobstructed. Once Su Mingwei ascended the tower, he could survey everything below at a glance, even in the dead of night. Given his mastery of archery, a single arrow he loosed into a dense crowd could pierce through 7 or 8 bodies and send another 20 or 30 people flying. And that was merely with the old black iron war bow. If he used frost-breaking cloud piercer, it would be even more terrifying. As night fell, Su Chuan suddenly summoned all patrol guards to assemble at the main gate. Su Mingwei and the others were present as well. Tonight we will double the number of men guarding the orchards, medicinal fields, and farmland, and keep it so until dawn. The guards murmured in low commotion, and Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and the others also looked at their father in puzzlement. Yuan, you together with Yun Nu, Instructor Zhang, and Instructor Qian will guard the orchards. Daniu, Instructor Meng, and Shueji will take White Tiger to the medicinal fields. Tantu Li Ji, Instructor Chang, Instructor Jin Zhao Dalong, and Sun Fuguei, you will go to the farmland. Those on regular patrol will carry torches and make their rounds as usual. The others will lie in ambush nearby. As for you, Shitu, you will hold the watchtower. If anyone approaches, kill them without mercy. A cold, biting, killing intent erupted from Su Chuan's body. Feeling his resolve, everyone else fell silent. What they needed to do was trust their father, trust their clan head. Each person went to their appointed task and set about their preparations. At the main gate of the Su estate, only the 3 first-rate instructors from the Dragon Elephant Martial Hall and several dozen household servants who had trained in martial arts though had not yet become martial artists remained. Large quantities of arrows were brought out. The watchtower was fitted with a pulley device that could send arrows up in an unending stream. Patriarch Su, since Gu has been eating and lodging under your roof, I ought to do my part, or I'll feel ill at ease, Gu Yiping said as he walked up to Su Chuan and cupped his fists. Su Chuan turned to look at Gu Yiping, forestalling his bow with an outstretched hand and a smile. Brother Gu, we are peers and friends. There is no need for such formality. If you are willing, an hour from now you and I can go separately to the orchards and medicinal fields to watch over them in secret. If there is no danger, we need not take action. After all, the children also need their tempering. So it should be, Gu Yiping replied with a cupped fist salute and a faint smile. Naturally it should be so. Gu Yiping clasped his fists, a faint smile on his lips. Each person went about their assigned task and moved into action one after another. In front of the Su family's main residence there remained only 3 first-rate instructors from the Dragon Elephant Martial Hall and several dozen household servants who had trained in martial arts but were not full martial artists. A large quantity of arrows was hauled out. The watchtower had a pulley mechanism that could send arrows up in an unending stream. Clan head Su, since I eat and live under your roof, I ought to do something as well, otherwise I cannot rest easy in my heart, Gu Yiping said as he walked up to Su Chuan and cupped his fists respectfully. Su Chuan turned his head toward Gu Yiping, reached out to stop him from performing the formal salute, and said with a smile, Brother Gu, since we are peers and friends, there is no need for such ceremony. If you are willing, an hour from now you and I shall go separately to the orchards and medicinal fields to watch over them in secret. If there is no danger, there will be no need to act. After all, the children also require tempering. It should indeed be so, Gu Yiping replied with a cupped fist salute and a faint smile. In the dead of night, as all lay silent, the scar-faced, middle-aged man led his men to press in toward Dongxi village. 2nd, 7th, 8th, you each take more than 50 men to the orchard. Focus on the green jade pears. I reckon that bramble wall won't be able to stop you. 3rd, 9th, 10th, take more than 40 men to the herb fields. Do not hold back, just grab whatever you can and stuff it into sacks. 4th, 11th, 12th, you also take over 40 men to the farmlands and seize anything you see. The rest of you lie in ambush with me a li away from the Su residence and wait for the right moment. Under the scar-faced man's command, they moved with practiced coordination and immediately divided their forces. In the orchard, a sudden rustling rose from the grass. Who goes there? A patrolling guard turned his torch flame, leaping up like a red flood dragon, splitting the darkness as its light revealed the weeds shuddering. Brothers, charge. Second brother whipped out the pair of sabers at his waist, and with an enraged shout brought one down in a cleaving strike toward the torch-bearing guard's head. Just as the blade wind was about to reach its mark, a figure suddenly cut in from the side, stepping through the wind. A horizontal saber in his hand intercepted the blow. A metallic clang rang out as steel met steel, sparks bursting where the blades clashed, staining the brows and hair of the three men a fiery red. They really are bandits. Su Mingyuan's heart jolted violently, stunned by his father's uncanny foresight. He had no time to think further. Drawing the long sword at his waist, he leveled its icy edge at the group of marauders. "Kill them all," he shouted, then quickly turned to the youth at his side. "Anu, don't stray too far from me." Su Mingxian seemed not to hear him. He leapt forward, feet swift as the wind, plunging directly into the crowd. The azure sword in his hand traced arc after arc of green radiance. Cold by nature, he had always acted far more than he spoke. This kid. Su Mingyuan felt only sword light whirling before his eyes. The skill Su Mingxian revealed at that moment was actually on par with his own. His sword moves surged like stormy waves crashing upon a shore, every strike fierce and seizing the initiative, combining speed, precision, and ruthless ferocity. With every flicker of the sword tip, there was a killing intent far more savage than what Su Mingyuan usually showed when he wielded a blade. After staring blankly for a heartbeat, Su Mingyuan hurriedly called out, "Yunu, wait for your second brother." Medicinal fields. Upon spotting the patrol team, the third brother also launched a sudden attack, with his brothers charging in alongside him. Yet they had never imagined that many more people lay hidden in the dark, springing an ambush of their own. "Shall I kill them?" Su Mingshu rode astride a white tiger. With a single flying pounce, the beast slapped several men to death. With one sweep of its tail, another man was sent hurtling several meters away, his chest caving as several ribs snapped, left barely clinging to life. How can there be an ambush? Did Sixth leak the news? Retreat, everyone pull back. Instructor Ming barred the third brother's path of escape. Hearing his voice, Su Mingshu instantly knew this man was the head of the raiders. She patted the white tiger beneath her. "Shall I kill him? We'll go claim a reward from father, and tomorrow you get an extra meal." The white tiger let out an excited long roar and immediately lunged. Its body, over 2 meters tall, exuded such a savage aura that even a martial artist at the peak of the postnatal realm would feel pressured. "Get out of my way." The third brother blasted Instructor Meng aside, narrowly dodging the tiger's claws, only for a dark blur to lash out and slam him brutally into the ground. A heartbeat later, the tiger's paw pressed down, snapping 5 or 6 of his ribs. The third brother spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolled back as his breath weakened at once. Su Mingshu sprang up, drove her sword into his chest, then flipped lightly back onto the tiger's back. She directed the white tiger into another charge. Wherever she pointed, it struck. Wherever they passed, screams and wails rose in their wake. Watching this scene, Instructor Meng sighed inwardly, feeling very much like an unnecessary extra. At the farmlands, battle was just as fierce, the roar of shouting and killing shaking the sky. The enemy there possessed only 1 first-rate martial artist and 2 second-rate martial artists, whereas among Su Mingshuan's side, there were 2 first-rate and 3 second-rate experts. Their number of guards was actually fewer than the enemy's. However, every single guard was a trained martial artist, with 7 or 8 of them reaching third-rate level. How could ordinary peasants and common brutes stand against them? It had become a one-sided slaughter. At the main gate of the Su residence by the watchtower, the scar-faced, middle-aged man and Su Qian crept forward cautiously, using the tall grass for cover. Each man hunched low to the ground. They believed themselves moving in perfect secrecy, certain that no one could possibly discover them. Yet Su Mingwei had already noticed them when they were still 3 or 4 li away. His twin brows were like blades drawn tight at the center of his forehead to carve a shallow furrow, there like a sword leaving its sheath. "So father was right. Someone truly dares to offend our Su family. Bring the arrows up," he said softly, condensing his voice into a focused thread so that it reached the ears of everyone below clearly without spreading too far. What was brought up were all ordinary iron arrows. As for the Piyun arrows, they remained strapped to his back alongside the Hanshuang bow. Bundle after bundle of iron arrows was carried up and stacked to the side in the space of a moment, piling into a heap of more than 100 shafts. Suddenly, Su Mingwei heard shouts of slaughter rising from the direction of the farmlands, the forest, and the medicinal fields. Immediately after, he clearly saw one man among the enemy raise his hand, seemingly issuing a command. In the next instant, more than 250 men sprang to their feet, clutching all manner of weapons, clubs, blades, iron tools, as they surged into a charge. Standard swords and sabers were not easy to obtain in large numbers, so at most a little over 100 of them wielded proper weapons of war. The man who had given the signal lurked at the very back, charging along with the crowd, trying to fish in troubled waters. "Then I'll start with you," Su Mingwei thought. He drew back the black iron war bow, his sharp, icy gaze locking onto the scar-faced, middle-aged man. He knocked an arrow to the string. Down at the main gate, dozens of Su household retainers, hearing the thunder of many feet and voices knew at once that the attackers were numerous. Their hearts leapt into their throats. All of them felt that this day was the time to repay the Su family. Yet at that moment a single sharp sound split the sky. Every retainer halted in place and lifted their heads to look upward. Because the arrow was of black iron, it was hard to see in the night. The roar of the charging mob also drowned out much of the sound of its flight. The retainers stared about in confusion. By the time the scar-faced man sensed something amiss, he had only enough time for his pupils to dilate before the arrow pierced his throat, sending his body hurtling backward for dozens of meters. Those around the scar-faced man had no time to react. Only after a brief stunned pause did they screech to a halt, turning back with horror written across their faces. Big brother is dead. Run! Su Qian was momentarily stunned. Dead, just like that. A martial artist at the peak of the postnatal realm cut down before he could even approach the Su estate. He gazed toward the Su family compound, eyes filled with both excitement and envy. A noble clan. This was the very heritage that the Su family of his own dreams yearned for. In a flash, another long arrow flew forth, streaking past his vision like lightning, and he too was flung backward, along with 8 others beside him. Su Mingwei had loosed 9 arrows at once. His archery was extraordinary. Each shaft unerringly pierced a different man's throat, not off by so much as a hair. Immediately after, Su Mingwei's eagle-like eyes crackled with lightning as he swept all the bandits into his field of vision. Wherever his gaze swept, he had already calculated several routes of slaughter in his mind. Arrows filled the sky. Each one claimed several lives. In the blink of an eye, more than 150 arrows had been loosed. At first, when the bandits were densely packed, it had saved him considerable effort. Later, as they scattered, each arrow could only take 1 life. In less than 100 breaths, every last one of them had died beneath his arrows. Take a dozen or so men and recover all the arrows. Yes, young master. In just the span of a moment, several hundred foes have been utterly annihilated. The household retainers were all aghast. They hastily bowed with fists clasped, every pair of eyes filled with reverence, as if they beheld a god. Even their breathing unconsciously grew 3 degrees quieter. In the orchard, Su Chuan silently observed from the shadows, showing no intention of intervening. Perhaps I have overestimated the danger this time. Not a single person has perished. Su Chuan mused silently, then shook his head and chuckled. Not entirely. If my Su family had been unprepared, while the grand estate might remain unscathed, our guards would likely suffer considerable casualties, and the orchards and fields would incur significant losses. Upon reflection, he felt that the ominous divination was broadly correct. He had anticipated the presence of several peak practitioners, yet none had appeared. I wonder how the other locations fared. With only a few people remaining, Su Chuan suddenly stepped forward and called out, "Everyone cease your attacks." Father, head of the family, Su Mingyuan, and Su Mingxian approached Su Chuan while the other guards bowed in respect. "Where is your lair? Take us there." Yes. We will take you there immediately." Seeing a chance at survival, the last 2 knelt and bowed their heads, leading Su Chuan and his group. Not long after they left, the others also ceased their attacks, marking a significant victory. After more than half an hour, they arrived at a large estate in Huanxi village, about 50 to 60 miles east of Dongxi village. In the corner of the main hall, piles of grain, fruits, vegetables, and game meat were stacked. "Master Su, considering our cooperation, please grant us our lives. We were captured by those bandits. They are strong, and we had no choice but to obey them." The 2 men repeatedly bowed, their heads humbled to dust. In the face of natural disasters, there is no compassion. Those who offend the Su family shall die. As soon as the words were spoken, a silver flash appeared. A sword flashed with blood, and 2 bloody flowers blossomed. "Take everything back." "Yes, master." The guards remained unmoved, with no trace of pity in their eyes. Had they not been in the Su family, they might have ended up as mere roadside bones in this drought, or perhaps one of those bandit members. Natural disasters are merciless. All they could do was preserve themselves. As for those who infringed upon their interests, even without Su Chuan's orders, they would fight to the death. The guards managed to find a few carts from somewhere, loaded everything onto them, and returned to the Su family. The Su family guards had hardly slept the entire night. While transporting and handling the corpses, they found considerable silver and valuables on the bandits, amounting to over 10,000 taels. No one dared to keep anything for themselves. Everything was handed over, including several manuals on internal energy and some blood-boosting pills. The beast-taming techniques. Su Mingwei flipped through it and found it quite interesting. Xueji will surely like this. Not long after, Su Mingzhu returned riding a white tiger, hoping to take credit from Su Chuan, but was informed he was not present. "Xueji, take a look at this." Su Mingzhu casually glanced. "The descriptions of so many fierce beasts are quite interesting. Brother, let me borrow it for a few days before returning it to you." "Take it. The Su family probably has no one else who could use it." "Thank you, brother. I am a bit tired, so I will go rest now." Su Mingwei nodded slightly. Soon Su Mingxian returned, followed by Su Chuan, Su Mingyuan, and Su Mingxian. Su Mingyuan accompanied Su Mingwei to handle and register the loot while the others went back to sleep. The next day, the Su family's patrol team returned to a 3-shift system. All guards also received a month's wages as a reward. Not a single one of them complained, for they could see that the greatest efforts this time had come from the young masters and Miss Xueji. They were merely supporting. Following such a powerful family, even without this reward, they would be willing. Su Mingwei presented the registered ledger to Su Chuan. Su Chuan merely glanced at it casually, and nothing particularly stood out. He inquired about the beast taming techniques, and upon hearing it had been borrowed by Su Mingzhu, he ceased further questions. The grain harvest this time, combined with our original food reserves, should be enough for the Su family to last another year and a half. Su Chuan replied casually, then added after a moment's thought, since the drought showed signs, until now it has been more than half a year without rain. It should end in a month or 2 at most. Will it rain? Su Chuan shook his head. Uncertain, but the Great Wei dynasty should not sit idly by. Otherwise there would be a surge of disaster victims storming the county city. Those influential families in the county town would undoubtedly unite for their own interests, urging the court to send celestial officials to resolve the issue. Droughts are more harmful than floods. Floods can be managed by dredging rivers, but droughts inevitably lead to the extinction of all living things, leaving corpses for miles. Upon hearing this, Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan both felt a deep agreement. Water is the source of life, the root of all things. Without water, no creatures can survive. Even in fleeing, if the surrounding area is suffering a severe drought, where else can one escape? It would only lead to starvation on the road. However, father, the nearby water sources are nearly dry. Su Mingwei said the crops in the fields and forests have all been harvested. If it truly becomes difficult, the medicinal fields will also temporarily stop receiving water. With a cloth covering them, they can barely survive with the autumn dew at night. As for the forests, there is no need to mention them. We should also find someone to dig deep wells at Bihan Pond. The water level there hasn't dropped at all, indicating there should be an underground water vein. If we're lucky, we can succeed. The water from Bihan Pond can be utilized, while ordinary people would freeze to death upon touching it. First-rate martial artists can still draw water from it. After letting it sit for a day and night, it can be boiled and drunk normally. Yes, father. Both of them deeply admired Su Chuan's wisdom. After experiencing this great drought, Su Chuan gained more insights about the Great Wei dynasty. They were not particularly concerned about the management of various counties as long as the foundation of the dynasty remained unshaken. Otherwise, how could there be no one to resolve months of drought? The requests for aid from various county cities had likely long since flown to Yuehu County City like snowflakes. Yuehu County City likely suppressed these messages as they posed no threat to the rule and interests of the county. In simple terms, the positions in the county and the county city have a significant deterrent effect on the common people, but not much on the influential families. Cultivation and martial arts are one and the same. Martial arts merely serve as a supplement. The Great Wei royal family certainly regards cultivation as fundamental, and the official system of the dynasty is merely for the convenience of local management. Su Chuan sighed inwardly. In this way, whether or not someone from the Su family holds an official position is of little significance. If the opportunity arises, it is fine for Su family disciples to hold official positions, as they can also seek some benefits for the family. Not holding an official position would not lead to great losses, as long as the Su family's foundation is sufficient. Local officials would not easily dare to act against them. In Xinjiang County, the days were hard for the major influential families. Their own deep wells had nearly run dry, and they searched everywhere for water sources. In the county office, County Magistrate Wu and Captain Fong wore worried expressions. This can't go on. People are beginning to die in the county city. If this continues, and the populace grows anxious, many influential families and merchants might rebel. If a major conflict arises, we are both likely to meet our end. Brother Fong, let's visit the surrounding county cities tomorrow and invite our colleagues to go to the county city for aid. Good, let's do that. Captain Fong gritted his teeth, saying, if this continues, even if the influential families do not rebel, we ourselves will have to rebel. In the county city, there are many cultivators who can use their abilities to summon rain, but there are few traces of cultivators in the major county cities. If the big shots in the county city make it impossible for us to live, then we must make them uncomfortable as well. This person is quite ruthless. County Magistrate Wu thought to himself as he observed Captain Fong. Husband, given the current situation, it seems that Yuan will not be able to betroth to the Wu family, right? Bai Jing entered the courtyard, her face filled with worry as she looked at Su Chuan, who was meditating on a cushion. Indeed, it's not appropriate. Then let us marry directly next year. Su Chuan pondered for a moment, and then added, let's sure to go to the county town to visit the Wu family on my behalf to show our sincerity. And let's do it this way then. Bai Jing seemed reluctant and muttered, what a mess the heavens have made. Our betrothal banquet was all set, and now it's gone. I hope Yuan won't take it to heart. Do you not understand his character as a mother? Su Chuan chuckled lightly. Given the severe drought, many nearby counties are suffering from deaths. In such an environment, are you not afraid of being criticized? What you say does make sense, husband. Bai Jing considered it carefully, realizing that if the Su family were to proceed with grand arrangements under such dire circumstances, it would surely attract countless people to flock to Dongxi. I will go inform Shitu right away. Bai Jing went to Nanshan courtyard to relay the news. Su Mingwei did not hesitate much and set off for the county town shortly thereafter. Not far outside the county town, there was a refugee camp and nearby flowed a river, but now the river had many dry sections and the available water sources were becoming increasingly scarce. As Su Mingwei passed by, he saw a hunchbacked old farmer scraping the bark of an elm tree, while a gaunt old woman with a basket searched for edible wild vegetables. Everywhere were faces worn with fatigue, resembling walking corpses. Fortunately, the hottest days of summer had passed, and now it was October, the season of withering. Although the edible resources in the wild were decreasing, at least they did not have to endure the scorching sun, unaware of when they might faint from exposure, becoming a withered corpse by the roadside unnoticed. It was rare for a family like the Su family to specifically plant fruit trees and vegetables that could grow in both autumn and winter. Xinjiang County was currently under martial law strictly prohibiting the influx of refugees, hence identity checks were stringent. Who goes there? The Su family, Su Mingwei. So it is the young master Su, please come in. After identifying himself, the guards at the city gate naturally did not dare to stop him. Upon reaching the Wu family, Su Mingwei clearly stated that the betrothal had been cancelled. The Wu family agreed without further comment. Although they were unaware of the Su family's situation, they themselves had suffered considerable losses and had no intention of hosting a betrothal banquet. If this drought persists until next year, it is likely that their engagement will also be delayed or even cancelled outright. After receiving confirmation from the Wu family, Su Mingwei set off back to Dongxi. 7 or 8 days later in Yuehu County at the governor's residence. The governor, the county magistrate, the county lieutenant, the chief scribe, and other officials gathered here. It seems that the major counties are really on the verge of collapse, all rushing here to seek our help. Let's discuss how to resolve this issue. An elder with hair gray at the temple spoke lightly. His eyes were bright and his spirit vigorous, showing no signs of the muddiness expected at his age, as he was a master martial artist from the Chang family, holding a relatively high status within it. At the age of 120, he was at his peak. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The county governor turned to a young man, who was Yang Zhao. Lieutenant Yang, among us you are the most adept at governance. The proposal you put forth years ago for managing the refugees proved effective. Please share your thoughts. The drought is a natural phenomenon beyond human control. We should petition the court for aid, sending celestial officials to the afflicted areas to bring down the nourishing rain. Additionally, propose to establish celestial official positions in each county. If celestial officials could perform rituals to bring down rain at the onset of drought, it would at least prevent the common folk from going hungry, becoming refugees, or starving to death by the roadside. Moreover, the position of celestial official could oversee the military officials in each county to ensure that government orders are effectively communicated. The chief scribe furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Wouldn't that make it identical to the structure of the county city?" "There are still distinctions," Yang Zhao elaborated. "Take this severe drought, for example. In Yuehu County, the people's livelihoods are devastated, yet just recently an edict was issued to conscript soldiers. In the past, each county would conscript a large number of commoners, while wealthy merchants and noble families would buy out their conscription quotas with money. But now, in times of disaster with villages nearly emptied, how could they gather enough people? Establishing celestial officials is to ensure that government orders are communicated in critical moments. If we randomly conscript people into battle and it leads to defeat, we too will be held accountable." Yang Zhao's well-thought-out proposal left people enlightened and contemplative. "I support Lieutenant Yang's proposal." The county magistrate said calmly. Being Yang Zhao's uncle, he naturally supported his family member. "Let's proceed this way. For this conscription, any family or clan with more than 2 male members must have at least one person respond to the call. There's no upper limit as long as they are willing. For each additional male member, the family will receive 20 dough of rice and 2 taels of silver as subsidy. The numbers must be gathered within 3 months. Han, you can draft the documents immediately, instructing all county officials to return to the county town and complete the conscription matters promptly. As for the issues of water sources due to the drought, explain to them and wait for the celestial officials to arrive. They will surely resolve the difficulties." "Yes, Lord Governor." Half a month later, celestial officials from various Qi cultivation families emerged and headed to the various counties of the Great Wei dynasty. Due to insufficient numbers, they were recruiting scattered Qi cultivators and also instructed them to test the children's aptitude for cultivation in each county to supplement the celestial official positions. Ideally, each county should have 3 celestial officials, but currently having even 1 was fortunate, and they could only recruit or cultivate locally later. The celestial officials used spells or talismans to summon rain. In areas without drought things were rather relaxed, but the counties in Yuahu were busy, though it did alleviate some pressure. The disaster victims received this news and hurried back to their respective villages. However, the drought had been tormenting for over half a year, with starving corpses strewn across the fields, and every village exhibited signs of being nearly empty. Even if the refugees returned home, the fewest were merely 7 or 8 households clustered around broken walls, while the most was only 20 or 30 families huddled by the remnants of walls, where wild grass covered the paths, and the smoke from cooking fires was sparse. Once a land of mulberry and hemp, it had now become a desolate ruin frequented by foxes and rabbits. In Dongshi village, at the Su family in the Wenxin courtyard in the study, Su Chuan's gaze was deep as he saw Su Mingyuan enter, lifting his head to look. "Father, are you looking for me?" Su Chuan smiled, slightly cutting to the chase. "Yuan, there are many unowned fields and forests now. You should use 100,000 taels to purchase rice paddies, farmlands, and forests in various villages centering around Dongshi. The government will surely offer low prices for purchasing land now. For anyone willing to sell their land, we should send people to buy it. We can also bring those selling their land into the Su family to have them manage the fields for us." 100,000 taels. Su Mingyuan was stunned by Su Chuan's bold plan, his expression momentarily blank, only to be amazed by his resolve soon after. After all, he managed many of the Su family's industries, and no one knew the family's wealth better than he did. This was already nearly 1/3 of the Su family's cash. "Father, although celestial officials have arrived, the drought has not ended. Fields and forests are worth very little now. If we invest such a large sum, the amount of land we can purchase will be quite extensive. Can our Su family handle it?" Su Chuan understood that Su Mingyuan's concern was not that the Su family could not afford it, but that it would be difficult to manage. If they acquired these lands, but could not utilize them to the fullest, it would be better to proceed gradually, especially since the Su family had already acquired a large amount of land previously. This is why I said to include the returning common people into our Su family along with Dongshi to create it into our private territory. Also, we should include the forest with the nitrate mineral deposits. After the disaster, the government will surely take measures for relief, and I believe they would be quite pleased to see this sum of silver. Without any further doubts, Su Mingyuan had a flash of inspiration. We can sell some of the grain obtained from the bandits as grain prices remain high. The other portion can be used for brewing and other purposes. The various industries in the county town also need to resume operations, selling off the accumulated goods to recoup some silver. Exactly. Su Chuan looked at Su Mingyuan with approval, seeing the light in his eyes, knowing he must have many ideas for generating income in his mind. "Yuan, you no longer need my constant reminders." "What do you mean by that, father?" Su Chuan gazed out the window, watching as the withered yellow leaves were blown down by the autumn wind, and after a moment he said, "Next year, after you get married, I plan to step down as the family head and let your elder brother take over, while you will be fully responsible for the finances of the Su family. The family head is the authority of the household and also a deterrent force against outside threats. They must focus on martial arts and cannot take on multiple roles. I also envision that in the future Su family, your elder brother's line would be the direct lineage of the family head, while your line would handle the finances, with the other branches also contributing to the Su family. However, as circumstances change, even I cannot predict everything. Perhaps 6 or 7 generations later, your line or the charcoal heads might have a suitable candidate for family head who could assume that position. In short, the strongest martial force in the current generation should be a deterrent to other clans, while those of good character and management skills can be family heads, and the most skilled in business should oversee the family's finances." Su Mingyuan listened thoughtfully. In their generation, including himself, all siblings respected Su Mingwei. He was also the only one they recognized as the rightful candidate for family head. "I deeply agree with your thoughts, father. For a family to continually rise, it must choose the worthy and cannot be restricted by so-called direct lineage. The authority of the family head is supreme. If the one in charge lacks the necessary capabilities and makes erroneous decisions while being obstinate, it could lead to a rapid decline in the family's power. As far as I know, many families in Xinjiang have weakened in this manner, ultimately disbanding and perishing due to internal strife." Su Chuan nodded slightly. "With your talent and gifts, if not for your elder brother, you could also assume the position of the Su family's head. I must insist that in my view, our generation's best candidate is only elder brother. I'm sure that charcoal head Xueji and the others think the same. Of course, if you, father, wish to continue as the family head, we would all surely support you wholeheartedly. After all, you are just over 40 and in your prime, with martial arts entering the innate stage. You should not retire so early." This was also what puzzled Su Mingyuan. "Want to know? Then today I will explain it clearly to you. A family's trump card cannot be fully revealed to the outside world." Su Mingyuan nodded slightly upon hearing this. Su Chuan smiled and continued, "In the eyes of the various families in Xinjiang, your elder brother is a master candidate, a martial arts genius with a formidable reputation. It is only natural for him to inherit the Su family, and my stepping down will seem perfectly reasonable to them. No one will harbor a shred of doubt. So your retirement will inevitably become an important trump card for the Su family. Not only me, but charcoal head Shui Jiyun Nu and the others will also grow to become layers of trump cards for our Su family under your and shittest brilliance. After all, with just the two of you, you can certainly shape a powerful family that can last for 3 to 4 generations. At this moment, Su Mingyuan finally understood. Su Chuan's actions were to prepare for unknown crises. His gaze had perhaps long since shifted away from the families in Xinjiang and focused on the families in the county city, even the rumored cultivation families. Father, I fear my desire to learn from you will never end, Su Mingyuan said with a bitter smile, sincerely feeling that Su Chuan's vision and insight are unmatched by anyone. You flatter me too much, Su Chuan said, feeling quite comfortable from the praise. All right, back to the main topic. Yuan, remember that a great disaster is also a great opportunity. This moment is when our Su family must strive with all our might to rise to a higher level. As long as it is not against the law, proceed boldly. I understand, Father. The next day, Su Mingyuan set out with many servants to visit the surrounding villages to survey the land. A few days later, he headed to the county office to discuss this matter with County Magistrate Wu. Seeing the Su family wanting to purchase such a vast area of fields and forests centered around Dongxi, he understood their ambition was not small. However, the Su family had not engaged in any illegal activities. Moreover, the county office indeed needed such a large sum of silver reserves, whether to appease the disaster victims or for conscription subsidies. He was still considering how to raise the funds. The county city would certainly not interfere. Local governments had to resolve these issues themselves. Forget it seems that the Su family will need several years to digest such vast lands and forests. After thinking for a moment, County Magistrate Wu agreed to the Su family's transaction for the fields and forests. After Su Mingyuan acquired the land, he immediately instructed people to begin clearing it to plant medicinal herbs, flowers, fruits, and vegetables after the drought. On the other side, Su Chuan instructed Su Mingwei to gather manpower to dig small lakes near the rice paddies and farmlands. If successful, this water source would supply the Su family's rice paddies and farmlands exclusively. Even if another drought occurs, they could sustain it for a year. This was a major project that required considerable manpower. Those without a source of livelihood nearby, upon hearing that the Su family would provide food and drink, immediately chose to become temporary workers. Thousands of strong men lined up like a wall, shovels flying as dust darkened the skies. The sounds of their calls echoed from the lakeshore, and the thousands of arms rose and fell like waves, with the sound of shovels breaking the ground resonating like a thunderous roar. In the blink of an eye, a deep trench appeared, causing the old men watching from the banks to stroke their beards in astonishment, saying, "Truly, 1,000 men digging earth is like moving mountains. Such momentum is no less than when the Great Wade dug the canal back in the day." In just 7 or 8 days, a quarter of the small lake had been excavated. Su Mingyuan was clearing the forests daily, cutting down large numbers of trees to make various furniture, sending them to Xinjiang County for sale, or selling them cheaply to returning refugees. Today's divination above average at the hour of Qin celestial officials will descend to Dongxi village to bring rain. Su Chuan got up early to practice, and upon seeing the divination information, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In recent days, there had been news of celestial officials performing rituals to summon rain. Now it had finally arrived at Dongxi village. The counties of Yuehu Prefecture are the areas most severely affected by the current drought. Therefore, each county has dispatched 3 celestial officials, with 1 remaining in each county to address the situation, while the others will proceed to the county towns of other prefectures. Xiao Changyuan is one of the 3 celestial officials hailing from the Xiao family in Longjiang Prefecture. At this moment, he stands beside a small lake excavated by the Su family, staring blankly at it. Will this also need to be filled? The celestial officials have come to Yuehu Prefecture's county towns primarily to cast spells for rain to replenish the water sources. They are equally powerless against the already withered crops and fruit trees. After all, while cultivators are indeed powerful, they are not omnipotent. Sun Fuguwei, the overseer in charge of the lake excavation, suddenly noticed a stranger standing on the dam. The man wore a brocade robe and a jade belt with a face like a crowned jade and an air of nobility about him. He quickly tucked his whip into his waist, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and smiled as he stepped forward. Where does this young master come from? I am Sun Fuguwei, the overseer of this excavation. May I ask what brings you here, young master? Xiao Changyuan showed a look of confusion. In this time of severe drought with water sources already insufficient, how can you still proceed with the lake excavation? Are you hoping to unearth an underground water source? Sun Fuguwei chuckled and replied, "If we truly could dig it up, it would be a blessing from heaven. If not, then so be it. As for the purpose of this endeavor, that is not something I can know. This is a command from my master." Who is your master to have such influence and recruit so many people? As long as they can have 3 meals a day, who wouldn't want to come? Sun Fuguei squinted his eyes and chuckled. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shangyuan's heart stirred slightly, as his fingers unconsciously rubbed the jade pendant at his waist. In this year of severe drought where a measure of rice is as precious as jewels, ordinary families can barely sustain themselves, yet these over 1,000 laborers can receive 3 meals a day. This is indeed a tremendous expenditure. Is there really such a wealthy household in the countryside of Xinjiang County? My master's surname is Su. You must be from out of town. Oh, almost no one in Xinjiang County is unaware of the Su family. As for my eldest master, he possesses the talents of a celestial, being a prodigy of the sect, already a congenital expert at a young age. This matter is already well known in Xinjiang, which is why Sun Fuguei dared to speak of it. If the Su family had given any orders, anyone who gossips about it would face dire consequences, and those related would be expelled from the Su family. A prodigy of the sect. In this marginal area, to produce such a martial genius would likely require hundreds of years of martial luck. Could you take me to meet him? Xiao Changyuan looked at him, noting his extraordinary demeanor, yet he lacked the bad temper typical of noble sons from Xinjiang, prompting Sun Fuguei to scrutinize him further. Sun Fuguei nodded slightly and led him to the Su family. Su Chuan, upon hearing the report from his subordinate, guessed that it might be the celestial official arriving. He immediately went out to welcome them, inviting the guest into the hall for a warm conversation. I am Su Chuan, the head of the Su family. May I ask how to address you, young master? My surname is Xiao Changyuan. Young Master Xiao possesses an extraordinary demeanor. It is evident you are not an ordinary person. You must be from the prefectural city, correct? The head of the Su family has keen insight. I Xiao come from the prefectural city of Longjiang. Xiao Changyuan said, neither too humble nor too arrogant, with a calm demeanor. I have heard a little about it. Longjiang is richer and more prosperous than our Yuehu prefecture. The Heilong River meanders for thousands of miles with turbulent and gentle waters and numerous famous peaks along its banks renowned far and wide. Oh, I didn't expect the head of the Su family to have such extensive knowledge. Longjiang is several prefectures away from Yuehu. I have heard a little about it. Su Chuan smiled slightly, gazing into Xiao Shangyuan's eyes, and after a moment he said, about half a month ago our Xinjiang County government announced that the Great Way would dispatch celestial masters to guard the county town to prevent natural disasters. Xiao Shangyuan's lips curled slightly, as if he had anticipated this question. It seems that the head of the Su family has already guessed my identity. I am indeed one of the celestial officials coming to Xinjiang with 2 others. However, they are only staying here temporarily, but once the drought ends they will depart to assume their duties. Then Xiao, the celestial official, is the only celestial official in Xinjiang County. Su Chuan immediately clasped his fists and respectfully said, I beg your pardon for any disrespect. Please do not take offense, celestial official Xiao. Xiao Changyuan waved his hand with a faint smile. Head of the Su family, although I am a celestial official, I do not engage in officialdom. We cultivators should pursue the Tao wholeheartedly, yet this place ultimately belongs to the Great Way, and we must also obey their commands. Then why not leave the Great Way? Xiao Changyuan shook his head and chuckled. It's not that simple. As cultivators in the lands of the Great Way, we are also under their protection. Leaving the Great Way aside from the various difficulties, the lack of resources alone would be enough to deter anyone. Fighting against others daily and battling with demonic beasts, it is better to secure a corner and plan slowly. Of course, the cost is that we must obey the commands of the Great Way. As long as it is not a command like suicide, our families generally comply. As for loose cultivators, they enjoy freedom and are not bound by restrictions wherever they go. The only thing that drives them is profit. I have heard that the Great Way is expanding its recruitment of celestial officials, and many loose cultivators are joining because of their monthly salary in spirit stones. Su Chuan clasped his fists again and said solemnly, Celestial official, Xiao has resolved a major confusion for me. Xiao Changyuan nodded slightly, recalling the lake earlier, and said, by the way, head of the Su family, while we celestial officials have come in response to the Great Wise call to bring rain and replenish water sources, I am truly powerless regarding the lake that your Su family is excavating. Haha, of course. Su Chuan replied with a smile. I ordered the excavation of the lake simply because after this drought I am concerned in case another drought comes in the future. Head of the Su family, your foresight is remarkable. Though this lake has not yet been fully excavated, I see the scale of it. If it is filled perfectly in the future, even if another drought like this occurs, there will be no issue of water shortage. Just as celestial official Xiao said. Su Chuan replied, as for the matter of filling it, the heavenly Tao has its own rules. The heavens cannot possibly never rain. One day this lake will surely be filled. The rules of heavenly Tao. Xiao Changyuan raised his eyebrows, showing an unexpected expression, and then praised, head of the Su family, your insights are truly extraordinary. A moment later he said, thank you, head of the Su family, for your hospitality. I must now go fulfill my duties. After resolving the water source for your Dongxi village today, I still need to visit other villages. Seeing Xiao Chuan rise, Su Chuan also stood up immediately and clasped his fists, saying, "Celestial official Xiao, I have always been curious about the matters of cultivation. May I observe your spellcasting?" Of course. Xiao Chuan was slightly taken aback, but then found it amusing. Indeed, how many ordinary people are not curious about the matters of spellcasting? After all, it was fortunate to encounter someone as agreeable and cultured as me. Other loose cultivators would likely not agree. Xiao Chuan had a good impression of Su Chuan. He would be stationed in Xinjiang County for a long time, and with the Su family's substantial wealth, he would likely have to interact with them often. After all, leaving the Xiao family to assume the post of celestial official, the Xiao family would likely not provide much further assistance. Moreover, the two locations are thousands of miles apart, making it difficult to support each other. Xiao Chuan arrived at a dry pond that resembled a turtle's back. He gestured with his right hand, channeling his mana within. Suddenly, a green light shot up into the sky. In a moment, dark clouds gathered over the pond, and shortly after, raindrops the size of beans began to fall from the clouds. The area covered by these clouds was very small, limited to the boundaries of the pond. With a splash, the ground of the pond quickly became moist, gradually accumulating water, and the water level began to rise slowly. After a stick of incense, the water gradually decreased until not a single drop of rain fell, and the dark clouds vanished in an instant. Su Chuan observed the spell being cast, feeling it was quite similar to what he had imagined. It seems we need to do this once more to fill this square pond. Then he saw Xiao Chuan pat his waist storage bag, from which a pale blue talisman flew out, hovering before him. He pinched his fingers into a sword gesture, channeling his magical energy, and pointed from a distance. In an instant, the pale blue talisman shot toward the square pond with a whoosh. After the pale blue light burst forth, the dark clouds and rain reappeared. This water-controlling spell is more suitable for cultivation rather than for replenishing water sources. Su Chuan immediately discerned the main purpose of the spell. Replenishing water sources is merely a waste of resources. As long as one controls the amount and area of rain, it can easily satisfy the needs of local crops and orchards. Xiao Chuan concluded the replenishment of the pond's water source and prepared to move on to the next location. Su Chuan continued to accompany him. By the way, Xiao Xingguan, how do you cultivators detect a person's potential for cultivation? Xiao Chuan turned to look at him in surprise, then smiled, and said those with great abilities can easily detect the presence of cultivation potential with a sweep of their divine sense. We can also use our magical energy to closely probe the body for clues. However, this can only roughly confirm potential. For a detailed assessment, specialized detection crystals are required. Master Su soon, the county of Xinjiang, will establish a bureau of immortality responsible for detecting the cultivation potential of its people. Although it won't be free, it shouldn't be a burden for your family. At that time, let the youths of your clan go. But what if my Su family wishes to possess such detection crystals ourselves? Does Xiao Xingguan have a solution? Su Chuan said calmly. Xiao Chuan instantly understood, exclaiming in surprise, so that's the case. Master Zu's ambition is indeed remarkable, entirely unlike an ordinary small family in the county town. While this matter may pose some challenges, it is not without solutions. He glanced around and chuckled. I brought 3 testing crystals to Xinjiang this time. I can spare one. After more than 10 years, you can simply claim that one of them has become ineffective. However, doing so will involve considerable risk for me. Su Chuan remained silent, waiting for him to continue. How about this? If the Su family is willing to pay 100,000 taels, I will transfer one of the testing stones to you. Cultivators require even more resources than martial artists. This time, the Xiao family sent him as an immortal official with limited resources provided. He fundamentally needed to rely on his own means to accumulate more. Simply put, he was left to fend for himself. 100,000 taels was not a trivial amount for him, a small cultivator at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. The costs of testing could not all fall into his pocket. Even if he raised the fees, it wouldn't be by much. If the price were too high, fewer people would come for testing. Moreover, as he gained more colleagues in the future, he would have to share a portion of the profits. 100,000 taels. Su Chuan fell silent, his expression troubled. The Su family had just used 100,000 taels in cash to acquire a large amount of land and forest, hiring over 1,000 people to excavate lakes, which had incurred significant expenses. Now that the drought had not completely passed, the open shops, although already profitable, could not compare to their peak period. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. He almost instantly made a decision, and the reason for his silence was to give Xiao Chuan a false impression. The severe drought affected even the great families. Having witnessed the massive project of the Su family, he believed they could hardly afford such a large sum. Even if they could, it would undoubtedly be a painful sacrifice. After a moment, Su Chuan gritted his teeth and said, if young Master Xiao has one on him at this moment, I will immediately fetch 100,000 taels to trade with you. Haha, coincidentally, I actually have one on me. He patted the gray bag at his waist, and a crystal the size of a fist appeared in his palm. This is the testing crystal. Just place your hand on it for a few breaths, and it will yield results. May I give it a try? Of course. Fugui, come here. Chuan had son Fugui test it, but there was no response. Chuan explained only those with cultivation potential will cause a reaction from the crystal. As he spoke, he pressed his own hand onto it, and the crystal emitted a faint white light. The testing crystal will emit 5 colors of light: gray, white, green, red, and purple, representing the 5 types of cultivation potential. Gray indicates a false spiritual root barely capable of cultivation, but without vast resources, there is no hope of reaching the later stages of chi refinement, and even the mid-stages are very difficult. White light represents mixed spiritual root potential capable of reaching the later stages of chi refinement, but not hopeful for foundation establishment. Green light indicates a true spiritual root with the hope of foundation establishment, but success also depends on luck. As for red light, it indicates Earth's spiritual root potential, which has a considerable chance of reaching foundation establishment and a slim opportunity for golden core. Purple light represents celestial spiritual root, allowing one to enter foundation establishment without any bottlenecks, with a 20-30 chance of forming a golden core, and even higher realms are within reach. Thank you, young Master Xiao, for clarifying. Chuan cupped his hands and then inquired, are there any examples of martial artists transitioning to cultivation? Chuan fell silent for a moment, then sighed. There are indeed such cases. However, I do not recommend it as the efficiency is too low. Let me put it this way, some top families have methods to convert innate true qi into magical energy, but even if a master has perfected their true qi, they can only convert it into the magical energy of the 4th layer of qi refinement. The basic condition for transformation is to reach innate perfection. Only then is there a possibility of becoming a small cultivator at the 1st layer of qi refinement. Of course, all of this has a prerequisite: one must have all 5 elements and possess cultivation potential. Chuan paused, looking at Chuan with a light smile. Master Su, imagine a martial arts genius who starts training at 6 years old. Even if he reaches innate perfection by 30 after the transformation, he would only be at the 1st layer of qi refinement. In contrast, a genius with a true spiritual root who starts cultivating at the same age would likely have reached the later stages of qi refinement by 30. The difference between them is staggering. Cultivators, like martial artists, are also affected by age in their cultivation speed, but not to the extent that martial artists are. In terms of direct confrontation, a perfected master is roughly equivalent to a 9th layer qi refinement cultivator, while an innate perfection martial artist is comparable to a 5th layer qi refinement cultivator. So tell me, which master would be willing to waste their cultivation to become a 4th layer qi refinement cultivator? Today, listening to young Master Xiao's insights has truly broadened my horizons. Please wait a moment, I will go retrieve the silver. Both parties were quite satisfied with the transaction. After finishing matters in Dongxi village, Chuan stayed at the Su family for a night before heading to other villages the next day. Chuan naturally welcomed him, treating him with the best food and drink. The Su family is indeed remarkable. The discipline is strict, and the clan's youths are also self-disciplined. In decades, or even a century, they may hope to relocate to the prefectural city for development. As an immortal official, Chuan needed to stay in Xinjiang County for a long period, until his cultivation reached at least the 5th layer of qi refinement. Alone in the outside world, the help the Xiao family could offer him was indeed limited. Thus, he was even more determined to befriend the Su family. The next day, Chuan saw Chuan off. Upon returning to the hall, Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and others were present. Is there something you need? Chuan directed his gaze at them. Su Mingshu stepped forward with a smile. Father, I heard you bought a testing crystal for cultivation potential. Shueji wants to give it a try. Chuan scanned the others. Aside from Su Mingwei, they were all quite curious about their own cultivation potential. You all need not concern yourselves with this matter. Wait until you reach innate perfection, then we can discuss it. Focus on cultivating martial arts, and do not be greedy. Why not? Isn't it just a test? Su Mingyuan and the others looked disappointed. Chuan did not respond, looking at Su Mingwei, handing him the box containing the testing crystal. In a few days, arrange for someone to see if anyone in our Su family has cultivation potential aside from these few. If so, their family can become a vassal family, enjoying the same status as the Chuan, and by families, while they themselves will receive focused training from the Su family. Understood, father. Then Chuan left the hall with his hands behind his back. Su Mingyuan and the others gathered around Su Mingwei, asking incessantly. Su Mingwei felt the pressure but dared not reveal anything, only sternly admonishing, this matter concerns the core secrets of the Su family. Those who are not innate cannot know. If you want to know, devote yourself to martial arts. When someone reaches innate perfection, I will disclose the secrets of the Su family to him. The secrets of the Su family. This immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. Then I'm at a disadvantage. Su Mingyuan scratched his head, feeling a bit anxious. Without Su Mingwei's talent coupled with the burden of family development, It was hard to say whether he could reach innate perfection. Second brother, I'm going to practice. Xiaobai, let's go. Su Mingshu leaped onto the back of the white tiger and left the hall as well. Su Mingxian had also disappeared without a trace. These guys. Su Mingyuan felt increasingly frustrated. Su Mingwei looked helpless, just then a voice reached his ears. Yuan, come to my study. Upon receiving Su Chuan's instructions, Su Mingwei revealed the Su family secret of entering the Dao through martial arts to Su Mingyuan. Do we have anyone among us who possesses cultivation potential? Can the innate 5 elements transformation art complete our deficient spiritual roots, allowing us to possess all 5 elements and embark on the path of immortality? Can cultivation potential be enhanced to true spiritual root potential? Su Mingyuan felt as though countless thunderbolts had struck him, his dark pupils reflecting disbelief and shock. Yuan, this secret must be kept in your heart. It should not be discussed with anyone who is unaware. Even revealing a hint of it could bring disaster to our Su family. Before the family truly grows stronger, we must remain low-key and try not to reveal our strength in front of others. Yes, elder brother. Su Mingyuan understood the seriousness of the matter, his expression gravely serious, yet his heart brimmed with excitement. After all, it was about cultivating immortality. Another half-month passed. After the Immortal officials' intervention, the water resources in the counties of Yuehu Prefecture had been alleviated, but it was only temporary. The drought persisted, albeit somewhat alleviated compared to previous months. Not long after, each county issued a conscription decree clearly stating that money could not be used as a substitute. Families with 2 male members over the age of 13 must have one enlist. Moreover, for each additional person, the family would receive 20 dough of rice and 3 taels of silver as a subsidy. Clearly, this decree targeted the commoners. Many wealthy merchants in Xinjiang County rushed to the county office to seek clarification, wondering if there were any circumvention methods. However, the county magistrate stated there was no room for negotiation. The Bureau of Immortality would be responsible for oversight. If any officials were found to be corrupt in this matter, the Immortal officials had the right to arrest them and strip them of their official status and records. The Su family soon received this news. In the Su family hall. Father, what should our family do about the conscription? This decree seems too strict to escape. Su Mingyuan's expression was somewhat heavy. Moreover, according to the information I've received, this war is no trivial matter, it's a matter of life and death. As the head of the family, father cannot take risks lightly. This family cannot do without you. Elder brother, you are the heir of the Su family. If anything happens to you, who will father pass on the position of family head to? I believe second brother can also lead the Su family well. Elder brother, you are the Su family's heir. If anything happens to you, who will father pass on the position of family head to? I believe second brother can also lead the Su family well. I can't do it. Without your strength, I can't deter other families. I might even become a target for them, and everyone will want to tear off a piece. So I'm going. I already have the strength of a second-rate martial artist. Second brother, I'm also a second-rate martial artist. In terms of combat, I'm even better than you. Besides, I don't have to manage such a large family business like you. This family cannot do without you, so I am the most suitable to go. I will go. Su Mingshu declared with Xiaobai around. I can fight and run. Right, Xiaobai? Roar the white tiger echoed as usual, but it did not understand what going to battle meant. I will go. Su Mingxian stated flatly, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Bai Jing looked at them both, proud and pained. None of the children shirked their responsibilities, and not a single one suggested that Su Chuan should go to battle. One drought is not enough. Now they want people to go to war. What kind of world is this? Bai Jing lamented, lowering her head to wipe her tears. The 5 siblings argued endlessly, each vying to volunteer. Enough. Su Chuan suddenly spoke. Su Mingwei and the others looked at their father, who maintained a calm demeanor without any change in emotion. Xueji Yin knew the decree clearly states that it must be males aged 13 and above. What are you two making a fuss about? Shidu Yuan, you both have your own burdens to bear. Do you expect me to take care of your affairs for you? Both felt somewhat ashamed and lowered their heads. I told you I am the most suitable. Su Mingxian grinned. Tantu, third brother. The others' expressions were solemn and grave, as the battlefield was a path fraught with peril. This farewell might separate them forever. Su Chuan gazed at Su Mingxuan, memories of his birth flashing through his mind. Tantu, will you blame father? Never. Su Chuan nodded with reassurance. For you, I only have 2 pieces of advice. Always trust your instincts and live to come back to see father. Yes, father. Then Su Chuan continued, I estimate that many others in our Su family will also enlist, such as the Niu Li Ji, Bai Hui, and others. Shidi, you are in charge of the statistics. Our Su family will not allow anyone to be a coward. Those who defy this will be expelled from the Su family. Days passed by. The conscription officials arrived in Dongxi village, and Su Mingxuan, Li Ji, Chen Daniu, Bai Hui, and others all signed up. On the second day after the festival, all summoned youths, young men, and middle-aged men gathered outside the southern city gate of Xinjiang County, led by soldiers to the border with Dalian. Countless parents or children went to bid farewell amidst a cacophony of cries. Don't be too conspicuous. Remember to keep a low profile. Don't reveal all your strength in front of others. Trust your instincts. Come back alive to see me, to see your mother, and to see your siblings. Chuan placed his hand on his shoulder, and witnessing such a scene made him unable to help but ramble. Bai Jing stepped forward, grasping Su Mingxuan's hand, tears brimming in her eyes, and said, "Write often, and remember that your life is paramount. Learn from your father. Sometimes it's essential to endure and stay low-key." Third brother, come back alive. Su Mingxu and Su Mingxian spoke in unison, their eyes filled with reluctance. Tan-tu, come back alive. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan also gazed at Su Mingxuan, their eyes revealing their unwillingness to part. Su Mingxian nodded heavily, tears welling up in his eyes. He wiped the corners of his eyes and smiled broadly, saying, "I originally didn't want to cry as it's considered unlucky, but now that you all say this, I can't help it." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Eldest brother, second brother, the Su family is entrusted to you. By the way, second brother, I hope when I return I can see a nephew or niece." "When you come back, I will definitely let you hold one," Su Mingyuan replied. Shui Jiyan knew practice diligently. "Third brother hopes that by the time I return you will both be innate warriors. Father, mother, take care of your health." Scenes of farewell unfolded in every corner at the city gate. Until the sound of the army's horn echoed and the troops departed, everyone returned home. "Did you all hear that?" Su Chuan watched the army gradually fade away and said softly, "When Tan-tu returns, we must present him with a brand new powerful Su family." "Understood, father." This journey may take years, and the Su family still needs to operate normally. A month later, the small lake project in Dongxi village was completed. The Su family had not discovered any talents with the aptitude for cultivation. The testing spirit stones were temporarily sealed away, but the people tested were unaware of the purpose. The main house instructed them, and they complied. 2 more days passed. On the second day of the second month, the dragon raised its head. Today's divination, auspicious today at the hour of the dog, heavenly rain descends. Finally it rained. The heavens are raining. We can survive. Regardless of whether in the village or the county, countless people stepped out of their homes, singing and dancing in the rain, celebrating loudly. The cheers echoed for miles. In the following days, the rain continued intermittently, lasting at least 6 or 7 hours each day. It seemed as if the heavens wanted to restore all that had previously evaporated to the land of Yuehu County. Su Chuan had people prepare for flood prevention, diverting water from the farmland and orchards to prevent flooding. The water in the small lake continued to rise. It was only after 10 days that this rain finally ceased. After the drought, most fields and forests had no crops, so there would be no further losses. The Su family's drainage was timely, and they suffered no damage. As for the subsequent handling of the flooded fields, it would take some time, but it would not affect the upcoming busy farming season. Su Chuan began instructing Su Mingwei to collect a large amount of translucent white cloth to experiment with greenhouse planting, aiming to increase rice yield and achieve 2 seasons of planting. All the rice fields east of Dongxi village belonged to the Su family, forming a continuous stretch that accounted for 70%. The remaining 30% to the west belonged to other commoners. This is only temporary. Perhaps it won't be long before the entire Dongxi is entirely under the Su family's ownership. Nearby villages also had a large number of rice and farmland belonging to the Su family. For convenience, the Su family purchased land in contiguous sections. The rice fields, farmland, and forests combined totaled tens of thousands of acres. The Su family had previously recruited many returning refugees, and during the small lake project, several were also retained by the Su family, so there wouldn't be a shortage of manpower. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. The Su family is well regarded and has weathered the drought safely, drawing many commoners' admiration. However, the Su family does not accept just anyone. Those skilled in agriculture are accepted, those adept in management and business are accepted, those with martial skills are accepted, and those with special skills are accepted. Moreover, a character assessment is also required. If they cannot pass this hurdle, even a top-notch warrior will not be hired. Additionally, during busy farming seasons, the Su family will also recruit commoners as temporary workers to alleviate many ordinary people's livelihood challenges. With time, the commerce of Xinjiang began to gradually recover, showing signs of vibrant life. The Su family had prepared early. Shops like Zuyunju Qianjin Fang Tiniage Yangxiang Kikila and Baichao Xian were all thriving. Everything was in full supply. Other families had yet to fully recover, often facing shortages. The Longxiang Martial Arts Hall reopened, and the Su family school in Dongxi village echoed with the sounds of students reading. Su Mingxu and Su Mingxian both stayed at home to cultivate on their own, no longer going to the martial arts hall. Day and night, they persevered. Only because Su Mingxian said, "I hope to see them as innate warriors when I return." 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Su family had already begun cultivating seedlings for late rice. In late July, they would start harvesting early rice and transplanting late rice. Su Mingwei engaged in daily cultivation and managed family affairs. Su Mingyuan oversaw the various industries of the Su family, made plans and layouts, and found time to cultivate. As for Su Chuan, he finally completed the research on the 5 elements, returning to origin medicinal cuisine in October, which was a unique, innately medicinal dish of the Su family developed in conjunction with the innate 5 elements transformation art. It could nearly double the cultivation speed. According to Su Chuan's estimate, he would require about 12 to 13 years to cultivate the innate 5 elements transformation art to perfection, but now within 5 to 6 years, he could hope to complete the 5 elements. As for purifying the spiritual roots, as long as he continued to cultivate this technique, he could achieve the qualification of true spiritual roots. However, if he switched to the path of cultivation too early, he would lose the efficacy of purifying the spiritual roots. Unless one's cultivation aptitude is already above the true spiritual root level, it would be a loss. Although Su Mingwei stepped into the innate realm before him, Su Chuan estimated he would be slightly slower since he lacked the destiny talent for assisted cultivation. Father, could this 5 elements returning to origin medicinal cuisine be? Su Mingwei looked at the recipe Su Chuan handed him and instantly thought of the innate 5 elements transformation art. Just as you thought, Su Chuan said lightly. This is a medicinal cuisine specifically formulated to complement the innate 5 elements transformation art. 1 serving per day. Each serving of medicinal materials costs 50 taels in total. Hiss, Su Mingwei gasped. This expense is indeed substantial. The 2 of us will spend 3,000 taels in a month. Tisk, even the great families in the county city only provide a few people at best. I have also reclaimed 30 acres of medicinal fields near Bihan Pond, all used to grow the necessary medicinal materials. Once these grow, it will be easier, and we can be self-sufficient. Later, I will research some common innate medicinal cuisines and master medicinal cuisines to continuously produce innate and master warriors for the family. Thank you for your hard work, Father. During this period, he had been mostly at Bihan Pond, only returning at night. He also discovered that his presence seemed to affect the growth rate of surrounding trees and herbs, at least improving it by nearly 10%. Su Chuan speculated that it might be influenced by the 2 destiny talents, Shinong Baichao and Tiandao Chochin. If in the future a Qingdi Muhuang talent were to appear, what effect would that have? Speaking of which, the day after tomorrow is Ai Yuan's wedding day. How has that boy been lately? Su Chuan asked, suddenly remembering. Ai Yuan, he seems a bit nervous. Su Mingwei thought for a moment and chuckled. After all, he has only met that girl from the Wu family once. Su Chuan recalled the nervous expression he had seen and also laughed, saying, once he marries her, they can take their time to get to know each other. Feelings will surely develop over time. However, the Wu family has quite the appetite, asking for 50% of Zuyunju's profits for 10 years. Su Mingwei expressed some displeasure. Let the Wu family be happy for now. 5 years from now, Xinjiang will undoubtedly be the territory of our Su family. The wedding of the Su family was bustling with excitement. Unlike the previous Yang family, the Wu family had rooted themselves in Xinjiang County for 200 years, their foundation deep, and their branches flourishing with relatives outnumbering those of the Su family. Su Mingyuan led the entourage to fetch the bride, while Su Mingwei did not attend. Now all family affairs of the Su family were under his management, leaving only the transfer of the family head's authority. However, Su Mingshu and Su Mingxian both accompanied him. This time Su Mingshu did not ride the white tiger, but rode a horse with Su Mingxian. The bride fetching went very smoothly, but for some reason Su Mingshu was entangled by a little chubby boy from the Wu family's in-laws. He looked around 14 or 15 years old. Su Mingshu naturally taught him a harsh lesson. The little chubby boy was very angry and wanted to have the servants catch her and take her back, but the servants were not as reckless as their young master. The only legitimate daughter of the Su family, a precious pearl. Showered with love, she even had a rare white tiger mount. Who would dare to provoke her? If they harmed Su Mingshu today, both the Wu and Su families would not let them live. And disobeying their young master's orders would only result in a beating at most. They could tell right from wrong. How dare you disregard my orders? You'll pay for this when I return. The little chubby boy ran away angrily. What kind of stray dogs dare to plot against me? Su Mingshu scoffed disdainfully. Su Mingyuan chuckled. Stray dogs are hardly fitting. He is the nephew of the head of the Wu family, coming from the wealthy Zhu family, rich beyond measure. Indeed, he is rather rotund, Su Mingxian stated earnestly. Haha, Yan Nu is right. He wishes to marry you, Su Mingshu, but he has no chance. I believe father would be reluctant to let you marry. Of course, Su Mingshu blinked playfully and smiled. I am father's little darling, he. After fetching the bride, the Su family returned smoothly to the Su family in Dongxi village. They held the wedding ceremony. They bowed to heaven and earth, and the couple's love was unquestionable. They bowed to the elders, wishing them longevity and happiness. Then the grand feast commenced. Mrs. Zhu learned that her son wished to marry Su Mingshu and praised his good taste. She even mentioned it to Bai Jing during the banquet. Bai Jing likely knew about her younger son's situation and directly declined, stating that Su Chuan dotes on Su Mingshu and wants her to stay by his side for a few more years. Mrs. Zhu understood clearly, putting on a smiling face only to turn and speak ill of the Su family to her elder brother. Elder brother, the Su family really thinks too highly of themselves. My finger has taken a liking to the Su family's daughter, yet he was ridiculed. You are Finger's uncle, you must stand up for him. The head of the Wu family glanced at Mrs. Zhu. Su Mingshu, is it? She's a fine girl, spirited and impressive. If my family marries her, then we would also marry into her family, strengthening our ties further. The Wu family was quite wary of the Su family's strength. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to conflict with them. Elder brother, we are discussing Finger here. How come you are interested in her? What is your son's situation? Marrying any ordinary family's daughter would suffice. Does Su Mingshu even match his worth? Elder brother. All right, you should return now. The head of the Wu family issued the order to leave, and Mrs. Zhu had no choice but to depart from the Wu family. However, Su Mingshu is indeed outstanding. There are few who are worthy of her, perhaps only the third son's child, Wu Yudao. At 15, he already possessed the strength of a second-rate warrior, and by 18, he was expected to become a first-rate warrior, possibly reaching the peak of the acquired stage by his early 20s. He could seek several qi induction pills in the county city before turning 25, allowing him to step into the innate realm. Such talent, compared to the direct descendants of the aristocratic families in the county city, is hardly inferior. It seems he would be able to marry Su Chuan's daughter. However, the head of the Wu family did not expect that his third brother would go to the Su family to propose marriage, only to return with Wu Yudao. Upon inquiry, it turned out that Wu Yudao had a contest with Su Mingshu. Not only did he lose, but he also accidentally injured his vital part. Although that part was ultimately preserved, the physician said it would be difficult for him to have descendants in the future. The head of the Wu family, while angry, was also alarmed. His family's most talented descendant in a century was outmatched by a girl from the Su family. What about the other male members of the family aside from Su Mingwei? Could they also be hiding their talents? Even if it is overthinking, one must be prepared in advance. That night, he invited the heads of the Fong Wang, He, and Chao families to discuss joining forces to suppress the Su family. But it was already too late. The Su family's foundation in Xinjiang had already been established. Tens of thousands of acres of farmland with crops and flowers in all seasons were sufficient for self-sufficiency. Drunken Cloud Inn and Golden Thousand Workshop were both industry leaders. Unless they drastically lowered prices and engaged in a price war, it would be hard to seize their momentum. However, even if they did so, the Su family remained unfazed. The Su family's products were of high quality. Initially, they might lose a large number of customers, but after 10 days or half a month, those customers would return on their own. Moreover, after comparing both sides, it only strengthened their resolve to choose the Su family shops. The five great families tried desperately to suppress them, yet the Su family's momentum only grew stronger. They had once joined forces to destroy the Su family's fields, yet unexpectedly none of the people sent out returned, indicating that they must have been killed by the Su family. Such matters could naturally not be reported to the government. Even if they did, if a thief invaded the Su family and was killed on the spot, the government could do nothing. It would further expose their ugly faces and affect their reputation in Xinjiang. The following year, the Su family expanded into the markets of 5 surrounding counties, establishing industries like Drunken Cloud Inn and Golden Thousand Workshop. The 5 great families could no longer suppress them. In just 1 year, the wealth accumulated by the Su family reached the profit accumulation of several years for the 5 great families. In May of that year, Su Mingyuan and Wu Rushan had a daughter named Su Dehang. In August of the same year, Su Mingwei and Yang Ronghua had a son named Su Duan. In the 3rd year, the Su family's guards had grown to a scale of 300. There were hundreds of house servants and maids and 500 or 600 laborers. The selection process for the guard team was very strict. At least they had to be second-rate warriors to join with 20, forming a patrol team, and the team leader must be a second-rate warrior. 5 teams made 1 regiment. The regiment leader must be a first-rate warrior to serve in that position. As for the overall leader of the guard team, it was a peak-acquired warrior. This was the current situation. In 10 or more years, it would likely require an innate warrior to lead the Su family's guard team. In the 4th year, under the full cultivation of the Su family, Su Mingxian reached the peak of the acquired stage, while Su Mingshu and Su Mingyuan were still a bit behind. This was all thanks to the simplified version of the innate medicinal diet formula that Su Chuan developed later, which was twice as effective as the previously secret medicinal diet. Otherwise, it would have taken another 2 or 3 years to reach this level of martial arts. This was already the limit of the acquired medicinal diet. No matter how potent the effects, it would be harmful to acquired warriors. However, this medicinal diet also had its drawbacks. It required the physical quality of a second-rate warrior to start taking it, otherwise, if a non-warrior took it, they might suffer from ruptured meridians and die. Based on this, Chuan developed 3 secret medicinal diets. The first one is for those below third-rate warriors capable of solidifying their foundation and opening their acupoints quickly. The second one is for those below second-rate warriors also solidifying their foundation and additionally improving physical quality. The third one is the previous pseudo-innate medicinal diet. With these 3 medicinal diets cultivated, the training speed of the Su family's descendants in the acquired stage will greatly increase. For those with ordinary talents like Chuan who would only have a chance to become a first-rate warrior after 30, there is hope to reach the peak of acquired stage in their early 20s. Su Mingwei diligently practiced the innate 5 elements transformation art for 4 years. He has now reached the pinnacle of the late innate stage, just 1 step away from completing his spiritual roots. The speed was much faster than Chuan had imagined. Su family. Nanshan courtyard, left corridor of the courtyard. Su Mingwei and Yang Ronghua watched Su Daizhao, who was squatting in the yard practicing basic fist techniques. Madam, did you not receive any news from your father-in-law after you wrote to him half a month ago? Su Zhao is 6 years old and should begin his martial training now. Yang Ronghua looked at Su Mingwei, also sighing helplessly. The Yang family is different from the Su family. It's not a one-man show. The head of the family has great authority, but there is also an elder council to supervise. Last time we merely borrowed something to test the bloodline, but this time it concerns the family's inherited martial arts being leaked out. The major families in the county town are extremely secretive about their inherited martial arts. If leaked and known by other families, it is easy to uncover weaknesses and target them. Su Mingwei sighed as well, looking at Su Dezhao. Having squatted for a long time, Su Dezhao's face was already covered in fine sweat, yet he showed no sign of stopping. I am not coveting the Yang family's inherited martial arts, but I simply want the best for Zhao. I do not wish to waste his talent. With his aptitude combined with the secret medicinal cuisine of the Su family, he might have hopes of entering the innate stage by 16. Yang Ronghua also knew the potency of the Su family's secret medicinal cuisine. A Yuan Xueji and Yun Nu have made rapid progress in recent years, all thanks to it. However, she kept this information tightly guarded. Su Mingwei had told her not to speak of the Su family's medicinal cuisine to outsiders, nor to reveal the strength of a Yuan and Xueji. Even with the Yang family, it was the same. Yang Ronghua felt a sense of guilt and softly said, "Husband, I am truly useless." Not at all. Su Mingwei took her delicate hand and rubbed it, saying, "I know well what kind of nature the families have. They do not value daughters who marry out. Even if your father cherishes you, his authority is ultimately limited. The Su family is still young, and after all different from the Yang family." Yang Ronghua nestled into Su Mingwei's embrace. "There are 2 months until the second half of the year. If things don't work out, I will have no choice but to let Zhao practice other martial arts. Behanton. Chuan was cultivating here. Besides him, Su Mingshu and Su Mingxian were also mostly accompanying Chuan. The black iron fruit tree had now grown to 3 or 4 zhang high. Its dark green trunk could be embraced by a single person, with oval-shaped leaves growing dozens of fist-sized black iron fruits resembling tomatoes. A white tiger nearly a zhang long lay sideways under the tree, occasionally opening its eyes to gaze at the fruits above its eyes, revealing a gluttonous gleam. The black iron fruits began to bear fruit last year. Chuan fed several fruits to the white tiger, and it soon grew fond of them. Over the next 3 months, it devoured all the black iron fruits. One day, the white tiger surprisingly began to exhale moonlight, drawing upon the surrounding powers of heaven and earth. In simple terms, it transformed from a fierce beast into a demon beast. Though merely a demon beast at the initial stage of qi cultivation, its body transformed, its aura becoming more intimidating, its fur toughening, and its claws extending nearly a foot, greatly enhancing its lethality. Moreover, with that terrifying strength, even warriors at the initial innate stage were no match for the white tiger. It was only through its transformation that the white tiger's body had reached nearly a zhang in size. Chuan was greatly astonished, speculating that the black iron fruits were originally meant for otherworldly beasts and demon beasts, perhaps possessing the ability to promote bloodline transformation. Its effects are maximized for non-demon beasts achieving bloodline transformation. As for how much it affects demon beasts, it remains uncertain. Fortunately, the white tiger had long been tamed. Even after becoming a demon beast at the initial qi cultivation stage, it showed no inclination to harm the Su family. In fact, due to its increased intelligence, it could better distinguish between members of the Su family and non-members. It could understand some simple words spoken by those other than Su Mingshu. In the bamboo house, Chuan sat cross-legged on a mat, looking inward at himself, as if observing the 5 mountains. The liver was born of Fusang, with the heart burned with southern Ming fire, the spleen congealed with Kunlun earth, the lungs hung like the Tai Bai sword, and the kidneys surged with the northern abyss. The 5-colored qi flowed continuously among the 5 organs, circulating endlessly. Then it penetrated the acupoints throughout the body, reaching the limbs and bones, eventually surging into the spiritual platform. Suddenly, Su Chuan's body trembled slightly, and 5-colored light seemed to emanate from his entire being. The 5 qi converged towards the source, reaching a state of profound mystery. He could be heard softly chanting, "The 5 elements rotate and create transformation. The innate qi penetrates the chaos. The form and spirit unite and participate in the mysterious, returning to the origin and validating eternal life." Haha, I finally made it. Su Chuan couldn't contain his joy and burst into laughter. His voice rang like a great bell, causing the branches and leaves of the black iron fruit tree to sway, producing a rustling sound. The white tiger turned its head to look at the bamboo house, then quickly lost interest and turned back. Su Mingshu and Su Mingxian, who were practicing outside the bamboo house, stopped their movements, looked towards the bamboo house, and then walked to the door in unison. "Father, what happened?" Su Mingshu asked with concern. "It's nothing, just a minor breakthrough." Feeling joyful, I laughed a few times. "You may continue your training." The two left the bamboo house and continued their cultivation. Inside the bamboo house, Su Chuan was filled with endless joy, yet also displayed a look of sentiment. Having come to this world for over 40 years, being cautious and persevering to survive, acting low-key, he finally forged the foundation for eternal life. Martial arts cannot lead to eternal life. Only the path of immortality can be glimpsed. However, those with the aptitude for cultivation are exceedingly rare. In the entire Xinjiang County, even after 4 years since the establishment of the Immortal office, no one has been found to possess the aptitude for cultivation, which made Xiao Changyuan lament the desolation of this place. Su Chuan took out the testing crystal and pressed his hand on it. After familiarizing himself, the surface of the crystal emitted a white light. Mixed spiritual root aptitude. The innate 5 elements transformation art is indeed profound, defying the heavens and creating transformation. Now that it has been completed, it reveals mixed spiritual root aptitude. Now he had cultivated this technique to perfection. To purify his spiritual roots, he could only continue to gather the power of the 5 elements, repeatedly accumulating little by little and seizing transformation. He was the pioneer of this path for the Su family, paving the way for his descendants. After resting for a while, Su Chuan stepped out of the bamboo house. With his spiritual roots awakened, he became more sensitive to the surrounding powers of heaven and earth, namely the spiritual energy. How thin it is. It must be even scarcer in other places. No wonder cultivators are mostly gathered around major county towns or the imperial city. Those places must have spiritual veins. Even if they are not main veins, they surely have branch veins. However, the Dawei dynasty spans a large area, and some lofty mountains, wild marshes, rivers, and lakes might also possess spiritual veins, but they are simply unsuitable for large populations of humans to inhabit. Though Su Chuan had reached the consummate innate stage, the strongest combat power of the Su family remained Su Mingwei. He looked at the white tiger under the black iron fruit tree, secretly pondering, "Perhaps I can send Shirtu to catch a few young, otherworldly beasts back. With Shui Jis talent for communication with beasts, they can be tamed for our use. Moreover, with the black iron fruit tree, there is a chance for them to become demon beasts. In a decade or so, they could become the family's demon beasts, and the lifespan of demon beasts far exceeds that of cultivators at the same level. Just that white tiger alone, even if it doesn't progress much later, could probably live for 200 or 300 years. In terms of lifespan, cultivators at the same level cannot compare to demon beasts. At the border of the Great Wei Empire, the biting wind whipped up yellow sands, sweeping across the cracked desert like a furious tide. The vast land, stark and desolate, had little greenery. Beneath 2 black peaks resembling camel humps, large patches of gray-green tents were stationed. This is the military camp of the Great Wei. The camp is divided into 4 main sections labeled A, B, C, and D. Su Mingxian resides in Section D, having secured the position of a squad leader commanding 50 soldiers. Initially thought to be a simple border battle, it was soon revealed that the conflict arose due to the discovery of a mysterious iron ore mine in the borderlands between the Great Wei and the Great Liang. The 2 nations erupted into war over the precious mineral resources. Currently, the Great Wei holds the upper hand, having occupied the mine, yet the Great Liang's army has not given up, frequently launching surprise attacks. The mysterious iron ore is an excellent material for forging mundane weapons. It can also serve as a material for the magical tools of cultivators. Within the Great Wei, some speculate that the mine is substantial and might contain a certain amount of mother ore. The mother ore of mysterious iron is rare and can be used as a material for foundation establishment tools. A few members of the Su family are now scattered throughout the military camp. The camp has strict rules. Even during breaks, one cannot leave their designated area. Thus, over the years, Su Mingxian has only seen Li Ji and Chen Daniu. They are both in Section B. Chen Daniu is still a soldier under Li Ji's command. Had it not been for a chance encounter during a mining operation, Su would still be unaware of this. Each day involves mining starting at the hour of Chuan, departing 3/4 into the hour, and returning at the hour of Yu. It is quite similar to the labor of ordinary commoners. Except for the frenzied battles of the first year after the Great Way secured, the mine battles erupt only once every 2 to 3 months. Through numerous battles, and with occasional medicinal meals sent from the Su family, Su Mingxian has now reached the pinnacle of the postnatal stage. However, in the eyes of outsiders, he is merely a second-rate peak, close to first-rate status. Now it is already the 4th year since Su Mingxian arrived here. On the 3rd day of the 4th month, he mused, it should be springtime and blooming in Qingjiang County by now. Rarely Su Mingxian did not practice his punches, but instead gazed up at the new moon hanging in the indigo sky, a deep longing evident in his eyes. The border is desolate. The chill of late winter has yet to dissipate, and the great Weiss flag flutters in the midnight wind. I wonder how my father and mother are doing. Are they in good health? My elder brother must have grown even stronger. I wonder if he has had a second child with my sister-in-law. My second brother must have gotten married. Is he so busy that he cannot even practice martial arts? If he neglects his training, he might get scolded by our father. Su Mingxian smiled slightly. I should be able to see the children of my second brother and sister-in-law when I return. And what about Xueji? For years have passed, I wonder how much she has grown. Is Yun Nu still as cold and proud as ever? And what about the Su family? Thinking of this, he quickly chuckled at himself and shook his head. I am just worrying for nothing. With my father, elder brother, and second brother around, the Su family will certainly thrive. In 4 years, we will surely surpass the Wu family and become the foremost family in Qingjiang County. The next day, it was time for the usual mining work. On the 3rd day, it was the usual mining work. On the 6th day, it was a rest day to breathe in and comprehend the power of heaven and earth. During leisure time, he drank and chatted with the soldiers, mostly about women and future lives. Most dreamed of returning home to become landowners, marrying several wives, and having sons and daughters to carry on the family line. Captain Su, what kind of woman do you like? You look quite young. You probably haven't married yet, right? Around the campfire, a dozen soldiers sat around Su Mingxian. Good wine was scarce in the camp. Only during breaks could they drink a few sips, and they took turns passing the cup. Not yet, Su Mingxian replied with a faint smile. The Su family had strict teachings, and as the family prospered, his brothers were busy practicing martial arts, making it impossible for them to indulge in pleasures. If such matters were to reach Su Chuan, he might break their legs. Haha, Captain Su surely has never even tasted a woman. You must have been around 14 or 15 when you came here, right? Your family often sends things. This wine is extraordinary and must be quite expensive. Your family background must be quite good. It's hard to believe you haven't tasted the flavor of a woman. Truly a rare gem among young masters. How about I give you some guidance? When looking for women, go for the well-endowed ones. I prefer those who are fair-skinned and long-legged. I like those who are curvy. I enjoy those who are tight. I relish the feeling of cutting through the thorns. Cutting through the thorns. Do you think you're going to war? I just like those who are wild and uninhibited. Ha ha. Every time this topic arose, they all perked up, excitement coursing through them like wolves, each eager to share their preferences while trying to persuade others. Stop, stop, stop. We're talking about Captain Su here. Why are you all getting so worked up? Lao Mo interrupted the chaotic chatter, turning to Su Mingxuan while the others looked on curiously. So you really want to know? Yes. Curious, huh? Very curious. Actually, I don't know either, ha ha, Lao Mo said. Captain Su, we are all men brothers who have been to battle. What's there that can't be said? Don't you agree? Yeah, Lao Mo is right, someone chimed in. Su Mingxian said with a wry smile, but I truly don't know. I wasn't born a young master. My Su family only became prosperous later, and life improved, leading to many servants and maids at home. But my family has strict rules, and none of my brothers have any concubines or maidservants. Oh, I even less so. Most of my time has been spent training in martial arts. Seeing Su Mingxian speak so seriously, they no longer pressed the issue, instead feeling sympathetic. No wonder you are younger than us, yet are our captain. This time the conscription was strict, and many young masters were sent by their families to enlist. Generally, prominent families would have their offspring train in martial arts, but few possess true determination, perseverance, or talent. Many barely qualify as third-rate martial artists in their 20s. Most just rely on their family getting by. If only I had the diligence of Captain Su back, then perhaps my family wouldn't have given up on me and sent me to join the army. Well, in the Whaleyong War, the chances of survival were slim. Most who were sent to the army were cannon fodder. All right, it's getting late. We need to mine again tomorrow. Let's all rest early. One by one, the soldiers began to return to their tents. Squad leaders could share tents with soldiers or apply for a separate small tent. Su Mingxian lived in a small tent. After returning, he sat cross-legged, practicing breathing techniques and comprehending the power of heaven and earth. All warriors who reach the pinnacle of the postnatal stage must go through this phase. However, the power of heaven and earth is profoundly mysterious. Without a complete spiritual root, it is quite difficult to comprehend. Many postnatal martial artists may never have the opportunity to break through in their lifetime. Some, however, may complete the process of drawing qi into their bodies within 3 to 4 months, stepping into the innate stage. After several days of mining, both peaks are nearly exhausted. Clang! Su Mingxuan's iron pick struck something, producing a crisp sound that jolted his hands. What is this? Is it mysterious iron, or something's not right? Su Mingxian quickly realized that the exposed stone skin emitted a silvery sheen. The Xian iron essence stone should gleam black instead. I have dug up a few pieces before. In the Wei army camp, more than half of the people were mining, but it was difficult to excavate, and it was impossible for them to be connected in large pieces. Thus, it was normal for them to mine for several days without any yield. Let's dig it out first. Su Mingxian thought for a moment and began to gently tap around to confirm the edges of the ore. Is it palm-sized? It feels a bit small. Su Mingxian muttered a couple of times and started digging. Strange, why is this small piece of, or so heavy? It must weigh several hundred jin. This is an opportunity. A thought flashed through Su Mingxuan's mind. It must be reported. Although the ore was not large and easy to carry, it was difficult to take it out. Su Mingxian instructed Lao Mo and the others to continue their work while he returned to the army camp and went to the camp of the captain. Any captain was a congenital warrior. As for the general, someone like him, a small team leader, basically had no qualifications to meet him. Captain Gu, Su Mingxian requests to see you, Su Mingxian shouted outside the tent. Su Mingxian. Captain Gu recalled that he was someone he personally selected to serve as a small team leader under his command. Come in. Su Mingxian walked into the tent and bowed respectfully. What is it? Speak up, Captain Gu said, calmly continuing to handle his affairs. Su Mingxian held the ore with both hands and said, I found a peculiar ore at Shuang Tua Peak suspected to be a premium Xian iron essence stone. Quick, let me see. Upon hearing this, Captain Gu's heart trembled, and he said immediately. Su Mingxian stepped forward and placed the silver gray ore on his desk. After examining it closely, he suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, it is Xian iron essence mother. I didn't expect the first piece of Xian iron essence mother to be dug out under my command. Truly blessed by the heavens. Come, follow me to see the general. On the way, Su Mingxian curiously asked, May I ask, Captain, what is Xian iron essence mother? It's no harm telling you. You all know about Xian iron essence stone. It is the material for forging treasure weapons, and it can barely be related to the magical artifacts of immortal masters. However, Xian iron essence mother is completely the material needed for immortal masters' magical artifacts. A Xian iron essence stone mine may not produce even a single piece of Xian iron essence mother. Su Mingxuan, you have made a great contribution. Su Mingxian clasped his fists and said, It's all thanks to Captain. How could I dare claim credit? Captain Gu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing his understanding of the situation. Don't worry, I will commend you. The merit of this first piece of Xian iron essence mother is considerable. Of first-class merit is definitely achievable. With this merit, when the war is over, you can completely ask for a martial arts hall back home. By the way, which county are you from? Yuehu County. Captain Gu nodded. Your strength is a bit low, otherwise with this first-class merit you could secure a position in the county city. Before long, the two arrived at the general's camp in the Dingxi army. There were 4 soldiers in black armor guarding the entrance. Captain Gu Xianhong has come to pay respects to the general. Let them in. A deep voice came from within the tent, and only then did the soldiers allow them to enter. Gu Xuanhong, how come you have time to come here? Naturally, to congratulate you, my lord. Oh, what is there to congratulate? General, please take a look. Captain Gu presented the Xian iron essence mother, and the general recognized it at a glance, exclaiming, Xian iron essence mother. Haha, the first piece of Xian iron essence mother appears in my Dingxi camp. Let's see how those old fellows will show off in front of me, ha ha ha. Gu Xuanhong, I won't forget your merit. Thank you, my lord. This piece of Xian iron essence mother was dug by my subordinate team leader, Su Mingxian. I wish to commend him for a first-class merit. The general glanced at Su Mingxuan. He's a spirited young man. I agree. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, general. Su Mingxian immediately bowed in salute. The two quickly returned to Captain Gu's camp. Captain Gu Xianhong patted Su Mingxian on the shoulder, smiling. Su Mingxuan, would you be interested in becoming my personal guard? I see you have some luck. Help me patrol the mining areas I oversee. Thank you, Captain. I am willing, Su Mingxian replied with a smile and a bow. Do well, I have high hopes for you. On that day, Su Mingxian had his soldiers dig in the area where the Xian iron essence mother was found. As a result, they unearthed a considerable amount of Xian iron essence stone, far exceeding the achievements of other captains in their mining areas. In their joy, the soldiers under Su Mingxian also received commendations from Captain Gu Xianhong. Mining a certain quantity and slaying soldiers from the Great Liang army could both earn military merit. However, some rewards, such as chi-gathering pills and blood chi pills, would have to wait until the war ended and the military merits were settled before being distributed. I wonder if my father and my older brothers will be surprised when they see my first-class military merit commendation when I return. Indeed, my father is right. Trust your instincts. Su Ming Chuan, unfamiliar with Xian Iron Essence Mother, felt in his mind that the silver ore was indeed something valuable. Without hesitation, he chose to report it. Materials for immortal practitioners' magical artifacts. Oh, unfortunately, it is of no use to my Su family. With this thought, Su Mingxian quickly entered a meditative state, regulating his breathing and perceiving the power of nature. Yuehu County, Qingjiang County, Dongxi Village, Bihanpool, Xueji. Coming father. Su Mingzhu swiftly approached the newly built black-tiled house beside the bamboo hut. Go down the mountain to find your elder brother. Bring 5 loyal martial practitioners, one aged 6 to 12, one aged 15 to 21, aged 21 to 31, aged 31 to 40, and one aged 41 to 50. Good, just go. Remember, loyalty comes first. They must be martial artists. Oh, understood. Su Mingzhu nodded and called out to the white tiger Xiaobai. The white tiger stood up, looking at Su Mingzhu, then at the black iron fruits on the tree, reluctant to leave. When I return, I will let father reward you with a few. The white tiger excitedly let out a roar. With a few leaps, it covered over 100 meters and reached Su Mingzhu's side. Su Mingzhu jumped up and gently patted it. Let's go home. The white tiger began to run, stirring up a gust of wind, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Mingxian stopped his breathing exercises and walked to the front of the house, looking inside at Su Chuan. He saw a Dan furnace with the flames already extinguished. Did you refine something good, father? It is good, but it is of no use to you. Su Chuan picked up a porcelain bottle nearby and handed it to Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian stepped inside, taking the porcelain bottle. The label on the bottle read, Tongxiao Dan. Tongxiao. Is it a pill to assist in opening the acupoints? That's right, Su Chuan nodded. Unlike medicinal meals, this Dan has remarkable effects for opening the acupoints, especially during the first few doses, which should directly open an acupoint. For first-class martial artists, reaching the peak of the acquired stage, opening acupoints becomes progressively difficult. Even with medicinal meals to assist, it requires time and accumulation. However, with the Tongxiao Dan, the time required to reach the peak of the acquired stage can be reduced by half. Su Mingxian was shocked. With this Dan, along with our family's 3 secret medicinal meals, as long as the martial artists have decent qualifications, won't we be able to quickly cultivate a batch of peak acquired stage practitioners? That would be perfect for second brother and fourth sister. Su Mingxian immediately thought of Su Mingyuan and Su Mingshu, who had not yet reached the peak of the postnatal stage. Once the experiment shows no major issues, it won't be too late to let them take it. Su Mingxian agreed. Then he seemed to remember something and asked, Father, has Xiaobai already transformed into a demonic beast? It puts a lot of pressure on me. That's right, it should be the effect of the black iron fruit. No wonder Xiaobai is so greedy. However, fourth sister can actually tame a demonic beast. That's incredible. Su Mingxian implied something, and Su Chuan's eyes brightened. Don't worry, an adult demonic beast is indeed beyond Shui Ji's ability to tame at this stage, but Xiaobai has been raised since childhood and won't harm our Su family members. Demonic beasts generally possess intelligence, and raising one could secure our family. Shui Ji has a talent for taming beasts and will be responsible for this in the future. I've already asked your elder brother to find a way to capture more exotic beast cubs. Having one more could mean one more guardian beast for our Su family in the future. Su Mingxian said no more. Su Chuan observed him for a while and asked, so how long do you think it will take to reach the innate stage? Within half a month. Su Mingxian's eyes revealed a determined expression. Yes, the innate stage is only your starting point. Your talent can only truly be unleashed once you reach the innate level. Talent. No need to ask too much. There are 20 Tongxiao pills inside. Once Shui Ji brings the people, let her give each of them one and observe for a few days. Understood, father. After saying this, Su Chuan continued to practice the innate 5 elements transformation art. His daily routine now consisted of this practice, researching medicinal properties or planting rare medicinal herbs. The formula for the Tongxiao pill was derived from the qi and blood pill, combined with the medicinal properties of the medicinal cuisine, along with Su Chuan's own research. He had basically stopped managing the affairs of the Su family. The position of the family head was handed over to Su Mingwei 3 months after Su Mingyuan's wedding. Unless faced with significant matters, Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan would not easily disturb Su Chuan. After a couple of hours, Su Mingshu arrived with some people, including a familiar face, Lier. He was now 47, just fitting into the final age category. Loyalty first, which is why Su Mingwei sought him out. Su Mingxian handed the Tongxiao pill to Su Mingshu, explaining its effects, leaving Su Mingshu greatly astonished. Then he distributed them one by one to the 5 people. After a few days with no adverse effects, Su Mingshu took 10 pills from Su Chuan to send to Su Mingyuan. In just over 10 days, Su Mingxian successfully broke through to the innate stage, becoming the third innate powerhouse of the Su family. At 16, his achievement was rare among the top families in the county. "Father, I've broken through." Su Mingxian happily ran in front of Su Chuan, who smiled and placed his hand on his shoulder, saying, "As expected, you delivered on your promise. I owe it all to the secret medicinal cuisine developed by Father, otherwise you knew would take 3 to 4 years to reach the peak of the postnatal stage. It's also due to your excellent martial arts talent coupled with practicing diligently day and night regardless of the season." Su Chuan smiled slightly. "Now that you've reached the innate stage, it's time to practice the Su family's inherited techniques." The Su family's inherited techniques. Su Mingxian looked puzzled, as the Su family had only developed for over 20 years. Where would the inherited techniques come from? "This is the core secret of our Su family." As he spoke, he shared what he had initially told Su Mingwei. Su Mingxian was equally shocked by this martial arts path technique. Most astonishingly, this technique could purify and complete the spiritual roots. "Father, do you think I have the aptitude for cultivation?" Su Chuan took out a testing crystal and said casually, "Just place your hand on it." After a while, the testing crystal emitted a faint white light. The white light represents mixed spiritual root qualifications, but if you can cultivate the innate 5 elements transformation art to perfection, you can purify your spiritual roots and achieve true spiritual root qualifications. The gap between these two levels is vast. If mixed spiritual root qualifications are 1 in 100,000, then true spiritual root qualifications may only appear once in a million. After noting the innate 5 elements transformation art, Su Mingxian began to cultivate this technique. The next day, he went to Su Mingwei to collect materials for the 5 elements reversion medicinal cuisine. "You knew, have you perhaps broken through?" "How did you know, elder brother?" The 5 elements reversion medicinal cuisine is not known to those below the innate level. It is specifically designed to complement the innate 5 elements transformation art. "Since you came to collect it, you must have broken through." Su Mingxian nodded. "I just broke through yesterday. Hearing Father mention that there are corresponding medicinal cuisines to assist in cultivation, I came to gather some from elder brother." "Haha, elder brother would love it if all of you came to get medicinal cuisines from me." Su Mingwei's eyes sparkled with joy as he patted his shoulder, saying, "Yin Nu cultivate well, strive to surpass me soon. Yin Nu will work hard." Su Mingxian took the medicinal cuisine and returned to Bihan Pool. Not long after, Su Mingyuan arrived. "Ah, Yuan, you're just in time. I have something to discuss with you." Su Mingwei said to him, "Come sit down and talk." "Elder brother, feel free to command." "It's about the cultivation techniques. How are those immortal officials faring?" The current Su family is the richest in the surrounding 5 counties, including Qinjiang County, and ranks among the best in the entire Yuehu County. Cultivation techniques are not easily obtained. The most straightforward way is to trade with cultivators. The most ordinary techniques are hard to sell among peers unless they are rare and unique techniques. Thus, only some families can exchange for them. Of course, the price is not cheap. Loose cultivators are elusive, and the Su family can currently only interact with the immortal officials from the Immortal Bureau. 5 immortal officials are within the Su family's social circle. The strongest and most well-connected is Xiao Chongyuan, who has now reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement and comes from the Xiao family of Longjiang County. The others are at the 2nd or 3rd layer of Qi refinement, ordinary loose cultivators. Becoming an immortal official is merely a means to receive a salary from the Great Way. They receive a low-grade spirit stone every 2 months. For loose cultivators in the early stages of Qi refinement, this is already a good deal. After 3 or 4 years of hard work, they can purchase a low-grade flying sword artifact. Su Mingyuan said with a smile, "We've almost secured all of them. Cultivators are still human and have feelings and desires. Their asking prices usually range from 50,000 to 100,000 taels. It's outrageous that a handwritten copy can cost such an exorbitant price, and the ones priced at 50,000 are only incomplete versions, only able to be cultivated to the later stages of Qi refinement. For the vast majority of ordinary people, cultivation techniques are utterly useless. They might as well practice innate martial arts first." Su Mingwei smiled, saying, "You're not wrong, but they believe they profit, yet they don't realize it's us who profit." Su Mingyuan laughed heartily at his words. Though he hadn't reached the innate stage, he managed all of Su family's enterprises and held significant power. Thus, he was informed of the existence of the innate 5 elements transformation art. "By the way, let me tell you some good news. Yun Nu has also broken through." "Haha, good lad." Su Mingyuan's eyes lit up. It seems that when Chantua returns, both Yun Nu and Xue Ji will truly be innate. "You must also work hard. Have you received the Tongxiao pills that Father developed? Combined with the secret medicinal cuisine of our Su family, you should reach the peak of the postnatal stage in a few months. As for the Qi induction pills, I've already asked my uncle to help you procure them in the county town." Su Mingyuan's martial arts talent was not as good as that of his other siblings, so he had to rely on abundant resources. Fortunately, with the current wealth of the Su family, they could afford to pile up resources for a few individuals. Understood, elder brother. I will catch up as soon as possible. Su Mingyuan said. If only father could refine the qi induction pills. I estimate the materials for this pill wouldn't cost more than 200 or 300 taels, yet each one sells for 3,000 taels. Given my qualifications, I'd need about 10 to 20 pills to break through. You're in business, don't you know that the cost price and selling price are never the same? Su Mingwei took a shallow sip of tea, gently placing the teacup on the reddish-brown tea table, and continued. If you can obtain the formula, I believe with father's alchemical skills, he should be able to refine it. If not, it might take a long time to research. The formula for the qi induction pill. I'll give it a try, or it would be best if those Immortal officials have it. 2 days later, Su Mingyuan arrived at the Immortal office in Xinjiang County. Please convey my message stating that Su Mingyuan from the Su family in Xinjiang has come to pay a visit to Immortal Xiao. At the entrance of the Immortal office, a guard, upon hearing this, slightly narrowed his eyes, nodded, and immediately walked inside. Another guard, however, was sizing up Su Mingyuan. After all, he was a significant figure whose mere stamp of a foot could shake the entire Xinjiang. Who wouldn't be curious? The 5 major families, namely Wu Feng, Wang He, and Chao, had realized 2 years ago that they could no longer deal with the Su family, and after visiting to apologize and make amends, they decided to keep their distance from the Su family. Initially, the 10 years of profits from the Xian residence gifted to the Wu family during Su Mingyuan's wedding were naturally retrieved. In addition, they had to compensate for quite a lot. Knowing they couldn't provoke the Su family, the 5 major families were not foolish and made every effort to make amends. Fortunately, their competition was confined to the commercial realm, and they hadn't committed any excessive actions against the Su family's direct lineage. Thus, the Su family accepted their compensation and focused wholeheartedly on developing their own enterprise. Before long, Xiao Changyuan walked out with a smile. Su Mingyuan was also surprised that he would personally come out to greet him. Immortal Xiao, you are too polite. You could have just sent a guard to bring me in for the meeting. Why come out personally? Ha ha ha, you are the great fortune bringer of Xinjiang. Not everyone has the privilege to welcome you. This morning, I heard the magpies chirping on the branches, and indeed good news is at hand. Please come in quickly. Once they reached the study, Xiao Changyuan said, Brother Mingyuan, make yourself comfortable. Since it's just the 2 of us, there's no need to address me as Immortal Xiao. Oh, it would feel too formal. Then I shall do as you say, Brother Changyuan. Su Mingyuan replied with cupped fists. Brother Mingyuan, did you come to the Immortal office today for a specific matter? Su Mingyuan took a sip of tea, set down the teacup, and looked at Xiao Changyuan, saying, regarding the cultivation techniques for immortals we discussed earlier, I have made up my mind to proceed at the price of 100,000. Good, Brother Mingyuan, you're straightforward. This was merely the lowest grade of ordinary qi training technique, which wouldn't even sell for half a spirit stone in the immortal market, and hardly anyone wanted it. In their Longjiang County, some prominent families could obtain a copy for merely 30 to 40,000 taels. Of course, they all had connections with cultivators, otherwise ordinary families would find it impossible to exchange for such techniques. The Su family was currently in such a situation. They could only first find a way to have their family members become cultivators and gain access to the great wise cultivation world, after which the path would become much smoother. The technique is ready, Brother Mingyuan, please take a look. Xiao Changyuan clapped his storage bag, and a book flew out, landing on the tea table before Su Mingyuan. The Spring Eternal Art. Su Mingyuan murmured softly and began to flip through the pages. Xiao Changyuan observed quietly, noticing Su Mingyuan's furrowed brows. Don't worry, Brother Mingyuan, this is a complete qi training technique that can lead to the perfection of qi training. It also contains some notes on breaking through to foundation establishment. At 100,000, you will definitely not suffer a loss. I indeed trust Brother Changyuan. Besides the technique, do you happen to have any formulas for pills used by cultivators? Formulas for pills. Xiao Changyuan pondered, glancing at Su Mingyuan a few more times. Previously, he thought he was collecting cultivation techniques in preparation for the Su family's future. Though the Su family is a mortal family now, it is developing well. If it persists for several hundred years, it is indeed possible for members of the family to be born with the qualifications for cultivation. However, hearing about the pill formulas raised his suspicions. With the testing crystal from several years ago, and now the cultivation techniques, did he also want pill formulas? Could it be that the Su family has already given birth to someone with cultivation qualifications? But why not make it public? Whether entering the sect of cultivators, or joining the official Great Way, or even allying with the families of cultivators, one could obtain qi training techniques for free. Why would they need to buy them? However, if someone from the Su family's 5 sons truly had cultivation qualifications, they would now be somewhat older. Forget it, it doesn't concern me. Xiao Changyuan sighed inwardly. The Yuehu County and Longjiang County are separated by 2 counties. After leaving and returning to Longjiang County in a decade or 2, it is unlikely there will be any further interactions. Xiao Changyuan lifted his head and smiled faintly, Pill formulas are far more precious than cultivation techniques. How could I possibly have any? Moreover, alchemy is not something ordinary loose cultivators dare to dabble in. It requires a vast amount of resources to pursue. Even among Qi training families, few have successfully cultivated an alchemist. I see, so you don't have the formula for the Qi induction pill either. Su Mingyuan asked again. Xiao Changyuan shook his head, smiling as he looked up. But I have a way to obtain Qi induction pills. They are 3,500 taels, each a fair price. Do you need them, brother Mingyuan? A profiteer. Su Mingyuan scoffed inwardly. With this spring eternal art, the trip wasn't in vain. Moreover, being a wood attribute technique, his father was already skilled at cultivating various crops and fruit trees, and it seemed to also contain spells that promote plant growth. Perhaps he would appreciate it. After chatting for a while, Su Mingyuan stood up to take his leave. Upon returning to Dongxi village, he headed straight to Bihan Pond. Half a stick of incense later, Su Chuan looked at the spring eternal art in his hands and smiled faintly. A yuan has put in thought. This technique is just right for me. Although cultivation requires all 5 elements, the techniques practiced usually focus on a single attribute, and this is common in the cultivation world. After all, cultivation has no end, while one's life is limited. The wood attribute technique pairs perfectly with the Shenong's 100 herbs. Though it is merely the most basic cultivation technique, it serves as the stepping stone for our Su family to open the door to cultivation. It would be best to gather a portion of techniques for all 5 elemental attributes. In the future, the family children can cultivate whichever attribute suits them best. Su Mingyuan nodded, saying, Understood, father. Leave this matter to me. Although my brother asked me to collect the formula for the Qi induction pill, even Xiao Changyuan does not have it. The Immortal officials in other counties are merely ordinary loose cultivators, so the chances of them having it are even slimmer. Just do your best to pursue it. Su Chuan stroked his beard and smiled. The Qi induction pill is not a true immortal sex pill. I still have confidence in creating a formula with similar effects within a year or 2. If I obtain a genuine Qi induction pill as a template, the speed of my alchemical creation could perhaps increase by another 1/3. Su Mingyuan's face brightened at these words, knowing that relying on purchasing from others for the Qi induction pill was ultimately not a long-term solution. Just like medicinal cuisine, if a family lacks its own secret medicinal cuisine, it is also very difficult to truly grow stronger. This pill has already been entrusted to Yang Shichang for assistance in acquisition. Su Chuan nodded slightly at this. By the way, father, I plan to acquire large tracts of land and forests in other counties as well. What do you think? The idea is good, but it might be a bit too hasty. Su Chuan looked at Su Mingyuan, a smile on his lips, and said, Sometimes having more wealth isn't necessarily better. Remember, when virtue does not match position, calamity is bound to follow. Su Mingyuan pondered for a moment, reflecting on the Su family's development journey, and understood the meaning of virtue. Initially, the Su family was strong, and Su Chuan endured humiliation, developing discreetly, only confronting them directly when Su Mingyuan had reached a first-rate warrior's strength. When the 5 major families teamed up and could not be resisted, they brought in Gu Yiping, a latest-stage innate expert, to intimidate the 5 families and continue to act low profile. After the great disaster, each family suffered considerable losses, allowing them to rise and establish their foundation. Father's teachings are understood by the child. Su Mingyuan then left Bihan Pond. Before the Su family has sufficient martial power to deter others, it is in their best interest to quietly amass wealth. What needs to be done now is to cultivate more loyal first-rate warriors and peak postnatal warriors. Only then can they pose enough intimidation to the families in the counties. The Su family's territory is already considerable, but in Yuehu County, with the Yang family connection, it is not impossible to lay out plans and perhaps gather some intelligence as well. Su Mingyuan's mind instantly formed a plan. The Su family. In the Nanshan courtyard. Husband, my brother has sent a letter asking us to take Zhaoer and Winter to the county city. What do you think? Yang Ronghua placed the foot basin by his feet and then looked up at him. Su Mingwei sat in front of the bed, placing his feet in the basin, furrowing his brows in confusion, and asked, to the county city. Yang Ronghua stood up and said, First, our parents want to see Zhaoer and Winter. Second, my brother said that the elders of the clan want to test them once more. Depending on the results, they will consider whether to pass on the Su family's martial arts to Zhaoer. Su Mingwei pondered for a moment, saying, Zhaoer and the others have never met their maternal grandfather. It is only natural for them to meet, but as the head of the Su family, I cannot just leave whenever I please. Upon hearing this, Yang Ronghua's eyes dimmed slightly. Su Mingwei understood well that in the years of their marriage, the only visit from Yang Shichang had been due to Yang Ronghua's reluctance to miss her parents, which was certainly not true. But this emotion was well hidden. He saw it clearly and felt the pain in his heart. The room was silent, only the sound of Su Mingwei's feet shifting in the copper basin could be heard, resembling the sound of shattered jade. The cold ripples in the basin broke and then reformed, reflecting the dim light of the remaining candle. Suddenly a glimmer of determination flashed in Su Mingwei's eyes. I will speak to father tomorrow and ask him to help look after them. It should be no trouble, but it will add to father's burdens. Thank you, my husband. You may wash up now, I will take this away. At this moment Yang Ronghua was genuinely happy. It's just a minor matter, it won't be a problem tomorrow. Su Mingwei pulled Yang Ronghua into his arms in one swift motion, causing her to exclaim in surprise. In the next moment, she felt something warm and hard pressing against her akin to the resilient joint of a freshly cut bamboo or a jade hairpin hidden in a silk pouch. In an instant Yang Ronghua recalled the sensation. Her creamy cheeks seemed to be kissed by the dawn light, blooming with 2 rosy spots from her cheekbones, making her skin appear as fresh as new snow under the morning sun. Yet her eyes still darted away, causing the blush to spread down to her neck, even more vibrant than the candlelight. Husband. Yang Ronghua's voice was as soft as a whisper, and though she couldn't recall how many times they had shared the same bed, that hint of shyness always left one unable to resist, as charming as when they first met. The candle is still lit. Su Mingwei's lips curled into a faint smile, and with a flick of his wide sleeves a thread of innate energy like a silver serpent quickly extinguished the flickering flame of the wick. The room was instantly enveloped in darkness, with only the moonlight filtering through the intricately carved window, casting a half segment of frost on the ground. The curtains fell. Elder brother, are you and sister-in-law preparing to go to the county city? Upon hearing this, Su Mingjiwan's eyes flickered with interest as he smiled. I also plan to establish a business presence in the county city. Since you are going, it would be better if I accompanied you. If you go, what about the family? I can return in no more than 7 or 8 days. The Qingjiang County and the surrounding areas are already stable, so there shouldn't be too many obstacles. Just let father help watch over things. As for the trivial matters, there are Zhou Ming and others. I can't be expected to keep an eye on everything. Fine then, but are you going alone? Are the younger siblings staying at home? Su Mingwei asked. First, let's go up the mountain to consult father. After we return, I will ask again. However, I estimate that Xiushan probably won't go. Su Mingyuan chuckled. She is not like sister-in-law. She has the ambition of a woman. She is now a top martial artist. After obtaining the Tanxiao Dan, she has been too preoccupied with her cultivation to even pay attention to Jinger, solely focused on breaking through to the peak of the acquired stage. Your sister-in-law is truly something else. Su Mingwei shook his head and laughed. Let's head to the mountain first. At Bihan Pond, Su Mingzhu and Su Mingxian were both practicing nearby. One was striving for the peak of the acquired stage, while the other was diligently practicing the innate 5 elements creation technique. Su Mingxian truly lived up to his fate of swallowing mountains and rivers, as after reaching the innate stage, he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at a speed 7 to 8 times faster than ordinary people. This was only the beginning, as his cultivation deepened, his talent for breathing techniques would gradually manifest. Moreover, with a daily dose of 5 elements returning essence medicinal cuisine, his speed of refining 5 elements, qi reached an astonishing level. Su Chuan had been observing this over the past days, estimating that he would reach the perfection of the innate stage in 2 or 3 years. Furthermore, he possessed a complete set of 5 elements and had an exceptional mixed spiritual root talent. Reaching the perfection of the innate stage would allow him to purify his mixed spiritual root into a true spiritual root. Elder brother, second brother, why are you here? Su Mingzhu asked in surprise upon seeing the two. One was handling family affairs, and the other was managing the family business. Both were busy individuals. We have matters to discuss with father. Father is in the bamboo house in quiet cultivation. Come over here. Su Chuan, with keen senses, was already aware of their presence upon arrival. Su Mingwei explained to Su Chuan about their family's intention to go to the county city, including Su Mingjiwan's plan to leverage the Yang family's influence for business development. Su Chuan fell into thought. Su Ming's eyes brightened. Elder brother, second brother, you are all going to the county city. I want to go too. What do you start to dislike your father now? Su Chuan looked up at Su Mingzhu. Su Mingzhu immediately walked over to his side, hugged his arm, and shook it playfully, saying, Father, how could Shueji dislike you? I just want to see what the county city is like. Wait until you reach the innate stage before you talk about it. Su Mingyuan added, I've heard that ordinary families in the county city have innate masters, and some large families have at least 7 or 8, with even more grandmasters. At the peak of the acquired stage, they are merely guards in the county city. Families like the Wu and Fong clans are considered insignificant in the county city. Second brother, don't scare me. If it's that serious, does that mean our Su family is just a medium-sized family in the county city? Su Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Pretty much. Su Mingyuan chuckled. That's why your second brother plans to go to the county city to lay some groundwork for our Su family's future presence there. An elder brother isn't going for leisure. Zhaoer with pure Yang family bloodline is suitable for cultivating the Yang family's inherited martial arts. The old fellows of the Yang family insisted on testing him once more, plus your sister-in-law misses her parents, so the whole family is going together. Shueji, stop your antics and obediently stay at home to cultivate well, Su Chuan said. Understood, father. Although Su Mingzhu could be a bit mischievous, she still listened obediently. You've had enough, haven't you? Su Mingxian added insult to injury. Stinky younger brother. Unlike Su Mingzhu, Su Mingxian was a natural cultivator who could endure solitude. Then Su Chuan turned to Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan, sighing, since you have all decided, then go ahead, but be careful. The county city is not like the county town. It is a place where dragons hide and tigers crouch. Yes, father. With permission granted, Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan were naturally delighted and quickly returned to the Su family to prepare for their departure. Father Yin Nu seems to have some concerns. Su Chuan sighed lightly. The county city is a place where martial arts and immortality coexist. It is not easy to navigate. Isn't the Yang family related to us? I heard that the Yang family is also a prominent family in the county city, so it shouldn't be easy for anyone to target elder brother in them. But what if a member of the Yang family wants to act? Su Chuan's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Su Mingxian, a deep aura swirling in his eyes. Don't forget the Wu family. Is it really so? Su Mingxian still felt a bit skeptical. He did not know much about the Wu family, having no dealings with them. However, the Yang family had been in contact with the Su family for years, and Yang Ronghua was dignified, gentle, and gracious, beloved by the servants after marrying into the Yang family. The Yang father and son were both honest and straightforward, worthy of deep friendship. Su Chuan lowered his brow with a faint smile. As a father, I am accustomed to planning before acting. I was merely speculating earlier, not to be taken seriously. After all, the Yang family is a large family possessing its own grandeur and grace. Perhaps I have overthought it. Then why didn't you speak plainly to your brothers just now? Su Mingxian was somewhat puzzled. Su Chuan looked towards the distant Green Mountains and said, the Su family has ultimately had it too easy. Your elder brother and second brother, although they have done farm work and labor as children, have only tempered their bones rather than their hearts. The eagle must eventually leave the nest. Can we really expect a father to shield you from the winds and reign forever? Moreover, what I mentioned earlier was merely one of many potential outcomes. There's no need to worry excessively and distress them. The Yang family is after all related to us by marriage. There may be some awkwardness, but it should not reach the point of life-threatening danger. Otherwise, who would dare to ally with the Yang family in marriage in the future? Su Mingxian thought about it carefully and found it quite reasonable, then asked, but Yin Nu still does not understand your concerns, father. The Wu family and we are both in Xinjiang, hence the struggle for foundation, but what grievances do we have with the Yang family? Bloodlines. After saying this, Su Chuan ceased to elaborate further. Su Mingxian pondered silently, and after a while he understood the underlying issue. Large families place great importance on bloodlines. The Yang family has bloodline inheritance, and given the Yang family's power and the Su family's weakness, how could they be willing to see a pure Yang bloodline grow up in their family? Were the roles reversed, if the Su family also had a bloodline inheritance in the future, they might very well bring the children of their in-laws into the clan for cultivation, making them the pillars of the family. But my elder brother would never do such a thing. However, what you said has merit, father. Even if the Yang family truly took this path, there would still be room for maneuver. Of course, Su Mingxian naturally hoped that his elder brother and nephews would return safely. In Moon Lake County, Su Mingwei and the others arrived near the city gates of Moon Lake County. Inside the carriage, Yang Ronghua was holding the 2-year-old Su Duan, while Su Daijiao sat upright beside her. Additionally, there were 2 maidservants. As for Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan, they were riding alongside 6 guards. Wu Russian ultimately did not come along. This is the county city. It is indeed grand and magnificent, incomparable to a county town. Su Mingyuan gazed at the imposing gates with a sense of admiration. The city walls, built of bluestone, coiled like a giant dragon with arrowheads from previous dynasties embedded in the rammed earth and stubborn thorns growing between the bricks. The main gate bore the golden plaque inscribed with Moon Lake. Beneath the plaque, 3 archways welcomed merchants from all directions. The ironclad city gates had worn down to reveal the wooden core, and copper nails were scattered like frozen rain. Under the flying eaves of the corner towers hung rusted warning bells, still resonating with the remnants of battle cries when the wind blew. At the foot of the city walls lay layers of rammed earth entwining new moss with old blood scabs, creating a historical emblem. Moreover, the broad moat encircled it, reflecting the mottled shadows of the walls. Indeed, it has great spirit, Su Mingwei added. They had just arrived at the city gates. The 2 soon saw the Yang family's steward, who had been waiting for them. Su Mingwei had met him at the Xinjiang Yang residence. Steward Yang. Young master, the master has instructed me to wait for you daily. I have finally waited for you. Hearing the voice, Yang Ronghua lifted the curtain of the carriage, and upon seeing a familiar face, smiled brightly. Steward Yang, did father ask you to receive us? Yes, miss, let us first go to the residence and settle in. Thank you for your trouble. The group walked along the wide streets of the county city with a continuous flow of people. Countless establishments such as taverns, rouge shops, and vendors lined the sides, and the cacophony of sounds was bustling, filled with vibrant energy. It is indeed lively and comparable to the county town. Su Mingyuan's eyes sparkled as if he saw endless business opportunities and wanted to make a mark in the county city. A quarter of an hour later they arrived at the Yang residence, which immediately buzzed with activity. Yang Shichong, Madame Yang, and Wen Jing all came out to greet them. The mother and daughter met with tearful eyes, embracing each other tightly. Mother Mingwei and the others have had a tiring journey. Hurry and let them in to rest. Yang Shichong smiled, and then instructed a servant to go to the county office to find Yang Zhao. Su Mingwei, holding Su Duan and leading Su Daizhao by the hand, approached Yang Shichong. Zhao Wen'er, this is your uncle, greet your uncle. Su Daizhao cupped his hands. Uncle. Su Duan with his bright eyes looked him over for a while before sweetly saying, Uncle. Haha, very well. Yang Shichong laughed as he rubbed their heads. Madame Yang also came over, looking at her grandson. Call her grandmother. Grandmother. This is your aunt. Aunt. Hurry and go inside. Wen Jing said with a gentle smile. Mingyuan, did you bring any gifts this time? Yang Shichong began chatting with Su Mingyuan. Of course we did. The guards unloaded several jars of fine wine from the carriage and carried them inside. The family chatted in the hall. Yang Shishang's son Yang Ruifeng was running around with Su Daizhao in the Yang residence. Shortly after, Yang Zhao entered the hall with a smile. Su Mingwei greeted them one by one. Father, this is Duan Zhaoer, come greet your grandfather. Grandfather. Yang Zhao picked up Su Daizhao, pinching his cheek and laughing. He is my good grandson. Grandfather, I want to be held too. All right, together. Yang Zhao picked up Yang Ruifeng with his other hand, and both boys were laughing uncontrollably. After a while he set them down. Mingwei, how long do you plan to stay in the county city? Father-in-law, your son-in-law, is now the head of the family. Oh, I can stay in the county city for at most 3 or 4 days. Yuan also needs to return quickly to handle the various affairs at home. Is your father still helping to manage things? Before we came I asked for my father's help. Then why the hurry? I know your father's capabilities well. Even if you return after a month or 2, your Su family will not have any issues. Perhaps you will even rise to greater heights. When Jing was slightly surprised upon hearing this, she did not expect Yang Zhao to hold the Su family's old head so highly. Su Mingyuan smiled and said, my father is getting older. He hasn't managed family affairs for several years now, and instead tends to the flowers and practices martial arts to strengthen his body. Haha, I am not much younger than him. Are you saying that since your father is old, I must also be aging and muddled enough to retire at home? Wen Jing said with a hint of disdain, Father, the old head of the Su family is not like you, a congenital martial artist. He is in his prime now. For ordinary families, those in their 40s or 50s are indeed considered not young anymore. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan said little, but Yang Zhao's eyelids lowered slightly, his dark pupils constricting, and his facial features suddenly sharpened. If you don't know, then don't speak carelessly. Do you have a place to interject? Father Jinger didn't mean it that way, Yang Shichong hurriedly said. Uncle Yang is family, there's no need to fuss over such trivial matters. Even if my father were to hear it, he wouldn't mind. Su Mingyuan acted as a mediator. Yang Zhao sighed. Indeed, that is his character. Let's end it here for today. Go rest for a while. Later let Chang'er take you around the county city. As for Zhaoer's matter, I will discuss it with the clan. Thank you, father-in-law, Uncle Yang. Yang Zhao and the others stood up to leave. When Jing's eyes suddenly turned cold, her displeasure spreading from the corners of her eyes, quickly staining her autumn water-like pupils. Husband, what's the matter with father? Why did he publicly reprimand me because of someone from a remote small clan, making me feel so disheartened? The hall was now empty. Yang Shichong pulled her into an embrace, quietly comforting her. Uncle Su is a close friend of my father. He holds great admiration and respect for you, and so do I. You have mentioned this before. To develop an ordinary family into a prominent clan in a small county over the course of 10 years showcases his remarkable talent and wisdom. Yet after all, they are ordinary folk unlike us from noble families who have trained in martial arts since childhood. An ordinary person reaching their 40s or 50s will naturally show signs of aging. Most do not live beyond their 60s. Am I wrong in saying this? Yang Shichong laughed heartily. You cannot judge someone you have not seen. If you met him, you would understand what kind of person Uncle Su truly is. Yang Shichong did not continue on this topic, saying, change your clothes and accompany me and your sister-in-law for a stroll in the streets. I'm not in the mood. Ooh, I want to stay home and study with Finger, she replied. Then do as you wish. Yang Shichong shook his head with a bitter smile. Brother-in-law Mingyuan, do you have any places you wish to visit? At the entrance of the Yang residence, Yang Shichong looked at them, holding Su Duan in his arms, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Then let's go check out the rouge shops, wineries, and restaurants in the county city and see how they compare to ours. Mingyuan, you really never forget your own business wherever you go, but that's all right, it will be noon soon, and we should find a place to eat and drink. He turned again to Su Dezhao with a smile, saying, Zhao, if there's anything you want to eat, or have, just tell your uncle. If your father usually forbids it, your uncle will take charge and allow it. Thank you, Uncle Lu, I don't want anything. If I do, I will buy it myself, Su Dezhao replied, taking out his exquisite purse to show him a few pieces of silver inside. Adding up, there were about 7 or 8 taels. Oh, that's quite a sum. Yang Shichang turned to look at Yang Ronghua. This needlework is done by you, sister, isn't it? I recognized it at first glance. Yang Ronghua smiled faintly and nodded slightly. They first went to the rouge shop, then to the winery, and finally to a restaurant for lunch. Unexpectedly, they ran into an old acquaintance they hadn't seen in a long time, Chong Haowen. Su Mingyuan and Su Mingwei, what brings you two brothers to the county city? Chong Haowen suddenly spoke, which surprised both of them. Uncle Chong, you know each other. Uncle. Su Mingyuan appeared astonished, as Chong Haowen seemed to be only a few years older than Yang Shichang. Yang Shichang explained, he is of the same generation as my father. The Chong family in the county city is much more prosperous than our Yang family. You jest, Yang Shiji. Your Yang family is flourishing. Your father has attained the position of county lieutenant, and you have married into the one family's legitimate daughter. I fear we Chong family cannot compare to that. By the way, what brings you two to the county city? Chong Haowen changed the subject. Yang Zhao smiled, saying, Mingwei is my brother-in-law. These are his 2 sons, and we have come to the county city to visit us. I see. Enjoy your meal. Oh, I will take my leave, Chong Haowen said, not engaging in further conversation, and left the restaurant. Yang Zhao was curious about how the Su Mingwei brothers knew Chong Haowen and asked briefly. Su Mingyuan said that they had met by chance in Qingjiang County. He hadn't expected him to come from the Chong family in the county city. I heard the county magistrate's surname is Chong. Yang Zhao nodded. The Chong family has held power in the county city longer than our Su family, and the 2 families have intermarried before. But as competition grew, only superficial ties and mutual benefits remain. He looked at Su Dezhao, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, and asked with a smile, Is it tasty, Zhao? Very tasty. How does it compare to what you have at home? Though it may be slightly inferior, it is not too far off. It's just that there are fewer varieties than at home. Zhao, do not speak carelessly. Brother-in-law children speak the truth. Yang Shichang laughed heartily. After we finish eating, I will take you to explore other places. Chong Haowen had been frequently coming to find Su Mingyuan for drinks and chats over the past 2 days, seemingly trying to win him over. Su Mingyuan did not agree or refuse, fearing retaliation from the Chong family, thus only delaying. Even if there were dealings, they would only be conducted in secret with private transactions. 2 days later, Su Mingwei's family accompanied Yang Zhao and Yang Shichang to the Yang family ancestral residence. The ancestral residence was traditionally occupied by the family head's lineage and various elders, while the direct descendants rarely stayed there after establishing their own households. In the ancestral hall for discussions, the head of the Yang family and a number of Yang family elders were present. Yang Zhao greets the family head and all the elders. Yang Shichang and Su Mingwei also followed suit, bowing and greeting. The hall, paved with green bricks, seemed to have the air thickened by an invisible hand, with 8 vermilion pillars carved with the heads of mythical beasts, their eyes seemingly fixed on the crowd. The head of the Yang family was Yang Zhao's cousin, the eldest son of his paternal uncle, now in his 50s, at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm, but he appeared to be in his prime, with a full head of black hair. Among the more than 10 elders, the top 6 were also in the Grandmaster realm, while the others were all at the perfect stage of innate martial artists. A sense of pressure struck Su Mingwei, who quietly marveled. No wonder they say this is a great family in the county city. Their depth is profound, and our Su family will likely take 20 to 30 years to catch up. Surely there are many innate martial artists among the younger generation of the Yang family as well. He then thought of the Chong family, the dominant family in the county city, and wondered what kind of depth they possessed. There's no need for such formalities. We are all family. After a pause, the head of the Yang family looked towards Su Duan, who was held by Yang Ronghua, and Su Dezhao, who stood beside Su Mingwei. These must be the brothers Duan and Dezhao. Indeed, they bear the bloodline of the Yang family. Though young, they already exhibit remarkable presence. Let's test their Yang family bloodline. A servant standing in the corner held a blackened wooden tray with a stone the size of a pigeon egg on it. I will do it, said an elder with grayish-white hair, standing up to take the testing stone and walking to Su Mingwei and the others. He first tested Su Dezhao. Although Yang Zhao had informed them of the result earlier, seeing it with their own eyes was still somewhat shocking. The gray-haired elder's eyes reflected the bright red glow emitted by the testing stone, filled with joy. The other elders also expressed their delight. The eldest elder stroked his beard, smiling broadly. Our Yang family hasn't seen such a pure bloodline emerge in the last 2 generations. Even Shi Hui and the others are lacking in comparison. Let's take a look at the other child. Yes, Grand Elder. The gray-haired elder took Su Duan's small hand, drew a drop of blood, and let it fall onto the testing stone, which turned a deep red, even more pronounced than Su Dezhao's. Even the head of the Yang family was moved to stand while the other elders gathered around staring at Su Duan as if he were a treasure. Yang Zhao and Yang Shichang were immensely shocked. They hadn't anticipated that both children of Su Mingwei and Yang Ronghua would possess such pure Yang family bloodlines, with one even stronger than the other. Su Mingwei watched this unfold, feeling somewhat uneasy inside. Their gazes made him feel as though they were looking at goods. Not bad. The head of the Yang family praised with a smile, turning to Yang Zhao saying, "Cousin, you have two wonderful grandsons. Such potential must not go to waste. Both of them can learn the martial arts legacy of our Yang family, but one must be adopted into our Yang family. What do you think? Stay in the county city. For how long?" Su Mingwei frowned slightly upon hearing this, his pupils narrowing. The black irises seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand, their original contours suddenly becoming sharp. The path of martial arts is arduous. Naturally, the longer the better. The head of the Yang family said casually, "Rest assured, my Su family will ensure that masters come to teach using the best medicinal resources, and they will not be treated poorly just because they are outsiders. If they encounter the innate threshold, we will also provide the corresponding qi-inducing pills." Qi-inducing pills? Do you really think my Su family craves them? Su Mingwei secretly complained, "After 2 years, when my father comes up with the formula, won't there be as many as we want? Why should we depend on you? And look at your faces." Head of the Yang family, "There's no need for that. My Su family will naturally not skimp on our own descendants in terms of martial arts cultivation." "Then you are unwilling." The voice of the head of the Yang family suddenly turned cold, and even the surrounding air felt heavy, almost suffocating. Seeing this, Yang Zhao immediately stepped forward, acting as a mediator, and smiled. "Head, I only have 2 sons-in-law. If you make them all stay in the county city without seeing their parents, it seems a bit unreasonable. After all, he is also the head of the Su family." The head of the Yang family turned to Yang Zhao. "Cousin, you make a valid point. What do you think would be good? I am also well-intentioned. If they wish to inherit martial arts, I would gladly agree to help cultivate them, which is also for the benefit of the Su family. Could it be that my Su family's cultivation in martial arts could surpass that of the Yang family?" Of course not. Although Yang Zhao viewed the Su family positively, believing there was hope for them to rival the Yang family, he did not think the current Su family could compare with the Yang family in terms of martial resources and cultivation. At the same time, he also guessed his cousin's intention to keep one of the 2 children in the Yang family. This was to cultivate him into a top martial artist for the Yang family. He looked around. Perhaps among those present, only their family was kept in the dark. Su Mingwei was about to say something, but was stopped by Su Mingyuan. The two exchanged a glance, Su Mingyuan's eyes heavy with seriousness as he shook his head. In terms of grasping people's hearts, Su Mingwei was not as adept as his younger brother. Yang Zhao noticed the subtlety, and Su Mingyuan naturally did as well. Suddenly, he clasped his hands in salute to the head of the Yang family, saying, "If the head of the Yang family is willing to help cultivate the Su family's descendants, my Su family is naturally more than willing." But as Yang Zhao said, my elder brother is indeed the head of the Su family. Although my Su family cannot compare with the Yang family, wouldn't it be laughable to hand over both children to the Yang family? In any noble family, this would surely be hard to agree to. How about one? Let the Zhao stay in the county city to receive cultivation from the Yang family, and return to my Su family once he comes of age. The head of the Yang family narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Su Mingyan, his fingers lightly tapping the tea table, and the sound echoed in the hall. Su Mingyuan was clever and meticulous in thought. He had long guessed that the Yang family wanted one child, and had already determined it would be the still young Su Duan. Just like how noble families pass on their descendants, they prioritize the young. The so-called cultivation talk is merely a euphemism for forced adoption. Since he is the legitimate grandson, how could my Yang family be so unkind? Let's go with Duan. I feel he is quite compatible with my Yang family. After hearing these words, Su Mingwei and his wife immediately understood. They exchanged glances, both filled with anger, yet they dared not show it too openly. Moreover, Su Mingwei believed that since Su Mingyuan had spoken, he must have a way to turn things around. A business genius, he had never been at a disadvantage in negotiations. Let's go with the Zhao. He just turned 6 and is at the right age for martial arts training. The head of the Yang family remained silent. At this moment, Su Mingyuan changed his tone and said, "Of course, if the head of the Yang family feels that Duan is compatible, that is also acceptable. However, he is still young. Why not wait another 5 or 6 years before sending him to the county city? Are you saying that my vast Yang family cannot take care of a single child?" Elder Seven's voice was chilling. "This elder is joking. Do you want my sister-in-law to return to her family to take care of Duan? Or do you mean that all children born in the Yang family have their mothers along to care for them?" "Mingyuan, how can you be so rude?" Su Mingwei suddenly shouted. How could the Yang family bear to separate a young child from his mother? The head of the Yang family frowned slightly, glancing at Elder Seven with displeasure. Elder Seven immediately fell silent. Yang Zhao also said, "Head, I think Ming Yuan's suggestion is feasible. Wonder is still too young, and let him stay with Ronghua for a few more years. The head of the Yang family still remained silent. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly heavy, and many elders were watching the head of the Yang family waiting for him to speak. After a long while, just as he was about to speak, Su Mingyuan said again, "Since we are at a standstill, why not change our approach?" "Oh, what approach?" "The Yang family's martial resources and cultivation capabilities, my Su family cannot compare. However, my elder brother is indeed an once-in-a-century martial arts genius. If the Yang family has someone of similar age who surpasses my elder brother, then my Su family has nothing to say. Of course, if my elder brother were to luck out and win a move or two, my Su family would not dare to refute the head of the Yang family's sincere intentions. Shall we agree to send Duan to the Yang family 6 years later?" Many elders showed disdain. A martial arts genius from a small family, even if he reached the innate stage, how far could he go in just a few years? "Let's compete, then let you see the true genius of my Yang family." The head of the Yang family pondered for a moment. He had heard that Su Mingwei was 25 this year, and there indeed was someone suitable in the Yang family. Yang Shidao, who achieved innate at 18, was now just 25 and had recently broken through to the late innate stage, expected to reach complete innate by 30. However, his bloodline purity was still inferior to that of the Su Dezhao brothers. His current achievements were largely a result of the Yang family's resource allocation. If Su Dezhao or Su Daowen were given the Yang family's full support, they could even cultivate a complete innate by 25 or 26. The head of the Yang family scrutinized Su Mingwei for a few moments. In the end, he agreed. Besides the wager, this battle also concerned the face of the Yang family. "I, the head of the family, agree to your proposal. I hope you won't regret it later." The head of the Yang family glanced at Su Mingyuan and said lightly, "Elder 7, go and find Shidao." "Yes, head. Let's step outside to wait." During this time, Su Mingyuan leaned close to Su Mingwei's ear and whispered, "Elder brother, during the duel, feign weakness, first gauge the opponent's strength, and then win by a narrow margin." "Why?" Su Mingwei was filled with resentment, eager to vent it on the Yang family's descendants who would appear later. "I fear there might be other schemes later. It may be necessary for you to use your strength again and settle the matter. If we finish this, we can return to Qingjiang today." Su Mingwei nodded slightly. He trusted Su Mingyuan's judgment of the situation. A moment later, he saw Elder 7 bringing a young man dressed in loose black martial attire, striding confidently to the head of the Yang family. "You may go first, otherwise I fear you won't even be able to withstand 3 of my strikes later on." Yang Shidao spoke sharply, yet his eyes were fixed on his opponent, not daring to show any contempt. "That is hard to say, but since you are being so polite, I will graciously comply." Su Mingwei was now at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment, and even if he encountered a martial artist with complete foundation establishment, he could still prevail. In an instant, he stomped the ground like a mighty elephant, shaking the mountains with his innate true energy, surging like a dragon emerging from the abyss. His left palm formed a dragon claw aimed at the Tian Tua point, while his right fist transformed into an elephant's trunk, striking directly at Yang Shidao's abdomen. Seeing this, Yang Shidao did not evade, but instead charged forward, his palms crimson, like heated iron, bracing himself to receive the force of the dragon elephant. The collision caused the blue stone slabs beneath them to crack. Late stage of foundation establishment. The two retreated a few steps to steady themselves, and Yang Shidao looked at Su Mingwei in astonishment and said, "Late stage of foundation establishment." Not only him, but the Yang family head and the elders present, as well as Yang Zhao and others, all displayed expressions of shock. Su Dezhai watched excitedly and shouted, "Go dad." Yang Shichang turned to look blankly at his younger sister. "Sister, when did Mingwei reach the late stage of foundation establishment?" Yang Ronghua smiled and shook her head. "I have never inquired about my husband's martial arts matters. Yuan might know a bit more." Su Mingyuan shrugged. "I am busy with family business all day and traveling outside, so I am not very clear about it." On the other side, the elder said softly to the Yang family head, "This young man is not simple. He indeed possesses remarkable talent. Ronghua has given birth to 2 offspring, both with pure bloodlines, perhaps due to this reason." "Elder, are you suggesting that the Su family also has a special bloodline? Perhaps it would be wise to marry a Su family girl, and everything will be clear through their descendants." Upon hearing this, the Yang family head pondered for a moment, and then continued, "I have heard Yang Zhao mention that the previous head of the Su family had 5 offspring, and there happened to be a daughter among them." The elder did not speak further, his gaze returning to the 2 in the arena. In just a moment, Su Mingwei and Yang Shidao exchanged over 20 strikes, each equally matched. The scorching true energy formed a heat wave that forced Yang Zhao and others back 3 paces momentarily, creating a massive red palm print. Su Mingwei countered with the dragon elephant diamond fist recorded in the innate dragon elephant skill. His entire arm appeared to be coated with a layer of gold paint. The innate true energy surged out through the meridians of his arm, enveloping his fist and forming a golden fist imprint. The collision of fists and palms once again stirred up a violent gale, blowing fragments of stone in all directions. This would indeed make it easier for those cleaning up afterward. Break for me. Suddenly the golden fist imprint shattered the red palm print, and the violent true energy sent Yang Shidao flying. A green shadow rushed in. Su Mingwei's 10 fingers locked onto Yang Shidao's wrist like a diamond lock, and with a fierce tug, he twisted him around saying, "If I exert a bit more force, your arm will break. Even if it can be healed, it will take at least a month." Yang Shidao's eyes were filled with fury, and just as he was about to retaliate with his other hand, he was stopped by the Yang family head's shout, "That's enough. Shidao, you have already lost. There is no need to continue fighting." "Family head, I have not lost yet," Yang Shidao retorted defiantly. "His innate true energy is purer than yours, and he clearly entered the late stage of foundation establishment earlier than you. If you wish to turn the tables, you must practice diligently from now on and fight again in the future." Yang Shidao looked up and saw the Yang family head's expression. He immediately lowered his head and said, "Yes, family head." Su Mingwei also relaxed his grip on him. "Impressive, my brother-in-law," Yang Shichang praised with a smile. Su Mingwei smiled faintly as he walked over to Yang Ronghua's side. "Dad, you are so impressive." Su Detai looked up at Su Mingwei, his eyes filled with admiration. At this moment, Yang Zhao approached the Yang family head, cupping his fists, and said, "Family head, Mingwei has the upper hand, so shall we discuss it again after 6 years as previously agreed?" The Yang family head looked at Yang Zhao with slight dissatisfaction. His cousin was siding with the Su family, which made him feel disappointed. However, he also understood that Yang Zhao might not agree with the Yang family's actions today, which is why he did not inform him in advance. Unexpectedly, it was disrupted by a kid from the Su family. As a prominent family in the county city, they should possess the demeanor of a great clan. His gaze swept over Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan, and he thought to himself, "The Su family truly has an abundance of talent, and my cousin's judgment is indeed commendable. Given 100 years, the Su family might truly have a chance to catch up to my Yang family." After pondering, his gaze returned to Yang Zhao, and he said lightly, "Since my cousin is advocating for it, then so be it." Yang Zhao's face brightened, and he cupped his hands again, saying, "Thank you, family head. Then I will take Mingwei and the others back now." "Wait a moment." As Yang Zhao turned to leave, he heard this and turned back in surprise, asking, "Does the family head have any further instructions?" "Previously, I underestimated the Su family. However, your words are indeed true. The Su family possesses extraordinary potential and can be a great support for my Yang family in the future. Since the head of the Su family is also present, why not let the Yang and Su families form a marriage alliance?" "Form a marriage alliance?" Yang Zhao was slightly taken aback. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan exchanged glances, sensing that this was not good. This was a failed scheme, and now another one was arising. Aside from Yang Zhao's family, they truly did not want to have any further ties with the Yang family. As for the so-called 6-year agreement, it was merely a delay. After returning, even if the two could not manage it, they firmly believed that Su Chuan would find a way to prevent it. "What do you think of Shidao?" the Yang family had asked. "Shidao is the most outstanding of their generation, practicing martial arts, diligently training in winter and summer without interruption. Few in the county city can match him. Indeed, he is devoted to martial arts, which is why he is not married yet." Yang Zhao suddenly understood and blurted out, "Is the family head suggesting that Shidao marry a girl from the Su family? Isn't it normal for families to form alliances? If the two families grow closer, my Yang family will surely support the Su family's development in the county city in the future." Yang Zhao fell silent. However, Su Mingwei said, "Yang family head, it's not that I am unwilling, but my younger sister is still young. Although I have become the head of the Su family, my father is still alive, and the marriage of Shueji is not something I can decide as the elder brother." "Young?" The Yang family head looked at Yang Zhao. "Isn't she not yet 15? Yang Zhao replied, "That's not too young, she is of marrying age." At this moment, Su Mingyuan also cupped his hands and said, "Yang family head, my elder brother is truly not making excuses. Given Shidao's performance just now, there are likely countless noble ladies in the county city willing to marry him. If that is the case, family head, I am willing to vouch for this. My younger brother Su Chuan indeed has a significant say in the Su family. Moreover, marriage is based on parental orders and matchmaking. This is the way of ethics. If the parents were to pass away, then the elder brother would take charge." Seeing them evade, the Yang family head felt displeased. "Then let it be after a year, when she turns 16. Most noble daughters marry at this age." Su Mingyuan added, "My younger sister comes from the countryside and has been mischievous since childhood. She may not mature enough until 6 years later to be suitable for Shidao. Oh, I hope Yang family head can understand." Yang Zhao looked at Su Mingyuan in utter disbelief. "Seriously, another 6-year agreement? Aren't you afraid of provoking my cousin?" At this moment, he did not dare to look at his cousin's expression, knowing that he must be as dark as coal. Marriage is ultimately a matter of mutual consent. Su Mingyuan seemed oblivious to the expression of the head of the Yang family, then continued, If forced, even if my elder brother and I agree, my father would still refuse. Given my father's temperament, he would rather let my sister take matters into her own hands than fulfill someone else's wishes. If you, the head of the Yang family, agree to wait 6 years before discussing marriage with my sister, my elder brother and I are confident we can persuade my father. If softness does not work, Su Mingyuan immediately became tough. In negotiations, a mix of softness and fierceness is the best strategy. At the same time, it is also to instill caution, as Su Mingyuan knew what the other side wanted, but he did not know the depth of the Su family's foundation. 6 years is but a moment, yet for the Su family, it is enough to change the world. The head of the Yang family fell silent, looking at Su Mingyuan, seeing the determination in his eyes, realizing he was not someone who would easily yield. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. It is not impossible for me to agree, since you proposed a contest earlier. How about we have another match? If your nephew Mingwei wins again, then I will listen to you. Otherwise, a year from now, my Yang family will come to your Su family to claim the bride. Do you dare agree? Su Mingyuan would not agree so easily, shaking his head and saying, if your Yang family casually sends out a 70 or 80-year-old master elder, how could my elder brother possibly be his match? My Yang family is also a prominent clan in the county city. Oh, would we be so shameless as to do that? Naturally, he would be of the same generation as your elder brother. Is that so? After some thought, Su Mingyuan turned to Su Mingwei and winked. Elder brother, what do you think? As long as it is of the same generation, I am not afraid. Indeed, a straightforward person. Then let us make this agreement. The head of the Yang family's eyes flickered, a cunning glint passing through. Shigong Yu and nephew Mingwei should spar a bit. Among the elders, a burly middle-aged man stepped forward and smiled lightly. No problem, father. But Father Shigong is 17 or 18 years older than Mingwei. That is true, but the contest only stipulates the same generation and does not limit age. Just ask if Shigong isn't your nephew, and if he isn't of the same generation as your son Shichong and Mingwei. He is. At this moment, Yang Zhao had no choice but to admit it. Su Mingwei suddenly stepped forward, raising his hand to stop Yang Zhao from continuing his defense. Thank you for your concern, father-in-law. I will handle the rest. After all, this is a matter for my Su family, and we can resolve it ourselves. Cousin, you truly are a sensible son-in-law. Then let us begin. After saying this, everyone stepped back. Yang Shigong immediately raised his hand, condensing a red aura palm print, its power surpassing that of the previous palm strike by Yang Shidao by several times. Perfected in 8th stage. Indeed, even the Yang family does not easily cultivate young masters. Su Mingwei took a deep breath, gazing at the red palm print, clenching his fist, the knuckles cracking like firecrackers. A peak innate stage, true energy born with divine strength. Everything converged in this punch. Radiant golden light retracted, presenting a dark golden hue enveloping the fist. Seeing the red palm print approaching, Su Mingwei immediately struck out with a punch. This punch had the momentum to defeat thousands. As the sound fell, the red palm print condensed by Yang Shigong was also shattered by a single punch, the overwhelming force sending him flying to the ground. The crowd fell silent, all staring at Su Mingwei in disbelief. The head of the Yang family exclaimed, "You are perfected innate stage. I am at the peak of the late innate stage." Su Mingwei said lightly, "Head of the Yang family, this battle should be considered my victory, right?" The head of the Yang family's face turned as dark as coal, about to explode in anger, when suddenly a voice came. "Indeed, you possess divine strength, exceptional martial talent. You have won." Seeing the newcomer, a square-faced man with an imposing demeanor and white hair, the head of the Yang family was instantly taken aback. "Father, old patriarch." The other elders and guards also spoke up. The newcomer was Yang Wenfeng, the former patriarch and current county official. "My Yang family keeps its word. Oh, let's discuss these two matters again in 6 years." Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh of relief. "Then, uncle, we shall take our leave first." Yang Zhao respectfully cupped his hands, as if the old patriarch Su Chuan held great authority in the Su family. So too did Yang Wenfeng. After they left, Yang Wenfeng glanced at the head of the Yang family. "Your vision truly does not compare to Yang Zhao. If you were not my son, I would not have chosen you to inherit the position of family head. Father, return to your study and reflect on your past actions." In front of Su Mingwei and the others, the head of the Yang family was domineering, but before his own father, he had no power to resist and could only obediently return to the study. "You all may disperse as well." After the elders all bowed, they left. Only Yang Wenfeng and the Grand Elder remained. The Grand Elder stepped forward and asked in surprise, "Wenfeng, you agreed to cultivate the Su family members as if they were the direct lineage of the Yang family. Did you not also agree to this?" "Why now?" Yang Wenfeng smiled faintly. "Third uncle, this is a different time. In the world of noble families, if everything were truly based on cunning and force, could it last long? How many have faced annihilation just for attempting to eradicate weeds only to find their entire clan wiped out a few decades later? The development of noble families ultimately relies on accumulating their own foundation before engaging in strategies. The Grand Elders savored this carefully. But Yang Wenfeng continued, "Years ago, although I heard of the Su family's matters from Yang Zhao, I thought it was just a small family with some potential, but today's events made me understand the Su family's potential. If they are enemies, they must be eradicated completely. If there is no such intention, it is best to bring them as allies. At the very least, they should coexist peacefully. That Su family is still not worthy of being my Yang family's enemy." The Grand Elder's gaze was somewhat arrogant. Indeed, the Yang family members have no intention of being enemies, so it is best to bring them as allies. However, Yang Wenfeng hesitated. "Forget it, let it be like this for now. Then later let Yang Zhao assist in negotiations." Yang Wenfeng did not say more, and soon the Grand Elder also left. The Yang family's actions today were merely to strengthen the family's foundation. This was not wrong, but it regrettably harmed the interests of the Su family. This is where the contradiction lies. Yet this contradiction has not reached the level of a life-and-death enemy. Even though the Yang family and the Chang family have been competing in the county city for over 100 years with both sides suffering casualties, it has never reached this extent. Both merely wish to completely suppress the other and weaken their strength. Let alone a remote family that has no connections other than a bit of marriage ties. Life and death as enemies, completely eradicating them. I fear that no family in the county city would take them seriously. If not for witnessing Su Mingyuan's deep understanding of human nature today, and seeing Su Mingwei and the Yang family engage in two contests, both stopping just short, Yang Wenfeng would not have perceived the unfathomable potential behind the Su family. Yang Zhao has been interacting with the Su family for many years. He may only have seen less than 1/10 of their potential. It is precisely because of this that Yang Wenfeng ultimately stepped in to ease the situation and prevent the two families from further deterioration. He guessed that the Su family members were probably like startled birds and would leave today. He immediately called for Yang Shihui, saying, "Take this to the Su family, make sure to deliver it before they leave." "Grandfather, this." Yang Shihui took the wooden box, puzzled. "Just go, don't ask so much." "Understood." Yang Shihui cupped his hands in salute and then went to Yang Zhao's residence. Such a big family cannot do without me. When will my Yang family give birth to a Qilin child? Should we let Yang Zhao try being the family head?" Yang Wenfeng, lost in thought, clasped his hands behind his back and walked back to his study. Su Mingwei and the others returned to the residence with Yang Zhao and immediately expressed their intention to take their leave. Yang Zhao, with an awkward expression, said, "Son-in-law, this is not what I desire. I was also unaware of today's events." Su Mingwei nodded and replied, "Don't worry, father-in-law, you are you, and the Yang family is the Yang family." Yang Zhao opened his mouth to speak, but did not know how to express himself, his face showing difficulty. He understood that although Su Mingwei and the others were safe today, the rift between their families had already formed. As for how their two families would develop in the future, whether in conflict or in peace, it all depended on the choices made by both sides. Yuan, about what you mentioned earlier. Uncle Yang, let's not speak of this for now." Su Mingyuan had previously discussed with Yang Zhao the intention to develop some of the Su family's enterprises in the county city. However, at this moment, both Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan were filled with a sense of anger toward the Yang family. They could not choose to cooperate with the Yang family again. "Very well then," Yang Zhao said helplessly. As they were sending them off to the carriage, Yang Shihui arrived on horseback. "Brother Mingwei, this is something my grandfather asked me to deliver to you, and it must reach your hands." "Uncle." Yang Zhao was slightly taken aback. "Indeed." Yang Shihui nodded and again clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Regarding today's matter, I ask that Brother Mingwei and Brother Mingyuan not blame us. The Yang family is also riddled with internal factions." "All right, I shall return now. If I come to the county city again, I will definitely treat you well." Having said that, Yang Shihui hastily arrived and departed, not giving Su Mingwei and the others the chance to refuse. "Father-in-law, we shall take our leave as well. Mother, father, elder brother, remember to take care of your health. It's good to return early so as not to worry Brother Chuan." As everyone bid farewell, a carriage along with several mounted guards with swords made their way to the county city gate. Once outside the city, Yang Ronghua, holding Su Duan, curiously asked, "What did that uncle of mine send?" Su Mingyuan also said, "Elder brother, let's open it and see." Su Mingwei glanced over them, nodded slightly, and then opened the wooden box, revealing 2 martial arts tomes inside. These were indeed among the purposes of their journey: fire elemental technique and innate fire virtue skill. Su Mingyuan's pupils contracted slightly. Just seeing these 2 martial arts books, he guessed Yang Wenfeng's intentions quite accurately. "Elder brother, the Yang family has sent compensation." Yang Ronghua said, "They did promise this themselves, so it can hardly be considered compensation, right? Do they really think our Su family cherishes this?" Su Mingwei's eyes flashed with anger. "I would just as soon tear them apart." "Don't, elder brother." Su Mingyuan said with a faint smile. "If we tear them up, we would truly have made this trip in vain. Why should we?" Moreover, accepting them does not mean we must let this matter go. Furthermore, Zhao and Winner both need them. I don't want to practice the Yang family's martial arts. Su Dezhao's childish voice rang out in the carriage. They are all defeated opponents of father. I want to learn from father. Su Mingwei smiled and ruffled his head, saying, "Good, you can learn the little dragon elephant skill from me. Our Zhao is quite ambitious." Su Mingyuan also praised him. In Dongxi village, the Su family. It has been 7 days. The stones should be back by now, right? This morning, Su Chuan woke up and after pondering for a moment decided to use the Daily Divination to see their news. Today's divination middle at the hour of Shun. Su Mingwei's family and Su Mingyuan returned safely with Yang family's martial arts. Has the hour of Shun arrived along with the Yang family's martial arts? Su Chuan was slightly surprised, thinking they would return empty-handed. What happened? Never mind, when they get home it will all be clear. Su Chuan sighed softly but unexpectedly woke Bai Jing. Husband, what's wrong? You sighed early in the morning. Are you troubled? Bai Jing's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if the morning mist was dissipating. Her delicate arms wrapped around Su Chuan's waist tightly, causing her long black hair to cascade down like a dark waterfall when her cheek rested on his shoulder. Su Chuan turned to glance at her casually, saying, "I was just lamenting the difficulties of noble families, how hard it is to endure for 10 generations, 100 generations, 1,000 generations. 100 generations, 1,000 generations." The smile dispelled the sleepiness. Bai Jing chuckled lightly. "Isn't husband worrying too much? Matters beyond 5 generations are not something we can consider. In 100 years, descendants will have their own fortunes. What we can do is to accumulate some family assets and establish good clan rules for the future generations." Perhaps so. Su Chuan did not argue with her. 100 years of life. He aimed for thousands of years for an everlasting noble family. At the hour of Shun, a carriage arrived at the gate of the Su family's mansion with 3 guards on each side of the carriage. Su Chuan had been waiting at the entrance. Su Mingyuan was the first to get down, and upon seeing Su Chuan standing at the door looked somewhat surprised and said, "Father." Su Dezhao got down and rushed into Su Chuan's arms, smiling. "Grandpa, we are back. Zhao missed you so much." After a few days apart, our Zhao has become sweeter with his words. Su Chuan chuckled and then looked at Su Mingwei and his wife, saying, "Ronghua, after the long journey, take Zhao and Winter back to rest." "Yes, father." Yang Ronghua held Su Dezhao while Su Duan clung to her, unwilling to let the maid carry him. After they left, Su Chuan said again, "You two come to the study with me." "Yes, father." In the Wenxin courtyard. In the study. After Su Chuan sat down, he said, "Now tell me what happened in the county city." The two brothers exchanged glances. Su Mingwei winked at Su Mingyuan, and it was Su Mingyuan who slowly began to recount their experiences in the county city. After a long while, Su Mingwei handed the wooden box he had in his hand to Su Chuan, saying, "That's about it, father. Inside is the martial arts inheritance from Uncle Yang." Knock, knock, knock. Su Chuan gently tapped the desk with his fingers. The two of them, one commanding respect through martial prowess and the other skillful in handling situations, acted obediently like 200-pound children in front of Su Chuan. "Shiti, you first share your thoughts on how our Su family should deal with the Yang family." Su Mingwei pondered for a moment and said, "From this trip to the county city, I understand that having a strong fist is king. Our Su family always repays enmity with enmity. Yuan is right. Courtesy is courtesy and grievances are grievances. If after 6 years the Yang family truly comes to demand something, I will ensure they have no way back. It seems you are filled with resentment." Su Chuan said lightly, then looked at Su Mingyuan, saying, "Yuan, it's your turn now." Su Mingyuan said, "Today our situation with the Yang family is somewhat similar to what it was with the Su family in the past." "Oh, why do you say that? Aren't the Wu family the same?" Su Mingyuan shook his head and said, "The Wu family is different. They want to stop us because we have touched their interests in the martial arts hall, while we have elder brother who is a gifted innate, and Gu Yipping the master of the Dragon Elephant Hall. We are not afraid of their wealth or power. As for the Su family, when father was young, they were the largest household in Dongxi. They coveted the Qingyu pair that father diligently cultivated, wanting to take our benefits away. As for the alternative of buying, they likely also considered father's reputation in Dongxi and their own standing. The Yang family is similar. They wish to have our Su family's talented descendants, and they want to marry Shueji into their family. They cherish their own feathers, using the pretext of nurturing and marriage to enhance their own foundation. Back then our Su family could not shake the Su family, and now we cannot do anything about the Yang family. We can only endure and develop quietly. As for how to treat the Yang family, continue, Su Chuan said lightly. Let there be no interference between us. When we have the strength, we can put them in their place, but there is no need to create enmity. Su Chuan smiled faintly, shaking his head and chuckling. Yuan, are you guessing my thoughts? Father, is this really your idea? Su Mingwei looked at Su Chuan in astonishment. Su Chuan slightly nodded. Why, oi. That day the Yang family truly went too far. Yuan, go tell your elder brother that if he still can't understand, then he should relinquish the position of family head. Su Mingwei looked at Su Mingyuan, who said, Elder brother, the Yang family is so arrogant because they have never regarded our Su family as a threat. It's like you wouldn't care if you accidentally stepped on an ant. Over the years, how many ordinary people have died because of them among the 5 major families of Qingjiang. To the Yang family, our Su family may harbor grievances, but it doesn't amount to enmity. Once enmity is formed, it will undoubtedly lead to a situation of no return. The old family head of the Yang family sent over their inherited martial arts. At first I thought it was merely a gesture of goodwill, but it further indicated their attitude. He has deeply realized the potential of our Su family. Even though we are not their match now, in the future we may stand shoulder to shoulder. What do you think will happen if the Yang family starts to take their enemies seriously? Su Mingwei seemed to awaken from a dream and said blankly, they will no longer care for their wings or reputation and will do their utmost to eradicate our Su family. Therefore, the old family head of the Yang family is not only showing goodwill, but also demonstrating power. If the 2 families can be on good terms, that would be best. If not, at least they will maintain a distance. Su Chuan said lightly, how could someone capable of becoming a family head be mediocre? Should the path you need to walk is still long. Of course, our Su family is different from ordinary families. Even if the Yang family overestimates themselves, they will never guess that we have no intention of competing with them. Our Su family's path has always been aimed directly at the immortal way. We only need to focus on ourselves, and as time passes, families like the Yang and Chang families will naturally crawl to our feet. Su Mingwei sighed heavily, showing a look of shame. Father, I am sorry for your teachings. Let Yuan take the position of family head instead. Su Mingyuan shook his head repeatedly. No, elder brother, I need to manage the family's business while also cultivating martial arts. I cannot take on the responsibilities of the family head. Just stay honest for now. You are not foolish, just lacking in experience. Su Chuan patted his shoulder and said, remember to think more and not be swayed by emotions in the future. Remember that as the family head of the Su family, you do not only represent yourself, behind you are your siblings, your wife and children, as well as over 1,000 servants of the Su family. Any wrong decision you make may bring disaster upon the entire family. After a pause, Su Chuan continued, as for the family head, let's discuss it once you cultivate a suitable successor. Yes, father, Su Mingwei nodded earnestly. Sure too will not be so impulsive in the future. He feared that if his actions led to a feud between the Su and Yang families causing the downfall of the Su family, he would be filled with dread. Suddenly, he felt a chill rising from his tailbone, penetrating to the top of his head, as if ice water was poured over him. If it truly came to this, even 100 deaths would not atone for his sins. Even annihilating the entire Yang family would be useless. This can also serve as a warning for you, Su Chuan added. Of course, martial strength is still the top priority for our Su family. Father, we understand, Su Mingwei nodded and said, originally, after completing the cultivation of the innate 5 elements transformation technique, I planned to switch to the immortal path like you. However, this recent experience has made me profoundly aware of the importance of strength. After this, I want to cultivate the master level of the innate dragon elephant technique. Once I reach the master level, I will transition to the immortal path. I want to be the strongest among my peers in both martial and immortal arts. Su Chuan's pupils narrowed. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Su Mingwei and, seeing the determination in his eyes, nodded and said, in that case, I will quickly research master-level medicinal dishes to assist you. Thank you, father. In the past, Su Mingwei would have definitely followed the path Su Chuan had chosen for him. After completing his spiritual roots and purifying them to true spiritual roots, he would have transitioned to the immortal path. However, after the trip to the county city, he has found his own path. Cultivating both martial and immortal arts is feasible even below the foundation establishment stage. But if Su Mingwei can achieve perfection in both paths, then he would be nearly invincible in the Qi refinement stage, and even for a short time could rival those at the foundation establishment stage. As for foundation establishment, he could only take it one step at a time. There is no need to explain the matters of the Yang family in detail to your mother and younger siblings. Just say that everything went smoothly on this trip. Shita, you also tell Ronghua. I understand, father. After a moment, the two left Su Chuan's study. Su Mingzhu, upon hearing that Su Mingwei and the others had returned, immediately wanted to ask them about the situation in the county city. Originally, she wanted to accompany them, but was stopped by Su Chuan. Now she was blocking the entrance of the questioning heart courtyard. Roar! Su Mingzhu suddenly jumped out riding Xiaobai, startling both of them. Xueji, you are becoming more and more reckless. Su Mingwei scolded. In the past, I have also startled you, elder brother. Are you truly frightened this time? Xueji stuck out her tongue. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan stepped out of Su Chuan's study, both preoccupied with their thoughts, thus falling for her surprise attack. Otherwise, with Su Mingwei's perception at the late stage of innate talent, he would not have missed it. What do you want from us? Su Mingwei changed the subject. I wanted to ask if your trip was smooth. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan exchanged glances, and Su Mingwei raised the purple sandalwood box in his hand and said, "What do you think? Elder brother is truly impressive. Our Su family has gained another powerful martial art." Su Ming's eyes sparkled. "By the way, elder brother, how was the county city? Was it prosperous?" "Of course it was prosperous. The city is grand, the streets are wide, and all trades are thriving with many prominent families. It is truly unrivaled. The 5 major families of Xinjiang cannot even be considered minor disturbances in the county city." Su Ming's eyes blinked. "So when will you take me to visit my in-laws? Even if I go, I won't take you along. Wait until you have your father's permission before we talk about it. Always mentioning father, elder brother, you just use him to pressure me." Seeing that Su Mingzhu was somewhat displeased, Su Mingyuan quickly changed the subject, looking at the red gold-eyed white tiger, and said, "By the way, our little Bai's eyes are becoming more and more human-like. He's second brother little Bai is now a demon beast, so her intelligence has certainly increased a lot." Su Ming's words left both of them astonished. Demon beast. Su Mingzhu patted the white tiger and said, "Little Bai, greet elder brother and second brother." "Oh, by the way, elder brother and second brother cannot understand what you say, little Bai." Both of them were amused despite their earlier gloom lifting considerably. Home is indeed the best. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan scrutinized the white tiger closely, only to see its golden eyes slanting like a blade, exuding a hint of pride, with its tail swaying like a whip, stirring up sparks on the blue stone. "How did little Bai suddenly become a demon beast? How come we didn't know?" Su Mingwei asked. "Father said the fewer people who know the better. Does that include me and your second brother?" Elder brother and second brother are naturally fine, but you didn't ask. Yun Nu and I almost follow father all day, so we have few chances to see you." "That's true. Well, I will let you off this time." Su Mingyuan wanted to pat the white tiger's head, but his hand hovered in the air, hesitating to come down. After all, it is a demon beast. As a result, the white tiger gave him a contemptuous glance, while second brother seemed rather timid. Su Mingwei, on the other hand, felt a desire to have a demon beast white tiger as a mount, glancing at Su Mingzhu on its back. With Zueji's talent, the Yang family thinking of marrying her is truly wishful thinking. Nonetheless, who will father marry Xueji off to in the future? After a moment, Su Mingwei added, "All right, no need to be so pleased with yourself. Little Bai is now this big and is increasingly unsuitable to appear within the Su family courtyard. It would be best to let it stay near the Bihan pool from now on." "Understood, elder brother." Xueji nodded slightly. During dinner, the Su family gathered together. Bai Jing inquired about the trip to the county city. Yang Ronghua replied with a smile, "Mother, everything went smoothly. Are your parents well?" "All is well. My elder brother now has a child named Yang Ruifeng. That's good, get fulfills one of your wishes." After a while, Su Mingwei looked at Su Chuan and said, "Father Zhao should also practice martial arts. I will be busy with family affairs and may not have much free time. Then let him accompany you to Bihan pool, just like Xueji and Yun Nu to stay by your side." Su Chuan nodded slightly and asked Su Dezhao, "Shall we start tomorrow? Each day accompany grandfather to the mountain." "Zhao is willing." Su Dezhao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The next day, as dawn broke, the sky was slightly brightening. The distant mountains appeared like blue indigo, gradually tinted with golden hues. Su Mingxu took Su Dezhao on the white tiger along with Su Mingxian, heading towards Bihan pool. Here there were hundreds of acres of medicinal fields, and the tall black iron fruit trees had grown quite robust. The mountain wind brushed by, and the wind chimes hanging under the bamboo eaves produced a melodious sound that cleansed the soul. "Aunt Xueji, the air here seems fresher than that down the mountain." Su Dezhao turned and smiled. "It's because your grandfather has planted many rare medicinal materials, which have some effect of gathering the power of heaven and earth. So that's how it is. Grandfather is truly impressive." Su Chuan was already there. Su Mingxu helped Su Dezhao down from the white tiger and went with Su Mingxian to pay their respects. Meanwhile, the white tiger skillfully lay under the black iron fruit tree, resting, seemingly accustomed to it. "Xueji, you focus on martial arts. Let Yun Nu teach Zhao when she has time." "Yes, father." Although Su Mingxu also wanted to experience the joy of being a teacher, she knew her martial arts progress was not as good as her brother Su Mingxian's. "I don't want to fall behind. I can only practice even harder." Yun Nu first helped Zhao lay the foundation. Once he has entered the realm of martial arts, let him practice on his own and guide him occasionally. As for the rest, he needs to walk his own path and gain insight. "Yes, father." "You too, Zhao, do you understand your grandfather's words?" Su Chuan looked at Su Dezhao, smiling slightly. He couldn't help but be gentler with his eldest grandson. Grandfather don't always treat Zhao as a child. He's not a little kid anymore. Hearing this, the three of them smiled. Not to mention Su Dezhao, even Su Mingxu and Su Mingxian were still children in Su Chuan's eyes. "Oh, then tell me, what did you understand from grandfather's words just now?" "Fifth uncle is teaching Zhao the basics of martial arts. In the future, Zhao will reach whatever level he can through his own diligent practice. Just like how people differ, father is usually calm, but will shine in critical moments. Second uncle is wise. Aunt Shueji is lively, and fifth uncle is serene. Su Daizhao spoke slowly in a childish voice, which caught the attention of the three. Hey little Zhaoer, who are you calling lively? Aunt Shueji, you're lively too. Shueji pretended to be angry and asked, what about your grandfather? Grandfather is calm and steady, as if nothing in the world can trouble him. Little brat, I thought you would say something astonishing, but you're just flattering your grandfather. Shueji grinned. What I said is not flattery, it's from the heart. It's quite sincere. Su Mingxian smiled. Su Chuan rubbed Su Dezhao's head, chuckling, no wonder you're the eldest grandson of the Su family. You will surely surpass your father in the future. Among the 3 generations of the Su family, no one had yet been granted a fate talent. However, Su Chuan made a decision to bestow the Qi blood furnace upon him. Su Dezhao had quite good innate martial talent. Even without this fate talent, he could still progress smoothly under the current resources of the Su family. But with the Qi blood furnace, he would surely advance even further. Like Su Mingyuan and Su Mingshu, the best choice was to reach innate perfection and then cultivate the path of immortality. Continuing on the martial arts path like Su Mingwei would only waste time. Su Dezhao might one day follow the same path as his father, cultivating both immortality and martial arts. After a while, Su Chuan took Su Dezhao into the bamboo house. After some time, Su Dezhao came out to practice martial arts with Su Mingxian in the open space to the west. Su Mingshu, meanwhile, was alone practicing near the White Tiger. Su Mingwei practiced martial arts with increasing diligence, rising before dawn, resting only at noon, though he also managed the affairs of the Su family in between. Fortunately, the Su family was well managed and the servants respected and appreciated the main family, so there weren't many miscellaneous matters. Most often it was about whether there were enough hands for farming or if children of appropriate age were attending school, arranging martial arts training for those with good potential and rewarding the diligent while punishing the negligent. He only needed to agree or disagree to make the decisions. The rest would be handled properly by those below. The same went for Su Mingyuan. He no longer needed to rush outside every day. He simply made decisions on significant matters and grasped the overall direction of the business. Regarding the development of commerce towards the county city, he had discussed it with Su Chuan. Ultimately, they decided to send a few capable industry leaders there to set up a branch in cooperation with the Chang family. Let the Chang family act as a protective umbrella. Naturally, the Su family would have to pay a considerable price, and Su Mingyuan decided to offer a 50% discount. This arrangement was not really meant to benefit the Su family, but to plant a stake in the county city and gather intelligence on the movements of major families. If something were to involve their own interests, they would be alerted in time, allowing them to prepare a response. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Ronghua was pregnant again. Su Mingshu and Su Mingyuan both reached the pinnacle of the postnatal stage. During this time, Su Mingyuan secretly sent people to the county city to contact the Chang family, establishing cooperation. All industries in the county city would give half to the Chang family. Seeing the Su family's business capabilities, the Chang family repeatedly advocated for them, allowing these industries to take root in the county city. Su Mingyuan purchased 15 qi-attracting pills from the Chang family, each costing 3,200 taels, and through Xiao Shangyuan's channel he acquired 10 pills for 3,500 taels. 5 of these were taken by Su Chuan for studying their medicinal properties, while the remaining 20 were distributed to Su Mingyuan and Su Mingshu to help them comprehend the power of heaven and earth and break through to the innate stage. Su Chuan, with the fate talent of Shinnong Baizao, consumed the qi-attracting pills and identified 7 out of 10 herbs. The rest were based on variations in medicinal properties and the principles of monarch, minister, assistant, and guide, deducing several substitute herbs. After half a year of continuous experimentation with various herbs, he obtained a similar formula for qi-attracting pills, which was stronger than the original and required cheaper materials. Afterward, he also began to cultivate medicinal fields to grow these herbs. Of course, Su Chuan did not neglect the cultivation of the Xiantian 5 elements transformation technique every day. With these qi-attracting pills, although they couldn't compare to actual breakthrough pills, frequent consumption would greatly aid the cultivation of the innate realm. If taken every 3 days, it could double the cultivation speed. However, even the families of the county city couldn't afford such luxury. Because even if there were pill formulas without skilled alchemists, the expenses would be significant. For the Su family, however, each pill only cost a few dozen taels. The improved pill formula reduced the cost of medicinal materials from over 1,000 taels to 400 or 500 taels, and Su Chuan was exceptionally gifted in alchemy, able to produce 7 or 8 pills in one furnace. Thus, they could supply a large quantity for the cultivation of innate martial artists within the family. Additionally, the Su family sold a small amount of qi-attracting pills within their sphere of influence, quickly accumulating a substantial wealth at the price of 4,000 taels each. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the year-end festival. Su Mingwei broke through to innate perfection and his martial arts reached completion, mending his incomplete spiritual root. Like Su Chuan, he continued to refine himself, aiming to elevate his spiritual root to a true spiritual root. At the border of the Great Way, in the Dingxi camp, Captain Su, here are your family letters and the items sent to you. Thank you. After returning to the tent, Su Mingxian first opened the family letter, reading it with a smile on his lips. I didn't expect that Xueji and Yin Nu managed to do it, but unfortunately, I still haven't returned. He then found 4 black ceramic bottles hidden in his bundle, opened one, and poured a pill into his palm. Taking a gentle sniff, it is indeed a qi induction pill, and it seems to be of very high quality. Su Mingxian had once received a qi induction pill as a reward from Gushuan Hong, hence he was certain. 1 bottle contains 10 pills, 4 bottles. Has the family hit the jackpot? What has happened during the years I've been away? Never mind why think so much. It's probably that my second brother has found some profitable business leading to a significant increase in family wealth and also connected to the qi induction pill trade. Let me break through to the innate stage first, and the surplus can be given to Li Ji and the others. Su Mingxian felt no burden in his heart. Naturally, the hard-earned resources of the family should be used by family members first, and only if there is a surplus should they be given to others. If he were to give up his chance to break through to the innate stage to help others instead, that would be foolish. However, only Li Ji has reached the pinnacle of the postnatal stage, while Denyo and cousin Bai Hui are still second-rate warriors. I hope that after they return home, they can receive focused training. Only then is there hope for them to reach the pinnacle of postnatal warriors. Su Mingxian put away the items and then went out to inspect the mining area. After becoming Guzuanhong's personal guard, he had much more ease and no longer had to follow the other miners coming and going at early and late hours. Regular inspections would suffice. This also allowed him more time to cultivate. Over the past half-year, several pieces of mysterious iron essence had been discovered in other mining areas. Su Mingxian had a premonition that the day of his return home was approaching. Time flowed like the stars, with spring departing and autumn arriving. In Dongxi village by the Baihan Pond. On this day, Su Chuan was in deep meditation when he suddenly felt a marvelous change in his body, as if his spirit had received guidance, floating in a haze, as if experiencing a moment of enlightenment. On this day, Su Chuan sat alone in the Qinglu, suddenly feeling the surge of 5 energies within him, a warm current rushing from his tailbone to the Baihui point. In an instant, the spiritual platform lit up and his mind felt as if drawn by the heavens, floating in a sublime state wondrous beyond measure. My spiritual root has been refined. Su Chuan opened his eyes filled with ecstatic joy. Seizing this marvelous moment, Su Chuan immediately instructed Su Mingxian to guard the door while he entered seclusion, ensuring that no one was to disturb him. Father, are you about to embark on the path of immortality? Su Chuan nodded slightly and reiterated, make sure no one disturbs me. Yin Nu understands. Su Chuan then activated the secret method from the innate 5 elements transformation technique, converting his innate true energy into magical power. Su Mingxiu, Su Mingwei, and Su Mingyuan, upon learning of this, took it very seriously and also wanted to protect Su Chuan. But Su Mingxian refused. Eldest brother and second brother, you bear the family's heavy burdens, so it's sufficient for Yin Nu to guard here. As for fourth sister, I would trouble you to teach Zhaoer during this time. That's fine. Yin Nu's strength is not weak now, having reached the mid-stage of the innate level, and this is our Su family's territory, so there's no need to worry too much. Su Mingwei said this and soon left the mountain with Su Mingyuan. 5 days later, Su Chuan's true energy had all transformed into magical power, becoming a peak-level practitioner of the 5th layer of qi cultivation. This process is irreversible. Su Chuan would thus only be able to pursue the path of immortality. However, there are also practitioners of qi and those who refine their bodies. If he has the opportunity to obtain body refining techniques, he could also pursue both paths. After a long life, I have finally embarked on the path of qi cultivation. Su Chuan opened the door of the bamboo house, and Su Mingxian, hearing the noise, immediately looked over with excitement. Father, you have emerged from seclusion. Thank you, Yin Nu, for protecting me these past few days. This is what Yin Nu ought to do. Father. Not far away, Su Mingxiu also hurriedly approached Su Chuan, holding the pitiful Su Daizhao in her hands. Grandfather. Su Daizhao politely cupped his hands. Su Chuan picked him up and smiled, saying, let's go down the mountain. We shouldn't let others worry. After stepping onto the path of qi cultivation, Su Chuan could now practice the immortality techniques and the spells from the Changchun Gong. With the 2 major destinies of Heaven Rewards Diligence and Shenan's 100 Herbs, Su Chuan practicing Changchun Gong would likely match the cultivation speed of those with heavenly roots. Additionally, Su Chuan considered whether to add another talent of 9 Palaces Dao transformation for himself. However, he felt that he was currently focused on alchemy and might not be able to divert his attention. Shitu A Yuan Shan to Shui Ji Yin Nu, among them only Yin Nu is suitable for the path of formations. After all, it would take over 20 years for the next generation to grow up. The Su family cannot afford to waste time. Nighttime. The autumn wind blows gently, and the moonlight is like water. The Su family has a family banquet. 3 generations gathered around a round table for dinner. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan have already started families. Even when they are in the courtyard, they usually dine in their own houses. Meanwhile, Su Mingxiu and the others handle their meals by the Baihan Pond. Gathering the whole family for a meal like this has become quite rare. It is rare for everyone to be together like this. Shidu, as the head of the family, why don't you say a few words? Su Chuan said with a slight smile. Su Mingwei stood up, raised his cup, and said, "This time father has made a breakthrough, and that is why we are fortunate to gather together. Let us toast to father." To father, grandfather. Except for Bai Jing, all the younger generation stood up to toast, while Su Dezhao and Su Deheng had fruit drinks. Seeing this scene, Bai Jing lowered her head and wiped away her tears. "Aunt, why are you crying?" Su Dezhao, sitting beside Bai Jing, asked with concern, "Has someone bullied you, aunt? Zhao is already a warrior now, and will soon become a third-rate warrior capable of helping you teach him a lesson." Bai Jing smiled with kindness, gently stroking his head, and is shedding tears of joy. "Zhao, have you heard of crying tears of joy?" Su Mingxiu said with a smile. "Of course I have heard of it," Su Dezhao replied. Su Mingxiu continued, "Eldest brother Mother Zhao is indeed exceptionally talented, surpassing us all. Oh, it won't take half a year for him to become a third-rate warrior." Wu Rushan looked at Su Dezhao in astonishment. With Zhao's talent, he might break through to the innate stage before 16. "I have heard that even in the county city he is among the top talents." Su Mingwei laughed heartily. "If you keep praising him, this little fellow's tail will surely be raised high. No wonder he is my grandson." Bai Jing smiled and praised him, looking at Su Mingwei. "What's wrong? Can't I compliment him once?" "Mother is joking." "Ha ha." Everyone burst into laughter. Seeing Su Dezhao being praised, Su Deheng felt a bit jealous and shouted, "Aunt Jinga also wants to practice martial arts and can protect you too." Yes, Jinger is also a good child. After being praised, Su Deheng continued to struggle with the chicken feet in her hand. Su Mingyuan affectionately ruffled Su Deheng's hair. "Jinger resembles her mother." Bai Jing nodded and said, "Yuan, your eldest brother's third child, is about to be born, and you and Russian have only one. Jinger, it seems a bit thin. You need to work harder." "Mother, everyone is here. Why bring this up?" Su Mingyuan felt a bit embarrassed, and Wu Russian's ears also turned slightly red. Previously urged to marry, now urged to have children. Why are they urging me about everything? He felt somewhat depressed. Mother Shueji is also not small. When Dasa and Russian got married, they were also around this age. You should hurry and find her a good family. Second brother, you are being unreasonable. How can you casually set the battlefield on me? Ha ha ha, everyone burst into laughter. Moreover, I am so outstanding, how could anyone from Xinjiang be worthy of me? So I can only accompany father and mother until old age. Don't talk nonsense, how can a woman not marry? I still want to hold a grandson. As for Shui Jis matter, let her decide for herself. Oh well, talk about it when she meets someone she likes. However, one point is clear, the other party can only come to the family by marrying in. Su Chuan suddenly said, "Husband, isn't that a bit harsh? Which noble family son would willingly marry in? I have my own views, but settled. Second brother, since you think I have no chance, you and second sister-in-law should work harder." Su Mingxiu teased with a smile. "You little girl, you have been spoiled by father." Ha ha. 3 months later, the Su family cultivated one top-tier martial artist after another, and among the guards someone finally became a congenital martial artist. As for those young recruits nurtured since childhood, many have also become third-rate martial artists despite being only slightly over 10 years old. They are all talents who can hope to reach the peak of the acquired realm in their 20s. Among them, 2 or 3 with exceptional bone structures under the Su family's guidance are expected to achieve the peak of the acquired realm before the age of 20. The Dragon Elephant Martial Arts School is growing stronger. After a discussion between Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan, they have opened Dragon Elephant Martial Arts Schools in the surrounding 4 counties to attract martial arts talents and extraordinary children for the Su family. Moreover, every child will be tested for their aptitude for cultivation. Although each county has a celestial office, testing requires a fee, which makes it easy for families in the county to have their children tested. However, for the ordinary people in the surrounding villages, this fee is quite significant. The Dragon Elephant Martial Arts School offers free testing of bone structure, and if they encounter cultivable individuals, they will waive the fees and nurture them carefully, making it a golden opportunity for the ordinary folk. Even if there is only a slim chance, they would want to give it a try. The Dragon Elephant Martial Arts School's public statement is to recruit martial artists, and the families and celestial office in the county would not suspect that they have testing crystals for cultivation aptitude. As a result, in these past months, they really discovered 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy is 7 years old and the girl is 9. The Su family immediately sent someone to contact the parents of these 2 children, reaching an agreement for them to relocate to Dongxi village and become vassals of the Su family. The two families and their immediate relatives could live prosperous lives while the two children would practice qi cultivation under Su Chuan by the Bihan Pond. Dog Boy Sin Yang, those names are informal. Oh, let me give you new names, shall I? Thank you, old patriarch. Su Chuan looked at the two children before addressing the boy. Dog Boy, your father's surname is Wu, so from now on you shall be called Wu Tao. San Yang, you shall be called Shen Qingyi. Can you recognize characters? Both shook their heads. Su Chuan thought for a moment and turned to Su Dezhao, saying, Zhaoer, you will spend 2 hours every day teaching Wu Tao and Shen Qingyi to read and write. But Grandpa, I also want to practice martial arts. Listen to Grandpa. This will also temper your impetuous heart. Understood, Grandpa. Wu Tao has a pseudo-spiritual root aptitude, while Shen Qingyi has a mixed spiritual root. Su Chuan's intention in letting them get close to Su Dezhao is naturally to hope that through their daily interactions they will become Su Dezhao's right-hand and left-hand men in the future. Martial path and celestial path. The celestial path is primary and the martial path is secondary. This will be the future path of the Su family. At this moment, the Su family is merely lying low in the mountains and fields, quietly gathering strength and waiting for the right moment. They await the storm to rise, the dragon to soar from the abyss and to astonish the world. It is yet another year of sacrifice. At the borders of the Great Way, Su Mingxuan, missing his homeland, stepped out of the tent to stroll around. Gu Xianhong returned from the command center and happened to encounter him. Seeing his sorrowful face, he approached to inquire. Gu Xiaowei, Su Mingxian clasped his hands, but Gu Xianhong raised his hand to stop him. No need for formalities today. You look full of sorrow. You miss home, don't you? Yes, Su Mingxian replied, nodding emphatically. It's been 6 years. Who wouldn't miss home? When I enlisted, my little daughter was just 6 months old. Now she must be quite the little girl. Gu Xiaowei gazed at the sky with emotion, then turned to Su Mingxuan. Who else is in your family? My parents are still alive. I have 2 older brothers and younger siblings, as well as a nephew who is just over 7 years old. Not too many people. Seeing your strength reach the peak of the acquired realm, I thought you were a scion of a prominent family in Yuehu County. Gu Xianhong exclaimed in surprise. Su Mingxian smiled. Thanks to the efforts of my parents and brothers, our Su family barely qualifies as a small family in the county. I follow Su Chuan's advice and act low-key. Therefore, I haven't exposed the fact that I have already broken through to the congenital realm. Reaching the peak of the acquired realm in your 20s is already considered above average among the scions of prominent families in the county. Gu Zuanhong's lips curled slightly in a faint smile as he said, your Su family is not simple. To cultivate such talents, families in the county must invest their entire clan's strength along with martial talent and determination. After all, in terms of martial resources, the county cannot compare to the county city. Su Mingxian watched Gu Zuanhong's self-satisfied expression, secretly chuckling in his heart. I wouldn't tell you that I have an older brother who broke through to the congenital realm before reaching his 20s, and that our Su family treats qi-nourishing pills as mere candies. All right, we've talked enough for today. Gu Xianhong stood up, intending to return to his own tent, but after taking a couple of steps, he lowered his voice and said, by next spring, at the latest by March, you can honorably return home. Gu Xiaowei. Gu Xianhong gestured for silence. Su Mingxian immediately closed his mouth, but his heart trembled violently, and the longing to return home surged like never before, nearly bursting forth. At this moment, he truly wanted to shout to the sky and the earth, I can go home. However, he knew that such actions would only harm himself and Gu Xuanhong, who had informed him of this news. Due to excessive excitement, Su Mingxian couldn't sleep the entire night. On the other side in Dongxi, the Su family on the day of sacrifice naturally gathered together for a reunion dinner. Yang Ronghua held a baby in her arms who had just been born and was not yet 2 months old. It was a girl. When she was born, Su Mingwei was almost overwhelmed with joy. Whether it was a tradition passed down from Su Chuan or due to the lack of female members in the Su family, everyone in the family was exceptionally happy and loving. Su Mingwei named her Linger Su, Delying, symbolizing decisiveness and agility. This name carries a sense of heroism reminiscent of the northern winds carry the golden drum, the cold light shines on the iron armor. Half a month ago was her full moon celebration. As per tradition, Su Chuan dripped blood into the family tree. Su Delying, Su family's 3rd generation. Age 1. Spiritual root, all 5 elements, true spiritual root aptitude. Talent Crimson Eagle Spiritual Eye. Bloodline none. The Crimson Eagle Spiritual Eye is a fire attribute, innate spiritual eye that can pierce illusions and condense spiritual light, possessing extraordinary power. Su Chuan initially thought he was seeing things, but upon seeing her spiritual root and talent, he was shocked, followed by overwhelming joy. The first cultivation genius of the Su family. Not only does she possess a true spiritual root at birth, but she also has an innate spiritual eye, and her potential is likely to surpass that of cultivators with earth spiritual roots. This child of Shirtu is truly remarkable at giving birth, even better than I am. Su Chuan joked, then fell into deep thought. However, if everyone is a cultivation genius, it would be a disaster rather than a blessing. It seems I can only let winner pursue the martial path. 3 consecutive geniuses made Chuan feel it was coincidence, but outsiders might not believe so. I still need to have Shirtu give birth to a couple more. With this in mind, he immediately called Su Mingwei to the study and instructed him on a few matters. Upon hearing that Su Delying is a true spiritual root cultivation genius and possesses the rare innate spiritual eye in the cultivation world, Su Mingwei was immensely shocked. Little linger, by 6 years old you will definitely walk the celestial path directly, but your offspring 3 consecutive geniuses, while it is fine now, will inevitably leave hidden dangers in the future. Su Chuan patted his shoulder and said, so shitty, you best have a couple more children. They can walk the martial path with winner while Zhao and Linger walk the celestial path. That would be proper. Father children cannot just be born whenever one wants to. Su Chuan smiled, faintly patting his shoulder. Father believes in your ability. Su Mingwei's mouth twitched slightly. Of course he is only 26 now, and considering the frequency of his intimacy with his wife, he believes he will definitely have more offspring. However, the former was the fertility plan given to him by Su Chuan, while the latter is simply human nature. The impact of these two on one's mentality is still distinctly different. In mid-January, the Great Liang, unwilling to let the Great Wei take away a mine of mysterious iron and exquisite stones, without a fight initiated a decisive battle. Though this war was not as devastating as the initial clash, it still brought about significant casualties. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Su Mingxuan, having held back somewhat, faced multiple attackers, yet managed to escape perilously. Later, upon encountering Gu Xuanhong after both sides suffered heavy losses, he found himself surrounded by a dozen peak postnatal warriors. Go Captain. Su Mingxian immediately charged forward, unleashing the roar of a dragon driven by innate true energy, which resonated like thunder, momentarily pushing the enemies back, but they did not relent. After all, the head of a captain is worth second-class military merit. Spears, knives, and swords were thrust and slashed towards the two. Run. Go Captain understood that with Su Mingxuan's strength, taking on a dozen peak postnatal warriors was utterly impossible. Get away from me. Su Mingxian paid no heed. With a sweep of his sword, the pine-colored innate true energy erupted, sending everyone nearby flying. Innate true energy, you've reached innate. Let's go. Su Mingxian swiftly pulled Gu Xianhong away. In this battlefield, as an early-stage innate warrior, he only had the strength to protect himself, so he could only take Gu Xianhong to safety. Gu Xianhong had saved his life due to a moment of kindness. Since he had revealed his strength, Su Mingxian no longer pretended, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to claim numerous postnatal warriors' lives, accumulating enough for a second-class military merit. As for innate warriors, captains were generally above the latest innate level. It would be foolish to attack them. Wasn't it better to prey on the weaker ones? With the conclusion of this battle, the Great Wei Army officially announced the end of the conflict. After tallying the military merits, those who were conscripted could return home. In the borderlands, the atmosphere erupted into cheers, with thunderous calls echoing for miles. In the Dingxi camp at the military merit tally office. What's your name? Su Mingxian. Su Mingxuan. Oh, not bad. At a young age, you already have a first-class and a second-class merit. The middle-aged man in charge of tallying the military merits looked up with a smile, his eyes revealing his admiration. Are you interested in joining the Great Wei Army? You would certainly receive excellent treatment. Sir, it has been 6 years since I last returned home, and I miss it dearly. I can hardly wait to return, so I cannot accept your generous offer. The middle-aged man sighed and waved his hand, saying, very well, everyone has their own ambitions. Here is your military merit certificate. A second-class merit is enough to exchange for a county magistrate or county lieutenant in the county. And a first-class merit can be exchanged for a chief clerk or county lieutenant in the prefecture, or for a county magistrate in the county, though the latter might be an overqualification. So what if there are no official positions left in my hometown's county or prefecture? If there are official titles, but no official registry, then there's nothing to be done. However, often there are those with titles, but no registration. You can inquire about the details when you return home. All right, don't block the next person. Su Mingxian clasped his hands in thanks, stepped back, and turned to leave. His experience was still limited, thinking that military merits could be exchanged for more than just official titles, so he sought out Gu Xianhong. Now he had fully recovered from his injuries. Because of the life-saving grace, the two had become sworn brothers of different surnames. Gu Xianhong was also about 27, the same age as Su Mingwei. With his latest innate strength, he must have come from a prominent family. Inside Gu Xuanhong's tent, Brother Gu, can military merits only be exchanged for official titles? Normally, exchanging for official titles is the most advantageous, but some families with vast lands, such as tens of thousands of acres, might use second-class merits to obtain permanent tax exemptions on their family's hills and fields. If it's over 100,000 acres, then only first-class merits can be used for exchange. Tax exemption is also good. Su Mingxuan's heart stirred. In any case, you can think it over, brother. By the way, this farewell may last for a long time. If you have time, come find me at the Gu family in Guangling Prefecture. Guangling Prefecture is adjacent to your Yuehu Prefecture, and the distance is not too far. I will remember, brother. Su Mingxian smiled and clasped his fists. He waited at the Dingxi camp entrance to meet up with other members of the Su family. 30 or so went to the battlefield, but only 7 survived. Li Ji, Chun Danio, and Bai Hui made it back. Li Ji earned a second-class merit, while Chun Danio and Bai Hui received fourth-class merits, and the other few received fifth-class merits, which was considered the lowest rank. Third young master. Li Ji and Chun Danio galloped over, and soon Bai Hui and the others arrived as well. Everyone, let's head home together. Going home. The 7 were filled with eagerness, embarking on their journey back. Today's divination auspicious. Your third son, Su Mingxian, will return home at the hour of the rooster with a first-class and second-class merit. First-class and second-class merits. Su Chuan usually did divination to measure the family's fortunes and misfortunes, and it was mostly neutral. Today, however, he drew an auspicious hexagram revealing that his third son was about to return, which left him somewhat astonished. But soon a smile appeared on his lips. Good boy, let him act with modesty. I did not expect this level of modesty, but as long as he comes back, that is enough. As long as he returns. His eyes were filled with longing. He immediately instructed someone to call Su Mingyuan back, saying that a grand feast would be held that evening. He also invited the Chun, Bai, and Li families. Bai Jing was astonished. Husband, is there some great joy tonight? Allow me to keep you in suspense, and I'll give you a surprise later. A surprise? But today is not my birthday. Then I shall wait for your surprise. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan were also puzzled, unsure of what Su Chuan was planning. Even if it's a family banquet, there's no need to invite the Chuan and Li families. Wait a moment. Su Mingyuan seemed to have guessed something. His pupils suddenly contracted, and joy shone in his eyes. Elder brother, could it be that Tan Tu and the others are returning? It's possible. Su Mingwei's eyes flashed with surprise, but he did not show too much emotion, having gradually cultivated the ability to keep his feelings hidden. The authority of the family head was gradually becoming heavier. Impossible. Su Mingyuan immediately refuted himself, saying the border is thousands of miles away. How could father know that Tan Tu was returning today and still make it in time for the evening banquet? If that were true, it would indeed be a prophetic ability. If father were ordinary, how could he have led the Su family to such a scale in over 20 years? This is indeed true. Su Mingwei said calmly, although the Su family is currently managed by you and me, the support behind it is still from father. Without him, our family would have at most 1/10 of its current wealth. That is indeed correct. Su Mingjiwan's eyes began to show signs of longing. I hope Tan Tu returns. It has been 6 years, and I still miss that boy. He is now 21. If he returns, mother won't just urge me anymore. Su Mingwei turned to look at Su Mingyuan, his eyes seemingly saying, I thought you would say something sentimental about brotherly love, but this is all you have. You truly are a good second brother to Tan Tu. At the hour of the rooster, the setting sun bled into the western sky. On the bluish-gray official road, 7 riders galloped forth, stirring up clouds of dust. They had not yet removed their armor, and the scabbards at their waists swayed with the motion of their horses, echoing in the dusk. At the Su family mansion in the main hall, the feast had long been prepared. It's about time. Everyone follow me to the entrance. A group confused arrived at the Su family's mansion entrance, and soon they heard the sound of drive coming from afar. Who dares to be so reckless in front of the Su family's gate? Su Mingzhu scolded, and immediately said, Xiao Bai let out a roar. Roar, 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 a thunderous tiger's roar erupted, the sound waves rolling forward. The horses were all startled, becoming difficult to control. Su Mingwei, with the keenest eyesight, immediately spotted the group of people several hundred meters away, and after his surprise, he smiled faintly, saying, Xueji, are you trying to keep your third brother outside the door? Third brother? Is it really Tan Tu? Everyone's expressions changed slightly, then revealed wild joy. Yes, is Tan Tu back? Bai Jing's eyes seemed to burst with brilliance, and she immediately burst into tears of joy. Elder brother, why didn't you say so earlier? Su Mingshu immediately complained, then fiercely slapped the forelimb of the white tiger, saying, Little Bai, third brother has returned, why are you roaring? The white tiger innocently turned to look at Su Mingshu. Roar? Didn't you tell me to roar? Su Mingxian and the others, startled by the horses, could only slowly make their way back. Father, mother, elder brother, why are you all at the door? I was planning to give you a surprise. Su Mingxian dismounted, and Bai Jing immediately rushed over, tears brimming, as she hugged Su Mingshuan, saying, My son, you have finally returned. Hearing this voice, Su Mingshuan's eyes were also misty with tears as he choked out, Mother Chantua has returned. Li Ji, Chen Daniu, and Bai Hui, seeing their parents also present, quickly went over to pay their respects. We greet the family head and the old family head. The other 3 also paid their respects to Su Mingwei and Su Chuan. Su Mingwei said, No need for excessive formalities. Being able to return from the battlefield is already a merit. The feast has been prepared, so let's eat here. Our Su family will never slight those who have made contributions. Thank you, family head. Su Chuan smiled and said, all right, let's all go in. The banquet is about to get cold. At the banquet, everyone was curious about life at the border and began to inquire. Su Mingxuan, Li Ji, and the others briefly spoke about their circumstances while the rest expressed their emotions. However, when it was mentioned that Su Mingxian had received a first-class merit and a second-class merit, and Li Ji had also received a second-class merit, everyone was astonished. Father, with a second-class merit we can exchange for official titles and tax exemptions. You can decide how to use them. A second-class merit can exempt us from family taxes. Su Mingwei asked curiously. A second-class merit exempts taxes on more than 10,000 mu of land, while a first-class merit can exempt taxes on more than 100,000 mu. Then it can only be exchanged for a first-class merit. Su Mingyuan chuckled. Chantawa, it's been a long time since you returned. Our family has undergone tremendous changes. The total area of fields and forests has long exceeded 100,000 mu. What? Su Mingxian was also taken aback. The entire Dongxi village has already been incorporated into our Su family, and there are also plenty of fields in the surrounding villages. It's been 6 years since I returned, not 16 or 60. Ha ha ha, everyone burst into laughter. Bai Jing added dishes into his bowl, smiling. You didn't hear wrong, eat more, you've lost weight. Su Chuan said, I still need to think about how to use the military merits. Let's eat first. After the meal, Li Er, Chen Daniu, and Bai Hui all received rewards from the Su family. Li Er, being at the peak of the acquired stage, was rewarded with 10 qi-inducing pills. Chen Daniu, Bai Hui, and the others, being secondary warriors, were awarded 10 secret medicinal dishes and 10 opening meridian pills, which could help them quickly open their meridians. In Su Chuan's study, Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and Su Mingxian were all present. Regarding military merits, counting Li Ji's, our family has 1 first-class merit and 2 second-class merits. The rest are not of much use. The first-class merit can be used to exempt all taxes on our family's fields and forests. As for the second-class merits, one can be used to promote Li Ji to county deputy once he breaks through to the innate stage, while the other will be temporarily reserved. I have heard that military merits can also grant immunity from punishment. Su Mingwei nodded solemnly, saying, Father's distribution is very reasonable. Having someone in the officialdom will surely be beneficial. I agree. Then I have no objections. Su Mingxian shrugged. Father, I've been weary from the journey, so we'll head back first. Should you go with him, and also teach him our family's martial arts? Now that our family's second generation is filled with innate talents, they can also be arranged to work. Teach martial arts. Does our family still have this? Su Mingwei laughed, saying, let's go to your room, I'll explain it to you in detail. Su Mingxian was profoundly shocked by the changes in the Su family over the years. The 3 types of secret medicinal dishes combined with opening meridian pills can quickly nurture a large number of warriors. Su Chuan developed qi-inducing pills, saving a great deal of money, and could also harvest the wealth of many prominent families and merchants in the county. Su Chuan, relying on so-called family tradition martial arts, entered the Dao through martial arts and embarked on the path of cultivation. So our family is going to become a cultivation family in the future. Su Mingxian said in a daze. How can a cultivator support a cultivation family? Plus, given Father's temperament, he won't expose our family's cultivation path until we have enough strength. You must also keep this secret. I understand, Su Mingxian nodded seriously. However, I truly look forward to how high our Su family can reach in the future and whether we can stand shoulder to shoulder with the royal family of Dawei. Who can predict the future? Let's focus on the present for now. Tomorrow you should go to the Bihan pool and cultivate beside Father. The spiritual energy there is a bit denser, which can speed up your cultivation. I'll find you if there's anything needed. Got it, elder brother. At Bihan pool, Wu Tao and Shen Qingyi saw Su Mingxian and immediately bowed in greeting, saying, Greetings, third young master. I'm already a master. Su Mingxian scratched his cheek and looked at the two of them. Cultivate well. The Su family will not treat you poorly. Yes, third young master. The matter of the two walking the path of cultivation was known by only a few in the Su family. They were also warned not to disclose it to outsiders, not even their parents. Third uncle, you've come up the mountain too. Su Dezhao respectfully saluted. Su Mingxian ruffled his head, saying, Yes, your father sent me up. What are you going to do? Grandfather asked me to teach Wu Tao and Shen Qingyi how to read and write every day until they recognize the 1,000-character classic, can recite it, and write it out. Then go ahead. Yes, third uncle. Su Mingxian felt that the spiritual energy at Bihan Pool was indeed denser than that of the mountains below, perhaps due to the abundance of rare medicinal materials. Su Mingxuan, Su Mingshu, and Su Mingxian were all cultivating nearby, and the three often sparred. In terms of pure true qi, Su Mingshu and Su Mingxian were above Su Mingxuan, but in actual combat, Su Mingshu often lost to Su Mingxian. However, Su Mingxian had never won against Su Mingxian. Later he learned that Su Mingxian had already broken through to the mid-stage of the innate realm. Our Su family is truly thriving. With elder brother's talent, he only reached the peak of the acquired stage at 18, while Yin Nu has already reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. Cultivating in the innate realm is much slower than in the acquired stage, Su Mingshu chuckled. Previously, the resources for martial arts cultivation could not be compared to now. With father's medicinal dishes, even if the Su family's children are somewhat mediocre, they can reach the innate realm by 25 or 26. Those with good talent like Zhaoer might become innate warriors before 16, and by 20 they might even reach the late innate stage, or even perfection. However, Yin Nu is an exception. Her father said that her true talent will only manifest after she begins cultivating in the innate realm and later in the path of cultivation. Talent. I've heard about it several times from father. Su Mingxian stroked his stubbly chin. Shueji, how does father know about our talents? And do we brothers all have talent? Otherwise, how could each of us be so outstanding? Su Mingshu said with a look of disdain. Third brother, you really have no shame. With your martial arts aptitude, you can only rank in the upper middle among some families in the county. Su Mingxian feigned a gloomy expression, slightly furrowing his brow, and said, you little girl are becoming increasingly disrespectful. You're getting older and showing less respect for your elder brother. Under the black iron tree, the white tiger lazily glanced over and yawned in boredom. It looked at the lush leaves above and silently wondered when the next fruit would ripen. Lost in thought, drool began to flow from the corner of its mouth. 2 months later, Li Ji entered the innate realm and, once stable, went to the county office, kicking out the Wang family's county deputy, becoming the new county deputy of Xinjiang. Li Ji had military merits which could not be shaken by anyone. As for the Wang family's attempts to assassinate him, they had to weigh their own capabilities. After all, Li Ji had the Su family behind him. The Su family, leveraging their first-class merit, registered with the government and was exempted from all taxes on their fields and forests. A month later, Wu Russian was discovered to be pregnant, and Bai Jing was overjoyed. Turning around, she urged Su Mingxuan, causing him great distress. Bai Jing asked him what kind of girl he liked, but he didn't know how to respond, and his mind involuntarily recalled casual conversations with his comrades in the military camp. When in doubt, ask father. Su Mingxian went to consult Su Chuan, who was left speechless. Why are you asking me about marrying a wife? Just choose someone you like, whether from a common family or a noble family. Your father has no objections. I just don't know what I like. You don't expect me to choose for you, do you? Is that possible? Su Chuan immediately slapped him on the forehead, saying, you dream too beautifully. If you're unsure, then seek a marriage alliance with a noble family. If my Su family publicly announces this, I fear all the noble families in the county will come to meddle, and you'll be utterly overwhelmed. Father, please stop. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. After a moment, Su Mingxian raised his head and looked at Su Chuan. Is it possible not to marry? Father can accept it, but your mother will drive me crazy, so for the sake of your father's peace, just agree to your mother. At worst, consider it a task to complete. That would be too unfair to the girl. This won't work, that won't work, don't bother me. Su Chuan was both angry and amused, directly kicking him out of the room. Get far away from me. Su Mingshu watched this scene and couldn't help but chuckle. Third brother, you truly are in a predicament. How did you anger father, who has such a good temper? You girl. Just tell me, maybe I can help you relieve your worries. Su Mingxian thought for a moment and felt that Su Mingshu probably had several female friends who could assist him. What? Female friends? Su Mingshu feigned disbelief. Third brother, do you really think those noble young ladies would sit down for tea and chat with me? If you truly find it difficult, why not hold a talent show for marriage? If you feel good about a girl, just choose her. That seems the only way to go. At least it saves me from meeting each one individually. Su Mingxian nodded. I'll go ask mother. Seeing him leave, Su Mingshu threw up her hands and sighed. Oh, as a younger sister, I'm truly worried sick about my brother's marriage. Su Mingxian went down the mountain to find Bai Jing. Bai Jing felt it was somewhat inappropriate, but in the end she could only agree to Su Mingshuan's request to negotiate with the noble families interested in a marriage alliance. This matter became a topic of interest in Xinjiang County. The third young master of the Su family actually had to resort to a talent show for marriage. However, since it was a public marriage proposal, even ordinary wealthy merchants could participate, giving them a chance. Being able to marry into the Su family was an opportunity akin to jumping through the Dragon Gate. Half a month later, the talent show was held in the county, and there were quite a few eligible young women with talent and beauty. Many participants were skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. There were those with graceful figures that made the wolves in attendance green with envy, as well as sword dancers who were strikingly impressive. There were many young ladies from noble families and wealthy merchants. Many had been close friends in the past, but now in the pursuit of a good husband, their close sisterhood had turned into a mere facade. Even if it wasn't a life or death competition, they all put forth their best efforts. In the end, however, Su Mingxian unexpectedly chose a girl from a small family. She was from the Zhang family in the county, named Zhang Wanqing, 18 years old with a fair appearance. As the youngest daughter of the family, she had some embroidery skills, which is why she came to participate in the talent show. The Zhang family was considered an ordinary wealthy household in the county. Although Bai Jing felt Su Mingxian deserved better, she had no choice but to accept her son's preference. Su Mingshu also joined the excitement and later reported this to Su Chuan. "Oh, your third brother chose a girl from an ordinary family." "Yes, father. The talent competition today was quite lively, and thanks to me, I helped third brother settle his lifelong major event." "You?" Su Chuan shook his head, helplessly tapping her on the forehead. "Coming up with such a silly idea has embarrassed our Su family. Which noble family would act so foolishly?" "Father, you're overthinking it." Su Mingshu hugged Su Chuan's arm and acted cute. "Now who in all of Qingjiang County would dare mock the Su family? They probably wish we would hold more events like this." "All right, since you helped your third brother find a good wife, he'll let you off this time." "Father, you haven't even met the girl yet, and you think she's good. That's a bit rash, isn't it? Once your third brother gets married, have him ask your older brother for a testing spirit stone to measure her talent." "Does she have cultivation talent?" "Well, no, once we measure it. Since your third brother chose an ordinary-looking girl among so many outstanding ones, it indicates she must possess some other extraordinary quality." "Did your third brother tell you he chose her based on instinct?" "That's right. Then it's fine. Your third brother's instincts are quite accurate." Su Mingshu, unconvinced, went down the mountain to discuss this with Su Mingwei and the others, who also found it perplexing. Su Mingxian himself was skeptical. "It seems we can't treat the Zhang family poorly. Let's increase the betrothal gift by 20% and add 4 bottles of blood-replenishing pills to the list." Su Mingwei decisively stated. "All right, big brother will take care of this," Su Mingyuan said. With such a generous betrothal gift, it was enough even to marry a legitimate daughter from the top families in Qingjiang. The Zhang family was astonished. In 2 months, there would be an auspicious day. The Su family welcomed Zhang Wanqing into their home, and before the wedding, Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan successively came to discuss the wedding night with Su Mingxian. After all, Su Mingxian hadn't interacted much with women since childhood and had spent 6 years in the military, so they were afraid he wouldn't know how to consummate the marriage. Su Mingxian was left blushing furiously. On the wedding night, Zhang Wanqing gazed at Su Mingxian with sparkling eyes, her cheeks flushed like clouds, and gently opened her lips, saying, "Husband, I am newly favored, please be kind to me." Su Mingshuan's ears turned slightly red as he held her soft hand, and replied gently, "My dear wife, let's both take this first step together, as it is also my first time in this matter." "Uft." Zhang Wanqing chuckled, feeling it was inappropriate, and hurriedly explained, "I apologize for my rudeness. I just found my husband's words quite amusing." "Is that so?" Su Mingxian scratched his head, chuckling. "I also find my family members quite interesting." "What are your husband's brothers and sisters like?" "They are all family, but it's fine to share with you. My eldest brother is dignified and solemn, and since I returned from 6 years in the military, I feel it even more so. My second brother is adept in business, quite charming, and my fourth sister is quirky and sometimes a bit willful due to her pampering. She has a pet white tiger. I'll take you to see it tomorrow if there's a chance. My fifth brother has always been aloof and taciturn, but he is very protective of the family." "And what about father and mother?" Zhang Wanqing asked again. "Mother is gentle and serene, easy to get along with. As for father, he is exceptionally talented, but equally kind and gentle with others. Just remember not to violate the interests of the Su family. Matters that cannot be disclosed outside of the family must remain confidential, as even we would face severe punishment for leaking them." Wanqing understands. "Thank you for your guidance, husband. Now that I am married into the Su family, I am a Su family woman, and I will never do anything that harms the interests of the Su family." Su Mingxian nodded, and after a moment of silence he asked, "My dear wife, how do you plan to wear this dress?" Zhang Wanqing smiled gently. She was also delighted in her heart. The Su family was indeed, as it was rumored, each one upright and never seeking pleasures outside. "Husband, let me do it myself." The dragon and phoenix candles flickered in the dim light, casting a warm glow in the lavish chamber. The next day, Su Mingxian and Zhang Wanqing, the newlywed couple, rose early as per tradition and went to Wenxin Courtyard to serve tea to Su Chuan and Bai Jing. After finishing, they just exited Wenxin Courtyard. Su Mingshu then pulled them to find Su Mingwei wanting to test Zhang Wanqing's aptitude. At this moment, Su Mingyuan was also in the study. Su Mingwei took out the testing crystal stone, saying, "Third sister-in-law, place your hand on it and stay for a few breaths." Zhang Wanqing slightly nodded, touching the crystal stone for several breaths, and it immediately emitted a hazy blue light. "It can still glow." Zhang Wanqing looked up in surprise at the others, only to see that everyone, including her husband, displayed expressions of disbelief. "You actually have aptitude for cultivation, and it's a true spiritual root," Su Mingshu exclaimed. "Sister Mingshu, how can you say I have aptitude for cultivation? This is impossible. The crystal stone cannot be wrong. third brother, you've truly married a treasure, Su Mingyuan said with a smile, patting Su Mingxuan's shoulder. My wife is indeed remarkable. Su Mingxuan's lips curled slightly, a hint of pride blooming in his ink-like eyes as he tilted his chin slightly. Zhang Wanqing was still confused, but soon Su Mingxian began to explain to her. It turned out that the Su family was not only a martial arts family, but also a cultivation family, something outsiders were unaware of. And since Zhang Wanqing had such aptitude, she naturally needed to begin her cultivation. However, Su Mingwei reminded her not to disclose her matters to anyone else, not even to her own family. Thus, Zhang Wanqing had to go up the mountain every day to cultivate, with Su Chuan returning only at dusk. As newlyweds, the two enjoyed endless intimacy, their nights filled with affection. Su Mingxian gradually became adept, his movements growing more familiar and varied, losing track of time and pleasure. 2 months later, Zhang Wanqing found herself pregnant. The Su family flourished, and the family foundation grew day by day. Time flew like an arrow, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In Dongxi village at the Bihan Pool. After 3 years of hard cultivation, with my true spiritual root aptitude plus the talent of heavenly Tao rewards diligence, and Shenan's 100 herbs, I have only reached the peak of the Qi refinement 7th layer. However, I am only 1 step away from the Qi refinement 9th layer. The peak of the Qi refinement 9th layer is also known as the great perfection of Qi refinement, and at this level one can begin to establish a foundation. I must prepare for the future as well. Su Chuan's gaze turned to the bamboo house next door, where Su Mingxian's room was located. Yun Nu has also embarked on the path of cultivation. Given his talent, it is only a matter of time before his cultivation catches up with mine. I should go check on the situation at the cultivation market. Su Chuan pondered for a moment and said, Shueji, you should go down the mountain and call your elder brother. All right, father. The Bihan Pool is only a few dozen miles away from the Su family mansion, and Shueji rode the white tiger, arriving at the mansion in no time. Usually Su Mingwei would stay at the Su family mansion if nothing was amiss. After a short while, Su Mingwei arrived at Bihan Pool. Father, you were looking for me. Sit down and talk. Su Mingwei replied. Seeing him sit down, Su Chuan said the Su family has developed to the present and has reached a bottleneck. We either need to cultivate a large number of innate martial artists and Qi refinement cultivators, or we need to produce an exceptionally powerful expert. The former requires time. My Su family lacks resources, and in a decade, we will certainly not lack innate masters. In terms of cultivators, Wu Tao is currently at the 1st layer of Qi refinement, Shun Xingyi at the 2nd layer, and Xingwan has the best aptitude, but due to pregnancy, she has been delayed and has only reached the peak of the 1st layer. However, in another 5 or 6 years, Yuan Tan Tu and Shueji will likely be able to transition from martial arts to the Tao and embark on the path of cultivation. Once they break through, they will be at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Therefore, I believe it is time to connect with cultivators, Su Mingwei inquired. In a while, I plan to visit the cultivation market in Yuehu County with Yun Nu to understand the situation. Su Chuan looked at Su Mingwei with appreciation in his eyes, saying, you have now reached the master realm. With the master medicinal cuisine I developed along with your innate talent, you will surely reach the master great perfection within 10 years. Should there be any further fortuitous encounters, it can certainly be achieved even sooner. Your strength is enough to contend with mid-master experts, and if you attack with archery, you could even kill late-master individuals. With you guarding the Su family, I feel at ease. Su Mingwei understood that Su Chuan was trying to pave the way for the future of the Su family and respectfully said, thank you for your efforts, father. It is my failure as a father that at your age you still have to roam outside. Su Chuan waved his hand with a faint smile, saying it's no trouble at all. I have never mentioned it to you, but cultivation has been my aspiration since childhood. Whether it's 10 years, 50 years, or even 100 years. I will walk the path of cultivation until I perish and my soul dissipates. Su Mingwei felt Su Chuan's determination for the Tao for the first time, and his heart was greatly shocked. Our trip this time will last at least 1 or 2 years, and at most 5 or 6 years before we return. Father, rest assured, I will handle everything at home. Su Chuan, hearing his words, could sense Su Mingwei's demeanor, knowing that he was no longer the young man who was bound by emotions. Su Chuan nodded slightly and smiled, saying, don't take on everything alone. Tan Tu Mingshu and the others should also be sent out to experience. The Su family cannot rise solely due to the efforts of 1 or 2 people. I understand, father. Half a month later, Su Mingxian broke through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement and went to Yuehu County with Su Chuan. Although he knew that the cultivation market definitely wouldn't be within Yuehu County City, the coexistence of martial and immortal paths, there would surely provide news about the cultivation market. Yun knew we will go as loose cultivators. Father has taken a Dao name for himself, 3 vertical Taoist. Su Chuan turned to Su Mingxian and asked with a smile, what about you? Do you have a suitable code name? Father, isn't 3 vertical your childhood nickname? So what? No one in Yuehu County knows. Su Chuan's lips curled up, his eyes filled with confidence that he would not be exposed. What father said is right. then Yun Nu will accompany you as Yun Ming Taoist. Alright, from now on father will call you Taoist Yun Ming in front of others. Taoist, 3 vertical. Su Mingxian smiled and returned the salute. 2 days later the two entered Yuehu County City. The Su family had laid down roots in Yuehu County for nearly 5 years, establishing a small foundation with their industries providing for their living. However, to outsiders, the true owners behind these industries were the Chang family. Thus, they had always coexisted peacefully, facing only some common disturbances. At Guanghu Residence, a well-known tavern in the county city, due to its excellent wine and food at reasonable prices, it was extremely popular. This is one of the Su family's businesses. At this moment, 2 individuals dressed in a blue and gray Taoist robe walked in. One was around 40 with a short beard like ink, while the other was a young man barely in his 20s dressed in a blue robe. The two were Su Chuan and Su Mingxian. 2 Taoists, please sit wherever you like. The waiter draped a plain silk cloth over his arm and presented a gilded cloud-patterned menu with both hands. This is our vegetarian menu for today. Pine nut smoked mushrooms and bijiang soup are both seasonal delicacies. If the Taoists require clear spring tea or pine nut yogurt, just let us know. 2 or 3 dishes of both meat and vegetables will suffice. Understood. The waiter shouted, please wait a moment, 2 Taoists. Indeed, this wine house is truly bustling with guests. Yes, it's rare in other counties as well. As the two conversed, a deep magnetic voice came from behind. You 2 Taoists are newcomers to my Moon Lake County, aren't you? As Su Chuan turned around, he saw a young man in a moon-white long robe, holding a bamboo fan made of jade. His face was like a crown jewel, his brows like cold stars, with a warm smile gracing his lips, unpretentious and modest. 4 bodyguards followed him, all of whom were peak practitioners of the acquired realm. This must be the Zhou family disciples mentioned in the divination. Who is the young master? May I sit with you? Feel free, young master, Su Chuan replied lightly. The young man in the moon-white robe noticed the coldness in his words, but didn't mind promptly taking a seat in the empty spot. I am Zhou Yilan. What business do you have with us, young master Zhou? Su Mingxian replied coldly. I admire the immortal master, and it is by chance that I encountered you. I hope you won't take offense. If you have something to say, young master Zhou, please do. Are you 2 skilled in alchemy? My Zhou family is seeking an alchemist. If you could lend us a hand, we would certainly offer a generous reward. Zhou Yilan cupped his hands in greeting. Su Mingxian glanced at Su Chuan, surprise evident in his eyes. This was indeed quite a coincidence. Su Chuan replied, I do have some knowledge of medicinal theory, but I am unsure if I can be of help. First, tell me what rewards your family can offer, Su Mingxian stated. The two took on contrasting roles in the conversation. Shall we discuss this in a private room on the 2nd floor? The two exchanged glances and nodded. They immediately called for the waiter and changed to a private room. By the way, may I know how to address the 2 Taoists? Sanshu, Yun Ming, are you both wandering cultivators? Indeed, does young master Zhou look down on us wandering cultivators? Hearing this, Zhou Yilan waved his hands repeatedly, saying, of course not. Then please elaborate. Oh, what assistance do you require, and what are the rewards? If it is too difficult, we cannot accompany you further. Zhou Yilan looked at Su Chuan, who smiled faintly. What Taoist Yun Ming means is what I mean. Indeed, they were wandering cultivators prioritizing benefits. Zhou Yilan began to explain slowly. My Zhou family has come into possession of a fragmented alchemical formula and wishes to enlist the help of everyone to complete it. If successful in refining the pills, rewards will be given based on each person's contribution. As for the rewards, Zhou Yilan intentionally paused: spirit stones, elixirs, magical tools, and martial arts classics. Anything my Zhou family has, we can provide. Are you joking, young master Zhou? Does your Zhou family possess such capabilities? Su Chuan was also skeptical, having heard that generally every county has its own finding families. However, it was indeed hard to believe someone would make such a bold claim. You 2 Taoists need not doubt my Zhou family's ancestor has recently established his foundation. He is also a 4th-grade immortal official of the Great Way. If my Zhou family were not still slightly lacking in foundation, we would have already moved to the imperial city. So it is a foundation establishment family. It seems my insights were shallow, Su Chuan said, clasping his fist, his demeanor becoming much warmer. They finished their meal. Su Chuan and Su Mingxian then followed Zhou Yilan to the Zhou family. The Zhou family is located in a place filled with spiritual energy outside the county city, with vast farmlands and lush forests, all part of the Zhou family's estate. The Zhou family is a lineage of cultivators established for over 600 years and is the true top family of Moon Lake County. Furthermore, the Zhou family's ancestor has broken through to foundation establishment and has become the true overlord of Moon Lake County. In the Zhou family, only those with spiritual roots and talents in qi refining are considered the true core. However, those with talent in martial arts are also heavily nurtured. After all, the coexistence of immortals and martial arts in the Great Way necessitates interactions with others, so they will cultivate strong martial artists to handle these mundane matters. As they traveled, Su Mingxian was deeply impressed, reflecting, although my Su family is developing rapidly, we are still too superficial compared to these families with truly profound backgrounds. Perhaps this is an opportunity for the Su family. By the way, young Master Zhou, did you suddenly seek us out because of a task within your clan? Ha, Taoist, since Shu you have keen insight, Zhou Yilin did not hide it. Indeed, there is such a task within the clan, to find an alchemist skilled in medicinal theory. If we find one, there will be a significant reward of resources. I lack the aptitude for cultivation and can only pursue martial arts, but the path of martial arts is equally arduous. Without a substantial amount of resources, progress is slow. Su Chuan nodded in agreement, and then asked, so there will be tests on the changes in medicinal theory, right? As long as Taoists and Shu possesses true skills, there is no need for excessive worry. Even if you do not pass, my Zhou family will not make things difficult for you. Su Chuan thought to himself, it seems that gathering alchemical talents is crucial for the Zhou family, indicating the importance of that alchemical formula to them. The two settled in at the Zhou family. Nearby courtyards were inhabited as well, all of which housed elderly Taoists over 60 years old. During his few days here, Su Chuan had conversed with them. None were anything but wandering cultivators. Soon a pharmacist from the Zhou family came to assess Su Chuan. Su Chuan was well versed in the changes of medicinal theory and could create his own formulas and medicinal dishes, improving the replenishing pill formulas. Thus, the assessments they provided were naturally no challenge for him. As long as there is a genuine entry-level alchemical formula for him to study and experiment with, he was confident he could refine it. Taoist, since Shu's depth in the path of alchemy far exceeds mine. I admire you. Tomorrow I will come to take you to participate in the research of the formula with other Taoists. The Zhou family's pharmacist said, as for your friend, he will temporarily stay in this small courtyard. The Zhou family will provide all necessary food and supplies, and the spiritual energy here is denser than in the county city, which will also benefit him. However, one thing, he must not wander around. The Zhou family's pharmacist said sternly, otherwise my Zhou family can only expel him. Thank you, Taoist Zhou. I will certainly advise my friend accordingly. The Zhou family's pharmacist nodded slightly. Su Chuan instructed Su Mingxian on many matters, ensuring he could properly cultivate the golden yuan technique here. The next morning, Su Chuan followed the Zhou family's pharmacist and 3 elderly Taoists to a grand hall of the Zhou family. One person is missing, but seems someone did not pass the assessment. Su Chuan surveyed the grand hall. The hall stood majestically, exuding grandeur, with 8 bronze pillars erect at each corner, supporting the vast dome. The bronze pillars were engraved with greenish-blue cloud and thunder patterns. The interior space was spacious with a towering dome, and the surrounding walls were built of blue stone with traces of moss faintly visible in the stone crevices, indicating a long passage of time. The light inside the hall was soft, not making one feel dim. Indeed, the foundation is profound. As Su Chuan was settling in with the others, he suddenly heard the sound of bells and saw an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face walking in from outside the hall. His silver beard hung to his chest, and he wore a dark-patterned purple robe, walking steadily, as if treading on solid rock. When his eyes squinted, they seemed to emit brilliant light. Beside him were a young man and a young woman, both handsome, dressed in blue long robes with greenish-blue silk ribbons binding their hair. This is our Zhou family's elder, also the chief alchemist. As the young man spoke, the young woman waved her sleeve, causing 4 sheets of paper to fly out and land in the hands of Su Chuan and the other 3. Elder Zhou suddenly spoke. All of you Taoists are well versed in medicinal theory. What you hold is an alchemical formula that my Zhou family acquired by chance, but its usage cannot be disclosed. I hope each of you will use your intelligence to complete it. My Zhou family will assign each of you a young person knowledgeable in medicinal theory to assist you in gathering herbs and such. There are 3 alchemical rooms behind the grand hall, as well as rooms for accommodation. Shortly, those young people will take you to your quarters to get familiar with everything. If there are not enough alchemical rooms, I ask for your understanding and not to quarrel or fight. The refined pills can also be given to the younger generation for testing. Su Chuan and the others stood up and cupped their hands toward Elder Zhou. Soon after, 4 youths aged between 11 and 18 entered. Su Chuan was assigned a 12-year-old boy. Under his guidance, they first went to their accommodations and then observed several alchemical rooms. Each of these alchemical rooms was likely quite expensive, and each alchemical furnace was a magical tool. As for the grade of the magical tools, Su Chuan was not yet clear. Afterwards, he began to study the fragmented alchemical formula in his quarters. This page of the formula contains 7 types of spiritual plants. Yet Su Chuan only recognizes 2, the 100-year-old Huangji essence and the 50-year-old Qingfling. The rest are entirely unfamiliar to him, let alone their medicinal properties and Qi attributes. Young friend Ming, what instruction does Taoist, since Shu have? Does your Zhou family have any records of spiritual herbs? My knowledge is limited, and I am unable to identify several types of spiritual herbs. Could you help me by retrieving them for study? This. The young man outside hesitated, his expression one of astonishment. He thought Chuan looked like someone who had practiced for 20 or 30 years. Since he was proficient in alchemy, he should surely have studied various spiritual herbs as well. Could he really not recognize all the spiritual herbs? However, as he had passed the Zhou family's test to become an apothecary, Zhou Yiming was uncertain and said, "All right, I will go ask for you." He ran to find the Zhou family apothecary responsible for the pharmacological assessment. Uncle, that Taoist and Shu is rather strange. He cannot even fully recognize the spiritual herbs on the formula and still wants to borrow our records of spiritual herbs. Should we lend them to him? Oh, the Zhou family apothecary was also surprised. The assessments he conducted were all based on fundamental skills, mainly focusing on pharmacological changes, so he had chosen only common herbs. This Taoist and Shu is the most skilled in pharmacological changes among the four who came. We could lend him the family's complete guide to spiritual herbs. All right, uncle. Soon Zhou Yiming borrowed the complete guide to spiritual herbs from the Zhou family's library and handed it to Chuan. Chuan had originally planned to visit the Immortal cultivation market to find some records of spiritual herbs and formulas. He never expected to receive them for free at the Zhou family. Indeed, this trip to the Zhou family proved to be a fortuitous opportunity. Chuan's soul power was already formidable and his memory astonishing. He had been studying this complete guide to spiritual herbs tirelessly for the past few days. Since it was a collection from a foundation establishment family, it was likely to be superior to ordinary records found in the Immortal cultivation market. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Purple yuan fruit, a first-tier spiritual fruit, mostly grows in secluded valleys near water sources about the size of a fist, entirely purple and translucent, with white speckles, possessing a neutral nature that solidifies qi. Thornfire vine flower, a first-tier spiritual herb that blooms from the thornfire vine, primarily grows in hot regions. Its stamen is whitish and its petals are sword-shaped with serrated edges belonging to the fire element with explosive qi. Consuming it can ignite one's magical power and assist in breaking through bottlenecks. But this formula, if I am not mistaken, should be used for breaking through bottleneck realms. It contains 2 types of spiritual plants that promote magical power, 2 for breaking through bottlenecks, and 3 that stabilize the foundation. It is highly likely meant for cultivators in the late stages of qi refinement. Although both thornfire vine flower and cold ice grass have effects on breaking through bottlenecks, they also come with certain side effects. According to the principles of pharmacological changes, there should be 2 more types of spiritual plants to compensate for deficiencies and unify the medicinal properties, allowing it to truly achieve the effect of breaking through bottlenecks. 1 hot, 1 cold. These opposing extremes cannot be suppressed by ordinary spiritual plants. The cold flame flower could work, but it is a rare second-tier spiritual herb, far too valuable and detrimental due to its strong medicinal properties, which would disrupt the properties of the other herbs. Even for Chuan, attempting to complete such a formula was indeed no easy feat. Forget it. I will first practice with the spiritual plants listed in the current formula and observe the changes in medicinal properties. Chuan immediately proceeded to the alchemy room. There happened to be an empty one, and Zhou Yiming quietly stood by to observe without interruption. These youths, known as medicine boys, were also there to monitor. After 3 attempts, Chuan made a discovery. 3 types of spiritual plants produced a special change during the refining process, but ultimately, due to the explosive properties of fire and ice, the alchemy failed. So it seems the main materials for this formula are already complete. The remaining 1 or 2 types are merely auxiliary materials to fully shape the elixir. Blind experimentation will not work. I should go review the complete guide to spiritual herbs. Every 2 or 3 days, Chuan would go to the alchemy room to experiment with his ideas. A month and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Among the recruited cultivator alchemists, 2 had given up and left while 1 more had arrived. Among the numerous experiments, Chuan had not succeeded in condensing a single pill. Truly, this is incredibly difficult. Chuan sighed, realizing that even with the Zhou family having skilled apothecaries and elder Zhou with exceptional alchemy skills, they had not completed the formula, highlighting its difficulty. Moreover, this formula relies on spiritual plants that embody both ice and fire with extremely potent effects. It is likely not an ordinary breakthrough formula for bottlenecks. Wait, since mere suppression isn't working, could it be possible to reverse the approach? By first introducing thornfire vine flower and the lesser Een spiritual material, stabilizing the qi, followed by cold ice grass and the lesser yang materials. Chuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he immediately began to consider which 2 types of spiritual herbs would be best. Young friend Yiming, please go fetch these spiritual herbs and bring them to the S-shaped alchemy room. Zhou Yiming immediately went to collect them. On his way, he glanced at the spiritual plants. The first 7 were the same as those in the formula. Yuan grass and water yuan flower. We already have the 2 types of spiritual plants of fire and cold, and now adding 2 more, will it even form a pill, eh? Forget it, just do as instructed. a shaped cave dwelling. Chuan added the thorn firevine flower and water yuan flower together, refining them into a medicinal liquid. He then added the purple yuan fruit, refining it into a liquid without mixing it with the previous one. Next were the cold ice grass and yuyang grass. Chuan held his breath and concentrated, using both hands to control 4 groups of blue-green medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace. He moved his fingertips gracefully like a butterfly dancing among flowers, continuously channeling magical power, dividing his focus to control the 4 groups of medicinal liquid, ensuring they flowed together without dispersing and kept them close to each other. Before long, beads of sweat the size of beans began to form on his forehead, sliding down along his temples. Not bad being able to maintain this for so long, without diminishing magical power. He should be at the 5th or 6th layer of Qi refinement. Zhou Yiming, at the 1st layer of Qi refinement himself, could not see through Chuan's realm and thought, for someone of his age to reach the 5th or 6th layer of Qi refinement is no small feat. The Su family's martial arts pathway was completely unblocked, and there was a legacy of techniques that integrated martial arts into the Tao. Perhaps in several decades he could catch up to the Zhou family's accumulated realm of Qi refinement. This really might work. Chuan felt immense joy in his heart, and with a surge of mental energy he caused the medicinal liquid to fluctuate violently. Not good. Condense for me. Chuan had no choice but to choose to suppress with all his might and expedite the condensing of the elixir. However, the path of alchemy was meticulous, emphasizing the changes of yin and yang, and the timing was extremely precise. Even the slightest negligence could lead to chaos. A minor error could affect the quality of the pill, and a major one could result in a failed elixir. Puffed, suddenly a soft sound emerged from the alchemy furnace. Another failure, at this rate, when will it end? Even with the Zhou family's deep foundation, we cannot withstand such consumption. But if I give up, wouldn't all my previous efforts be in vain? While Zhou Yiming was lamenting internally, Chuan's brows furrowed in frustration. With a light flourish of his robe sleeve, 4 pill-like orbs suddenly flew out, landing in his palm, like stars falling onto a jade plate. Among them 3 pills, although shaped, were entirely pitch black with swirling black mist visibly emanating from their surfaces, clearly toxic failed pills. Observing their appearance, the poisonous aura was palpable, and consuming them would likely harm one's meridians. Only 1 pill was half gray and half luminous white, with a faint fragrance reminiscent of orchids blooming, subtly swirling within its pill body, distinctly different from the other 3. The fragrance of the pill, Zhou Yiming, glancing sideways, suddenly fixed his gaze, his eyes widening like bronze bells, his throat rolling, as if an invisible hand had grasped it. After a moment his fingers trembled as he pointed at Chuan, half a voice of astonishment escaping from between his teeth. The pill, has it been successfully condensed? Master Senshu, have you succeeded in refining it? It's barely acceptable, Chuan replied indifferently. However, Zhou Yiming felt a surge of emotions within, for he knew that neither the alchemy elder of the Zhou family nor the recruited alchemists had succeeded in refining the pills before. Most failures were due to conflicting medicinal properties, leading to unsuccessful pill formation. He had once heard his cousin, who followed the chief alchemist, mention that this formula might be an ancient one. The medicinal properties were domineering and extremely difficult to refine. Moreover, lacking 1 or 2 crucial auxiliary materials had rendered the others helpless. Yet today it had actually been refined successfully. Master, please wait. I will summon Elder Zhou Sun right away. Zhou Sun was the white-haired elder that Chuan and the others had met in the Great Hall. There were 3 alchemists in the Zhou family. Only Zhou Sun was cultivated from within the Zhou family, while the other 2 were recruited wandering cultivators. However, the Zhou family was currently training its own descendants to become alchemists. Chuan nodded slightly upon hearing this, placing the only finished pill into a porcelain bottle, then seated himself on the meditation mat to regulate his breath. After a moment, Elder Zhou Sun hurriedly arrived, and as soon as they met he said, "Fellow Taoist, let me see the pill." Chuan moved the porcelain bottle in front of Zhou Sun. Zhou examined the gray-white pill closely. It exudes a fragrant aroma, and it is indeed a successful pill, although judging by its color the quality is average, only suitable for low-grade use. Elder Zhou, your expertise in alchemy is profound. You discerned its subtleties at a glance, Chuan said. This pill was difficult to refine, and even a slight misstep in the process could lead to failure. It may be due to my insufficient magical power and lack of proficiency in alchemy that I was only able to produce this 1 pill. Zhou Sun scrutinized Chuan, his eyes narrowing slightly. At this moment he realized that Chuan had reached the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, only 1 layer behind him. A mere wandering cultivator has managed to reach such a level, and is also proficient in alchemy. Forget it, what does it matter to me? Zhou Sun was only concerned about the formula, and he immediately said, Yiming, bring me the completed formula to take a look. Yes, Elder. Zhou Sun glanced at it and frowned slightly. You added yuyang grass and shui yuan flower. Zhou Sun looked at Su Chuan in confusion. Fellow Taoist. Since Shu, this formula already contains 2 types of spiritual plants with fire and ice attributes, and you added 2 more. Doesn't this exacerbate the attributes of the fire and ice energies? How could you successfully condense the pill with these plants? Are you sure you used these spiritual plants for the alchemy? Zhou Yiming clasped his hands and said, Elder, I personally gathered these spiritual plants. There is no doubt about it. How did you manage to refine this pill using these spiritual plants? Given the powerful status of the Zhou family, Su Chuan was well aware that if he acted too arrogantly, he would surely invite disaster. However, this formula was exceptional, and the pills produced were equally remarkable. He believed that if he asked for a bit more in compensation, the Zhou family would surely accept. The formula is complete, and I have successfully refined a pill. Elder, it would be best to first verify the efficacy of this pill to see if it meets the needs of your Zhou family before we discuss anything further. Su Chuan closed his eyes, beginning to adjust his breathing. Seeing this, Zhou Sun and Zhou Yiming left the alchemy room to find someone to verify. The completion of this formula and the successful refinement of a pill had drawn the attention of the family head and other elders. Is this the breaking boundaries pill? The head of the Zhou family pinched the gray-white pill between his thumb and finger, his gaze shifting, neither pleased nor saddened. Let's find someone suitable to test the efficacy of this pill. He scanned the surroundings and said casually, is there anyone willing to try it? After a while, seeing that no one responded, Zhou Sun stepped forward and said, family head, allow this elder to give it a try. This breaking boundaries pill, according to the formula, is meant to help with breakthroughs in the later stages of Qi cultivation. I am at the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. Though I am not currently at a bottleneck, I believe it will still benefit me without harm. Moreover, I also wish to personally experience the efficacy of the pill through consumption for future improvement. The head of the Zhou family glanced at Zhou Sun and clasped his hands, saying to him, thank you, third uncle. Zhou Sun took the pill and swallowed it immediately, then sat cross-legged to refine it. 2 hours later, Zhou Sun slowly opened his eyes and exhaled, saying, this is indeed the breaking boundaries pill, achieving 70% of the efficacy stated in the formula. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around displayed expressions of joy. An elder in purple robes excitedly said, cousin, when can we start mass-producing this breaking boundaries pill? Zhou Sun glanced at him and lightly sighed, it's still hard to say. Let me first refine a finished product using this completed formula before we discuss it. The head of the Zhou family seemed to sense something and spoke up, elders, please do not disturb third uncle's research on the formula. Good news will naturally be communicated to everyone. In the following 3 days, Zhou Sun used the formula completed by Su Chuan to refine pills. However, he either failed to condense the pills or ended up with a furnace full of waste pills, leaving him perplexed. As for Su Chuan, he returned to the initial courtyard and entered closed-door cultivation. Father, when are we leaving the Zhou family? Upon hearing Su Mingxian's inquiry, Su Chuan smiled faintly. Do you want to leave, or do you not want to leave? You saw right through me, father. Su Mingxian was not surprised at all, and replied calmly, this courtyard is not the core of the Zhou family, but the concentration of spiritual energy here is several times richer than that around the Baihan Pond. Are you envious? Su Chuan said, but this is the accumulation of efforts made by the Zhou family's ancestors over hundreds of years. In this regard, our Su family truly falls short. However, it is not impossible to catch up quickly. Oh, how do we catch up? Su Mingxian's curiosity was piqued. You will know after some time. Although I have completed their formula, this matter is not over yet. It will probably take a few more days. Su Mingxian's sword-like brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of worry. Could it be that the Zhou family? Su Chuan raised his hand and smiled, not at all. It's just that this formula resembles an ancient one, and the difficulty of refining is extremely high. Even at the peak of my 7th layer of Qi cultivation, I dare not relax for a moment, and there must be a specific refining process. The chief alchemist of the Zhou family, relying solely on the formula for experimentation, is unlikely to produce a finished pill in just a few days. However, I can also use this opportunity to ask for a bit more compensation. Father, are you not afraid? This matter, father has his own measures. Seeing him say this, Su Mingxian did not pursue the matter further. Who is Su Chuan? He is the one who laid the foundation for the current Su family, and his understanding of human nature is unmatched by Su Mingxian. In the class alchemy room, a muffled sound came from the alchemy furnace, followed by a plume of black smoke rising. Yet again it failed. Zhou Sun's brow furrowed tightly, as if he were a distant mountain shrouded in a thin mist, making it hard to see the direction. He remembered something and turned to look at Zhou Yiming. When you refined the finished pill, was there anything special about it? Zhou Yiming recalled carefully. It seems there wasn't much difference. Weight does sweating more than usual count. Was it more difficult than ever before? Probably. Zhou Sun stared at Zhou Yiming, and even if he wanted to blame him, he didn't know how to do so. With his first layer of Qi cultivation and shallow knowledge of alchemy, how could he discover the subtleties of alchemy? At the very least, he needed to reach the fourth layer of Qi cultivation and give birth to divine thoughts before it would be convenient to investigate having the subtlety of using divine thoughts to control objects. For someone with a seventh layer of Qi cultivation to feel this exhausted while refining a batch of pills, could there be some profound mystery within? Zhou Sun was confident that with this pill formula in hand, he would be able to comprehend it thoroughly and refine a successful breaking boundary pill. However, 3 days had passed, leaving him worried about when he would manage to achieve this. The Zhou family had already spent extravagantly on this pill formula. If 3 to 5 more months passed, how many spiritual plants would remain to refine this pill? Even if successful, the success rate would be pitifully low. He stroked his beard in contemplation, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. After a moment, he said, "Yiming, please invite friend Senshu to come here." "Yes, elder." Zhou Yiming cupped his hands and then left. Soon he returned with Su Chuan to the class pill chamber. Zhou Sun smiled and clasped his fists, saying, "Friend Senshu." "Elder Zhou, what is this about? Are you wishing to pay me off and send me away?" "Friend, you have helped the Zhou family complete the pill formula. Your contributions are immense. If you have any requests, please speak freely. Whatever the Zhou family can do, we will certainly fulfill." Su Chuan cupped his hands, saying, "As a rogue cultivator, it is not easy. I lost my storage bag while competing with others in Yuehu County. That is a trivial matter." Zhou Sun replied lightly, "Furthermore, does your esteemed house have any records on formation techniques? I owe a favor to friend Yunming, and he mentioned that I must seek relevant records in due time to repay him. Friend Sanshu is loyal and righteous. The Zhou family will definitely lend our full support for this matter. Lastly, I and friend Yunming wish to linger in the Xianxing market of Yuehu County for a while. May I trouble you to provide 50 spirit stones and inform me of the location of this market?" Xianxing market. Zhou Sun pondered for a moment, then stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "This is not difficult. The Zhou family has ventures in the Yuehu market as well. Once this matter is settled, I will send someone to escort you both there." "Thank you," Su Chuan said with a cupped fist. "Yiming, go and gather the items that friend Senshu requires." "Yes, elder." After Zhou Yiming left, only Su Chuan and Zhou Sun remained in the class pill chamber. "By the way, friend Senshu," Zhou Sun stroked his long beard and focused his gaze, his tone suddenly becoming earnest, "I still have a few lingering doubts regarding the pill refinement recorded in the formula. I wish to consult you about them. Would you be willing to offer guidance?" "I cannot claim to offer guidance. It is merely mutual discussion and exchange." Su Chuan did not dare to be the least bit arrogant. Previously, whatever Su Chuan requested, Zhou Sun had complied, laying the groundwork for this matter. Naturally, he could not be greedy, well aware of the dangers of excess. The rewards mentioned earlier were sufficient for him and Su Mingxian to establish themselves in Xianxing market. Moreover, with the Zhou family being a foundation establishment lineage, they would certainly have a strong foothold in Yuehu market. If they wished to settle in, they would need to rely on the family's influence. Subsequently, Su Chuan began to recount to Zhou Sun the details of his previous pill refining process and the problems he encountered. He even demonstrated it on the spot for observation. This act also won Zhou Sun's favor. Truly ingenious. Using a small amount of yin to transform into yang and a small amount of yang to weaken into yin, then using Ziyuan fruit as a mediator complemented by other spiritual plants to stabilize the essence and stimulate the medicinal properties. The sequence of merging the medicinal liquids must be meticulous, and with a strong divine sense, one must control the purification of the liquid, preventing premature mixing. Marvelous! 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 Zhou Sun applauded, praising repeatedly. Suddenly, he sighed with a heavy heart, his eyes shining brightly as they fell upon Su Chuan, his white beard trembling slightly with his breath. "Friend, your understanding of pillcraft truly makes me feel ashamed. I do not dare to claim such praise." Upon witnessing Su Chuan's skill in pill crafting, Zhou Sun began to entertain thoughts of recruiting him for the Zhou family. With a foundation establishment cultivator in charge, the Zhou family could surely develop vigorously over the coming decades. Pills were an essential resource for cultivation. However, training a pill master was exceedingly difficult. Yet Zhou Sun did not rashly bring it up. He began refining pills based on Su Chuan's suggestions. His first attempt failed. The second attempt also failed. But on the third attempt, he miraculously succeeded, producing a low-grade breaking boundary pill. Just this one pill, if sold in the market, could fetch enough materials for refining. Of course, the Zhou family was not refining this pill to sell, but to increase the number of latest-stage Qi refining cultivators within the family. After all, some cultivators were stuck at the 5th or 6th layer due to their qualifications. With this pill, the overall foundation of the Zhou family would see a rapid increase. Soon Zhou Sun handed over the items Su Chuan had mentioned to him, allowing Zhou Yiming to escort him back to his courtyard. He himself went to find the head of the Zhou family. Great uncle is friend Senshu's expertise in pill crafting truly that remarkable. The head of the Zhou family, seeing Zhou Sun's high praise, revealed a look of surprise. It was the first time he had seen his great uncle admire someone so much. Zhou Sun was deeply engrossed in pill crafting and had considerable talent in it. The Zhou family had reached its current scale due to his great contributions over the decades. However, because of this, he had a peculiar personality, often reprimanding even his own kin with just a few words. Perhaps this was the mutual admiration found among geniuses in the field of pill crafting. Since great uncle has made a decision, I will leave it to you to handle the recruitment. Thank you, family head. The next day, Chuan and the others decided to leave the Zhou family. During their farewell, it was Zhou's son and Zhou Yiming who personally sent the two of them to Yuehu Market. Yuehu Market also has a pill shop run by my Zhou family. I often oversee operations there and refine pills. So that is the case. Zhou Sin nodded, saying Yuehu Market is located in a secluded valley 200 miles east of Yuehu County, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The area around the valley is filled with forests shrouded in formations and obscured by mist. Not even a master could penetrate it without being a cultivator. Chuan sighed, though martial artists above the innate level may have combat strength comparable to our chi refining cultivators, especially within a distance of 20 or 30 steps relying solely on their own combat abilities, they are still to be regarded as mere martial artists. We cultivators possess techniques, formations, and pill crafting which set us apart drastically. Indeed, Zhou San stroked his beard and smiled. Otherwise, how could the status of our way celestial officials be so vastly different from that of martial arts schools? Several hours later, the group entered the forest, and as they proceeded, white mist suddenly rose around them, veiling the trees like silk and swirling like cotton. Even the simplest fog formation cannot be seen through by ordinary martial artists. The 4 people's gazes flowed with magical energy, and soon they spotted the mountain path leading into the valley. Before long, they emerged from the mist, revealing a spacious area ahead. They saw 3 sides surrounded by mountains with towering peaks and a stone tablet standing before the valley inscribed with the words Yuehu Market. Although this place is not large, it is complete in all aspects. There are pill shops, weapon refining shops, and spiritual herb shops, among others. Moreover, there is a small fair held every 3 years where all the chi refining families from Yuehu County bring treasures to trade, and various rogue cultivators gather here as well. Rare spiritual plants from hundreds of years ago are not uncommon, and there will also be high-quality magical tools for trade. Zhou Sin looked at Su Chuan and Su Mingxian, saying, as fellow travelers in Dawei, you must have seen such things before, right? Su Chuan and Su Mingxian simply smiled and remained silent. Let us go. Under Zhou Sin's guidance, they arrived at the Zhou family's pill shop. Elder Zhou. Upon seeing Zhou's son, the Zhou clan's younger generation bowed and greeted him. Zhou Sin slightly nodded, then said to Su Chuan, friend Sin Shu, there are spare guest rooms behind the pill shop. You may stay for a while. That would be much appreciated. The two of them cupped their hands in salute. That night, Su Chuan asked, Father, why is the Zhou family so enthusiastic? Are they trying to recruit you? Although the room had simple protective barriers, they still communicated with their spiritual senses, just in case. It's not just me. I once asked for formation technique records, so they must think you are proficient in formations and likely want to recruit you as well. However, I will agree, and you need not get involved. Just focus on your cultivation and research on formations. With your talent, it won't be long before you achieve something in that field. Given the current needs of our Su family, you should first study the gathering chi and gathering spirit formation. Although Su Chuan did not state it explicitly, Su Mingxian understood that the gathering spirit formation was meant for the medicinal fields and for the future cultivation of the family's descendants. Su Mingxian pondered for a moment, and then asked, Father, do you truly believe I have considerable talent in formations? You cannot fathom the intricacies within. Just trust me, Su Chuan said with a faint smile. Su Mingxian slightly nodded and then returned to her room. After closing the door and activating the barrier, she began to study the Introduction to Formation and detailed explanation of Xianjin formation within her room. The former recorded some introductory knowledge about formations, including what formations are, how to arrange them, and the difference between barriers and formations. As for the latter, Su Mingxian also briefly skimmed through it. It turned out to be a discussion on formations by a certain Xianjin Daorin from the Great Way. After 100 years of cultivation, yet lacking in talent, I devoted my entire life to the study of formations, traveling far and wide. I once served prominent families arranging formations for them and later became an immortal official of Great Way, laboring tirelessly. After a long time, I suddenly realized returning to the mountains to live in seclusion, leaving this classic for the world, hoping future scholars will take heed. The content of this classic is not extensive, mainly consisting of insights on various formations and comments on rare great formations, with a few formations he researched and improved at the end. Among them is the Gathering Spirit Formation. Additionally, there are the Cloud and Mist Great Formation, Water and Fire Dragon Great Formation, and the Wutu Defensive Great Formation. My father is truly capable. While the Introduction to Formation may be ordinary, this detailed explanation of Xianjin formation is undoubtedly quite precious, a collection of formation classics by the Zhou family. If it weren't to win over my father, they surely wouldn't have made it available. But do I really have a talent for formations? Su Mingxian pondered for a moment, shaking off her distractions, and began to study the introduction to formation earnestly. Most formations use runes, formation patterns, or natural spiritual materials as mediums to construct channels for spiritual energy to flow, achieving the gathering, transformation, or sealing of energy. There are illusion formations, killing formations, confinement formations, defensive formations, and auxiliary formations. For instance, the Gathering Spirit formation recorded in detailed explanation of Xianjin formation is an auxiliary formation, the Cloud and Mist Great formation is an illusion formation, and the Water Dragon Great formation is a killing formation. These are all the basics of formations. Some high-level formations are composite formations, such as killing hidden within illusions and confinement and killing combined. Generally, those with profound understanding of formations, even in the Qi refining stage, can arrange high-level formations. However, such individuals are naturally talented in formations. The path of formations relies more on innate talent and comprehension than alchemy. Thus, despite the Zhou family's profound heritage, they have only produced alchemists without cultivating any formation masters. Though Su Mingxian harbored self-doubt, she firmly believed that her father would not act without reason. Therefore, she devoted herself to understanding formations, not wanting to disappoint Su Chuan. That night, Zhou's son came to find Su Chuan. "Elder Zhou, what brings you here at this late hour?" Zhou's son, with a kind face and a smile, replied, "Firstly, I wanted to check on how Daoist Sin Shu is resting, and secondly, I wanted to ask about Daoist's future plans." "Plans?" Su Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "I will merely resume my old profession, collecting spiritual herbs and refining pills to meet my cultivation needs. Any surplus pills will be traded for spirit stones, which I will use to purchase suitable magical tools. During the last battle, all my magical tools were destroyed, but at least I still have my life." "Yes," Zhou-san sighed heavily, seemingly recalling something, his eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. "Many of my Zhou family's disciples also perished during their travels. Daoist Sin Shu is fortunate, only losing some magical tools and possessions. Given your skills in alchemy, it is likely you will quickly earn back your savings. It is not that easy, it will likely take more than a decade." After speaking, the room fell silent. Zhou-san suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit and said, "Have you considered that working alone is far inferior to being backed by a powerful force?" Su Chuan smirked slightly, his smile carrying a hint of mischief. "Elder Zhou, are you attempting to recruit me?" "Precisely." Zhou-san continued, "The pills recorded in the previous recipes are quite challenging to refine in my Zhou family. Only I as the elder can refine them, yet the success rate is pitifully low. Moreover, the spiritual herbs left in the clan are scarce, so I would like to ask Daoist Sin Shu to lend me a hand." "What pills are recorded in the recipes?" "Breaking boundary pills obtained by our clan's ancestors from an ancient cultivation cave can assist those in the later stages of Qi refining to break through bottlenecks, but a maximum of 3 can be consumed." "I see, but I still need a few days to consider this matter. I hope Elder Zhou won't mind." "Of course, my Zhou family is not like those demonic cultivators. You are free to choose, and I will not force it." "Thank you," Su Chuan said, cupping his fists. Zhou's son then left the room. Su Chuan's hesitation in agreeing naturally left a cautious impression on Zhou's son. Previously, during his time at the Zhou family, he had left an impression of greed. Greed and caution are characteristic traits of the vast majority of wandering cultivators. Over the course of 3 days, Su Chuan explored every shop and workshop in the Yuehu market. The main purpose was to understand the prices of cultivation items such as antidotes, healing pills, and various types of enhancement pills, as well as the prices of custom-made and purchased magical tools, flying swords, robes, and defensive items, which differed. Moreover, there were also cultivation methods, spiritual herbs, and so on. Su Chuan also saw 3 cultivation methods that the Su family had bought for a hefty price. These methods were all complete. Currently, among the 5 cultivation methods held by the Su family, only the wood attribute method, Eternal Spring skill, is complete, while the others can only be cultivated to the 7th level of Qi refining. He bargained and spent a spirit stone to purchase a complete golden sword technique. This technique is of a higher grade than the golden origin technique. If it were the golden origin technique, the most ordinary one, not even half a spirit stone, would attract any buyers. In Yuehu market, behind every loft and shop, there is either a cultivation family from Yuehu County or wandering cultivators who have operated here for many years. As for the street vendors, they are merely wandering cultivators who will leave after a few months at most. Low-grade magical tools are still somewhat inferior for those in the later stages of Qi refining. At the very least, mid-grade magical tools are needed, but purchasing mid-grade magical tools would be too much of a loss, and currently I cannot afford them. I hope I can get a good deal from the Zhou family. Upon returning to the pill shop, Su Chuan handed the golden sword technique to Su Mingxian, letting her cultivate this method in the future. He also gave her 20 spirit stones to serve as funds for future formation materials. Su Mingxian packed everything into her storage bag. This storage bag is hardly even considered a beginner level. It can only be termed a subpar product, being only 5 cubic feet in size, but it is sufficient to store several books and some spirit stones. As for a beginner storage bag, it can hold several square feet, yet costs 80 spirit stones. Even a family of chi refiners would likely only have such bags in the possession of elder-level figures. 3 days later, Chuan directly sought out Zhou's son. Elder Zhou, I have thought it over and am willing to become a guest elder of the Zhou family, but I have 3 conditions that I hope you can agree to, otherwise I will have to drop this matter. What is it? Please do tell, Zhou Sun cautiously replied, fearing Chuan, a wandering cultivator, would demand unreasonable terms. First, I need the freedom to come and go as I please. The Zhou family must not obstruct me. After all, you can see my cultivation level is close to foundation establishment, and I will need to venture out in search of foundation establishment opportunities in the future. Second, a monthly salary of 5 spirit stones, and for every 6 pills I refine, I take 1. Third, I currently have no magical tools for self-defense, so I hope the clan can grant me a mid-grade magical tool. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sun's brows slightly furrowed as he contemplated. Wandering cultivators value their freedom. The constraints on guest elders are not great. Other guest elders in the clan are similar. A monthly salary of 5 spirit stones is not high for a Dan master like Daoist Senshu, but taking 1 out of 6 is too much. Still, with this person's alchemy skills, the Zhou family will ultimately benefit more. However, the last condition. This was the one Zhou Sun was most conflicted about. Mid-grade magical tools are valuable and would surpass the spirit stones I earn from refining pills for the Zhou family in a month. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Sun looked directly at Chuan. Daoist and Shu, I can agree to the first 2 conditions, but for the third condition, if you promise to refine pills for my Zhou family for over a decade, I will request the clan to allocate a mid-grade magical tool to you without hesitation. Then how about exchanging it for a low-grade magical tool? That should be acceptable, right? Then it's settled. Zhou Sun, fearing Chuan would propose other conditions or back out, agreed. Daoist, Senshu, I will have the clan send the guest elder token tomorrow. Thank you, Elder Zhou, Chuan said with a smile, cupping his hands. The next day, during the time of the rooster, Zhou Sun gathered all the servants, the shopkeeper, and the other 2 alchemy guest elders in the courtyard of the Zhou family pill shop. Esteemed guest, standing beside me is Daoist Senshu, who will henceforth be the new alchemy guest elder of the Zhou family. When I am not at the market, Daoist Senshu will be the chief alchemist, and aside from the trade of pills, all other matters shall be arranged by him. Chuan was somewhat astonished, not expecting Zhou Sun to value him so highly. However, it was unclear whether this was genuine respect or merely a performance for the crowd. Greetings, Daoist Senshu. Greetings, fellow Daoist Senshu. The crowd clasped their fists in salute. Chuan scanned everyone and immediately noticed that the other 2 guest elders were somewhat displeased, while the rest bore varying degrees of sincerity. Perhaps they were all disciples of the Zhou family, aware of Zhou Sun's character, knowing that those he respected were surely profound in the art of alchemy. All right, the 2 guest elders may stay, the rest may disperse to your duties. Suddenly, only the 4 of them remained in the courtyard. Zhou Sun then introduced Chuan to the other 2 guest elders. This is Ding Ming, Daoist Ding, and the other is Zui Xiufu, Daoist Zua. Ding Ming had a well-proportioned figure, sporting a short beard with an ordinary appearance and a middle-aged demeanor, while Zui Xiufu was slightly stout with a simple expression and graying hair at his temples. Chuan's divine sense swept over them, revealing that the former was at the 5th layer of chi refining, while the latter was at the 6th layer. Daoist Ding, Daoist Zui, I perceive that you both seem somewhat unconvinced by this elder's decision. Elder Zhou, you overestimate us. We naturally comply with your arrangements, Ding Ming replied with a smile. Zhou Sun stroked his long beard and nodded, saying, that is best. Regardless of alchemical attainments or cultivation levels, you 2 are both inferior to Daoist Senshu, so naturally, he shall be the primary authority. Although Chuan was in middle age and had only recently begun practicing martial arts, his progress was swift, so he appeared not yet to have reached the age of discernment. Upon hearing Zhou Sun's words, he immediately used his divine sense to observe and promptly discovered that Chuan was at the 7th layer of chi refining. Unless a cultivator had a method to conceal their presence, or their cultivation levels were vastly different, divine senses could generally reveal the opponent's cultivation realm. Daoist Ding, I would trouble you to assist Daoist Senshu in familiarizing himself with the alchemical matters of our Zhou family pill shop. Zhou Sun then turned to Chuan. Daoist Senshu, will you have any issues starting alchemy tomorrow? What about Daoist Yunming? If he wishes, he may also stay in our guest room at the pill shop. He is free to leave whenever he likes. Of course, if he possesses a particular skill, joining our Zhou family is also acceptable. Chuan smiled and nodded. Thank you, I will inform Daoist Yunming of this matter, but how he decides is beyond my knowledge. Zhou Sun nodded and then left with Daoist Zua. Ding Ming took Chuan to tour the alchemical rooms. The Zhou family pill shop had only 3 alchemical rooms. After Su Chuan became a guest elder, Zhou Sun would likely return to the Zhou family within a few days. Taoist Sen Shu. This place is divided into 3 alchemical rooms, A, B, and C. In the past, room A belonged to Elder Zhou Sun, but now that you have arrived, it naturally belongs to you. As for what pills to refine, it will depend on the demand. For instance, if we run low on detoxifying pills, we will need to refine some. We will also refine those pills that are popular in the market. Su Chuan slightly nodded. He had wandered through the Yuehu market and knew that the Zhou family pill shop was not the only one selling pills. Competition breeds motivation. This principle applies equally to both mortals and cultivators. May I study all the pill formulas? Although I know a bit about alchemy, I have been wandering for years and do not possess many formulas. Ding Ming, being a loose cultivator, understood this well. He recalled that he had also exhausted much effort to obtain just one ordinary formula. It was not until he made some progress in alchemy and gained some fame that his situation improved. 2 years ago, taking advantage of the Zhou family's extensive recruitment of alchemists, he had fortuitously passed the examination and became a guest elder of the Zhou family, thus stabilizing his situation until now. When he first arrived, he only knew 3 ordinary formulas, and he was also learning while practicing. This issue is not great, as long as you make a vow of Dao Heart in front of Elder Zhou Sun promising not to leak the formulas, he will surely transcribe them for you. Then I shall go find Elder Zhou Sun. Su Chuan did not hesitate much. He believed that once he obtained the formulas with his continuous research in alchemy, he could surely optimize these formulas in the future. In this way, he would not violate his Dao Heart vow, nor would it hinder his path. Upon hearing Su Chuan's words, Elder Zhou Sun witnessed him making the vow in person and took out the transcribed formulas from his storage bag to give to him. How strange! Taoist Sen Shu's alchemical depth is indeed profound, yet he even needs the most basic formulas for detoxifying and healing pills, as if he is just beginning to approach cultivation. He stroked his beard, pondering for a moment, and mused, perhaps he wants to see if the formulas stored by our Zhou family are similar to those he had before. I was not mistaken. A Taoist Sen Shu is indeed as obsessed with alchemy as I am. That afternoon, Su Chuan began studying the formulas he had obtained. Indeed, these formulas were several levels lower in terms of materials and refining difficulty compared to the Breaking Realm pill, with the only considerations being the control of fire during the alchemical process and the changes in medicinal properties. He requested 3 copies of each and attempted to refine them. For detoxifying and healing pills, he succeeded in condensing the pills on the first attempt, but they were inferior, nearly waste products. On the second attempt, he earnestly refined them and successfully produced 3 inferior pills, though 2 of them were waste pills. The third attempt was similar. Next were the foundation-enhancing, mana-restoring, and mana-increasing pills. Each of these 3 categories increased in difficulty, and only on the third attempt did he refine an inferior pill of the foundation-enhancing category, while the mana-increasing pills failed all 3 times. Su Chuan then requested 2 more copies of the mana-increasing pills. He refined late into the night before finally producing 2 inferior pills. Su Chuan had an agreement with the Zhou family to refine 6 and take 1, hence all the pills he refined were recorded. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chuan refined pills for 4 hours every day, meditated and practiced for 5 hours, and studied formulas and alchemical texts for 3 hours. Day after day, he never wavered. During this time, the most refined pills were the mana-restoring and mana-increasing types. The success rate for the mana-restoring pills had reached 70%, while the mana-increasing pills were at 50%. This success rate had completely surpassed Ding Ming and Zhuo Fu, who had been immersed in these 2 types of pills for years, with only Zhou Sin slightly ahead. However, Su Chuan was still not entirely satisfied. Although the success rate had significantly increased, the quantity of pills produced still remained at 3 or 4 inferior pills per furnace. In alchemy, the maximum number of pills produced from a single furnace is 9. 9 superior pills represent the pinnacle of alchemy, demonstrating the perfect utilization of materials. Superior pills have negligible impurities, while pills with no impurities basically do not exist in the world. Time passed day by day. Su Chuan remained hidden in the Zhou family, diligently studying alchemy, while Su Mingxian researched formation techniques. 3 months passed, transitioning from summer to autumn. Yet in the secluded valley where Yuehu Market is located, a grand formation prevailed, making the seasons seem like spring. Father, I wish to seek some materials to experiment with formations, Su Mingxian transmitted with his divine sense. Yin Nu, have you gained some insight? Su Chuan was overjoyed. Understanding formations was far more difficult than alchemy. Although he had bestowed the innate talent of the 9 Palaces Dao extension, he did not expect Su Mingxian to gain insight within 4 months. Well, you may go look for materials. If the spirit stones are insufficient, the spirit stones I have may be used, and the stored pills can also be exchanged for spirit stones. Su Mingxian nodded slightly and left Su Chuan's room. In these past few months, he had also gone out a few times, wandering around the market. Overall, the safety in the market was still assured, as everyone implicitly followed a rule: no disturbances in the market. Those with grievances settled them outside. Su Mingxian went out to purchase more than a dozen pieces of spiritual iron, spending 2 spirit stones. Compared to finished magical tools and elixirs, the prices of spiritual iron and spiritual herbs differ greatly. Although these pieces of spiritual iron are of low grade, if given to a skilled weapon refiner, they are sufficient to forge 2 low-grade flying swords. Naturally, just like alchemy, weapon refining cannot guarantee success on the first attempt. Any failure would mean a complete waste of previous efforts. Su Mingxian needed this spiritual iron to practice etching formations, using it as the foundation for setting up arrays. In fact, spirit stones are excellent materials, but they are not as hard as spiritual iron. Once a failure occurs, spirit stones may be rendered completely useless. For Su Mingxian, at this moment, spirit stones are far too precious. However, spiritual iron is hard and can withstand multiple etchings of formations, allowing for recycling, making it perfect for beginners to practice. Su Mingxian then stayed in his room to practice formation techniques. Like Su Chuan, he diligently studied formations and cultivated without neglect. A month passed, then another month. The years drifted by, and the Big Dipper rotated in the sky. The children vied for the new year while the old men counted the old marks. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the annual gathering. In Dongshi village at the Su family home, in previous years, all members of the Su family would gather in the hall for a reunion. Although many were present this time, the atmosphere lacked joy and felt somewhat heavy. "Let's begin the feast," Bai Jingyan said, and everyone started using their chopsticks. The youngest Su Deri and Su Deheng still needed to be fed by their mother, but they were clutching chicken legs and wings, their eyes sparkling with excitement. From time to time, they would take a bite, their small hands smeared with grease, as were the corners of their mouths. Su Daijiao, Su Duan, and Su Deheng behaved properly, displaying an extraordinary sense of propriety. Su Deliang sat quietly beside Yang Ronghua. Bai Jing glanced at them, a smile appearing at the corners of her mouth, but when she thought of Su Chuan and Su Mingxian, who were absent, she put down her chopsticks and sighed deeply. Noticing this, Su Mingwei expressed concern, saying, "Mother, are you thinking about father again?" "It's just that it's the first time he has been away for so long. I feel like he is getting further and further away from me. Every midnight I dream of his silhouette clearly right in front of me, but I can never reach him." Su Mingwei sighed inwardly, knowing well his father's ambition was to seek immortality. His heart for the Tao was far more steadfast than theirs. He gazed at the gray strands of Bai Jing's hair, feeling a pang of sorrow. Bai Jing had never practiced martial arts nor pursued immortality, and now she showed signs of aging. In another 20 or 30 years, she might leave them. "Mother, father must also be missing you from somewhere," Su Mingwei said. "I believe so too." Bai Jing smiled sweetly. "Your father is a man of deep affection, unique, yet ambitious." "Mother, why didn't you practice martial arts in your early years?" Su Mingxian asked curiously. "Why practice martial arts? I am not like Wan Shan. Ask your eldest sister-in-law why she doesn't practice martial arts." Yang Ronghua smiled faintly. "I simply do not enjoy practicing martial arts, nor do I have much talent for it. For many people, having a peaceful life is the greatest fortune of this life." Bai Jing slowly said, "Your father once asked me, but it was I who was unwilling." Her voice trailed off. "While today is a day of reunion, discussing such sorrowful matters is quite inappropriate. Come, let us raise our glasses and drink together, wishing the Su family greater success in the coming year." To greater success. In the Moon Lake Market, Su Chuan and Su Mingxian enjoyed a small drink under the moonlight. Su Mingxian observed the expression on Su Chuan's face and quietly asked, "Are you missing mother and the others?" Su Chuan smiled lightly, looking back at him and taking a small sip. "Yes, after being with your mother for over 30 years, this is the first time we have been apart for such a long time. This is also the first time we did not gather together for the annual festival. However, for the sake of the Su family's future, you and I are destined to be pioneers, guiding stones. You knew you won't hold it against your father, will you?" Su Mingxian shook his head, also gazing up at the sky. "Father's aspirations are also my aspirations. I am willing to be the cornerstone of the Su family, and moreover, I find joy in the path of cultivation." "Huh." Su Chuan patted Su Mingxian on the shoulder. "That's good, let's move forward hand in hand as father and son." In the Moon Lake County City, at the Yang Zhao residence. At the dining table, Yang Zhao suddenly spoke up. "Today, my uncle mentioned wanting me to take over as the head of the Yang family. What do you all think?" Hearing this, Wen Jing's face lit up with joy. "Father, you should have agreed long ago." Lady Yang said, "My husband, whatever you choose, I will support you." "Changer, what do you think?" "Father becoming the head of the Yang family would indeed benefit us, but since father is already a county official, he has many official duties to attend to. How could he find the time?" "Is that all you think?" Yang Zhao felt a bit disappointed, sensing that his son's thoughts were somewhat naive. Yang Wenfeng likely wanted him to take over as head of the Yang family primarily to strengthen ties with the Su family. It must be that his uncle had discovered the potential of the Su family to be far greater than he had imagined and sought them as allies. "I have disappointed father." Yang Shichong preferred to speak directly. Forget it, I will think it over again. Let's eat, Yang Zhao said calmly. A few days later, Yang Zhao, being busy with affairs and lacking talent, ultimately declined Yang Wenfeng's goodwill. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In the Moon Lake Market, 7 pills, 4 of medium grade and 3 of low grade. Looking at a furnace of newly refined pills, Su Chuan also showed a joyful expression. Over the past year, his alchemical skills had greatly improved and the quantity of pills produced had also increased. He had already become the hallmark of the Zhou family's pill shop. Since Su Chuan could now consistently refine medium-grade pills, his monthly salary had risen from 5 spirit stones to 7. Zhou Sun even promised that if Su Chuan could stabilize the refinement of high-grade pills, his monthly salary could rise to 15. Zhou Sun, who had immersed himself in these formulas for decades, could only stabilize the refining of medium-grade pills and occasionally produce a few batches of high-grade pills. He was already a renowned alchemist in the Moon Lake Market. If Su Chuan could truly stabilize the refinement of high-grade pills, it would mean his alchemical skills had genuinely reached a master level. Even if it was 20 spirit stones a month, the Zhou family would gladly pay. However, Su Chuan had an agreement with the Zhou family of refining 6 and taking 1. During this time, he had accumulated a good number of low-grade pills and a few medium-grade pills. A bottle of low-grade healing pills, 12 in total, priced at 3 spirit stones. However, if the entire bottle were medium-grade, it would be worth 5. For high-grade, the value would be 8 spirit stones. For recovery and enhancement pills, the prices would be even higher. However, even with Su Chuan's talent, it would take him at least a year or 2 to achieve that. On the other side, Su Mingxian was also making progress in his formation attempts. He successfully etched formations on spiritual iron with his divine sense and started to try arranging the gathering spirit formation. However, before that, he needed to attempt the Qi induction formation. This is the foundation for the gathering spirit formation. 6 Qi induction formations need to be combined along with the gathering spirit formation pattern to form the gathering spirit grand formation. These pieces of spiritual iron are merely the lowest grade of spiritual materials, and the spiritual energy they contain is still far less than 1/10 of a spirit stone. Even if successfully arranged, the effect would be weak. If one could set up a grand formation using spiritual vein nodes or the topography of mountains and rivers, it would possess the power to burn mountains and boil seas. Of course, formations of such magnitude are not recorded in the humble book, Introduction to Formation Techniques. The more profound the techniques and formations, the harder it is to preserve them. Most of what can be recorded in texts and classics are of lower grade. Su Mingxian spent half a month experimenting. When the materials were insufficient, he went out to buy more. After several attempts, he eventually etched a complete Qi induction formation on a piece of spiritual iron. Once the formation is completed, it will draw upon the surrounding powers of heaven and earth, attracting spiritual energy from all directions to converge towards the formation's core. Over time, it can create a faint mist. I finally etched my first formation. The cloud and mist formation of the Moon Lake Workshop also has energy guiding array patterns as its foundation, but the number is much larger, allowing such clouds and mist to gather. Su Mingxian continued to experiment until he could quickly arrange the energy guiding array. Next, he focused on comprehending the gathering spirit patterns, connecting multiple energy guiding arrays to exponentially increase the spirit gathering speed along with locking spirits. Gathering all spiritual energy within a certain range to prevent it from dispersing. The more powerful the spirit gathering array, the wider the range it can form. Time flew by. After half a year of diligent research, Su Mingxian finally set up the most rudimentary spirit gathering array using several pieces of spirit iron. After trying it himself, he could only increase his cultivation speed by half. Faster than I imagined. Could it be true what my father said, that I have extraordinary talent in array formation? If I become more proficient, I should find a way to refine array discs or flags for easy transport. However, should I hire someone to refine them or learn some basic crafting skills myself? Su Mingxian hesitated for a moment and decided to purchase books on crafting. He spent 2 spirit stones to buy a book titled Introduction to Crafting. Even if he couldn't learn it himself, he could leave it for future generations of his clan to study. The most basic methods of crafting are not too difficult. The path of crafting is inherently easy to learn, but hard to master. Unlike array formation and alchemy, which are difficult to get started. After more than 2 months, Su Mingxian had become a crafting apprentice. Moreover, unknowingly, his cultivation had already reached the 7th layer of foundation establishment. His innate talent, heaven's blessing for hard work, grants him a natural advantage in cultivation speed akin to having a spirit gathering array. Coupled with his true spiritual root quality, his speed is not slower than Su Chuan. In fact, currently, without the essence of herbs from the medicine garden, Su Chuan's speed is slightly slower than when he was at the Bihan pool. He had only recently broken through to the 8th layer of foundation establishment. However, he still has the talent of heaven's blessing for hard work enhancing him. This talent, through Su Chuan's relentless efforts day and night, can continuously improve his cultivation speed. Su Chuan's progress to this point can be said to be largely due to this talent. Su Mingxian pursued array formation, while Su Chuan focused on alchemy. The father and son continued to delve into their respective paths in cultivation, undoubtedly progressing further. One day, Su Chuan arrived at the 100 Refining Workshop, where the owner, surnamed Wu, was a peak 8th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator. When it comes to crafting skills, he is the best in the entire Moon Lake Workshop. This person is a loose cultivator who settled in Moon Lake Workshop 5 or 6 years ago. He has taken in 3 to 5 crafting apprentices. Are you looking to buy or customize a magical tool? A 17 or 18-year-old second-layer Foundation establishment cultivator smiled and approached Su Chuan. I am looking for Master Wu to customize a magical tool. Please wait a moment, I will go find my master. The young cultivator turned and walked towards the back of the workshop through a side passage. Shortly after, an old man in his 70s with gray hair emerged. Are you the one looking to customize a magical tool? What may I call you? I am the 3 Vertical Taoist. So you are the renowned alchemist from the Zhou clan. I have heard much about you. Please have a seat. The two sat down. The young cultivator poured tea for them, and then quietly stood by. What kind of magical tool does Taoist 3 Vertical wish to customize? What grade? A mid-grade magical bow and matching arrows. The bow requires the strength of a master to draw primarily of the metal attribute. Master Wu's eyelids drooped slightly, his dark pupils constricting like being pinched, and after pondering for a moment, he spoke slowly. Just to draw it requires such strength, anyone below the late stage of a master will find it hard to maintain. This magical tool cannot be for your own use, can it? I have a friend who is skilled with bows and arrows and wishes to gift it to him. A mid-grade magical tool as a gift, that's quite generous. A life-saving grace, Su Chuan replied with a faint smile. I see, that explains it. But crafting bows and arrows is more difficult than swords, and the price will not be low. With Master Wu's crafting skills, a mere mid-grade magical tool should be easy for you. Please quote a price, and if it's truly beyond my means, I will have no choice but to give up. Su Chuan's intention was clear. If Master Wu aimed for a high profit, he would have no choice but to abandon the idea. In the Moon Lake Workshop, perhaps only he could craft a high-grade magical tool, but several could craft mid-grade ones. Master Wu pondered for a moment, and then spoke slowly. The price of a mid-grade magical tool is between 80 to 120 spirit stones, with the bow calculated at 80 spirit stones. 9 arrows, even if they are all low-grade magical tools, would still cost 60 to 70 spirit stones. Considering materials and refining fees, it won't be less than 200 spirit stones. Of course, if you provide the materials, it will be 170 spirit stones. Su Chuan fell silent. For bows and arrows, there are no finished products in the entire Moon Lake Workshop, as cultivators are not good with strength. If you are willing to lower the grade, it will be simpler, totaling only 40 to 50 spirit stones. After saying this, he took a small sip of tea, giving Su Chuan time to consider. After a while, Su Chuan brushed his hand over his storage bag, and a small porcelain vial flew out. Master Wu, take a look at this pill. How much do you think it is worth? Master Wu took the vial, pouring out a peculiar pill that was half gray and half white, but its fragrance was very rich, and smelling it caused his bottleneck to loosen slightly. He immediately showed a look of surprise. What is this pill? Su Chuan waved his hand and put away the pill to avoid losing its medicinal properties. It was obtained from a cave, crafted from an ancient recipe, effective in breaking through the bottleneck of the late Foundation establishment stage, and its efficacy is more potent than current pills for breaking bottlenecks by 50 to 60%. Is that true? I would not deceive Master Wu. Master Wu's gaze sharpened, his fingers lightly tapping the wooden table, and after a moment he said, if so, this pill is worth 60 spirit stones. Master Wu happened to be at the peak of the 8th layer of Foundation establishment, and had been stuck at this bottleneck for years without breaking through, otherwise he would not offer such a high price. Still a bit expensive, Su Chuan thought to himself, as he indeed wanted to craft a mid-grade magical bow. After Su Mingwei reaches mastery, he will also transition to the Immortal path. Even if he transforms his true energy, he may not reach the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, but reaching the 7th or 8th layer is still possible. At that time, this mid-grade magical bow in his hands will possess power comparable to high-grade magical tools. This will be an important asset for the Su family to intimidate other Foundation establishment families. However, after deducting the 60 spirit stones for this pill from the 200 spirit stones, he would still need 140 spirit stones. At this moment, that is a substantial expense for him. Moreover, Su Mingxian's research into array formations also requires spirit stone reserves. Can I use other pills that enhance magical power as a substitute? Su Chuan inquired. Master Wu pondered for a moment, and suddenly thought of his grandson. By the way, previously Zhou-san couldn't refine 3 materials for the bone-strengthening pill. Oh, I wonder how many you have. Pills that enhance magical power are far less valuable than that pill for breaking through the bottleneck, and I am not short of them. Master Wu paused and continued, however, if Taoist 3 vertical can accomplish something, I can reduce some spirit stones. What is it? Master Wu clapped his storage bag and took out a recipe. The recipe flew in front of Su Chuan, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he quickly memorized all the contents. Bone strengthening pill, eh? This pill formula is one that I Wu have gathered at great cost. It is called the bone strengthening pill, which, as the name suggests, is meant to strengthen bones and can alter one's constitution. This pill is most suitable for those under the age of 12, however, its efficacy diminishes significantly after the age of 18. I have a grandson who is now 8 years old, but due to injuries suffered by his mother, he was born frail, and it is difficult for him to survive past the age of adulthood. Both of his parents have passed away, and I have only him as my sole grandson. In this life, I simply hope for him to grow up healthy and live a peaceful life. The bone strengthening pill is my hope. However, the formula requires a primary ingredient called withered bone flower, which is exceedingly rare. I have asked others to help search for it, and have only managed to find 3 blooms totaling 3 portions of material. I have also asked Elder Zhou-san from the Zhou family's pill shop, but he has only a half assurance, so I have to put it on hold for now. Wu stared directly at Su Chuan and said, if you, my friend, can successfully refine this pill, each one can be worth 40 spirit stones without any upper limit. Most ancient pill formulas are difficult to refine. I can only try my best. Thank you, my friend. Wu seemed to see hope as he stood up and solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. However, I also have a condition. I ask that you first refine a magical weapon for me. As for the bone strengthening pill, I still need some time to study it, and will attempt to refine it once I feel confident. At most, it will take half a year, and possibly only 3 to 4 months to achieve results. I will agree. I will give you these 3 portions of bone strengthening pill materials, and I hope you will do your utmost to save my grandson. Su Chuan nodded. He was now not far from the level of refining top-grade pills. 3 to 4 months is the time frame he estimated. Once he feels confident in refining top-grade pills combined with his profound control over the properties of spiritual herbs, he is still confident in successfully refining a batch with the 3 portions of materials. After all, Su Chuan is no longer the novice in pill refinement he was over a year ago. Indeed, for such a difficult pill formula with only 3 portions of materials, it would be impossible to produce a superior grade pill without luck on his side. Days later, Wu collected all the materials and began refining the treasured bough. Since his grandson's life rested in Su Chuan's hands, he put forth his utmost effort. Half a month later, a messenger from the 100 Refining Workshop notified Zhou's pill shop that the customized magical weapon had been forged. Su Chuan immediately went to inspect it. Friend Su, you have not let me down. This bough was successfully forged in one go and went very smoothly. Wu laughed heartily as he introduced this bough weighs 3,000 pounds. Without the strength of a congenital warrior, one cannot even lift it. The bow body and bowstring are made from materials of the 7th-layer demonic beast, the Xian Mo Jiao. As per your request, only a perfected master can fully draw this bow. There are 9 arrows with arrow feathers made from demonic beast feathers, all low-grade magical weapons. Individually, they cannot compare to regular low-grade flying swords, but when paired with the treasured bow, they can be drawn with pure strength, and with magical power their might approaches that of a top-grade magical weapon. Furthermore, the arrows are linked to the treasured bow, or when a cultivator uses the bow, they can actively summon the arrows back. I have named this bow the Mo Jiao bow. It combines celestial and martial elements, truly a remarkable work of mine. I wonder if your friend can wield it. Perhaps. Su Chuan stroked the bow, which presented a deep black color overall adorned with beastly patterns that gave it a rugged and powerful appearance. He then clasped his fists at Wu and said, "Thank you very much, Wu. I will certainly do my utmost for the bone-strengthening pill. Thank you." Returning to Zhou's pill shop, Su Chuan found Su Mingxian and said, "You will take this bow to your elder brother. Is this a mid-grade magical weapon?" Su Mingxian, after carefully sensing it, exclaimed in astonishment, "Your elder brother wishes to pursue a path of both celestial and martial cultivation. Once he transitions to the cultivation path, this bow in his hands will possess power comparable to that of a top-grade magical weapon and will be a significant trump card for our Su family." Su Mingxian nodded in agreement. That day, he left the Moon Lake workshop and headed for Qinjiang County. Due to the limited space in his storage bag, he could not refine the bow yet, so he had to carry it on his back. Fortunately, he possessed the physical attributes of a perfected congenital warrior. Otherwise, he would have to rely on magical power to lift it, which would be too draining on his energy. If he encountered danger along the way, the situation would become quite troublesome. However, as Su Mingxian traveled, he only encountered a group of latest-stage innate peak cultivators leading 17 or 18 men. He remained indifferent, caring little for anyone's life except for his family. He simply formed a hand seal and conjured a golden flying sword. In the blink of an eye, under Su Mingxian's control, everyone had their throats slit, blood spraying everywhere. They did not even have time to shout, "Immortal Master, spare us," before they each fell one after another into a pool of blood. Su Mingxian stepped over their bodies, walked a few steps, then turned back to search their bodies. Father said, when killing, never forget to search the corpses. A vast fortune empire is built up bit by bit. Over 1,000 tales of silver, 2 martial arts manuals, and this leader's silver thread armor looks decent. It can defend against blades and axes, but it seems to be women's armor. Su Mingxian showed a strange smile. I can't believe someone actually has this preference. The world is in decline. Su Mingxian moved quickly, reaching the outskirts of Qingjiang County in just over a day. If not for this treasured bow, he might have been able to fly back using his sword in just 2 or 3 hours. Fifth uncle. A Kini guard recognized the young man carrying the treasured bow as Su Mingxian and immediately exclaimed, "You have returned from your travels." The Su family immediately became lively. Except for Su Mingyuan and Su Mingxuan, who were handling affairs in the county by Jing. Su Mingwei and his wife, Su Mingzhu, along with the other younger members of the Su family, surrounded Su Mingxian tightly. Fifth uncle. Su Dezho led a group of younger siblings to respectfully bow to Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian wore a smile, nodding slightly. "Yin Nu, why are you the only one back? Where's father?" Su Mingzhu looked around, slightly disappointed. Su Mingwei and Bai Jing remained silent, waiting for her response. "Mother, don't worry. Father is fine. He instructed me to return first to deliver this bow to my elder brother." Su Mingxian untied the treasured bow and handed it along with the arrows to him. After Su Mingwei received it, his pupils constricted. The weight of the bow and arrows together was several thousand pounds. "Fifth uncle, what kind of bow is this? It looks extraordinary, almost like an aura of a prehistoric beast is coming at me, reminiscent of Uncle Bai." Uncle Bai refers to the white tiger in Su Dezhao's words. Su Mingxian rubbed his head and smiled. "This is the Mo Jiao bow, made from materials of the demonic beast Xian Mo Jiao, combined with some spiritual iron. The 9 arrows are made similarly. Demonic beast materials." Su Dezhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Mingxian turned to Su Mingwei and said, "Elder brother, this bow was forged at great cost by father. If faced with a strong enemy, you can use this bow to respond." Su Mingwei set down the arrows, stepped aside, and immediately took a bowing stance, drawing the bow upwards at an angle. Su Mingwei's brows furrowed slightly as he thought, "I have now reached the peak of the initial stage of a master. A step into the mid-stage. My strength far exceeds that of my peers. I should be able to contend with those in the late stage of a master, yet I cannot fully draw this bow." "You're still a bit short." Su Mingzhu asked in surprise. "Elder brother, you are a master, yet you cannot fully draw it. Why don't you give it a try?" Su Mingwei handed the Mo Jiao bow to Su Mingzhu. "If you want to try, then try." Su Mingzhu immediately took it, but the next moment, the Mo Jiao bow fell heavily to the ground, shattering the bluestone bricks. "You broke a piece of bluestone brick. It will be deducted from your monthly allowance." "Elder brother, how could you set me up?" Su Ming's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she turned to Su Mingxian and said, "You knew this Mo Jiao bow is too heavy. Can a person even use it?" Su Mingwei sneered. "Shui Ji, this bow was specially forged for me by father. Are you taking the opportunity to insult me as less than human? The head of the family announces that your monthly allowance is gone." "Elder brother, my dear elder brother." Su Mingxian handed over all the wealth and silver thread armor he had collected from the bandits he encountered on the road to Su Mingwei. Bai Jing asked, "Are we still leaving?" Su Mingxian nodded. "Father is out there alone. I must go help him." "That's good. With you taking care of him, mother will feel a bit more at ease. When you see your father, tell him that everything at home is well, and I am also fine." Yin Nu, tell father that Shui Ji misses him greatly. "I miss grandfather too." Su Dezhao and Su Dehang chimed in. The youngest, Su Derui and Su Dehang, had little impression of Su Chuan, including this fifth uncle, and merely stared with curious bright eyes while nestled in their mother's embrace. After staying at home for an hour, Su Mingxian said his goodbyes and departed. He handed over the transcripts of Introductory Guide to Weapon Refining, Comprehensive Guide to Spiritual Herbs, Introduction to Array Techniques, Detailed Explanation of Mystic Arrays, and Golden Sword Art to Su Mingwei for safekeeping in the Ancestral Hall. He also informed him about their current location with Su Chuan and some recent updates regarding Su Chuan. After distancing himself from the Su family, Su Mingxian summoned his flying sword from his storage bag, riding it as it transformed into a golden streak, vanishing into the distant horizon. More than 2 hours later, he returned to the Moon Lake Market. It was only deep into the night that he arrived at Su Chuan's room to convey Bai Jing and the others' messages to him. "Your mother is very understanding, while Shui Ji still has a bit of a child's temperament. Don't worry, Yin Nu, within 3 to 4 years we will surely return to the Su family. You should focus on studying array techniques. It will prove invaluable when you return." "I understand, father." The two exchanged thoughts, unbothered by the risk of leaking information. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. At the Su family, in the courtyard of Nanshan Courtyard, Su Mingwei stood in the center, exhaling like thunder. His entire body resonated, blood and energy surging, as if he transformed into a flood dragon and a giant elephant emitting waves of dragon roars and elephant trumpets. The moment his eyes opened, two beams of substantial light shot forth akin to two innate energies capable of piercing through metal and stone. It seems my eyes have changed. They can condense sword light, transforming the void into reality, possessing tangible lethality. How marvelous! Among all of Father's offspring, I alone possess such eyes. Enough. Su Mingwei ceased his thoughts, finally breaking through to the midstage of Master. His strength increased significantly. He turned to look at the ink dragon bow on the ground. Even its aura was enough to disperse ordinary ferocious beasts. He approached, his 5 fingers locking onto the bow's body, his dantian sinking like lead, his spine undulating like a dragon's tail, strength coursing through his shoulders into his arms. Draw the bow. All that could be heard was the thunder of bones, the ink dragon bow bending like a full moon. Release. Though it feels somewhat strenuous, I have achieved this. With innate true energy assisting, I could shoot dozens of arrows without issue. At that moment, Su Mingyuan happened to walk by, and seeing Su Mingwei's stance couldn't help but praise. Great strength, impressive skills. Elder brother, this must be the ink dragon bow, right? Su Mingwei nodded with a smile. Indeed, and now that I have broken through to the midstage of Master, no one below the perfection stage can withstand me. With full strength, I am confident I could slay someone at the late stage of Master. If I were to use this ink dragon bow, Su Mingwei's lips curled slightly, caressing the ink dragon bow, his brows raised, and his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Even someone at the perfection stage of Master could be killed. Su Mingyuan's eyes gleamed as he stared at the ink dragon bow, enviously saying, Father is truly biased, giving you the frost-breaking cloud last time, and now gifting you the ink dragon bow. By the way, what grade is this bow? Yin Nu said it's a medium-grade artifact, and the 9 arrows are low-grade artifacts. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyuan gasped in shock, exclaiming, a complete set of artifact bows and arrows. This ink dragon bow is actually a medium-grade artifact. Why are you so surprised? Su Mingyuan answered, Elder brother, you may not know, but I have learned some things about cultivators. Artifacts are the weapons of cultivators, and they can only be traded for spirit stones or other equivalent items needed by cultivators. A medium-grade artifact, even for a top-tier 6th-grade martial arts family, like the Yang family, would require 2 to 30 years of effort to gather the equivalent resources for cultivation. Indeed, Su Mingwei nodded, saying, without the ability to fly and traverse the earth, those rare spiritual flowers and herbs growing in secluded valleys or the monsters in deep mountains and swamps are exceedingly difficult to find. Su Mingyuan's eyes revealed admiration. Father has only stepped into the path of immortality for a few years, yet he has managed to acquire a medium-grade artifact. Otherwise, how could he be our father? Su Mingwei laughed heartily. After a moment, Su Mingyuan slapped his forehead, saying, I almost forgot the main issue. Our people in the county city have gathered news that the Yang family has changed its patriarch. Oh, Su Mingwei's expression remained unchanged. When did this happen? Half a month ago. I was already aware of this matter, Su Mingwei replied nonchalantly. Additionally, there is news from over there saying that the former patriarch of the Yang family intended to have your father-in-law take the position of patriarch. Do they want my father-in-law to woo our Su family? So your father-in-law didn't agree? Su Mingwei felt slightly surprised. Su Mingyuan said, perhaps due to the previous incident, Uncle Yang has always felt guilty. Although he is sharp-minded, he is not a scheming person. However, this also shows that while the Yang family is large, it has already split internally, unlike our Su family, which is quite stable. This matter is worth our reference. Over time, our Su family may also face such a situation. Su Mingwei pondered. Elder brother is right. Is there anything else? Su Mingwei looked at Su Mingyuan, noticing his hesitance, and smiled gently. You and I are brothers, there's no need to be evasive. Speak your mind freely. It's still about the county city, but it involves the Chang family. Recently, the Chang family's appetite seems to be growing. They are no longer satisfied with 50% of the profits. Greed is human nature. After some contemplation, Su Mingyuan said, what do you plan to do? Refuse. The Chang family is in the county city. Their foundation is slightly better than the Yang family, and they also have peak martial artists at the perfection stage. I cannot act rashly, or else it will reveal the Su family's foundation too soon. I need to find a stronger force in the county city that can suppress the Chang family. I am considering the same. If elder brother has a good plan, that would be great. If not, I plan to abandon those overt forces and only keep the covert ones, keeping an eye on the movements in the county city. Su Mingwei said, the Chang family is a 5th-grade family. Those who can intimidate them, even if they are not a 4th-grade family, must be top-tier 5th-grade families. Su Mingwei murmured to himself. Suddenly, his eyes burst forth with brilliance. That's right, the Zhou family. Previously, Yin Nu came back and informed me that father is now a Dan master serving as a guest elder at the Zhou family's pill store in Moon Lake Market. Su Mingyuan was slightly startled. Elder brother, are you referring to the Zhou family that recently ascended to 4th grade in Moon Lake County? It must be that Zhou family. Then we have a way to maneuver even to make the Chang family return what they have taken from our Su family over the past few years. Su Mingyuan smiled, saying, a fourth-grade family can only be achieved by a family of cultivators, and they must have at least a foundation establishment stage cultivator in their ranks. Compared to a fifth-grade family, they are like clouds and mud. You must not expose father's identity as a guest elder of the Zhou family, Su Mingwei reminded. That goes without saying. December 24th. Moon Lake Square Market. Today's divination indicates a favorable outcome. Su Mingyuan is maneuvering through the Zhang family to reclaim the family business and establish a foothold in the county city. This child is indeed bold. Su Chuan had inquired about the family's fortunes, and half a month ago the divination revealed that Su Mingwei had already reached mid-stage master, which pleased him greatly. Now with a favorable indication, there is a chance of success, but also a possibility of failure. Su Chuan pondered, Yuan still lacks some leverage relying solely on the Zhang family's influence. The Zhang family is not composed of gullible people. He arrived at the door of Su Mingxian's room and knocked lightly twice. Who is it? It's me, your friend Yunming. With the barrier dissipating, the door opened, and after Su Chuan entered, the barrier closed once more. Why did you call for me, father? Your second brother will arrive in Moon Lake County today to negotiate with the Zhang family, aiming to reclaim the profits from our Su family shops. Take my guest token and deliver it to Mingyuan, then stay in the county city to secretly protect him until the matter is resolved, and then return. I shall go at once. Coincidentally, I have made a few simple jade tokens in the past 2 months, which can withstand 3 attacks from a beginner in the innate stage, or 1 full force attack from someone in the mid-innate stage. Take them to your second brother, let them take them back home to give to the younger generation of the clan. You are quick to comprehend formations, having already learned the defensive array patterns. Su Chuan said with a faint smile. The basics of array formations are difficult, and the gathering spirit array is not simple either. If you can grasp it, then creating a simple defensive array token should be a piece of cake. As you say, father, I indeed have a talent for array formations. This time you're not being modest. Su Chuan looked at him and chuckled. Did you not deeply doubt yourself at first? Su Mingxian chuckled, took the guest token, performed a hand seal to store it in his storage bag, and then left Moon Lake Square Market heading towards Moon Lake County. Su Chuan was not worried at all and silently practiced alchemy. In recent days, he had successfully refined 7 pills, including 5 of medium quality and 2 of low quality. In terms of success rate for medium quality pills, he was even slightly better than Zhou Sun. Whether it was the control of the heat or the changes in the properties of the medicinal liquids during alchemy, he felt he had reached a certain bottleneck. Once he breaks through, he will be able to refine high-quality pills. The time for that is not far off. In Moon Lake County, several miles away from the city gate, Su Mingxian was waiting here and saw Su Mingyuan arrive within half an hour. You knew, why are you here? Father said you would arrive today, so I was asked to wait here. Father is indeed quite adept at calculations. Su Mingyuan laughed and patted his storage bag, causing a token to fly out and land in Su Mingyuan's palm along with 7 green jade tokens. What is this? Su Mingyuan asked in surprise when he saw the token with the character Zhou inscribed on the front. Second brother, didn't you need this item? Otherwise, how would you gain the trust of the Zhang family? To negotiate with a tiger, mere empty words are useless. A mixture of truth and falsehood is what makes people believe. I will also protect you in secret. Just boldly negotiate with the Zhang family. Su Mingyuan clasped his fists and smiled widely, saying, thank you for your trouble, Yunnu. What about the remaining jade tokens? I have made some progress in studying array formations, and these are my practice creations. However, they can also withstand 3 attacks from a beginner in the innate stage or 1 attack from a mid-innate stage warrior. This is a small token of my appreciation as your 5th uncle for the younger generation. 1 for each person, perfectly fitting. Your 5th uncle truly shows no favoritism. Yunnu's abilities are increasingly impressive. No wonder you are a cultivator, surpassing both me and elder brother, becoming the pillar of the family. Su Mingyuan was very pleased without a hint of jealousy. Your praise humbles me. Father said elder brother is the one who will lead the family in the future. How can I compare? You as the second brother will manage the family's cultivation endeavors. Haha, Yunnu is becoming more sensible. Well, I won't speak further with you. I shall enter the city first. Second brother, go ahead. With Yunnu secretly protecting you, you will surely be safe. Su Mingyuan smiled slightly and then rode into the city. Guanghu residence. On the 2nd floor of a classical private room. Brother Mingyuan, why did you suddenly come to the county city? Is something major happening? Chang Haowen sat across from Su Mingyuan with 2 men standing behind him like iron towers, entirely unmoving. He actually knew the situation well. Some members of the Chang family were envious of Zhus business and not only wanted the 50% profit, but also aimed to gradually consume all of Zhus industries. Though he felt this was akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, the power of the Chang family left him with no choice. If the Su family were to ally with the Yang family, the Chang family naturally would not turn against the Yang family over these Su industries. However, according to the news he had gathered, the Su family had had an unpleasant encounter with the Yang family's main branch. With just Yang Zhao alone, the Chang family would not take them seriously. Chang brother, you ask knowingly. Your Chang family has an appetite that is too great, forcing my Su family to seek other paths. Su Mingwei picked up a teacup and took a small sip. Is that so? Although it is common for families to profit and disperse, Chang Haowen's eyes lifted, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly into Su Mingwei's eyes. Are you sure your Su family can bear the consequences of severing ties with my Chang family? You aren't planning to seek support from the Yang family, are you? Chang brother, you jest. Su Mingyuan set down his teacup, a smile on his lips, and said, the disputes between my Su family and the Yang family's main lineage are hardly a secret to your Chang family. Then I must admit, I do not understand. Is there someone more suitable for cooperation than my Chang family? Su Mingyuan smiled faintly, and without a word took out a token from his bosom and placed it on the table, the side facing up, inscribed with the character Zhou. Upon seeing this token, Chang Haowen's pupils contracted slightly and his sword-like brows furrowed. The Zhou character instantly reminded him of the Zhou family, the dominant force in Moon Lake County. Su family, Zhou family. How could this be possible? The Zhou family is a fourth-grade family, one of the top tier in the county. Families like theirs, such as the Chang and Yang families, could only reach the fourth grade if a foundation establishment cultivator emerged from their ranks, no matter how deep their foundations were. Thus, they vigorously cultivate their clan's disciples with cultivation potential and encourage them to marry and have children. Yet even for a fifth-grade martial arts family like the Chang family, only 2 or 3 cultivators had emerged from the clan. It is exceedingly rare for mortals to be born with cultivation potential. Most of them possess only pseudo-spiritual root potential, reaching at most the 4th or 5th level of Qi training. This token is real. Chang Haowen's heart trembled, finally confirming it. More than a decade ago, he had the fortune to attend the Zhou family's 4th-grade family promotion ceremony, where he had seen the Zhou family token. Although it was somewhat different, Zhou family tokens are categorized by status. This guest token is second only to the family head, representing a status of elders. Though he had not seen it before, his instincts told him that this token is genuine, because it bears the unique family crest and patterns of the Zhou family, along with the subtle essence of items refined by cultivators. These are not something the Su family could come into contact with or know. Chang Haowen examined the token in his hand, and then smiled as he returned it to Su Mingyuan. Brother Mingyuan, your Su family has great fortune to be able to connect with the Zhou family. Not at all. It is merely that a certain Taoist happened to pass through Qingjiang half a year ago and wished to take a young member of my Su family as a disciple. However, my young member is still too young and not suitable to follow, thus we plan to wait a few years before he returns. This token was specially left behind by that Taoist. It seems to belong to a Dan Master guest of the Zhou family. A Dan Master? Chang Haowen's mindset shifted dramatically as he smiled obsequiously, saying, your young member truly has good fortune. Even among my Chang family, opportunities to step onto the path of immortality are scarce. In fact, I also disapprove of some practices within the clan. They are too greedy and lack the demeanor of a great family. I came here today not only to probe your sentiments, Brother Mingyuan, but also to inform you. With the friendship we have built over the years, I will not allow you to suffer such grievances. Rest assured, I will persuade those in the clan, and I feel that the 50% profit is something my Chang family should not accept. Such actions are not something friends should do. In a few days, I will surely return it all. Then how can I accept? With our friendship, just relax and accept it. As long as my Chang family is here, there are not many people in the county who dare to covet your Su family's industries. The Chang family willingly acted as a protective umbrella to win over the Su family. With a 5th-grade family providing shelter in the county, there are indeed few who would dare to provoke them. Of course, the Chang family's goal was to connect with the Taoist guest of the Zhou family through the Su family in hopes of obtaining some resources for cultivating pills from him. Then all their efforts would be worthwhile. Some spiritual herbs that take decades or centuries to grow the Chang family might still obtain from deep mountains and forests, but pills cannot be exchanged with mundane currency. The same goes for magical artifacts, which can only be exchanged with the resources needed by cultivators. The Chang family aims to elevate to a cultivation family by continuously engaging and attracting cultivators, especially Dan Masters, whom they are willing to spare no effort to befriend. Half a month later, in Moon Lake Market, Zhou's Dan shop, a class Dan room. Chuan came out of the Dan room and called for the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, Zhou cupped his hands in salute. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Although he was also a cultivator, he had only reached the 4th level of Qi refinement due to his low-grade pseudo-spiritual root and was nearly abandoned by his family, only managing the Dan shop business in the market. There were quite a few like him in the Zhou family. Fortunately, among his dozen or so offspring, there was one with a mixed spiritual root talent. Although he had no hopes of foundation establishment, he had cultivated to the late Qi refinement stage under the family's guidance, which posed no major issues. Now he was following Elder Zhou's son, learning the art of alchemy. This is the recovery pill I just refined. Take a look. Shopkeeper Zhou received it, and with a sweep of his divine sense he found 5 pills inside. 1 low grade, 3 middle grade, and 1 high grade. A high grade pill. Shopkeeper Zhou exclaimed in surprise, suddenly looking up at Su Chuan with an incredulous expression. It's just a slight improvement in my alchemical skills. No wonder Elder Zhou's son has always praised your talent in alchemy. It truly is impressive. That's merely Elder Zhou Sen's overpraise but shouldn't be taken seriously. Come here, record the pills refined by senior brother Sin Shu, and include these 3 middle grade recovery pills. You may take 1. Su Chuan nodded lightly and took 1. The news of Su Chuan refining a high-grade pill reached Zhou's son on the same day. Zhou's son came hastily that night to congratulate Su Chuan. Alchemy is difficult. Many alchemists fail to produce high-grade pills in their entire lifetime due to lack of talent. The resources for spiritual herbs could be sought through other means. The control of fire is also something that requires a lot of practice. However, only mastery of the medicine's properties is crucial as it relates to one's innate talent and is key to refining high-grade pills. This is precisely Su Chuan's strong suit, and the reason why he has made such great progress in alchemy in just a year or two. As for Ding Ming and Zhuo Qiufu, even now they can only reliably produce low-grade pills and occasionally refine 1 or 2 middle-grade pills. Their talent in alchemy is as different as clouds and mud when compared to his. Friend Sin Shu, your talent in alchemy truly makes Zhou envious. Once you can consistently produce 1 high-grade pill every 3 or 4 batches, I will certainly apply to the family for your monthly salary to be raised to 15 spirit stones. Then I would be grateful. Su Chuan clasped his hands and smiled. The difficulty of the bone-strengthening pill is not low. There are only 3 materials in total. It would be more prudent to improve my alchemical skills further before attempting to refine it. Once this matter is concluded, I should also consider gathering materials to refine pills for myself so that I can earn some spirit stones to purchase magical tools and alchemical furnaces. Relying solely on the Zhou family's monthly salary, it would take many years to gather enough spirit stones for himself and Su Mingxian. If one's alchemical skills are too low and only produces low-grade pills, there won't be much profit. Only middle-grade and high-grade pills are truly in demand in the market. Su Chuan was also considering whether to sell the high-grade pills he refined to the Zhou family for their protection. He did not believe that if he were to refine pills in large quantities and sell them in Moon Lake Market, it would affect the Zhou family's Dan shop business. They would continue to treat him with such courtesy. Unless one day the Su family had the confidence to rival the Zhou family. For instance, if Su Mingxian could set up a great formation to protect the family, making it impossible for Foundation establishment cultivators to breach, combined with Su Mingwei stepping into the path of immortality and achieving the peak of qi refinement. Indeed, going to other markets to sell pills would not be a bad option. A month passed in the blink of an eye. All things began to awaken gradually. The trees and forests surrounding Moon Lake Market sprouted new branches and buds. Su Chuan had stabilized the production of high-grade pills to 1 per 4 batches. Not only the recovery pill, but also the return to origin pill, nourishing qi pill, and gathering qi pill were successfully refined into high-grade pills. However, the difficulty of refining the return to origin pill and gathering qi pill far exceeded that of the recovery pill and nourishing qi pill, requiring 7 to 8 batches to yield a single high-grade pill. But for Zhou's son, that was more than sufficient. From this month onward, his monthly salary was also raised to 15 spirit stones. Though it may not seem like much, it is enough to purchase a slightly better low-grade magical tool. Su Chuan finally began to refine the bone-strengthening pill. During the first attempt, he mainly focused on familiarizing himself with the entire refining process, the timing, and the changes in the properties of the herbs, so he did not feel the slightest regret over a batch of wasted pills. In the second attempt, he drew upon his first experience and put in all his effort. Unexpectedly, he produced 2 low-grade pills. By the third attempt, Su Chuan felt a sense of familiarity, successfully refining 1 low-grade pill and 1 middle-grade pill. This truly surprised him. It seems fate is on my side. Su Chuan stored the pills away, cleaned the alchemical furnace, and then headed to the 100 Refinements workshop. Master Wu had been waiting for Su Chuan for some time. Upon seeing him, he became unusually excited and hurriedly pulled him to sit down, asking, "Friend Sin Shu, how did it go?" 3 low-grade pills and 1 middle-grade pill. 4 and 1 middle-grade pill. Master Wu was overjoyed, but then a troubled expression appeared on his face. Previously, I promised you 1 pill for 40 spirit stones, and even at 60 spirit stones for the middle-grade pill, that would not be unreasonable. Calculating this way, I owe you 20 spirit stones instead. Previously, Master Wu had quoted 200 spirit stones for the entire set of magic bow and arrows for Su Chuan, but the actual materials only amounted to 50 or 60 spirit stones. However, in the past, not every attempt at refining utensils was successful, and it was common to fail 1 or 2 times. Thus, if someone orders a magical tool without providing materials, it is normal for the price to be high. There's no need for the spirit stones, but I do have a small favor to ask of you. Please go ahead, friend Senshu. I have a friend who studies formations and plans to refine his own formation plates and flags, but unfortunately, he has limited talent in this area and no one to teach him. I would like to trouble you to guide him for a while. Would that be possible? This is easy to agree to. You refine the bone-strengthening pill and save my grandson's life, allowing the Wu clan's bloodline to continue. This is a great favor, so how could I not help? Master Wu grinned widely, waving his hand generously. Let him come over tomorrow. Though I can't guarantee he will master it, at least he should be able to refine low-grade magical tools without issue. Thank you. In comparison to imparting the technique of refining tools, those 20 spirit stones were nothing at all. But cultivators are no different from mortals. They also require connections. And for an alchemist like Chuan, his connections are extremely valuable. In the future, he might need to ask for help again. Unless it pertains to matters concerning his own path, I fear no one would easily offend him. Chuan was aware of the troubles Su Mingxian had faced in recent days, and with a sudden inspiration, he brought it up at this moment. After returning, he told Su Mingxian about this matter, and she was particularly excited. Father, I will definitely study the art of refining tools thoroughly with Master Wu. Yes, while the art of refining is not insignificant, formations are the most crucial. Without a protective formation to safeguard the family, I dare not rashly let our Su family compete with other Qi refinement families. Mortals emphasize wealth, and cultivators are no different. Although we possess alchemy and formations, if we sell them in large quantities, it will attract the attention of Qi refinement families and even foundation establishment families. If we were loose cultivators, those families might not care and might even actively recruit us. But the competition among families is a contest of resources and talents, harboring countless dangers behind it. In Xinjiang County Dongxi village, the dawn breaks and the sky gradually brightens. The thin mist on the ridge entwines with the new green sprouts, while the waning moon hangs like a hook above the old willow's branches. The curling smoke rises from the thatched cottage, blending with the morning haze, transforming into a wandering dragon that chases the clouds away. Bai Jing, dressed in a plain silk gown, sits upright before a bronze mirror. Behind her, a woman in her 40s kneels, holding an old peach wood comb, gently combing her silver strands. After her hair is arranged, Bai Jing examines herself in the bronze mirror from side to side. Ali, your skills remain as fine as ever. I heard your daughter is getting married. Bai Jing slowly continues, suddenly sighing lightly. In the blink of an eye, you have been in the Su family, serving by my side for 21 years now. The middle-aged woman also expresses her feelings, recalling. Madame Ali entered the household when she was merely 11 or 12. It was your compassion that chose me from among several candidates as your personal maid. How old is your daughter now? 15. 15, and she is getting married. My Xueji is now 23 and still has not found a suitable match, which truly troubles me. Fourth Miss is exceptionally talented and stunningly beautiful. Ordinary young masters are not worthy of her, the middle-aged woman praises with a smile. They will only say sweet things, but ultimately as a woman, she must marry. Unlike Yanu, who is a man, her husband is currently not at home. Bai Jing feels a few more silver strands appearing at the ends of her hair. The old patriarch wishes for Fourth Miss not to marry outside, but to choose a husband from within the Su family. Bai Jing turns and says, you speak to my heart, however in choosing I have yet to find someone worthy of my Xueji. The middle-aged woman chuckles softly. If you cannot find one, the old patriarch will likely find it even harder. Indeed, among the children he dotes on Xueji the most. Let me think about this some more. Bai Jing, supported by the middle-aged woman, stands up. Come, let us take a walk outside. It has been a long time since I last saw the village scenery. Su Mingwei happens to encounter them and offers to support her as well. In the fields, old farmers walk with their hoes, trampling the dew between the grass, and their footprints sparkle. Vast rice fields stretch out, resembling a sea of jade. Suddenly, the mountain wind blows, causing the jade sea to ripple like waves. I still vaguely remember that piece of land used to belong to the Su family. When I was young, you followed your father, learning to plant rice. Mother has a good memory, Su Mingwei replies with a hint of a smile. I have grown old, Bai Jing replies lightly. Who would have thought that the Su family once survived on just 10 acres of land? Father was indeed a talented man. Yes, he was a gifted individual who began learning martial arts in middle age and succeeded in his studies, though I still do not know how he embarked on the path of seeking immortality. Compared to him, I as a wife seem utterly ordinary. Mother, how can you say that? Neither father nor any of us think so. Bai Jing turns back, smiling faintly. Your father is kind-hearted, and you all have been well educated. To marry him is my fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. Mother does not know how far the Su family can go. Your maternal grandfather has already passed away, and your uncles are my only concern. She gazes steadily at Su Mingwei and says, Shidu, promise me that if one day I am gone, you will not mistreat the Bai family. Even if you make a mistake one day, please consider my feelings and ensure their lineage continues for generations. Though he knows he should not make such a promise, Su Mingwei finds it impossible to refuse when he sees Bai Jing now. I understand, mother, Su Mingwei replies. As long as the Su family exists, the Bai family will remain. I will ensure that the future heads of the family carry this on. This matter puts you in a difficult position. The Su family is growing larger, and many rules will inevitably be established. Yet I am just an ordinary woman with my own selfish desires. Even if father were here, he would agree, Su Mingwei says. Your father? Bai Jing shakes her head with a smile, turning to gaze at the vast fields, the jade sea, and green waves, and then exhales, his heart is much harder than yours. Su Mingwei did not argue. I am a bit tired, should help me back. Upon returning to the Su family, they see Su Daizhao instructing Su Duan in martial arts. Su Daizhao is 13 this year, already taller than Bai Jing. Though still youthful, he has begun to exhibit the demeanor of the eldest legitimate son. Su Duan throws punches with all his might, the wind from his strikes howling, seemingly accompanied by a scorching heat. The power is much more intense than that of an ordinary third-rate martial artist. Yet Su Daizhao stands with one hand behind his back, responding, with just one hand deflecting Su Duan's strikes effortlessly, and then suddenly seizes his wrist. Pulling him close, Su Daizhao presses half of his chest against him. Su Duan flies back 7 or 8 meters before finally stopping. Just as Su Mingwei is supporting Bai Jing through the entrance, he shouts, if you wish to spar, go to the training ground. If you scare your grandmother, I will twist your ears. Su Duan quickly gets up, bows, and says, greetings father, greetings grandmother. Su Daizhao, however, is more casual and retorts, father, grandmother, why are you back from outside? When are no need for such formalities, Bai Jing replies with a smile. I felt a bit leisurely and went outside to clear my mind. Then why didn't grandmother come find me? Father is busy, or I could use some time off. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Mingwei's face grows stern. All of you go do 100 laps of weighted running at the training ground. They are just children, why scare them? You go to your thing, and let Zhao and Winner accompany me back. Su Mingwei smiles wryly and bows, yes mother. After seeing Bai Jing off, Su Daizhao says, on, let's go to Bihan Pool. Su Duan replies with a smile. Bihan Pool, surrounded by mountains, has a cold water body as green as jade, which does not freeze even in the harshest winter. The surface of the pool is always shrouded in a faint white mist. Surrounding the pool, hundreds of acres of medicinal fields are arranged in an 8-diagram shape, planting many rare herbs. Not far away, several bamboo houses are scattered with luminous jade mushrooms growing between the moss on the rooftops like stars at night. Bronze wind chimes hang from the eaves, ringing out a crisp sound in the wind, cleansing the soul. Behind the house, 1,000 bamboo stalks form a sea, and when the wind passes, it raises layers of green waves. The sound of bamboo joints colliding is clear like chimes. Wu Tao Qing, Su Daizhao calls out. Hearing this, Wu Tao and Xin Qing stop meditating and walk over, bowing and greeting, eldest young master, second young master. Currently, Wu Tao has reached the peak of Qi Refinement Stage 1, while Xin Qing is in Qi Refinement Stage 2. With magical abilities at their disposal, Su Daizhao, who has yet to enter the innate realm, is not their match. However, he often engages with them to familiarize himself with the combat techniques of cultivators to avoid being outmatched in future real confrontations. Is Xueji not here? Su Daizhao looks around surprised. Xin Qing smiles lightly and says, Aunt Xueji has gone deep into Duanya mountain range with the third master to search for rare herbs, spiritual medicines, and young exotic beasts. Oh, and they did not take me along again. Wu Tao and Xin Qing share a smile. Su Daizhao then finds a spot with Su Duan to practice martial arts. Deep within the Broken Tooth mountain range, a team clad in the distinctive attire of the Su family warriors traversed the forest with the two leaders dressed differently. One of them was a young woman sitting cross-legged on the back of a rare white tiger. These two were Su Mingshu and Su Mingxuan, both first-rate warriors of the Su family, with an increasing number of peak postnatal warriors and even a few innate warriors beyond the direct line. Su Mingshu wanted to capture some young beasts for domestication and intended to venture deeper into the mountains. Upon learning of this, Su Mingwei, after some consideration, decided to let her and Su Mingxian lead the family's elite guards into the mountains. For several months, they had encountered many exotic ferocious beasts, but none of them had been young. Even though Su Mingshu had the ability to communicate with beasts, these adult ferocious creatures had low intelligence and inherent brutality. Her ability only allowed for communication, not taming. If it were otherwise, it would indeed be a method of the Immortals. Only young beasts raised from a young age could be made to obey her commands. They brought back all the dead beasts they could, either to add some wild flavors to their family meals or to reward the guards' families. In addition, they also collected several rare spirit herbs and spirit flowers aged 20 to 30 years, taking the surrounding soil back with them to plant in the medicinal fields of the Bihan Pool. Any spiritual object must have unusual beasts surrounding it. Su Mingshu and her group had also encountered one or two second or third tier spirit beasts and had even slain a fierce blood wolf. In the various great families of Yuehu County, there were similar teams hunting ferocious beasts and searching for rare medicinal materials, spiritual herbs, and iron mines. They sold these cultivation resources to the Qi training families in exchange for spirit stones and other resources for the clan's cultivators. The Su family, on the other hand, collected everything in their own storage for future use. Shiweji, look ahead, that's the Broken Tooth Peak. It truly resembles the fangs of an ancient giant beast. The steepness of the peak is nearly unscalable. Upon hearing this, Su Mingshu looked up and saw the Broken Tooth Peak towering several miles away, piercing the clouds. From the perspective of Dongxi village, it seems ordinary, but as one gets closer, the awe of its natural formation is revealed. Suddenly, a screeching call from an eagle echoed a few miles away, sharp enough to pierce the sky, followed by a roar. Su Mingxian and his sister exchanged glances, but Su Mingshu, with a slight smile on her lips, said, "Third brother, your intuition is the sharpest. Do you think we should go take a look?" The eagle's cry traveled this clearly from several miles away. It must be a ferocious beast. Su Mingshuan's eyes gleamed, and he continued, "With two beasts fighting, one is bound to be injured. We could take advantage of the situation." Su Mingshu smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, exuding vitality. "Then let's go." In addition to Su Mingxian and his sister, the Su family team included 2 innate warriors, 8 peak postnatal warriors, and 16 first-rate warriors. Some held shields, others carried quivers with bows, while most wielded swords or spears. If there were cultivators capable of casting spells, the team would be even more perfect. They advanced swiftly until they were cautiously within several hundred meters of the battling beasts. Ahead, an open area revealed a small lake about 100 meters in diameter. Not far from the lake's edge, a thick red-scaled python was coiling up, facing off against a massive blue eagle soaring at an altitude of over 10 meters. Both beasts were quite extraordinary. The red-scaled python had a small black protrusion on its forehead, while the blue eagle had a small tuft of blue flames atop its head, which, if not observed closely, could be mistaken for feathers. At this moment, the red-scaled python bore multiple wounds, its scales shattered and flesh mangled. Suddenly, 2 waves of shocking sound rippled outward. The lake, once as clear as a mirror, suddenly churned, with waves crashing against the shores and splashing 3 feet in the air. The trees surrounding Su Mingshu and her group swayed violently. Everyone swallowed hard, their eyes wide with shock. "Stay calm, my intuition tells me there's something to gain here. Let's be patient and observe further." "They'll trust you one more time." They concealed themselves at the forest's edge, waiting for the opportunity to profit. Suddenly, the blue eagle tore through the sky, its massive wings swooping down. Its claws, as dark as cold steel, gleamed in the sunlight, swiftly piercing the red python's vital point. The red-scaled python was no ordinary creature. It raised its head and hissed, revealing venomous fangs as white as spears, ready to retaliate against the eagle. Yet the blue eagle flapped its wings like lightning, tearing the python's flesh to shreds while swiftly retreating like a blue rainbow. In a fit of rage, the red python spewed a 3-foot plume of purple mist, instantly filling the area with poisonous gas. However, the eagle's cry echoed through the valleys, its wings stirring the wind like clouds descending from the sky, dispersing the toxic mist. Where the pale purple mist spread, the vegetation quickly wilted. The green leaves turned dark and the branches drooped to the ground as if scorched by dark flames. "Third brother," Su Mingshu lowered her voice, "what level do you think these 2 ferocious beasts are?" "They are at the late stage of Qi training, roughly around the 7th layer. Given their power and the ferocity of their bodies, even an ordinary perfected master would struggle against them." Su Mingxian glanced at Su Mingshu and noticed a hint of unease in her eyes. "Let's wait a bit longer. The defeat of the red python seems almost certain. I wager that the blue eagle won't carry the entire snake body away. If it does, then we will profit greatly. Its scales, fangs, and body can be made into magical tools, and its blood and flesh contain boundless vitality, which are great supplements for warriors. Both of us, along with second brother, may not possess the same talent as eldest brother in Yunu. Without external resources, it would be difficult to catch up, but with this opportunity, we may achieve innate perfection within a year or 2. All right, I'll trust your judgment, third brother." Everyone held their breath and hid among the foliage. They watched as the blue eagle flapped its wings like lightning, diving repeatedly. Although the red-scaled python spewed poison flames, its energy was waning, its scales peeling and blood staining the red earth. After a short while, the eyes of the red-scaled python grew dim, unable to focus, and it finally collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its body trembled several times as if unwilling to accept its fate. Surrounding its body, the vegetation had withered. The eagle cried out, its voice echoing for 10 miles. The blue eagle's wings flapped, creating a whirlwind as it proudly stood above the red-scaled python. The eagle's eyes scanned around, its sharp claws targeting a specific part of the python, extracting a blue-purple snake gall, and in an instant it soared towards the broken tooth peak. It really flew away. Su Mingxian smiled, slightly gesturing with his hand. Quick, everyone, carry the red-scaled python carefully using cloth to wrap it. Do not touch it directly with your bare flesh, and take all the scattered scales as well. Yes, third master. The guards clasped their fists and immediately followed suit. Su Mingshu gave Su Mingxian a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling with joy, saying, "Third brother, you truly are a strategist. How did you know?" "It was just a gut feeling." Su Mingxian laughed, clapping his hands. "Father often says my intuition is the most accurate, teaching me to follow my heart when in doubt. This is my gift, much like how you can communicate with beast Xueji." Su Mingshu's eyes sparkled as she lightly touched her hair. "All right, I'll take your word for it this time." Just a few moments passed. The Su family guards thoroughly cleaned the battlefield and then traveled back through the mountain path, weaving through the forest. They were afraid that the blue eagle would return and discover they had stolen its spoils. If they were truly discovered, they did not believe they could escape the eagle's gaze. "Follow the direction I point to." Su Mingxian spoke again, and everyone complied without hesitation. As for the blue eagle returning to the lakeside and finding no trace of the red-scaled python, it became furious, its cry piercing the clouds, echoing for miles. Yet it ultimately took the wrong direction, allowing Su Mingxian and the others to escape. The white tiger, eyeing the red-scaled python's flesh, let out a few growls while running. "Stupid little boy, you didn't even fight in this battle, yet you still want to share the spoils. How cunning." "Roar, everyone gets a share." "Where did you hear that? You are a ferocious beast. Do you really believe in human customs?" Su Mingxian laughed, saying, "Xueji, the red-scaled python's body is so large its scales and fangs should be kept for others, but the flesh can be shared among everyone present." "Thank you, third master." The guards rejoiced. "Since you say so, third brother, we shall follow your lead." The white tiger growled again. "Little Bai isn't thanking me, is he? Indeed, this foolish tiger is blinded by profit. Considering the flesh of the red-scaled python, I might let you ride a few times in the future. Let's return home safely first, then we can discuss. I have a gut feeling that there may be treasures in the blue eagle's nest." The voice of a booming shout echoed, resonating like a bell piercing the heavens, as even the copper bells at the eaves of the Sioux residence buzzed in response. The maidservants and guards working in the residence were startled, looking up to see the distant mountains and clouds scattering slightly from the sound. They were carrying a 6 or 7 zhang long red-scaled python out from the mountains, and many onlookers, driven by curiosity, followed them to the front of the Sioux family. The python's body was as thick as a wooden barrel, its scales gleaming with a golden red sheen under the sunlight, its serpentine form winding like a fiery cloud, and though its tongue was already stiff, it still exuded a chilling stench. "What a massive red snake! It must be a demon beast, right?" an old man exclaimed, leaning on his cane. "Indeed, I didn't expect the third master to be able to slay a demon beast. It's truly impressive." The crowd buzzed with chatter. The children, peeking from behind their parents, couldn't help but ask, "Father, look, there are horns on the python's head. Can snakes grow horns?" "Indeed, a snake with horns is a sign of transformation into a dragon," a knowledgeable teacher remarked in surprise. Suddenly someone shouted, "The head of the family has arrived." The crowd quieted down, parting to make way, and respectfully clasping their hands they greeted, "We meet the head of the family." The newcomer exuded an imposing presence, walking with the grace of a dragon and tiger. It was Su Mingwei. Upon seeing the red-scaled python, his sword-like brows furrowed, and his pupils constricted as he examined it closely, saying, "Everyone disperse. Third brother, fourth sister, you shall first take this snake to the Bihan Pond." Su Mingxian and the others understood that such a demon beast was best left to cultivators to handle. "All right, let me also ask my wife to come over." Su Mingwei immediately instructed those beside him, "Go and invite the third master's wife to Bihan Pond." Although Zhang Wanqing was also a cultivator, she spent most of her time in the residence to conveniently care for Su Diqing. Not everyone can abandon the secular world and devote themselves solely to cultivation. At Bihan Pond, Wu Tao and Shen Xingyi were also quite shocked to see the red snake. Even in death, it emitted a terrifying aura that was far beyond what they as mere second-tier cultivators could contend with. What a gigantic red snake! Su Dezeo's eyes brightened as he looked towards Su Mingshuan, asking, "Third uncle, did you kill this?" Seeing Su Mingshuan's proud demeanor, Su Mingshu directly undermined him, saying, "Not at all, we merely took advantage of the situation. This time near the Duanya Peak, we witnessed a blue eagle with flames on its head battling this red snake. After a fierce battle, the red snake met its end beneath the eagle's claws and lost its gallbladder, while we took the opportunity to carry away its body. The red snake is approximately a latest-stage Qi refinement demon beast, and its materials are quite valuable to latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators. The Su family has truly benefited from this." Su Mingwei remarked in surprise, "Demon beasts possess considerable intelligence. Will that blue eagle let it go?" Thanks to my third brother's intuition, we navigated safely back in a moment of crisis. Just a minor affair. At that moment, Zhang Wanqing approached gracefully. Though in her early 20s after spending several years in the Su residence, she had developed the poise and grace of a noble woman. Sister-in-law is here. Third sister-in-law. Third madam. Third aunt. Su Mingwei and the others greeted her in unison, and Su Mingxian stepped forward to take her delicate hand softly, saying, "My wife has arrived." Su Mingwei remarked, "Wu Tao Qingyi's sister-in-law, you three work together to dissect this red snake and gather all usable materials." Understood, elder brother. Zhang Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, head of the family. Wu Tao and Shun Qingyi bowed in response. Su Mingxian added, "The red snake is a highly venomous creature. It likely has a venom sac inside, so be cautious not to rupture it. Its blood and flesh are highly nourishing for martial artists containing abundant vital energy. The blood and flesh should be separated. Zhao, when are you stay here and report to me if there is any news? Do not let anyone disturb your third aunt, and the others of violators will be severely punished." Understood, father. Third brother, fourth sister, you and the others should follow me down the mountain to rest. Xiaobai, you come with me too, lest you sneak a bite. Su Mingshu tugged at the semicircular ears of the white tiger. Roar, today's omen auspicious. Su Mingxian and Su Mingshu brought back a complete body of a cultivation level 7 red-scaled python from Duanya Mountain. A cultivation level 7 red-scaled python. This luck is indeed remarkable, truly a force of nature. A few days ago, I purchased a copy of the Tianyin scripture at the market, far superior to the likes of Li Hua's skills suitable for Linger to cultivate. It is also time for Yunu to return. Su Chuan's eyes flickered. Directly consuming the blood and flesh of the red-scaled python would be somewhat wasteful, but I still need to find a way to purchase a basic storage bag. Otherwise, a low-grade storage bag will ultimately not suffice. The monthly salary from the Zhou family, combined with selling a portion of the pills obtained from refining, has left him with 136 spirit stones. As a level 8 Qi refinement cultivator and an accomplished alchemist, it took him over 2 years to accumulate this amount of spirit stones, which shows how difficult it is for most scattered cultivators. Of course, Su Chuan was not incapable, but rather sought stability. If he were left unimpeded, he would have invested heavily in spirit herbs and alchemy. Now he likely possesses hundreds of spirit stones and can afford high-grade magical tools. Many thoughts flashed through Su Chuan's mind, but he ultimately decided to prioritize the family and refine the innate blood pill first. On this day, Su Chuan went to the Baiwu Pavilion to purchase a basic storage bag for 80 spirit stones with no room for negotiation. Then he went to the Bai Lianqi workshop to find Su Mingxian and handed the storage bag to him, asking him to return home. Taoist Sen Shu and Taoist Yun Ming have quite a good relationship. It is indeed enviable. Master Wu sat and chatted with Su Chuan over tea. Having been through life and death together for many years, it is naturally not an ordinary relationship. Su Chuan took a small sip of the spirit tea. This tea contained a trace of spiritual energy, but for a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator like him, it was naturally of little use. By the way, Taoist Wu, before settling in the Yuehu market, you must have traveled to many places and markets, right? Are you thinking of leaving Yuehu market, Taoist? Sen Shu. Though this place is stable, I don't know how long it will take to gather the resources for foundation establishment. Even if the hope is slim, I still want to strive for it, and have no regrets in this life. Taoist Sen Shu's determination in seeking the Tao is truly admirable. Master Wu sighed slowly. If you have the leisure, perhaps you could listen to my past experiences. If it helps you, it won't be in vain for us to have crossed paths. Su Chuan clasped his fists and said, "Thank you. In my early years, I also devoted myself to the Tao, traveling throughout the Great Way to seek opportunities. I acquired the art of refining tools by chance from a cultivator's cave, but after numerous setbacks, I lamented the hardships of scattered cultivators and focused on research. Fortunately, I possessed some talent for refining tools which improved my circumstances. Years later, I had the idea of creating a Qi refinement family, marrying and having children. However, my wife passed away early, but fortunately my son has the aptitude for cultivation and has also begun to cultivate with me. After reaching adulthood, he became a partner with a scattered cultivator, and after having a grandson, he discovered the child's poor roots, so the couple went out to seek opportunities. From then on, they never returned, and the light of their lives extinguished. What dreams of a noble family, in the end they are all in vain. I once worried for my grandson's life, but now with your help I can lay this concern to rest." Su Chuan felt a mix of emotions about his tumultuous life, but he was more inclined to draw the other party in. Now that the Su family had inherited the alchemy and array arts, if they could also add the art of refining, they would only need to endure for over a decade to become a prominent presence among Qi refinement families. Out of sentiment, I've said too much regarding the markets. I have visited the Imperial City, the Longjiang County Market, and the Guanglin County Market. The sun sets behind the western mountains, the clouds and mist serve as an inkwell, and the vast sky as a canvas splashing forth mysterious hues of black and yellow. Suddenly a flock of returning geese flies through the mist, their wings tips stained with twilight. 1,000 acres of rice fields transform into golden waves with each ear of grain, resembling miniature bronze mirrors reflecting varying shades of light. The surface of the stream sparkles like gold, neither fish nor mere light. Village children frolic and chase their hair and clothing adorned with shimmering golden specks, as if scattered by an immortal's golden elixir. The cold blue pond sits quietly. The mountain breeze caresses the bamboo house, causing the wind chimes hanging from the eaves to produce a melodious sound that purifies the soul. A flash of blue light descends with the golden glow landing at the edge of the cold blue pond. At this moment, in the open space in front of the bamboo house, several people surround a gigantic red python, seemingly pondering how best to deal with this beast without wasting it. Indeed, there is a red-scaled python. It seems that my father does possess a talent for divination. Su Mingxian was no longer a child, and had already realized that his family members seemed to have some innate gifts. I have an aptitude for chi training and array formation. My elder brother possesses divine strength. My fourth sister is adept at flow, and my third brother has extraordinary luck, likely inclined towards fortune. As for my second brother, he probably lacks any innate talent for great wealth. Since Su Mingyuan took charge of the family finances, there has been no record of losses. Su Mingxian pondered perhaps being skilled in business is also a kind of talent. The secret of the Su family seems to be more than just the innate 5 elements creation technique. Although he had some guesses, he would not inquire further since Su Chuan remained silent. The innate 5 elements creation technique is truly a great transformation. Even the royal family of Wei would be tempted to eliminate the Su family to seize this inheritance, let alone bestow some special talents upon future generations. Seeing their distress, Su Mingxian suddenly said, "Let me handle this." A voice inexplicably echoed from the air, startling everyone as they looked up. Under the myriad golden lights, Su Mingxian descended gracefully on a flying sword, revealing himself to be back. Yin Nu, fifth uncle, fifth master. Su Mingxian nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Wanqing asked in surprise, "How did you return?" "I brought something back." Su Detsai grinned, saying, "With you here it simplifies matters. We were just discussing how to deal with this beast." "Everyone step aside." Su Mingxian said no more, merely smiling faintly. Upon hearing this, the crowd stepped back. Su Mingxian formed a sword gesture, and the blue flying sword emitted a sharp, ringing sound entwined with a faint golden stream of magical energy. The golden light spiraled around the red python, hovering at a distance of 7 inches. With each rotation, 3 palm-sized red scales were lifted. The scales, drawn by the magical energy, aligned neatly on the left side of the jade basin like a formation of geese. His divine sense swept over, confirming the position of the poison sac. Su Mingxian controlled the sword light to slice through, extracting the poison sac completely and placing it in the jade basin without damaging its thin membrane. When extracting the fangs, his movements were light and agile, as if threading a needle. When peeling the snake's skin, the sword's force became more robust, and the sword's spine struck the snake's body, causing the skin and flesh to separate naturally. The most marvelous moment was when he extracted the snake's eye. The sword tip trembled 9 times, completely severing the connected optic nerves. Finally, that 3-inch singular horn was lifted by magical energy and presented before Su Mingxian. Its surface revealed dark red natural patterns. Su Mingxian lightly tapped the horn tip with his fingernail, sighing, "If it were a few inches longer, it could serve as the main material for a mid-grade magical weapon. Oh, for now it is better than nothing." After saying this, he also set it aside. The crowd watched in awe. In just the span of a tea break, such a large red python had been dealt with thoroughly. "Now this is the skill of an immortal master," Wu Tao exclaimed, filled with admiration and reverence. Su Mingxian turned to him, "Practice diligently, and one day you too may possess such skills." Zhang Wanqing chuckled. "Originally the family had asked me to help, but now you've saved me the effort. Thank you, fifth brother." "Third sister, you're too polite. By the way." Su Mingxian remembered something and waved his hand over the storage bag, from which flew out 18 pieces of diamond-shaped spirit iron, 6 pieces per group, landing in the hands of Zhang Wanqing, Wu Tao, and Shen Qingyi. When cultivating, place the spirit iron around yourself and use your magical energy to activate it. It can absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. Although its effect is limited, it can still speed up your cultivation somewhat. "Thank you, fifth master." "Thank you, fifth brother." Wu Tao and Shen Qingyi continued their cultivation on the mountain, while Su Mingxian gathered all his items and descended. Su Mingwei and the others were overjoyed to learn of Su Mingxian's return. After a round of warm greetings, they hurried to invite Bai Jing over. This visit is specifically to bring the methods for linger. Su Mingxian did not mention the red-scaled python. He felt that it was better for few to know of Su Chuan's divination talent. He took out the items and handed them to Su Mingwei, elder brother. "This is the heavenly flame technique. which is incomparable to the raging fire technique previously collected. Linger has good talent and is suited for fire cultivation. Our father is determined to have her practice this technique. Yes, I will have Linger cultivate diligently with Wanqing. Su Mingwei nodded. Also, this spirit gathering array is for Linger. Third sister knows how to activate it. Additionally, there is the red-scaled python. Su Mingxian chatted with everyone inquiring about Bai Jing, and then left with the materials from the red-scaled python to return to the Moon Lake Square. He left behind the scales, skin, horn, fangs, and other materials, while the remaining flesh, poison sac, etc. were handed over to Su Chuan. Next, Su Chuan would complete the alchemical tasks at the Zhou family's pawnshop daily and refine the innate blood pills. Some of the required medicinal materials had to be purchased externally. Fortunately, they were all common items, not even considered spirit herbs. Su Chuan used the flesh and snake blood as the main materials combined with several medicinal herbs to remove the malevolent aura, harmonizing the essence to produce the innate blood pill. The difficulty of refining this pill was much easier than that of detoxifying pills. The challenge lay in discovering the formula. After half a month, Su Chuan had refined numerous pills. One pill was enough for an innate martial artist to cultivate for half a month, and it could even be used by post-heaven martial artists to unblock their acupoints. However, it required an innate martial artist to assist in the refining process. For post-heaven martial artists, one pill could equate to 2 or 3 months of arduous training to strengthen their bones. These pills could be classified into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. Unfortunately, they had little effect on those practicing the innate 5 elements creation technique, at most enhancing their vitality and strengthening their bones and strength. This technique primarily gathers the energy of the 5 elements, reverses creation, and completes the spiritual roots. Its profundity is not comparable to mere vitality. However, it can cultivate innate martial artists loyal to the Su family. For masters like Su Mingwei, only high-grade pills would be effective for him. During this time, Su Mingxian developed a large spirit gathering array that could envelop the cold blue pond and the surrounding medicinal fields. As Su Mingxian brought back these innate blood pills, he also set up the formation at the cold blue pond. He explained the precautions regarding the innate blood pills to Su Mingwei and then returned to the Moon Lake Square. In the study, Su Mingwei explained the blood pill situation to Su Mingyuan, Su Mingxuan, and Su Mingzhu. They felt somewhat disappointed. I thought I could quickly achieve innate perfection. It seems I was overly simplistic, Su Mingxian sighed. But thankfully it's still useful for elder brother. Elder brother can take all the high-grade pills. You should quickly reach the perfection of a master and switch to the path of immortality, which will also help our father and Yun Nu. All right. Su Mingwei readily agreed. Elder brother, give me a few pills, we'll take them for Xiaobai. It didn't get to eat the red-scaled python's flesh and has been somewhat moody lately. The others chuckled. Su Mingwei said, fine, you can take 10 mid-grade pills. Everyone else can also take 10 to try. After all, martial artists still need to enhance their strength and vitality. 4 low-grade pills. Each innate martial artist in this expedition gets 1, while post-heaven peak experts receive 2 qi gathering pills and first-class martial artists receive 5 opening acupoint pills. Su Mingxian clasped his fists, saying, then I will thank elder brother on their behalf. After all, those who followed him into the mountains faced life and death, so Su Mingxian naturally thought of them. By the way, Tentu, you mentioned there might be an opportunity with the Qingying. Next time I'll accompany you. As for Xueji, you need not go for now. Our mother intends for you to marry Li Ji. Oh, marry Li Ji. Su Mingyuan and Su Mingxian both showed astonishment. As their eyes met, Su Mingyuan nearly dropped his folding fan from his sleeve. Mother's intention I only learned today. Su Mingwei sighed, patting his waist belt. Su Mingzhu first froze in place, twisting her skirt ties for a while, then suddenly stamped her foot in anger, saying, I want Mary. Before her words fell, the silver hairpin at her temple trembled slightly in her fury. Xueji, I must speak a few words for Li Ji. Su Mingxian suddenly said, Li Ji is quite good martial talent, and having grown up with us, he is of suitable age, still unmarried, and we know his background well. Why does it feel more and more suitable as we talk? Su Mingyuan pondered for a moment and said, it seems that apart from us brothers, the only one who somewhat matches you in the entire county city is Li Ji. Second brother, third brother, are you two not helping me? Su Mingzhu stomped her feet in anger. Could it be that Xueji, you mind that he was once our family's servant? Su Mingxian frowned and said, this is where you are wrong. Father often teaches us not to judge others by their status. Moreover, he is a good buddy of my third brother. Of course not. Su Mingzhu shook her head and said, how should I put it? Li Ji is great, but he is not my type. Liking someone is actually a very complex matter. Su Mingyuan sighed. You see, before my third brother married, he had only met your sister-in-law 1 or 2 times, but now their feelings are very deep. But I regard Li Ji as an elder brother. How can I manage such a bond? Should I add a sibling-like feeling on top of that? Su Mingzhu furrowed her brows tightly, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers. If this is feasible, then you and I siblings could also do this. Do not speak nonsense. Su Mingwei suddenly slammed the bronze paperweight on the table to sound like a bell. We share the same blood, how can we mix it up? But I have always seen Li Ji as an elder brother. Su Mingzhu was not afraid at all. Instead, she stepped forward, her silver hairpin gently trembling by her side. In that case, it is indeed difficult to force. Su Mingxian looked at Su Mingwei and said, Elder brother, why don't you talk to mother later? Let her find Xue Ji another husband. All right. Su Mingwei glanced at Su Ming's expression and sighed deeply. Since I have to choose a husband for you, I have my requirements. Su Mingzhu said, first, my husband must be stronger than me. Second, he needs to possess the deep affection of my elder brother and the wisdom of father. I won't ask for much more. After all, my Su family does not value the other party's family background or wealth. After finishing, the three of them all looked as if they were stained with ink. Su Mingwei's fingers pressed on the edge of the table, turned pale, and a surge of turbid air seemed to rise in his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. In the entire Qing dynasty and neighboring counties, how can there be a congenital perfect martial artist of your age? Su Mingwei's voice was like a broken gong. As for feelings, aren't you all unmarried? How can there be deep feelings? Should it be that you have to look at each other for 3 to 5 years first? He became more and more furious, the jade belt at his waist clanging against the table. You can wait, but mother cannot wait. Moreover, given your spoiled nature as a young lady from a prestigious family, even if there are suitable matches, why would they want to marry someone who lacks manners? Seeking a virtuous lady who can support her husband and educate children would be much better, wouldn't it? Su Mingzhu stomped her feet, wanting to argue, but was interrupted sternly by Su Mingwei. Even if such a person exists, do you dare to marry him? It's just for the sake of my Su family's wealth and connections. Such a pragmatic person, even if you want to marry, I will definitely not agree. If there isn't, then I won't marry. Su Mingzhu took a deep breath, staring straight at Su Mingwei without any sign of yielding. Even if father comes back, I will still say the same. After these words fell, Su Mingzhu angrily pushed the door open and left, leaving the three brothers looking at each other, all with worried expressions. Su Mingyuan sighed and said, elder brother, father has also mentioned that Xue Ji's marriage is up to him. There is no one in the surrounding counties worthy of Su Mingzhu, even in the county city. At 23, she is just one step away from being a congenital perfectionist. Even among the 5th and 6th tier martial arts families, there are only 1 or 2 people at most. Should we let father find a young master from a Qi training family for a marriage alliance? Su Mingwei's words were thunderous. Father shouldn't go that far. Su Mingxian said he once mentioned that Xue Ji will only recruit a husband and will not marry out. Then will she be alone for the rest of her life? Su Mingwei sighed. No wonder mother says that father has a hard heart. Forget it, elder brother, let Xue Ji handle her own affairs. Su Mingjiwan's eyes flickered, seemingly thoughtful. Perhaps if she cannot find a suitable match, she would rather spend her life alone. As for loneliness, he smiled again. We brothers and father will be there to accompany her. How could we let her fall to such a state? And mother, her vision is indeed limited. Although she means well for Xue Ji, I believe father would not harm her. In any case, I definitely trust father more. Without father's strategic planning, how could we have the Su family we have now? All right. Su Mingwei nodded slightly, leaving him with no rebuttal. Elder brother, you should also go and persuade mother. After all, you are the head of the family. Su Mingyuan said as he walked out, leaving his voice drifting back from outside. Su Mingxian was also clever, remaining silent and following him out. A bunch of heartless ones making me bear all the difficulties. However, Bai Jing is their mother, and Su Mingwei and the others as sons cannot be hard on her. Moreover, she is not like them who practice martial arts, and her health is getting weaker. In the afternoon, Su Mingwei went to the heart-questioning courtyard to relay Su Ming's words to Bai Jing. After much discussion, Su Mingwei ultimately cast all questions to Su Chuan, who was far away. Sire, your father is different, and so are you all. Forget it, let's wait until your father returns to discuss everything. Bai Jing waved her hand, a hint of anger in her tone. I am tired, you can go now. She looked at the swaying bamboo shadows outside the window, and suddenly said, go back and tell Xue Ji, if one day her father makes her a pawn for a marriage alliance with a prestigious family, do not come crying to me. Mother, don't be angry. Su Mingwei said with a bitter expression, seeing that she had no intention of turning to look at him. He clasped his hands and said, please take care, I will take my leave now. After Su Mingwei left, Ali beside Bai Jing also said helplessly, old madam, why do you need to argue with the head of the family? You should be at an age to enjoy life now. Ali, I have enjoyed a lifetime of fortune. Bai Jing said, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Sometimes I feel like the happiest woman in the world. Bai Jing slowly said, I cannot accompany these children for too long. I just wish to do a bit more for them before I leave. Su Mingwei, feeling troubled specifically, went to Qishua courtyard to warn Su Mingzhu, you should go to Bihan Pool to meditate for a while. Do not wander around in front of mother. But have you talked to mother? Su Ming's eyes lit up, the hem of her dress sweeping across the bluestone steps. See, my elder brother cares most for Xue Ji. After saying this, she bowed slightly, her silver hairpin trembling lightly with her movements. I will head up the mountain now, and will surely break through to congenital perfection soon. Little by. As soon as her voice fell, a white tiger with golden red eyes jumped out from another place, landing in front of Su Mingzhu. Roar, let's go to Bihan Pool and see if the black iron fruit is ripe. The white tiger's eyes shone brightly with excitement, letting out another light roar. Su Mingzhu climbed onto the tiger's back and gently patted it. The white tiger, familiar with the route, immediately sprinted out of the Su family. Seeing her smiling like a flower, Su Mingwei suddenly felt his earlier vexation dissipate. Forget it, perhaps this suits Xueji better. Days later, as dawn broke and the morning light shimmered, the distant mountains appeared like ink still shrouded in a veil of mysterious mist. Su Mingwei carried the Mo Jiao Bao as he, along with Su Mingxian and the others, entered the mountains early in the morning. Familiar with the route, they quickly arrived at a lake not far from the foot of Duanya Peak after an hour and a half of brisk travel. Somewhere on the cliff above is the nest of the Qinghua eagle, but the exact location is unknown. Su Mingxian pointed towards the towering cliff of Duanya Peak. Su Mingwei focused his gaze. His eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light, able to pierce through clouds and mist to observe the scenery 10 miles away. It's too far to see clearly. Su Mingwei turned to Su Mingxian and said lightly, even if I can see it as you mentioned earlier, this eagle is as swift as lightning. Its short-range maneuvers are exceptionally agile. At this distance, my arrows may be easily dodged. Within a certain range, it may be possible to try. Then let's lure it out. Oh, with what will we lure it? Su Mingxian smiled silently, revealing a blood-colored pill in his palm. Heavenly blood pill. Su Mingwei was no fool. Upon seeing this item, he instantly understood. Indeed. Su Mingxian grinned, saying this pill is made from the blood and flesh of the Jilin python, combined with various herbs. If we crush it and let the powder scatter in the air, the Qinghua eagle is unlikely to forget the scent. I will act as bait standing by the lakeside. Brother, you will hide in the shadows, and when it swoops down, you will shoot it down. That's too impulsive. Su Mingwei frowned slightly, saying, I cannot guarantee that my arrow speed will certainly hit it. Do not worry, little brother values his life. I will have someone hold a shield beside me. If you fail, we can use the shield to block for a moment, and then we will immediately leap into the lake. Su Mingwei pondered for a moment, finding the plan feasible, and nodded slightly in agreement. Protect third master well. Yes, family head. The innate warrior held a thick steel shield, slightly bowing. Su Mingwei led the others to hide in the forest, standing in the shadows beside a large rock, breathing softly, as if blending into the surroundings. He nocked an arrow, waiting for the moment the prey would appear. Su Mingxian and the innate guard holding the shield stood by the lake, immediately crushing a low-grade heavenly blood pill. In an instant, a surge of intense blood energy surged like a tide, spreading across the surroundings while the mountain wind carried the scent upwards. In the depths of the dense forest, a gray wolf howled, its emerald eyes reflecting the blood-red energy. The giant python coiled around a century-old pine also flicked its tongue, its scales glinting with a strange red light under the sun. Beasts within a 10-mile radius raised their heads in greed, as if they had caught the scent of a feast rarely encountered in a decade. Chuan used the essence of demon beast blood and flesh along with herbs to refine, and the white tiger, being a demon beast, was equally greedy, as were the other wild beasts. Suddenly, a blue figure flew out from the sheer cliff, spiraling in the air. It was the Qinghua eagle that Su Mingxian and the others had encountered earlier. The scent of the Jilin python's blood was very familiar to it. Remembering how its body had been stolen, it was filled with rage and flew out from the cliff cave. In a moment, it spotted Su Mingxian by the lake, and the source of the blood energy came from around them. Its eagle eyes fixed intently on Su Mingxian and his guard, diving down like a flash of blue lightning. The guard was the first to notice from the reflection on the lake's surface, raising his head and exclaiming, "Third master, it's coming." Just as the words left his mouth, Su Mingxian looked up as well. The Qinghua eagle was racing like lightning and was upon them in the blink of an eye. The guard hurriedly raised the steel shield, hoping to block its attack. Just as the Qinghua eagle's sharp claws pierced the steel shield, a black lightning bolt streaked through the sky, piercing its chest in an instant. In the next moment, the eagle's shrill cry echoed around. Then another arrow shot through its skull, causing it to die on the spot. Su Mingxian and the guard were left with lingering fears. Just as everyone relaxed, another Qinghua eagle appeared, slightly smaller in size, but equally fierce. With a flap of its wings, a mournful cry resonated in the air. Flames ignited on its blue feathers, resembling a fireball as it dove down. Jump! Su Mingxian and the guard leaped into the lake without hesitation. The Qinghua eagle did not relent and continued its dive. However, in Su Mingwei's eyes, it appeared to be blinded by rage. Even though demon beasts possess intelligence in controlling emotions, they can hardly match the naturally intelligent humans. 3 arrows were shot simultaneously, blocking the eagle's path. Due to its feathers being as hard as iron, Su Mingwei aimed for its head and abdomen. It dodged the head, but was pierced in the abdomen, pushed towards the previous Qinghua eagle. It turned its head to look, letting out a mournful cry. Su Mingwei showed no mercy, taking advantage of its weakness and difficulty in movement, and shot an arrow through its skull. Su Mingxian and the guards surfaced in the lake, their eyes scanning the sky back and forth until after a while, with no further movement, they swam to the shore. Su Mingwei and the others also emerged from the edge of the forest to check on the two Qinghua eagles. I didn't expect there to be two demon beasts. It feels like a pair, otherwise they wouldn't have mourned so earlier. Su Mingxian laughed, saying, "Brother, I've heard you hunted a pair of tiger mates before, and now you've killed a pair of eagle mates. Is it that you are particularly unfriendly towards couples?" "Nonsense." Su Mingwei's face darkened a bit upon hearing him poke fun at himself. "Just a joke, please don't take it to heart. But if they are indeed mates, do you think their nest might have chicks or eagle eggs?" One guard said, "Third Master, I have also heard that to provide nutrients for the female eagle, the male eagle will frequently go out to hunt during this period." Su Mingwei pondered for a moment, looking up towards the cliff of Duanya Peak. "If that's the case, we must bring them back. This is a genuine demon beast, unlike the likes of Xiaobai, which have undergone transformation with potential far surpassing it. But that cliff is not something humans can climb," Su Mingxian reminded. "Perhaps we should wait for Yun Nu to return next time." Su Mingwei raised his head to stop him, saying, "If we rely on Yun Nu and Father for everything, wouldn't we be no different from uselessness? Rest assured, I will go up to take a look myself." Su Mingwei then whispered a few words into Su Mingxuan's ear. "I understand, brother. I will bring you what you need right away. You two stay behind to follow the family head's orders. The rest follow me back." "Yes, Third Master." With Su Mingwei guarding the two Qinghua eagles, ordinary wild beasts could hardly disturb them. Several hours later, Su Mingxian arrived with a team, bringing a large amount of hemp rope. They carried the two Qinghua eagle corpses towards the foot of Duanya Peak. Su Mingwei tied the hemp rope around himself, carrying the quiver of arrows, inserting his hands into the wall to aid in climbing. The sheer cliff of 1,000 zhang was not something ordinary people could scale. Although Su Mingwei was at the mid-stage of a master, it was not an easy task for him. Fortunately, he possessed innate strength and enduring power, gradually climbing up. After entering the clouds, he discovered a solitary rock platform. Su Mingwei leaped onto the stone platform, and before his eyes stood a cave several zhang high. Another cave. Su Mingwei's expression was peculiar. Within the cracks of the cave, dark ancient vines grew at an angle, with moss hanging down like phosphorescent fireflies, the faint glow flickering in the mountain breeze. The stone steps at the cave entrance were smoothed by time, yet a small amount of bone powder accumulated in the corners. As Su Mingwei stepped into the cave, a chill instantly enveloped him. The stalactites above hung like inverted wolf fangs, and the sound of dripping water echoed in the emptiness. In the corners lay numerous scattered bones, mostly from beasts, but some were human bones as well. Su Mingwei thought to himself that there might be the corpses of cultivators in the lair of the qi refining demon beasts, if so there could be magical artifacts or storage bags among them. He searched carefully. The first thing he spotted was a gigantic bird's nest made of dry branches and leaves, containing 3 eggs the size of human heads, with greenish patterns on their surfaces emanating a warm aura. Alive! A smile crept onto Su Mingwei's lips. Even without other gains, bringing back these 3 eagle eggs and successfully hatching them would make everything worthwhile. Retracting his gaze, he continued to explore the cave. There were no weapons, but he found 3 small gray satin bags. They must be storage bags used by cultivators. This harvest is indeed substantial. It seems my third brother's talent is quite impressive, adept at avoiding danger. Su Mingwei also sensed that the 5 siblings had extraordinary talents, possibly linked to their father's lineage. Though he understood the underlying secrets, he dared not reveal them easily, burying his doubts deep within. He knew well that his father had reasons for his silence. Su Mingwei tucked the storage bags into his cloak, wrapping the 3 eagle eggs separately in cloth, stuffing in some dry twigs and leaves as cushioning. Next, he untied the hemp rope from his waist and secured it to a stone pillar in the cave. Aiming in the general direction of Su Mingxian and the others, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. When it landed, they quickly pulled the rope tight, binding it to the trunk of a massive tree. Seeing the hemp rope taut, Su Mingwei tied the eagle eggs to his waist. Fortunately, the shells of the demon beast's eggs were hard, not easily breaking from a light impact. He took out a bent iron rod, propped it on the hemp rope, and gripped both ends tightly as he swiftly slid down along the rope. The surface of the hemp rope immediately began to emit blue smoke. However, Su Mingwei's descent was even faster. Just a few zhang from the ground, the hemp rope ignited with flames, and he released his grip, leaping down. Boom! The ground trembled lightly. A few zhang distance was nothing for him, a master martial artist. Once the flames on the hemp rope ignited, they quickly spread out of control, almost consuming the entire rope. However, after Su Mingxian and the others saw Su Mingwei return safely, they cut the rope, leaving a section behind. "Big brother, everything is as you said." Su Mingxian excitedly approached. I merely borrowed our father's wisdom. Su Mingxuan's gaze shifted to his waist, exclaiming in surprise, you actually have 3 eagle eggs. I hope they all survive. Su Mingwei glanced around. Let's go, it's getting dark and we should head home. By the time they returned to the Su family, night had fully fallen. Su Mingwei placed the bodies of 2 azure fire eagles at the Bihan pool, asking Su Mingzhu and the others to help guard them. Days later, Su Chuan divined that Su Mingwei was troubled by dealing with the azure fire eagle corpses and the hatching matters, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Yet he felt very pleased. He and Su Mingxian had been steadily accumulating resources outside for the Su family, while Su Mingwei and the others did not disappoint him, gradually strengthening the Su family. Su Mingxian, aware of this, also showed surprise. It had only been a little over half a month since the last time, and Su Mingwei and the others had hunted down 2 flying demon beasts. On that day, Su Mingxian returned to the Su family, placing the 2 azure fire eagle bodies into a storage bag. Su Mingwei handed him the 3 storage bags. They're all inferior storage bags. Su Mingxian recognized them at a glance, using his divine sense to open them, and then taking out the contents. A red flying sword and a small black shield shaped like a beast's head, both inferior magical artifacts. There were also 26 spirit stones, 3 ordinary spell manuals, 5 or 6 magical technique books, and some mundane yellow and white items. It seems they are all ordinary loose cultivators. Su Mingxian glanced over and said to Su Mingwei, they'll take the spirit stones, the rest can stay at home for Big Brother to handle. Su Mingwei nodded. Yin Nu, please help me find out how to hatch the azure fire eagle eggs when we return. I already know about this, our father has inquired. Place them in a greenhouse with 2 or 3 fire attribute spirit stones surrounding the eagle eggs. The spirit stones have already been brought. Su Mingxian said, tapping the storage bag, and 15 fire attribute spirit stones flew out, landing on the desk. This is to be prepared for any eventuality. Su Mingxian smiled slightly. Su Mingwei returned a smile, replying, that is very true. Moon Lake Market. Father, I have brought back the azure fire eagles. You handle it yourself. I'll keep the blood and flesh for me to refine the innate blood pill, Su Chuan responded. The essence of the azure fire eagle lies in its feathers, which can be refined into magical garments that grant lightness, far surpassing the scales of the crimson-scaled python in value. Of course, the flesh and blood that can be used to refine the innate blood pill is far inferior to that of the crimson-scaled python. By the way, Father, I also obtained 3 inferior storage bags. Apart from 26 spirit stones, the remaining magical artifacts and techniques are kept at home. Oh, and this harvest. Su Chuan's divination wasn't infallible. Oh, after a moment of contemplation, he said, with these spirit stones, help me buy a batch of spiritual herbs. Relying on others to refine pills is not a long-term solution. Yes, Father. Time flew by. In the following 6 months, Su Mingwei consumed high-grade blood pills and broke through to the late stage of the Master Realm. Su Mingzhu reached innate perfection, completing her 5 elemental roots. Yet to enhance the quality of her roots, she still practiced diligently every day. Su Mingyuan entered the late stage of innate cultivation, while Su Mingxian was at the peak of the late stage, just 1 step away from innate perfection. Su Daizhao, Su Duan, and the younger generation, including Wu Tao, all made significant progress. Zhang Wanqing, however, became pregnant again, causing a delay in her cultivation. The youths from the Zhao Qian son Li Zhou Chun and by families had all grown up. Some were 17 or 18, while others were just stepping into adulthood. Even the least talented among them had reached the realm of first-rate martial artists, with several breaking through to the peak of the postnatal stage. The Su family sent them to neighboring counties to manage the family business. With the Su family's strong support, the various families quickly took root and established themselves. While developing their own foundation, they also managed the Su family's properties such as Qianjin Workshop and Zuiyun Residence. At the end of each season, the heads of each family would return to the Su family in Dongxi, detailing matters to Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan, submitting account books and reporting gains and losses. Su Mingyuan also withdrew from his busy affairs to focus on martial arts. With more leisure time, Wu Rushan became pregnant again after Zhang Wanqing. After several years, the Su family was about to welcome a new life, bringing another round of excitement to the estate. Moon Lake Market. Zhou's dance shop. Are you leaving Taoist friend Sin Shu? Zhou Sen hurried to Moon Lake Market as soon as he heard the news. I am now close to the 9th level of Qi refining. The completion of Qi refining is just around the corner. I must plan for my future path. Does Elder Zhou not wish to establish a foundation? Foundation establishment, who wouldn't desire it? Zhou Sun sighed as he gazed out the window. Setting aside the divine sense and magical power, just the prospect of extending one's lifespan by 2 decades draws countless cultivators like moths to a flame. Yet those who successfully enter this realm are invariably gifted individuals with ample resources and opportunities. Zhou Sun understood that loose cultivators differed from those from powerful clans. Clans would spare no effort to assist one individual in foundation establishment. At the very least, the collection of the 5 elemental energies required for this process would be handled by someone. Those striving for foundation establishment need not worry about anything else. They simply need to exert their full effort in breaking through. Even so, there are few successes among the clans, let alone those who are loose cultivators. Just gathering the 5 elemental energies sufficient for foundation establishment would take several years, and a single failure would mean starting over if they were fortunate enough to survive. Chuan was ultimately just a guest elder, and even with exceptional talent in alchemy, the Zhou family could not fully support him. They were unsure how long it would take to cultivate the next foundation establishment candidate. How could they possibly support an outsider? Forget it, Taoist. Sen Shu's determination to seek the Tao is commendable. How could this old man refuse? It's just a pity that we won't be able to discuss alchemy together in the future. Taoist Zhou Sun, your recognition truly surprises this humble one, Chuan said, clasping his fists. If I find myself hopeless in seeking the Tao in the future, I will certainly come to seek you out. Zhou Sun stroked his beard and sighed deeply. I'm just afraid I won't be around by then. Keep the guest elder token on you, Taoist. If you encounter danger showing, it may save your life. Thank you. Chuan and Su Mingxian left, and Zhou Zhonggui accompanied Zhou Sun to the door. Once the two had walked far away, Zhou Zhonggui whispered, Elder, do we simply let Taoist Sen Shu go like that? Otherwise, Zhou Sun turned his head and shot him a glance. With such high alchemical talent, Taoist Sen Shu naturally needs to stay and continue refining pills for my Zhou family. How could we keep him? Zhou Zhonggui fell silent. Even if we forcibly detain him as a loose cultivator on his own, how can we coerce him into alchemy if he is unwilling? Alchemy is an intricate process. Even the slightest mistake can lead to failure. If his heart is not in it, even if we exhaust all the spiritual materials of the Zhou family, he could still fail to produce even a low-grade pill. It's better to maintain this relationship. If my Zhou family truly has a rare pill to refine in the future, we can still seek his help. I am foolish, said Zhou Zhonggui. Zhou Zhonggui cupped his hands and bowed his head. Remember, unless it threatens the interests of my Zhou family, we should treat talented individuals with respect to attract them. I will remember. Thank you for the teachings, Elder. Pay close attention to the movements of the Su family in the market. Their foundation establishment ancestors' time is running out, and the debts from earlier years should be repaid soon. Zhou Zhanggui's eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharp light mixed with a hint of resentment. Before Chuan and Su Mingxian left the Moon Lake Market, they visited the 100 Refinement Workshop. The shopkeeper Wu found nothing strange about their departure. In his eyes, Chuan and Su Mingxian were not too old, both possessing the potential to break through to foundation establishment. Such individuals, before reaching the end of their road, how could they give up on foundation establishment and settle down in some market like him? I won't speak much more. Before parting, I will give you some small gifts as a means to add some support to your future foundation establishment. If you are fortunate enough to succeed, I hope you can bless my grandson. As he spoke, he handed a storage bag to Chuan and brought his grandson before them, saying, This is my grandson Wu Shunan. Shunan, meet the two seniors, Wu Shunan said, cupping his fists. A fine-looking child, Chuan nodded with a faint smile. I will borrow Taoist Wu's good words. After leaving the Moon Lake Market, Chuan finally examined the items in the storage bag. The 5 elements, Qi gathering technique, Fate lamp secret technique, Wu clan's refining technique, and even a middle-grade pill furnace and a middle-grade flying sword. Chuan's lips curled slightly. Taoist Wu's generosity is significant. Yun knew the flying sword should be prepared for you. Take it. As for the pill furnace, I will graciously accept it. Su Mingxian felt delighted and stored it in her storage bag, planning to find another time to refine it. Currently, she only had a low-grade flying sword which Chuan had given her. Even though she had spirit stones, she was reluctant to buy more, instead using them for materials to study formations. Did Taoist Wu see that once I achieve foundation establishment, I would surely establish a foundation establishment clan? Hence he gifted me this Fate lamp secret technique. If I truly succeed in establishing a foundation, this trivial technique won't mean much. Su Mingxian sighed. They are all cunning and shrewd individuals. If they were not crafty, how could they survive until now? Yin knew from now on, be cautious when dealing with people and situations. I understand, father. Where are we going next? First to Guangling, Dongxi village beyond pond. A cry of an eagle echoed, revealing a 2-foot-tall Qing Hua eagle soaring above the bamboo house. Under the black iron tree, a white tiger with crimson golden eyes lifted its head, yawning, its silvery whiskers slightly trembling. Su Mingzhu heard the eagle's cry and stepped out of the bamboo house, smiling at the Qing Hua eagle in the air, saying, "Asan, you're back." The Qing Hua eagle landed on the bamboo house eaves, letting out a series of shrill calls. Su Mingzhu listened and nodded, a hint of a smile on her lips. Did you discover another beast? Little by don't doze off, or we will have a feast soon. Upon hearing the mention of a feast, the white tiger immediately got up, its crimson golden eyes shining brightly. Su Mingzhu promptly mounted the white tiger to find Su Mingxian at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Wangqing's belly was getting larger, and Su Mingxian would spare 1 or 2 hours each day to accompany her. As for the Qinghua eagle, it had hatched from an eagle egg with a hatching method provided by Su Mingxian, and all 3 eagle eggs had successfully hatched. Following the order of hatching, Su Mingzhu named them a Da, a Air, and a San. She fed them with innate blood pills and sometimes some wild beast meat along with the Su family's secret innate medicinal cuisine. With such tireless efforts, the 3 Qinghua eagles grew rapidly. After half a year, they sprouted green flames on their heads. Their green feathers became lush, capable of withstanding ordinary blades and axes, and they could soar through the skies. Su Mingzhu let them soar across the Duanya mountain range, hunting on their own, while also scouting for traces of beasts. A San was the one who returned with the news. Chaowang courtyard. Su Mingxian held Zhang Wangqing's hand, leisurely strolling along the corridor. Third brother, third brother. Su Ming's crisp voice made both of them turn to look. Xueji, slow down. Don't bump into your third sister-in-law, or see how I will discipline you. You can't beat me, Su Mingzhu grinned. Hey, I admit I can't beat you, but I can call on big brother and mother to deal with you. Su Mingzhu scoffed lightly, slightly pouting. It's a pity you're still my third brother, unable to joke like this, always bringing up big brother and mother to pressure me. It's truly boring. Your tongue is sharp. I should have let Li Ji marry you back than to keep your mouth in check. If you mention this again, I might just turn against you. All right. Seeing Su Ming's displeased expression, Su Mingxian raised his head and said, Speak, what do you want from me? A San found traces of beasts. I want to go hunt the beasts with Wu Tao and the others. With you here we can avoid danger. So you want to use me as a lucky charm? Zhang Wanqing smiled faintly. Husband, don't tease Xueji. Can you bear to see your only sister encounter danger? I won't be in any danger at the Su family. If it weren't for my condition, I would also want to go take a look, otherwise all the spells I've learned over the years would go to waste. At least your third sister-in-law is sensible. Su Mingxian shook his head helplessly, truly at a loss with his sister. In the entire Su family, only Su Chuan and Su Mingwei could keep her in check. Su Mingxian left with the team, departing alongside Su Mingxu. They first headed to Bihanpool to meet with Wu Tao and Shun Qingyi, and then under A San's guidance proceeded towards the location of the magical beasts. Upon arrival, they discovered it was a magical beast resembling a 4-legged lizard over 3 meters long with sturdy limbs towering at a height of a person while crawling. Its body was covered in dark green scales with 3 black horns on its head. The middle horn was long while the 2 sides were short. Its yellow-green vertical pupils burned like cold flames, staring menacingly with a chilling aura that seemed capable of seizing souls. Its jagged teeth gleamed coldly, seemingly able to shatter gold and jade and chew iron like paste. It feels stronger than Xiao by probably a magical beast of the 3rd or 4th layer of Qi refinement. The white tiger's innate quality was ultimately slightly inferior. Now it had only reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, unlike the 3 brothers of the Qinghua eagle, who born merely half a year ago had already reached the mid-stage of the 1st layer of Qi refinement. Wu Tao was at the peak of the 1st layer of Qi refinement, holding a small black shield shaped like a beast's head primarily for defense. Shun Qingyi was at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, having refined a red flying sword primarily for offense. Su Mingxian and Su Mingxu as siblings, one at the peak of the later stage of innate cultivation and the other fully innate, were unparalleled in close combat among the newcomers. With such a lineup, hunting a magical beast of the 3rd or 4th layer of Qi refinement was no difficult task. Observing their actions, they moved with precision and adherence to strategy. Su Mingxian and Su Mingxu took the lead in offense. Shun Qingyi used her flying sword to create distractions, while the white tiger swooped in from the side, consistently leaving bloody gashes and tearing flesh. Whenever the 4-legged lizard magical beast aimed to attack someone with all its might, Wu Tao would maneuver the black shield in the shape of a beast's head in front of him, buying time to retreat. However, this magical beast was ultimately tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, and it took the group over 2 hours to finally wear it down to death. Su Mingxu raised her hand to wipe the fine sweat from her forehead. Looking at the gradually cooling corpse ahead, she sighed. It's finally dead, but if only we had a powerful weapon capable of piercing its scales, or if someone among us reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement, we might have been able to slay it faster. Xueji, why don't you mention that if Big Brother or Yin Nu were here, they could have taken it down in one blow? Su Mingxian chuckled lightly. Su Mingxu ignored him and continued. Just like last time, dismantle the scales, teeth, horns, and claws for refining materials, while the flesh goes to Xiao Bai and the 3 brothers of Ada, and the bones should be kept for crafting bone weapons. Yes, Aunt Xueji. Wu Tao and Shun Qingyi clasped their fists in response. After Su Mingxia's reminder, they understood that the flesh of magical beasts was not suitable for ordinary people to consume. Even innate martial artists had to be cautious when refining it, lest harmful substances harm their bodies. However, magical beasts and ferocious beasts could consume it without issue, as their digestive capabilities far surpassed that of humans. Eating exotic ferocious beasts frequently could even lead to mutations transforming them into magical beasts. The white tiger roared at Su Mingshu, its long black tail whipping like a whip striking against nearby tree trunks. The three brothers of the Qinghua eagle flapped their wings in the air, their cries conveying joyful emotions. The rest of the group comprised only 2 or 3 innate warriors who could barely participate in the hunt, while those below innate level served as mere tools for transporting the corpses. At Bihan Pool, Su Mingshu said, "Shueji, you take charge here. I'm going back to check on your sister-in-law." Go on, Su Mingshu waved her hand dismissively, urging him to leave. Su Detsio, Su Duan, and Su Delying emerged from the bamboo house, clasping their hands in greeting. "Aunt, why are you all here? When did you arrive?" Su Detsio said, "Father mentioned that Delying has now achieved success in Qi refinement, and has become a Qi refinement practitioner suitable for training on the mountain, hence brought her here." Su Mingshu's eyes brightened as she walked over, ruffling Su Delying's hair, and smiling. "As expected of my little genius, train hard, and strive to surpass your elder brothers by a long shot." "I understand, Aunt. Since you are all here, let's observe how Wu Tao and the others handle the magical beast materials." Su Detsio looked at the colossal beast, its ferocious aura causing him to tremble with curiosity. "Aunt, next time you go hunting magical beasts, you must take me with you. I am now a peak back-to-back martial artist. Wait until you step into innate cultivation before we talk about it." Su Mingshu patted his shoulder. "Given your talent, it should only take 2 or 3 months of hard training here." "Well then, but you must promise me to take me along once I step into innate cultivation." "No problem." Su Mingshu wanted to ruffle Su Detsio's hair again, but realized that he was already slightly taller than her. It didn't seem appropriate to pat his head anymore. "Zhao practices martial arts so quickly, it seems you must have some talent. Perhaps you're suited to follow the same path as your elder brother, cultivating both martial and immortal practices." After handling the magical beast's corpse, they left the flesh here for the white tiger and the Qinghua eagles to feast upon, while the remaining materials were transported back to the Su family. Afterward, Wu Tao, Shenxingyi, and Su Delying practiced together with the two, occasionally guiding Su Delying, sharing their cultivation experiences. Su Detsio and Su Duan practiced their punches and techniques, either sparring with each other or with the white tiger and the Qinghua eagles. However, during these times, Su Mingshu would watch from the side to prevent the white tiger from injuring the two brothers. At Xinjiang County, in the Immortal office, I finally broke through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. In the quiet room, Xiao Chuanyuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, yet soon revealing a trace of worry. The spiritual energy in Xinjiang County is thin, far inferior to Longjiang County. Now that I have broken through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, I can apply to return to Longjiang County, but before that it's best to find someone to replace me in overseeing this place. However, over the past decade, hundreds of testers have shown no one with the aptitude for cultivation. That is the reason for his furrowed brow. Ultimately, it's not as good as the county city. But perhaps by expanding the search radius, I might discover those with cultivation potential. With this thought, Xiao Chuanyuan rose from the quiet room and walked to the hall of the Immortal office, softly saying, "Someone come." The voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of the guards outside. One person entered, standing a meter away, bowing respectfully, and said, "Sir Immortal, what orders do you have?" Before Xiao Chuanyuan spoke, the other party did not dare to look up. "Go find County Magistrate Wu and have him issue an order throughout the county. Within the next 5 days, the Immortal office will test for the roots of cultivation without any fees, regardless of social class. Anyone under the age of 25 may come for testing. For those selected, their families will receive 100 acres of good land exempt from tax and labor for 10 years. Upon hearing this news, the official's body trembled slightly, and an expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes. "Yes, Sir Immortal." The official raised his head. "Also make sure that County Magistrate Wu spreads this news to every village in Xinjiang County today." "Understood." The official immediately went to the county office to convey Xiao Shangyuan's orders. County Magistrate Wu, upon hearing this news, was quite puzzled, knowing from past dealings that Xiao Chuanyuan was not a just and fair person. Why did Sir Immortal decide to do this? County Magistrate Wu asked, curiously looking at the official before him. His hair and beard were white, and he was nearly 70 years old, yet, because he was an innate martial artist, he still appeared vigorous. The official shook his head, saying, "I don't know. The Sir Immortal only said to ensure that this information spreads throughout Xinjiang County and every village today." "Understood, I will act immediately. Then I will take my leave." After the official left, County Magistrate Wu called for the county deputy and the county captain. Li Ji pondered for a moment and said, "Since it is the Sir Immortal's order, we cannot delay. I will personally send someone to convey this to Dongxi village. As for the other two, you gentlemen can handle it as you see fit." Behind Li Ji stood the Su family. The Su family now felt like an unfathomable giant to others, and both County Magistrate Wu and County Captain Fong were cautious in their dealings. Being able to avoid conflicts with them was indeed fortunate for both families. Of course, County Magistrate Wu and County Captain Fong smiled slightly. Who goes there? This is Su family's territory, no entry without an invitation. A patrolling guard stopped a person riding a horse. Now the entire Dongshi village had been sealed off by the Su family becoming private land, and even the authorities could not easily trespass. I am sent by Lord Li Ji from the county city, though I have matters to convey and ask for permission to enter. Saying this, he took out a token from his pocket, which was indeed the Su family's guard token. Currently, several of the county office's officials had come from the Su family's guards to facilitate contact. So it's our own people. The patrol leader smiled. Let them through, or let our brother pass. The official clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, I will find you all for drinks when I have time." He then rode straight to the entrance of the Su family. After waiting for a moment in the main hall, Su Mingwei strode in like a dragon and walked toward him. I pay my respects to the family head. He quickly knelt down on one knee. No need for such formality, you are now a member of the government, Su Mingwei said, sitting down casually. Once a servant of the Su family, always a servant of the Su family. Moreover, without the Su family, how could I have achieved today's accomplishments? Get up. Yes, family head. Speak, what does Li Ji want you to convey? This is a letter from Lord Li Ji. Su Mingwei took it, opened it, reviewed it, furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed, and entered into thought. After a moment he said to the official, I am already aware of this matter, you may return and report back. Yes, family head. The official did not linger as he had official duties to attend to and could not neglect them. Someone come. What does the family head command? A servant came forward and bowed respectfully. Go and invite the second and third masters to my study. Yes. In the Nanshan courtyard, Su Mingwei's study. Su Mingyuan and Su Mingxian entered the study one after the other. Elder brother, why did you call us? Su Mingyuan asked with a smile. This is a letter just sent by Li Ji. You both should take a look. After Su Mingyuan took the letter and began to read, Su Mingxian also leaned in to take a look. What are your thoughts? Su Mingyuan pondered for a moment and said, Xiao Changyuan would never act out of kindness. Perhaps he has made some breakthrough and plans to leave Qingjiang County, returning to Longjiang County. After all, the spiritual energy in Qingjiang County is much sparser than in the county city. If it weren't for the gathering spirit formation set up by Yunnu and our Su family, Wu Tao Xinqingyi and the others would probably be cultivating at an even slower pace. You speak wisely, Su Mingwei nodded in agreement. In terms of cleverness, Su Mingyuan was unmatched in the Su family. If what a Yuan guesses is correct, should our Su family intervene? If Xiao Changyuan is present, it would be inappropriate for our Su family to join in due to the complex relationships behind him. But if he leaves, the Immortal office in Qingjiang County could fall under our Su family's control. In a few years, even officials like county magistrates and county captains could be incorporated. Thus, Qingjiang County would truly belong to our Su family, and we could also plan the neighboring counties, allowing Chunbai and Li to seek positions as military officials. Su Mingwei nodded again, and then looked at Su Mingxuan. Tantu, your intuition is always the most accurate. Do you think joining the Immortal office would be beneficial? Shueji treats me like a lucky charm for divination, and so do you, elder brother, Su Mingxian muttered quietly. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan exchanged glances bemused. Stop complaining, among the five of us you alone have this talent. If you don't want it, wait for father to return and see if there's a way to erase this talent of yours. I was just joking, second brother, Su Mingxian replied with a smile. After pondering for a moment, Su Mingxian said, this matter is feasible. After all, we can obtain a spirit stone every 2 months. As for the duties of the Immortal official, which cannot be performed by non-cultivators, our Su family can dispatch people to handle them, freeing up time for them to cultivate. In that case, both Wu Tao and Xunqingyi can join the Immortal office, Su Mingwei said. Let Wu Tao join first. Once Xiao Changyuan leaves, we can look for an opportunity for Xunqingyi to join. Su Mingyuan proposed. If that is the case, then this matter is settled. Su Mingxian immediately went to Bihanpool to discuss this with Wu Tao. He naturally did not refuse. Rest assured, although you are young, with our Su family here, no one in Qingjiang dares to touch you. Once Xiao Changyuan leaves, you can return to Bihanpool to cultivate. Some responsibilities of the Immortal official our Su family will take over. Thank you, third master. The next day, Su Mingxian took Wu Tao to the Immortal office. In the quiet room, you say the Su family is visiting. Who is coming? Xiao Changyuan opened his eyes, his expression revealing surprise. It's Su Mingxuan, the third master of the Su family, and a rather ordinary-looking boy around 14 or 15 years old. The official replied. Su Mingxuan, an ordinary boy. Let them wait in the hall. Oh, I will come immediately. Yes, master. Su Mingxian and Wu Tao waited in the hall. After a while, Xiao Changyuan walked over with a smile. What wine blows Su brother to my place today? Su Mingxian stood and cupped his fist, saying, Sir Immortal, I am honored to meet you. Sit down and let's talk. The Su family was undoubtedly a colossal entity in Xinjiang County, and even though Xiao Changyuan focused on his cultivation, it was hard not to hear a thing or two from the idle chatter of the officials. Xiao Shangyuan's divine sense swept over Su Mingxuan, his pupils suddenly constricting as if someone had gripped his eyes. He smiled slightly. Su brother's strength is not weak. According to the realm of martial artists, you should not be far from innate perfection, right? Su brother is truly remarkable, a cultivator with great discernment. Nothing escapes your keen eye. Haha, Su brother is too polite. Please state your business. Su Mingxian said, Wu Tao, come meet, Sir Immortal. Wu Tao greets, Sir Immortal. I'm a cultivator. A loose cultivator. Xiao Changyuan exclaimed, surprise evident in his eyes. Wu Tao is someone our Su family has recruited. He has been cultivating in our family for nearly 2 years and has barely reached the first layer of qi refinement. Thus we wish to ask you to help him join the Immortal office. How is his aptitude? He only has the worst pseudo-spiritual root. That's fine, even with poor aptitude, diligent cultivation will suffice. Xiao Changyuan stroked his beard, smiling slightly. For Su brother Sake, I will certainly accommodate. However, being at the first layer of qi refinement is still a bit low. Whether he succeeds will depend on luck. Su Mingxian smiled, took out a banknote of 30,000 taels, and lightly tapped the tea table with his fingers, saying, I certainly cannot let Sir Immortal work for nothing. A wider smile spread across Xiao Shangyuan's face. He felt as if he had been offered a pillow just when he was drowsy. This time, he could leave with peace of mind, and even pocket a nice sum before departing. Wonderful. The Su family also appreciated someone like Xiao Changyuan who could get things done for money, but was not excessively greedy. A week later, Wu Tao's appointment as an Immortal officer was finalized. A few days later, Xiao Changyuan informed Wu Tao that he would be leaving Xinjiang County and returning to Longjiang Prefecture. Senior Xiao, are you really leaving Xinjiang? I have only just joined, and there are still many things I wish to consult you about, Wu Tao said with a worried expression, clasping his fists. Yet what he thought in his heart was as expected. It was just as Third Master predicted. Xinjiang County is a land of outstanding people. I Xiao would like to stay long, but alas, my family has commanded me to return. If you ever come to Longjiang, you may find me at the Xiao family. Oh, I will certainly treat you with great hospitality. As for the Immortal Bureau's arrangement, everything is yours. You will receive a monthly salary of 1 spirit stone every 2 months. As long as you focus on your cultivation, you too can reach my current level. On that day, Xiao Changyuan took to the skies on his sword and left Xinjiang County. It was Wu Tao who had the guards inform the county magistrate, so that Magistrate Wu would know. The county deputy is Li Ji from the Su family. The Immortal Bureau is now controlled by cultivators recruited by the Su family. Truly, the destiny lies with the Su family. Magistrate Wu felt an overwhelming sense of concern. He believed it would not be long before he too would have to relinquish his position as county magistrate. It was better to voluntarily step down and gain a few favors. At least there was still the tie of marriage. Initially, the Wu family did not care about this connection, thinking they could sever it at any time. However, now they were carefully maintaining it, and even Wu Rushan's brothers and his biological mother were being treated with great importance by the Wu family. After all, apart from them, no one could enter the Su family in Dongxi. Wu Roof and his mother were able to visit because they were close relatives of Wu Rushan. No, my nephew must send someone to test the waters. If the Su family truly intends to take control of the Xinjiang County officialdom, it would be wise for our Wu family to retreat while we can. Wu Tao intended to put on a show and planned to cultivate for another month or so at the Immortal Bureau before returning to the Su family. Xiao Changyuan truly has a character akin to a feather plucking a goose, saying he has left everything for me, but apart from a clean, quiet room that can reflect one's face, what else is there to leave behind? Oh no, there is also a mat. He shook his head and chuckled, then sat cross-legged to meditate. After a moment, he opened his eyes, revealing a bitter expression, murmuring to himself, it cannot be compared to Bihanpool at all. Wu Tao thought to simply shorten his time again, planning to return to Bihanpool in 3 to 5 days, and would have the guards notify the Su family if anything came up. The next day at the Wu family, the head of the Wu family was informed by Magistrate Wu that someone from the Su family had entered the Immortal Bureau, and he too felt a sense of worry. Come summon the second madam. Yes, family head. A moment later, husband, why did you call for me? A middle-aged noblewoman dressed in splendid attire adorned with beautiful makeup entered the hall gracefully, her steps light and smiling. She held a fan decorated with butterflies and orchids, swinging it gently, adding to her charm. Around her 40s, she still bore a graceful figure exuding elegance and warmth. This woman was Wu Rushan's mother, Zheng Shi. You haven't seen Shaner for a long time, have you? Missed her? Of course I have missed her. Zheng Shi's almond eyes brightened. It has been years since I last saw Jinger and Ru. I wonder how those 2 children are doing. Then why not come with me to visit them later? The head of the Wu family said. Husband, you have time today. Zheng Shi was slightly surprised, but also vaguely guessed that he had something to inquire about Wu Rushan in person. Gently swinging her fan, she slightly leaned forward, and said, "Since you have such interests, I will certainly accompany you." The two, accompanied by 4 armed guards and 2 maids, took a carriage towards Dongxi. At the stone tablet engraved with the Su family of Dongxi, the carriage was stopped. "Who is in the carriage?" The guard clasped his fists and said, "Inside the carriage are the head of the Qinjiang Wu family and the second madam here to visit your second master's wife." "Wu family. Allow me to ask for permission to return. If the master family is willing, I will invite you all in." Zhang Shi raised her eyebrows, slightly showing her displeasure. "The Su family is too arrogant, treating us like this every time I come, and now you, my husband, are here in person, and it is still the same. This is simply unheard of. Madam, please remain calm. Since the Su family has such rules, we are guests and should abide by them." The head of the Wu family closed his eyes and rested. Su family. Haitian courtyard. Su Mingyuan was accompanying Wu Russian, who was 7 or 8 months pregnant, strolling through the courtyard. Suddenly, a servant came to report, "My father and stepmother have come." Wu Russian looked at the guard in surprise. Did they say what they wanted? Only that they came to visit the madam. Wu Russian turned to Su Mingyuan. "What do you think? Guests are guests, and they are my in-laws. It wouldn't be good to refuse them at the door," Su Mingyuan said with a smile. "I am not surprised that my stepmother came, but my father too. That is a bit unusual. He is the head of the Wu family and usually only receives visitors at his home. I have never seen him personally visit someone else. It indicates that my Su family is no longer what it used to be." Su Mingyuan turned to the guard and said, "Let my in-laws come in." "Yes, second master." The guard immediately turned to leave. Wu Russian looked at Su Mingyuan with slight astonishment. "Do you know what my father intends to discuss?" "I can guess a bit," Su Mingyuan replied. "Do you know that Wu Tao has entered the Immortal Bureau, and yesterday, Xiao Chuanyuan has already left Xinjiang?" The matter of the Su family recruiting cultivators from Bihan Pool was no longer a big secret within the Su family. Wu Russian had seen them a few times. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that the Immortal Bureau of Xinjiang County is in our Su family's control? The authority of the Immortal officials is greater than that of the military officials. I understand. The Wu family fears that our Su family covets the position of county magistrate. Su Mingyuan praised, "Madam, you are truly insightful and quick to grasp. When we meet, how should I respond?" "Madam, you can subtly remind them. If the Wu family has any sense, they will obediently yield the position of county magistrate to someone from our Su family, at which point my elder brother will negotiate with them. And if they refuse, should we annihilate the Wu family?" Su Mingyuan looked up, lightly brushing his nose with his finger, and chuckled. "What are you saying, madam? My Su family would never act so recklessly, or at most we would make them feel some pain." Wu Russian, deep in thought, understood that despite her dedication to martial arts, she was aware of the Su family's background. Even if all the families in Xinjiang County united, they would still not be a match for the Su family. They could eliminate any family at will. It was just a matter of raising their hands. It seems necessary to give a warning or two. Wu Russian was still of the Wu bloodline. Though she had not lived comfortably in the Wu family, she had grown up there and had some feelings attached. The bloodline connection was not something that could be easily severed. Just like Su Yin, who returned to her maternal family, initially it was fine. But now, as the Su family's power grew, she was being ostracized by her own siblings, who showed no regard for their face and privately severed ties with the Qin family. The families in Xinjiang County were merely ordinary affluent households. Due to poor management, the head of the family lacked capability, and they sought to connect with the Su family of Dongxi, but how could Su Mingwei and the others bother with them? Helpless, the entire family relocated to Luoyuan County. Chen Daniu is now the head of the Chuan family in this county, supported by the Su family from behind, and has developed rapidly. Su Yan and the others came to seek refuge. After all, it was her biological mother, and Chen Daniu could only secretly help a little. Haitian court, a reception hall. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, what brings you here today? I apologize for not welcoming you from afar." Zhang Shi pouted and said, "In the future, if I can travel by carriage and horse, that would be a great fortune." "Don't speak carelessly," the head of the Wu family scolded. "Father-in-law need not be so. We are all family and can chat freely. But mother-in-law, allow me to report my elder brother is the head of the Su family. The rules he established must be followed, or else my Su family would be in chaos." "Enough, it will only delay a bit." Zhang Shi saw that Su Mingyuan was being polite and naturally did not want to keep a stern face. She immediately took Wu Russian's hand and asked, "Is this your third child? How many are you expecting now?" Wu Russian smiled and gently stroked her belly. "It's the third child, and I am nearly 8 months along. Then it will be soon. You must be careful." "No need to worry, madam. With my husband's full support, I am already an innate martial artist, and my body is not that weak." Zhang Shi's eyes widened in surprise, her lips parted slightly, and her fan fell to the ground. "An innate realm? This must be a joke. Russian, you have reached the innate realm." The head of the Wu family was also in disbelief, for even he had not reached that level. The Wu family had 3 innate experts, the head of the Tianlong Pavilion Magistrate Wu and another hidden innate martial artist who was not young and had already passed the age of discernment. He had initially planned to wait a few more years for Magistrate Wu to retire before contending for the position of county magistrate. At this moment, a maid brought in tea and pastries. Su Mingyuan picked up the teacup and sipped lightly, and the head of the Wu family smiled. This is a joyful event, a great joyous occasion. He observed the situation carefully. He heard the underlying meaning in Wu Russian's words. If even she, a woman, could be cultivated to the innate level, the hidden strength of the Su family was beyond comparison with the Wu family. She is warning me not to act recklessly. The head of the Wu family felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced at Su Mingyin, trembling internally. Perhaps the only way for the Wu family to have a place in Xinjiang in the future is to completely rely on the Su family and become a subordinate of the Su family. However, this matter was of great importance and could not be decided by him alone. The Wu family had operated in Xinjiang County for nearly 200 years, and their ancestors had worked hard for today's status. How could they easily hand it over to others? The head of the Wu family was in a state of chaotic inner turmoil. He no longer cared about what else was discussed. Even the questions he wanted to ask were no longer necessary. Everything was already glaringly obvious. Soon the entire Xinjiang would inevitably fall into the hands of the Su family. How could others sleep soundly beside their bed? Only their own people could. Before long, the head of the Wu family and Zheng Shi left. Along the way, the head of the Wu family was burdened with heavy thoughts, but Zheng Shi did not think so much and continued to praise her daughter's talents. Madam, you spoke too much today, Su Mingyuan said softly. He actually hoped that Wu Russian would subtly remind the Su family of their intentions regarding the county magistrate's position rather than openly revealing this information. Wu Russian was startled, walking to his side to massage his shoulders. Husband, my intention was also to warn my father not to let him oppose our Su family. After all, they are my maternal family, and I naturally hope they can coexist harmoniously with our Su family. Su Mingyuan sighed softly, holding her delicate hand, and said, just this once. Thank you, husband. Wu Russian left with the help of her maid, while Su Mingyuan's gaze remained calm as an abyss, lightly tapping the Zeton with tea table. After a while he said, come in. Second master, what instructions do you have? Have someone secretly monitor the Wu family in Xinjiang. If anyone from the Wu family leaves the county town, report back. Yes, second master. Su Mingyuan was not worried about the Wu family uniting with other families in the county town, but the Wu family had nearly 200 years of foundation and had some minor connections with certain families in the county city. If the forces of the county city intervened, even though the Su family was not afraid, they would inevitably expose their sharpness and might even come to the forefront in Yuehu County. The head of the Wu family returned to the county town burdened with heavy thoughts and had a restless night. The next day, he invited the head of the Tianlong Pavilion, Magistrate Wu, and the remaining innate martial artist to the study. He was the son of the head of the Tianlong Pavilion and should be considered a cousin of the head of the Wu family named Wu Zhan. He had shown remarkable talent in martial arts from a young age and had been secretly trained to step into the innate realm a few years ago. Head, what is the status of the previous matter? Magistrate Wu broke the silence, first inquiring. The head of the Tianlong Pavilion and Wu Zhan looked on with curiosity. What matter? The head of the Wu family paused briefly, then raised his head and said, I have called you here for this matter. The matter concerns the Su family. The short phrase caused the faces of the head of the Tianlong Pavilion and Wu Zhan to change dramatically. The head of the Tianlong Pavilion frowned, gazing coldly. Did you provoke the Su family? How could I dare? Then what was the reason? The Su family and our Wu family have been keeping to ourselves. The head of the Tianlong Pavilion's expression softened slightly, his brow furrowing in concern. Previously, I thought it was the case until not long ago when my uncle sent word that Xiao Chuanyuan had left Xinjiang County and that a youth named Wu Tao had become the only immortal official in the Immortal Bureau. Wu Tao? Who is he? The head of the Tianlong Pavilion murmured. He should be a loose cultivator, Wu Zhan speculated. No, he is a loose cultivator recruited by the Su family. Such a thing. When did the Su family establish ties with cultivators? The head of the Tianlong Pavilion's expression fluctuated. It's not accurate. To be precise, Wu Tao is a cultivator nurtured by the Su family. The head of the Tianlong Pavilion's shocked face turned pale. Uncle, can you confirm this? Magistrate Wu sighed and shook his head. The Su family is tightly guarded. Not a word has leaked. How could I confirm it? I am making a deduction based on this person's age and strength. The Su family's ambitions may be aimed at the entire Xinjiang, Magistrate Wu said. My uncle and I share the same suspicion. Nowadays, no one knows how deep the Su family's foundation runs. Just yesterday, I visited the Su family and learned that my daughter Shaner has actually entered the innate realm. At that moment, I felt no joy. Instead, I was chilled to the bone and terrified at heart. Isn't Shaner only 27 or 28? Wu Zhan said, dazed. Though he and Wu Russian were of the same generation, there was a significant age difference between them, and she was born of a side consort, so they had little interaction. Hearing that she had actually broken through to the innate realm left him stunned. The innate threshold, when did it become so easy to break through? He muttered in confusion. The head of the Wu family said, "It's not that the breakthrough to the innate realm is easy, it is the depth of the Su family's heritage that makes it easier for others to break through, just like many top martial arts families in the county city. The family does not lack innate bloodlines, rather it lacks top-tier masters." This news left the head of the Tianlong pavilion stunned. After a moment he regained his composure and asked the head of the Wu family, "What should our Wu family do now? The Su family certainly has great fortune. Our Wu family cannot swallow them whole, but in the county city." Wu Zhan suddenly revealed his ambitions. Magistrate Wu furrowed his brows tightly, looking displeased as he glanced over. His original intention was to show goodwill to the Su family, to concede, or even to rely on them rather than oppose them. This plan to drive a tiger out of its lair is also a method. The head of the Tianlong pavilion hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "Ed, what do you think?" Magistrate Wu looked over again. The head of the Wu family pondered for a long time and said, "The Su family's ambitions are set on the entire Xinjiang. Retreating is futile. We must either completely rely on the Su family or invite forces from the county city to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf." Though driving a tiger out of its lair and driving a wolf into the tiger's mouth are similar, their meanings are vastly different. The former suggests that the county city is powerful, while the head of the Wu family believes that the Su family surpasses the ordinary powers of the county city. Head, you may be overthinking this. The connections we have established are with a 7th grade family with a grandmaster overseeing them. They are still a top-notch 7th grade family with at least a dozen innate experts in the family. Don't forget Su Mingwei, he has not shown his face for a long time. And the Yang family, who are also relatives of the Su family. Upon mentioning Su Mingwei, the master of the Tianlong pavilion involuntarily shuddered. He recalled over 10 years ago when the Dragon Elephant Martial Arts Hall was first established in Xinjiang County. At that time, Su Mingwei had not yet reached his 20s, yet he shocked the entire Xinjiang with a single battle, showcasing unparalleled elegance that overshadowed the master of the Black Wind Pavilion. The master of Tianlong Pavilion had just entered the midstage of the innate realm, and alongside the master of Black Tiger Pavilion, they were also defeated by Gu Yiping. It is uncertain whether the shadow of that battle left a mark, preventing him from breaking through to the late innate stage until now. Su Mingwei. The master of Tianlong Pavilion sighed deeply. With his talent, he must have touched upon the threshold of the Grandmaster level by now, or even entered the realm of Grandmaster. Absolutely impossible. Wu Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he said in shock, "I have heard that the geniuses of the county city, no matter how exceptional their talents, still need to temper themselves for about 15 or 16 years at the innate stage. How could a Grandmaster at the age of 30 even exist in this world?" Wu County Magistrate stroked his beard unhappily, saying, "The world is vast. Even the geniuses of the county city are not ones you can fully understand. With all the families competing openly and secretly, who would willingly place their own prodigy in danger? My uncle is right, we must estimate Su Mingwei's strength as accurately as possible," said the head of the Wu family solemnly. "If that is the case, then you should assume he has already reached the late Grandmaster stage, or even the peak of Grandmaster." Wu Zhan still insisted, with such a strong enemy, which family in the county city would dare to act recklessly? If they failed to eliminate him, their own family would face annihilation as well. Entering the Grandmaster stage is already the limit. Claiming he is above the late Grandmaster stage is simply exaggeration. The head of the Wu family waved his hand, indicating Wu Zhan to stop speaking nonsense. But even if he has just entered the Grandmaster stage, the Zhong family would not act lightly, unless several 7th grade families join forces. The master of Tianlong Pavilion glanced at the head of the Wu family and pondered, then it must be an extraordinary opportunity. Otherwise it would be impossible to stir the hearts of the various families in the county city. If we cannot be certain and just guess blindly, then even if the Su family is destroyed in the end, if they cannot find what they seek, my Wu family will also follow in the Su family's footsteps." Wu Zhan said, "Wu Russian's talent is still inferior to mine, yet she glimpsed the innate realm at the age of 27 or 8. How can such fortune be ordinary?" The master of Tianlong Pavilion slightly nodded. "Women practicing martial arts are inherently weaker than men, and they also bear children. Even in the county city, it is rare to find women who reach the innate stage." The head of the Wu family pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting between the master of Tianlong Pavilion and Wu Zhan. "I understand what you and Zhan Er mean. You support contacting the Zhong family to annihilate the Su family and seize the opportunity, correct?" The master of Tianlong Pavilion hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Then what about you, uncle?" Wu County Magistrate replied indifferently, "In my opinion, we should avoid the Su family's sharpness and retreat to the Third Lodge. If the situation becomes untenable, we may even have to become their vassals." "Become a vassal of the Su family?" Wu Zhan rose in anger, his voice echoing like a thunderclap in the study. Uncle, what do you think the efforts of my Wu family's ancestors amount to? Are you asking us to let them all go to waste? The head of the Wu family appeared contemplative, but said little, instead wanting to hear Wu County Magistrate's opinion. Do you know how many families have sunk into the dust of history during the years my Wu family developed in Xinjiang County? Wu Zhan was momentarily stunned, turning his head aside disdainfully. How would I know about such old stories? Indeed, once a family is annihilated, who would remember them? Yet my Wu family is now in such a position, making one wrong step could lead to an outcome where no one knows us at all. Wu County Magistrate sighed with emotion, saying, my Wu family was once the servant of the Jiang family, the foremost clan in Xinjiang. The Jiang family had grand ambitions, wanting to break free from King Jiang's constraints and enter the county city, only to end up annihilated. My Wu family's ancestors acquired part of the Jiang family's heritage, which is how we have achieved our current success. Even if we were to become vassals again, as long as my Wu family still breathes, we will have a chance to rise again. Upon hearing this, the master of Tianlong Pavilion fell silent. Wu Zhan, however, was blinded by the fortune of the Su family and could not hear it at all. He looked at the head of the Wu family and asked, what is your decision, family head? The head of the Wu family remained silent for a while, then said, I support my uncle. The master of Tianlong Pavilion sighed heavily, feeling hesitant. If that's the case, then let us observe how things unfold for now. The head of the Wu family and Wu County Magistrate nodded in agreement. Yes, father, Wu Zhan said with cupped fists. After returning to his room, Wu Zhan sat alone under the dim light, his fists pressing down on the table, filled with resentment. Clearly the opportunity was within reach. If he obtained it, he could even aspire to become a grandmaster, and the Wu family could continuously produce martial artists from then on. No, if you want act, then I shall. Suddenly Wu Zhan snorted coldly to himself. A few old fossils, the older they get, the softer their bones become, yet they even propose to become vassals of the Su family. Truly laughable. Having made up his mind, he decided to lay low at home and practice martial arts for a few days to eliminate the head of the Wu family's wariness before finally going out towards the city outskirts. As soon as Wu Zhan left the city, someone immediately rode swiftly to the Su family to report this matter. Wu family, Su Mingyuan said with a hint of a cold smile. You return to Xinjiang and continue monitoring the movements of the rest of the Wu family. Yes, second master. Su Mingyuan visited Bihan Lake and informed Su Mingzhu about this matter. It's troublesome, as Shueji has already set off half an hour earlier. Only Xiao Bai might be able to catch up with him. Capturing him will not be an issue, but about second sister-in-law. No worries, Su Mingyuan waved his hand. All right, then I shall head out. Xiao Bai Asan, let's go. Su Mingzhu twisted her slender waist, gracefully soaring onto the tiger's back. The white tiger raised its head and roared angrily, its voice echoing through the forest, its powerful legs digging into the ground as it leaped several dozen feet away. The white silhouette cut through the dusk, vanishing in an instant, leaving only Su Mingyuan standing alone, his clothing flapping in the fierce wind stirred by the tiger's roar. Second uncle, where is auntie going? Just as Su Mingyuan shook his head lightly and prepared to descend the mountain, Su Dezhao appeared from behind, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. She isn't off hunting demons again, is she? What are you thinking? Demon beasts are ferocious. How could your second uncle allow your Shueji auntie to take risks alone? Su Mingyuan said, don't think too much, focus on comprehending the power of heaven and earth and break through to the innate stage as soon as possible. When the time comes, your Shueji auntie and the others will take you along to hunt demons. Understood. Su Mingyuan descended the mountain to find Su Mingwei. Naturally, Su Mingwei should know a thing or two about the Wu family situation. Let's wait until Shueji brings the person back before discussing other matters. Perhaps she just went to the county city for sightseeing or to visit friends. Su Mingwei pondered for a moment and said, after all, Wu Zhan is at the innate stage. Merely sending a message shouldn't require him to come in person. There are subtle nuances here that shouldn't be taken lightly, Su Mingyuan said with a faint smile. How about we make a bet? Bet on what? It seems there isn't much good to bet on. Su Mingyuan rubbed his chin and after a moment said, Saner is about to give birth to her third child. You as the elder uncle should personally make a gift for her to celebrate the full month feast. That is only fitting, Su Mingwei smiled gently. Su Mingzhu rode the white tiger rushing like the wind, while she also ordered the Qinghu eagle, Asan, to look for similar people in the sky. After a cup of tea's time, an eagle's cry rang out from the sky, its clear sound resonating through the vast expanse. Is it true? Just a few dozen miles ahead. Asan, well done. The white tiger let out a possessive roar. Su Mingzhu lightly patted its head like soothing a child, whispering, of course you Xiaobai deserve the most credit. We grew up together, no one can compare to us. The red gold-eyed white tiger narrowed its eyes, its excitement causing its speed to increase by more than 30%, leaving behind numerous afterimages. In no time, Su Mingzhu spotted a person riding a fast horse ahead, dressed in red gold brocade, riding a snow-stepping steed. This must be him without a doubt. Xiaobai block him. The white tiger leaped soaring over the head of the snow-stepping steed, landing steadily in front of it. Upon seeing such a terrifying creature, Wu Zhan was taken aback and immediately tightened the reins to stop. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Are you Wu Zhan? Oh miss, do you know me? Seeing a young woman in a red dress on the white tiger with a ponytail tied with a crimson ribbon, her spirited aura at the center of her brow caught his attention, instantly calming his anger. As long as it's you, that's enough. Su Mingzhu leaped her figure fast as lightning. A red shadow swept past, leaving Wu Zhan barely enough time to raise his arm to shield his chest. In the blink of an eye, he was kicked off his horse by an overwhelming force. The strength of the kick broke 2 of his ribs, causing him to cough up blood. What are you doing? I have no grudge or enmity with you, miss. Someone wants me to capture you and bring you back. If you behave, you might suffer less. Damn it. Wu Zhan cursed under his breath. Su Mingzhu frowned slightly and delivered another punch and kicked, severely injuring him, then bound him with ropes, lifting him up. She then walked over, gently stroking the horse's face, softly saying, "Good horse, come with me." The snow-stepping steed neighed. Su Mingzhu twisted her slender waist and mounted the tiger's back. The snow-stepping steed then followed behind the white tiger, running even faster than before. As Wu Zhan realized they were getting closer to Qingjiang County, he suddenly recalled the rumors about the Su family's red gold-eyed white tiger, his eyes bulging in shock. Are you from the Su family? Su Mingzhu did not respond, merely casting him a cold glance. He felt as though he had fallen into an icy pit, his heart filled with dread. Riding a white tiger, could this person be the rumored Su Mingzhu of the Su family? He glanced at the white tiger, which was nearly a yard in size, feeling confused. Is the white tiger in the rumors really this enormous? Moreover, he found himself utterly powerless against her strength. Was she at the late innate stage, or even the peak? If I recall correctly, Su Mingzhu should not yet be 25, right? Sweat beads the size of beans formed on his forehead, continuously sliding down his cheeks to the ground. He held onto a sliver of hope until he saw the stone tablet of the Su family at Dongxi, feeling darkness ahead with no glimmer of light. In the Su family's hall, after Su Mingzhu returned, someone went to inform the family head Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan. They almost arrived at the hall simultaneously. Second brother, I brought the person to you, and I will take my leave now. Go ahead. Su Mingzhu exited the main door, calling for the white tiger and Qinghu Eagle-San to return to Bihan Lake. You are Wu Zhan. Su Mingyuan circled around him and asked indifferently. Wu Zhan broke into a cold sweat, but still forced himself to act calmly, saying, Indeed, I am your second master's wife's cousin. My Wu family is related to your Su family by marriage. How could you treat me this way? Su Mingyuan chuckled silently. Second master's wife's cousin, even I don't know you. How it seems you aren't very close. You are Su Mingyuan. It's me. Wu Zhan's heart sank, forcing a smile. I was blinded by the sandstorm on my way here and couldn't see clearly, so I didn't recognize you for a moment. Please forgive me. He then looked at the man seated at the head, who bore a dignified presence akin to Mount Tai, saying, Then this must be the family head of the Su family, Brother Mingwei. May I ask what business brought my cousin to summon me? If you have matters to discuss, just inform the Wu family, and I will come immediately. There is no need for such formalities. Not in this manner. You probably came here with some families from the county city, didn't you? Cousin, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Wu Zhan's heart was in a state of chaos. How did they know he was going to the county city? Speak, which family are you planning to visit in the county city, and what is your Wu family's plan to deal with my Su family? What is the stance of each party? Su Mingyuan's eyes were icy as he coldly stated, Speak, and you may live today. If you stubbornly refuse, then I can only feed you to my Su family's white tiger. When the time comes, there will be nothing left of you, and even if the Wu family wants to seek justice for your corpse, they won't find a grave. Your Su family is also a major clan in Xinjiang. How can you be so ruthless? Wu Zhan trembled, struggling to speak clearly. And your Wu family? How many lives have been lost at the hands of the Wu family over the past 200 years? Yet the Wu family still stands as a prominent clan in Xinjiang, flourishing endlessly. Wu Zhan fell silent. The laws of the Great Way only bound ordinary commoners and wealthy households. For powerful clans, they overshadowed the law in the county, so what use was the law? It was merely the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak, relying on brute strength to speak. If officials were benevolent, the common people might fare better, otherwise they would simply be caught in a cycle of suffering. Someone break one of his arms first. Su Mingyuan spoke indifferently. Immediately a peak postnatal guard entered, holding a black wooden stick as thick as an arm. At this moment, Wu Zhan's acupoints were sealed. He was not much different from a postnatal martial artist. No, I will speak, I will speak. Without Su Mingyuan even needing to open his mouth, the guard kicked Wu Zhan to the ground, then stepped on him, bringing the stick down heavily. Crack! With a wail, Wu Zhan's right arm was broken. Su Mingyuan waved his hand, and the guard immediately stepped back, his expression devoid of emotion. You may speak now. If you cannot convince me and my elder brother, then for every word I shall break an arm or a leg. If you lie, then I will speak. I will tell everything, cousin. For the sake of our family's ties, spare my life." Following that, Wu Zhan recounted the discussions held by the Wu family head with his father and son. He elaborated on the disagreements between him and the family head Wu County Magistrate and detailed the history of the Wu family's ancestors without missing anything. Su Mingyuan paced back and forth in the hall. Once Wu Zhan finished speaking, he exchanged glances with Su Mingwei. The latter nodded slightly, and Su Mingyuan then spoke. "The Zhong family in the county city is a top-notch 7th-grade martial arts family, quite a substantial backing. I cannot say they are a backing. The Zhong family is not comparable to the Yang family." Su Mingyuan remained silent for a moment before saying, "My Su family is not unreasonable. For the sake of my wife's kindness, I will spare your life this time. Get lost." Yes. Thank you for your generosity, cousin. I will leave now." Wu Zhan scrambled out of the Su family's main gate, mounted his horse, and directly fled from the Dongxi territory. "Elder brother, you lost the bet. Don't forget the gift for the full moon banquet. Do not worry, however, I observe that this person has a narrow mind, likely not one to let things go easily. What you worry about aligns with my own thoughts, yet it matters not. The mere Zhong family, if he dares to act, will use the Zhong family to frustrate the Wu family's ambitions, allowing them to be consumed by the prominent families of Xinjiang. Consider the Feng Wang, He, and Chao clans who have long grown weary of the Wu family's tyranny in Xinjiang." Hearing these words, Su Mingwei chuckled and said, "Yuan, when it comes to understanding people's hearts, I truly do not compare to you. In fact, I believe you are more suited for the position of family head than I. I trust our father's choice." Su Mingyuan smiled at Su Mingwei, who shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. "It is my brother who worries too much. As for the Wu family's matters, you may handle them as you see fit, but do not overexert yourself. Focus on your martial progress." Su Mingyuan nodded slightly. The Wu family's ambitions were too great. Although he considered making them a vassal of the Su family, after hearing Wu Zhan's words, he ultimately decided against it. To strip them of their power as a prominent family, reducing them to a mere prosperous household, was also in consideration of Wu Russian sake. Wu Zhan fled from Dongxi village like a stray dog heading towards Xinjiang. Yet nearing the city gate, he suddenly pulled the reins, his eyes bloodshot with unwillingness and resentment. "No, the Su family has humiliated me like this. Even if I perish alongside them, I must make them pay a painful price." After witnessing part of the Su family's strength, he understood that with the Su family in Xinjiang, the Wu family would never rise again and might even gradually perish under their oppression. If that is the case, it is better to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. In his deeply entrenched beliefs, the gentry of the county seat could never compare to that of the county town. Wu Zhan immediately turned around and headed towards the county seat, not a soul to hinder him on this road. Soon all his meridians were unblocked, restoring his innate martial artist strength. Meanwhile, Su family. Cheng Fei ride the extraordinary dragon steed to the county seat and deliver this letter to the manager of Guanghu residence. "Be swift in going and returning." "Yes, second master." Cheng Fei replied with a fist salute before immediately heading out. The extraordinary dragon steed was a special breed cultivated by the Su family, transformed by consuming black iron fruit, far superior in endurance and speed compared to ordinary steeds. Currently, there were only 3. Cheng Fei arrived at the county seat half a day earlier than Wu Zhan. Yuehu county seat. At the entrance of Guanghu residence. What a lively and larger than the Drunken Clouds Inn in the county town, by more than double, truly deserving of being a county seat. He felt a sense of pride for having allied with the Su family. How clever am I? This must be the most correct decision of my life. By joining the Su family as a peak martial artist, being favored by them with medicinal cuisine, kaipening pills, and spiritual energy pills, in just 6 or 7 years, he surged forward, stepping into the innate realm. Now at 48, he still had the potential to advance further. Without the Su family's assistance, he would have merely reached the peak of the acquired realm in his life. "Esteemed guest, please come inside. What would you like to eat? Feel free to order." Cheng Fei said, "Please take my horse for some top-quality feed. As for food, it is not necessary for now. I have business with your manager." "Manager Jean, someone is looking for you." A waiter called out promptly, leading the extraordinary dragon steed away. This steed was clearly not ordinary. Even after years in the county seat, he had never seen a steed of better quality. "Who are you?" Manager Jean was tall and slightly stout, with a round and plump face, appearing like a simple elder. However, his actions were decisive, and he possessed innate cultivation, serving as the connection point for the Su family in the county seat. If he were to go silent for too long, the underground contacts would relay information back to the Su family. Cheng Fei clasped his fists and said, "My surname is Cheng. Someone from your hometown entrusted me to deliver a letter to you." Manager Jean's eyelids lowered slightly. Then he smiled as he patted Cheng Fei's shoulder. "Haha, it's Brother Cheng. You've changed quite a bit these past few years. I almost didn't recognize you. Come, let's go have a good drink today." Saying this, he invited Cheng Fei to the private room on the second floor. Dishes and wine were served, and they feasted well. Cheng Fei took out a small letter tube from his bosom and handed it to Manager Jean. Manager Jean silently opened it, took out the note inside, read it, then burned it, clasping his fists and saying, "Thank you for delivering this letter today, Brother Cheng. I will definitely treat you well when you return." Cheng Fei did not linger in the county seat. There was nothing to wait for in his heart. Although this place was bustling and charming, it could not compare to the 3 feet of earth in Dongxi. That afternoon, Manager Jean went to the Zhong family. "Family head, someone is here to visit," a servant reported. The Zhong family head was napping on a couch with a young woman under 20 sitting beside him. Her cleavage was prominent, and she smiled sweetly, feeding the Zhong family head small pieces of fresh fruit with her delicate hands. The Zhong family head occasionally sucked a few times, drawing a playful glare from the young woman. "Who is here to visit?" he asked casually without opening his eyes. "It's Manager Jean from Guanghu residence." Upon hearing this, the Zhong family head paused for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand to stop the young woman from continuing to feed him, and sat up straight, his gaze sharp as he looked at the servant. "Is it really him? I have been to Guanghu residence and have had the fortune to meet him. It's undoubtedly Manager Jean." The Zhong family head's eyes flickered. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Invite him to the parlor and tell him that I will be there shortly. Remember to treat him well and do not neglect him." "Yes, family head." The servant immediately withdrew. "Master, isn't he just an innkeeper? Why treat him with such caution? What does a woman know? You rest here. I will return soon." "Understood, master. I will wait for you." The young woman lay sideways, her snow-white skin half exposed, suddenly casting a flirtatious glance at him, her movements enchanting, making one's heart sway. The Zhong family head was no ordinary man. He endured the temptation, tidied his attire, and stepped out. In the parlor, he approached Manager Jean with clasped fists, smiling. "Manager Jean, long time no see." Manager Jean hurriedly stood, clasped his fists. "In return, Zhong family head, you are even more impressive than before." The two exchanged smiles. "Please take a seat." After the two sat down, the Zhong family head wasted no time on pleasantries and directly asked, "Why has Manager Jean come today?" "I have a matter to request your assistance with, Zhong family head." "Oh." The Zhong family head felt somewhat surprised, a slight smile on his lips. "Manager Jean, please speak plainly. You know the Wu family of Xinjiang, don't you?" "Wu family? Which Wu family?" After a moment's contemplation, the Zhong family head said, "The one from Xinjiang." "What of them?" Manager Jean stated, "There are rumors that your Zhong family is the backing of the Wu family in the county seat. Someone will likely come soon to invite the Zhong family to Xinjiang to deal with my Su family." The hand of the Zhong family head holding the teacup trembled slightly. He hurriedly set it down and smiled. "Absolutely not. That is ridiculous." "What Wu family? I have never heard of them." The Zhong family head was suddenly alarmed. The Su family's business in the county seat was backed by the Chang family, which was also related to the Yang family. With such a background, how could his Zhong family afford to provoke them? Years ago, the Zhong family had done business with Guanghu residents. Shortly after, the Chang family sent someone to warn them, which truly caused the Zhong family to worry for quite some time. After that, they never dared to provoke them again, even deliberately making connections, hoping to ally with the Chang family. Manager Jean waved his hand. "Zhong family head, do not panic. My family head certainly believes you would not act in such a way, but if the Wu family truly sends someone, please do not refuse. After all, the Wu family is my Su family's in-law. We must show some face." Manager Jean finished, and the Zhong family had instantly understood his purpose for coming. "Zhong understands. Anyone hostile to the Su family is opposing my Zhong family, and everything will be attributed to my Zhong family, with no relation to the Su family." "Haha, the Zhong family head is so righteous. I believe you will surely be a guest of honor at the Chang family in the future." "Well said, well said." Manager Jean departed without leaving any incriminating evidence. The Zhong family head saw him off, watching his fading figure, his gaze dark and uncertain, muttering under his breath, "Old fox, you don't want to get your hands dirty, but want to use my Zhong family's knife, but they have already discovered my ties to the Wu family. If I do not clear things up, it would clearly indicate that I am standing against the Su family." As for the specifics of the Su family, he was not entirely sure, but far away in that remote Xinjiang, they were at most a bit stronger than the Wu family. However, the Chang family behind them was not something the current Zhong family could provoke. Returning to his room, the Zhong family head was troubled, glancing at the young woman on the couch, losing all interest, and gestured for her to return to her room. Seeing his dark expression, the young woman knew she could not offend him at this moment, and could only leave obediently. The next day, sure enough, someone from the Wu family came. The Zhong family head smiled with a hidden dagger, warmly welcoming. After hearing Wu Zhan explain the situation and the potential hidden talents of the Su family, he also mentioned his cousin Su Mingzhu and Su Mingwei. Zhong family head, that Su Mingwei was able to reach the master level at his age. There are hardly a few who can achieve this in the county seat. Indeed, the Zhong family head casually responded, having the backing of the Chang family and relations with the Yang family, could they not rise? As for any potential hidden talents, the Zhong family head did not believe a word. He cast a deep glance at Wu Zhan, thinking that it was your clan that harbored such thoughts and got discovered. Rest assured, noble nephew, the Su family is nothing. This afternoon, I will lead people to accompany you. Thank you, Zhong family head. Wu Zhan clasped his fists with a smile, overjoyed, not realizing how much face he had gained, easily swaying him. Su family, your end is near. He smirked, slightly, joy swelling in his heart. 2 days later, outside Qingjiang City. Qingjiang truly is a place of heroes and talents. Zhong family head, you flatter me. Wu Zhan clasped his fists and smiled. After days of rushing, both man and horse are exhausted. It would be better to rest for a night at my Wu family. Although my Wu family head and uncle do not quite agree with dealing with the Su family, and even claimed it would be best to retreat or become their vassal now that you are here, they probably would not dare to say otherwise. So it is. The Zhong family head felt somewhat surprised, stroking his short beard, and pondered. It seems that the Wu family has people who can see the situation clearly. No wonder the Su family does not take action and instead lets my Zhong family do it.